Chapter 71. 10 people walked in the vast snowy plain. Their hats and shoulders were covered with snowflakes. Feiju stood on Jijioshi's shoulder, its green color covered by snow, blending into her. Feiju can take root and grow in the flesh and blood of animals, which is also a way for them to eat. It dared not move even though it was exposed to warm flesh and blood through 3 layers of not-so-thick clothes. Originally, I wanted to let Fusong take care of Feiju. After all, she knew its characteristics better, and she could react in time if it wanted to do something bad. But the proposal was rejected by Fusong. It won't resist anymore. At most it will run away. I don't like this kind of alien plant. I want to step on it to death as soon as it approaches. If it is Fizan, I can barely accept it. Fizan, the young body of Feiju, is sweet and delicious, and Fusong is savoring it. Before they reached the camp of Beifu Military Academy, the sky darkened first. Everyone rested on the spot and built 2 tents, one for Jijiosho, Fusong, Darula, and 2 female soldiers, and the other for the remaining men. There are too few people, and a single tent is not safe. Sleeping together can better alert. Jijioshu took out pots and bowls from a backpack that was twice as big as others. Jiangju took it skillfully and started to light a fire and set up the pot. Fusong rejected open flames and was responsible for washing the ingredients. Darula and Rong Tianjiang patrolled the surrounding environment. The 5 people divided the work and cooperated naturally. One of the female soldiers, Lan Yu, raised her thumbs and said, "The cooperation is tacit enough." Mechanic Bei joined the chat. "Did you know each other before? We were a team that brushed points together in the first semester of last school year." Jijioshu handed a carrot to Bei and asked him to peel it. Bei glanced at Jiangju and said suddenly, "So you are that mediocre team." The final exams were forced to be terminated before they were completely finished. Even though the school blocked the news, students could still get some information from each other. The most explosive content was that Jiangju and Princess Darula applied for the Theseus Military Academy and formed a team. No one objected to the fact that this team won the first place. Although Jiangju was not famous, as Jiangxian's younger brother, he should not be much worse. As for Darula, she was a princess with S-level mental power, who grew up under the eyes of the people of the Federation. The eyes of the other 5 people changed when they looked at them. Lan Yu patted her chest and said, "I suddenly feel safe." All 5 members of the team entered the military academy for joint exercises. There is no need to say more about this strength. Although someone relies on spending money, it does not prevent others from trusting the strong. Jijioshu was silent. He was used to being looked down upon in his daily life. Suddenly, he was praised like this, and was a little uncomfortable for a while. She distributed the work in her hands, so that everyone had something to do, and integrated into the big team. The sky was dark, and someone was approaching on the horizon. They moved slowly, supporting each other, and stopped about 100 meters away from the temporary camp. One of the men shouted hoarsely, "Are you rescuers?" Everyone looked at Jijioshu, who put down the spoon and stood up. "Who are you?" "I am Bede, they are my wife and friends, we are lost." The other shouted, "I smell the aroma of food. It smells like onions. They should be rescuers. Mother Planet, we finally made it." The cold wind blew the fragmented discussions over, and they quickened their pace and ran towards the temporary camp. Getting closer, Jijioshu could see their appearance clearly. The 4 of them looked particularly haggard, their cheeks and noses were red from the cold, and they were a little cracked by the wind, and they were shivering from the cold. Bede talked the most, muttering, "Thank you, Mother Planet. It has been 3 days since we got lost. I pray for your appearance all the time. Can I have a sip of your hot soup?" Everyone moved their seats. From Bede's words, they learned that the 4 of them were tourists who came to Jacob Star for tourism. Because they wanted to take pictures closer to the wilderness, they walked out of the scenic area for a distance, but when they turned back, they found a way that they could not go back. Bede said dejectedly, "I swear we really didn't walk too far. It was the heavy snow that blocked our sight and made us lost." Rong Tianjiang said coldly, "You are asking for death, and you blame the weather? You don't want to stay in a good scenic spot, but you have to run to a dangerous place to find excitement. This time it's really exciting. I regret bringing others into danger now." Bede's eye sockets were sunken, and he became sadder and sadder as he spoke, with tears flowing in his eyes. "Fortunately I met you. You worked hard to find me all the way here. I will definitely give each of you a generous reward. Are you a rescue team from the Federation, or someone hired by my family?" "Bai Yi, we are. We are from the Federation, but we are not here specifically to find you." Jijioshu interrupted Bai Yi. We have an important task to do and cannot escort you away, but we can give you a guide, a tent and some food. Bide hurriedly said, No, please don't abandon us. You don't know how terrible this place is. The four of us can't get out at all. One of the women saw Darula, her eyes lit up, and she rushed to Darula and asked for help. Your Highness, you will definitely save your people. She was emotional, her eyes were full of panic and helplessness. The other three looked at Darula, first surprised, and then begged. Darula bent down to help the other party up, and comforted, Don't worry, you will be fine. She pursed her lips slightly, and was recognized by the four people and asked for help. She could no longer watch the development of the situation. She glanced at Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, I have sent out a message for help. You wait here for a while, and someone will come to pick you up soon. The camera will broadcast the situation to the audience, and the organizer will send someone over after seeing it. No, we want to go with you. Bede shook his head frantically. It's too dangerous here. We are really scared. Your Highness, please save us. The barrage in the live broadcast room quarreled for the four people who appeared. The wasteland of Jacob's Star is really dangerous. There have been many deaths reported in the news before. The probability of ordinary people surviving is very small. They are looking for death. There are warnings everywhere in the scenic area prohibiting leaving the designated area. I really don't understand why some people have to enter the wasteland. Her Royal Highness is so kind, I believe she will definitely help. Her Royal Highness will not abandon her people. Why don't you answer? He is about to cry. Please agree to him. The barrage in the live broadcast room has evolved from quarrels to discussions about Darula. She is so innocent, kind, and flawless. She should help those who are lost. Lan Yu gently pulled Ji Jiuxiu's sleeve, avoided the camera, leaned close to her ear and whispered, It's live. The joint military school exercise is not just a pure competition. The existence of the live broadcast room will constrain their words and deeds to a certain extent. No one wants to be chased and scolded by netizens after the exercise, so showing moral character is a crucial content. The strategic struggle between military school students is the audience's fun, but when it comes to extra real people, they can't appear too indifferent. Ji Jiuxiu threw a look at Darula, and Darula said to the four people, I can take you for a while, and you can leave when the rescuers arrive. Thank you. The four people thanked him again and again. Ji Jiuxiu poured 4 bowls of hot soup for them, and invited them to sit down. They sat around Darula, and kept saying thank you in flattering words. Another male among the 4 looked at Ji Jiuxiu, and raised his voice. The only one we can trust is Her Highness Darula. She has a kind heart, and is more reliable than some people. Bede's emotions calmed down a lot. Thank Her Highness Darula for taking us. I hope there will be more people with good qualities, like you in the world. A woman continued, Even as a healer, people like Her Highness Darula are the center of the team, and your words are the most important. Ji Jiuxiu, who was targeted openly and secretly, did not react, and took the bowl to its soup. Rong Tianjiang next to him could not sit still and said, I see that you are talking very energetically, and you don't look like you have been trapped for a few days. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong to offend you? I'm really sorry. Bede stood up and bowed to Rong Tianjiang repeatedly. Bede's reaction was so big that Rong Tianjiang didn't know how to react for a while. If he continued to talk, he would seem aggressive, so he could only say sullenly, It's okay. Jiangju looked at the 4 people. You can live longer if you talk less. No one here wants to hear you talk. Bide apologized again, I'm sorry. I don't need to be sorry. I need quiet. Do you understand? Jiangju interrupted him. Bide finally understood what people said and shut up. It was completely dark, and the organizers had not shown up. Bide and the other 4 dispersed to chat with the other people in the team. He was very talkative when he was emotionally stable, and everyone who talked to him had a smile on their faces. On duty late at night, Bide volunteered to be on duty together, and took the initiative to ask to be in a group with Jiangju. The night was too quiet. He talked to Jiangju. The students of Theseus Military Academy are all excellent. You are a command major, right? Why let a therapist give orders in the front? Jiangju looked forward, his voice as cold as snowflakes. Please be quiet. The sound of talking will cover the enemy's movements. Bede lowered his voice angrily. She is very powerful. Do you think you can't beat her? You talk too much. Jiangju turned around and looked at Bede. Bede, she is a person with a cold face but a warm heart. Although she rejected us at first, she finally let us stay. Jiangju still had no expression on his face, and looked at Bede coldly. I have a sister who is also like this. She has many friends, and can take care of everyone considerately, But sometimes she will neglect them, and always pay more attention to one or two friends. Bede observed his expression and continued. Jiangju, really? That's how it is when you have many friends. There will always be times of negligence. Bede said with a smile. I think she takes better care of Her Highness Darula and the young man named Rong Tianjiang. They have known each other for a long time, right? Jiangju looked into the distance again and did not answer. Rong Tianjiang is lively and playful. Such a person will indeed attract more attention. He is not good at doing things. It is normal to take care of him more. Bide stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake, and the topic changed naturally. It's snowing again. This weather is really endless. It's so cold. He stamped his feet, and slowly walked to the side. Jiangju looked back at Rong Tianjiang at the other end. Rong Tianjiang, who was supposed to be on duty in the other direction, ran to Ji Jiuxiu and chattered. Ji Jiuxiu did not drive him away. He listened to him quietly, nodded from time to time, and suddenly stretched out his foot to kick him. He bent down and made a snowball, and threw it on Ji Jiuxiu's leg, which made her run after him in anger. The air was filled with suppressed laughter. Ji Jiuxiu was so angry that he made a super big snowball, and threw it at Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang fell to the ground with a roar. It's good to have something to eat, but you're still picky. Cook for yourself next time. Ji Jiuxiu put her hands on her hips, and sneered. He had nothing to do but complain about her cooking, and asked her to learn the recipe. This was a blatant humiliation. If he wasn't beaten for a day, he would tear off the tiles, and make people's blood pressure soar. He would be much calmer after a beating. Ji Jiuxiu looked around and observed the situation of other companions on duty. When her eyes swept over Jiangju, she noticed that he was looking at her. She asked, Is there anything going on? Jiangju shook his head and turned around. Behind him, Rong Tianjiang climbed up from the snow, grinning and reaching for his back. When he walked forward, his feet staggered and he fell to the ground. Bai Yi on the side was startled. Are there enemy attacks? Rong Tianjiang buried his head in the snow and said in a muffled voice, No. He raised his head and sat on the ground to observe the ground. The snow was very flat without any depressions. The snow was soft and had not frozen into ice. It was really a ghost. He had just felt a pit under his feet. He got up and continued to walk. He fell down again after 2 steps. This time, he fell more seriously. He cried out, ouch, ouch. Bei hurried over to help him up. He got angry and asked Bei to let go. He walked forward again, taking more cautious steps and making sure that there were no depressions on the ground before he set foot. The next section of the road returned to normal. He was relieved for a short time before he fell down again. There is a trap. What is attacking me? Rong Tianjiang observed the ground. Ji Jiuxiu heard what he said and came over to explore with him. Rong Tianjiang stretched out his hand to her. Help me. Ji Jiuxiu pulled him up. There is nothing. Are you sure your shoes are not too slippery? Really? It was fine before. Rong Tianjiang rubbed his arm that was hurt by the fall. Ji Jiuxiu, you go back and rest first. Let the next person come. Bide, who was not far away, saw this scene and walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. The road is slippery in the snow. Be careful. Jiangju faced the distance, straight as a bamboo, and never looked back from beginning to end. Late at night, it was a rotation to rest. Ji Jiuxiu went into the automatically heated tent to sleep. When she was about to fall asleep, she heard a noise outside. She had a short haircut, her eyes were full of resentment, and she asked with murderous intent of being forced to get up, Where is the enemy? There were more than 10 people outside, including Bide and the other 4. Their clothes were a little messy, and they looked like they were woken up not long after falling asleep, just like her. The most central ones were Lan Yu and Buer, both of whom looked very bad, and their heads turned to one side. Ji Jiuxiu, no enemies? Fuso, no, they were the ones who started a quarrel. Ji Jiuxiu yawned. Why are you quarreling in the middle of the night? Can you leave it until tomorrow and go to bed tonight? We've been traveling all day. It's not easy to take a break. Why waste precious sleep time? Neither side spoke, and Bid spoke up to smooth things over. We're all teammates. There's no grudge overnight. Maybe you're too tired today and can't control your temper. Let's discuss it tomorrow and talk about any misunderstandings. Her Highness Darula will be fair to everyone. Don't make it difficult for her. Darula, who was watching the show on the side, frowned. What does this have to do with her? Bull was furious and said without thinking, The princess is great. She only knows how to command others to do things. I haven't seen her take the initiative to do anything. Everyone looked ugly, and after Bull finished speaking, he knew he had said something wrong. so he shut up. Ji Jioshu said coldly, okay, let's solve today's problems today. Anyone who feels wrong can speak up. Bull didn't say anything. Lan Yu said, I saw that he was distracted tonight, and I was worried that he had something on his mind, so I asked him a question. As a result, he suddenly scolded me. I was confused. Bull? Ji Jioshu asked, what about you? Do you have anything to say? Bull refused to communicate. I have nothing to say. In short, I just have one sentence. She was the one who started the trouble. When asked what the specific matter was, he was unwilling to answer. Okay. Ji Jioshu sighed. In that case, I won't waste too much time. She rolled up her sleeves, relaxed her joints, and stretched her body. Jiangju and Diarrhea took a step back at the same time, leaving everyone confused. The next second, Ji Jioshu clenched his fist and punched Bull in the abdomen. Everyone was shocked by her action. Even Bull didn't react. Ji Jioshu punched again, and Bull subconsciously dodged. Bull said angrily, are you crazy? Ji Jioshu, I'm afraid you are angry and can't sleep tonight, so I help you vent. Since you started it, I won't be polite. Bull gritted his teeth. Bull himself has a bad temper, a carefree personality, and is easily angered. At this time, he was provoked by Ji Jioshu's fist and fought back without reservation. People around him retreated one after another, fearing that they would be accidentally injured by the two of them. Bai Yi was stunned. Don't you need to manage it? If you can manage it, manage it. Darla is used to it. Under the long-term discipline of the life housekeeper, her greatest advantage is that she knows the current situation and never violates Ji Jioshu's bottom line in certain matters, avoiding the persecution of Ji Jioshu's fists. Fu Song was even beaten by Ji Jioshu. That was in the close combat course. Fu Song was too careless, and got much better after being beaten. Ji Jioshu has his own way of leading the team. He talks to the heart, and does not show mercy when talking about martial arts. Perhaps this is the disadvantage of leading the team without commanding expertise. The means are simple and crude, but it must be said that it is indeed effective. Bull is a single soldier, and has received more training in force than other professionals. However, this is of no use, and he is still suppressed by Ji Jioshu. She was tired and asked, are you still fighting? Bull's nose and face were swollen, and he said stubbornly, fight. Ji Jioshu, you can't beat me, there is no point in continuing. Bull, my defense is broken. TSK, you got beaten so badly. Ji Jioshu pulled him up. Fortunately I'm a healer, I brought a lot of medicine for sprains and bruises, privately made, very effective. Bull's expression was hard to describe. Did he carry these medicines with him just to beat his teammates at any time? Ji Jioshu asked the others to disperse, and did what they should do. She took out the medicine, and applied it to Bull. There was ready-made snow on the ground, so there was no need to prepare ice cubes for ice compress. She was careful when she attacked, and didn't really use force. Bull looked miserable, but they were all external injuries, and they would be fine after applying some medicine and ice compressing for a while. She was piercing the heart when she applied the medicine. You are not good, you can't even beat me. Bull's eyes were filled with tears, and it was not known whether he was hurt by Ji Jioshu's method of applying medicine, or whether she broke his defense. In the future, try not to make a fuss if you can fight, and disturb people's sleep. Ji Jioshu muttered. If you solve it like me, you won't be beaten by me, right? Bull said vaguely. You can't aim your fists at your teammates. This has always been the rule of Theseus Military Academy. There are rules for fighting. You can't vent your anger, and attack your companions at will. Oh, you are still an obedient and good student. Ji Jioshu was surprised. But you are not in school now. Why do you still listen to the school rules? Don't you have to abide by the school rules, if you are not on Theseus? Bull was a little confused and said tactfully, isn't it bad for you to say these now? The camera was filming, and there were so many people watching in the live broadcast room, including school teachers. And as a top student in the major and a therapist, isn't her style a bit too wild? Ji Jioshu. Anyway, no one knows what I said. My camera has been put away, and the 3 instruments of the school are not following us. Bull, don't you know that the wilderness is full of cameras? Those 3 cameras are just to follow the details. Otherwise, what if something happens to the students and the organizers can't rescue them in time? Ji Jioshu. Huh? No one told her. She thought it was those 3 cameras that were working. She looked around and couldn't see where the camera was. She could only show a standard smile with 8 teeth. I was just talking nonsense. People who know me know that I am a good student who abides by the rules. Ha ha ha. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. Okay, I know, you are not a good student. I said how dare she take action directly. It turns out that she didn't know the existence of the camera at all. Very real, very violent. It turns out that this is how to persuade people to stop fighting. I learned it. There were not many viewers watching the live broadcast late at night, and even fewer teachers. So when the 3 teachers leading the Theseus Military Academy woke up the next day, Ji Jiuxiao's words had been edited and spread all over the Star Network. In the hall, all the teachers saluted the 3 people led by Theseus Military Academy. Ren Yanfeng had a dark face, Wei Hingji covered his face, and Shan Shu smiled. The teacher of the Imperial Star Military Academy smiled and said, "The students you recruited this year are quite unique." Shan Shu blocked back, "It's just the effect of the show. The traffic of her live broadcast room is almost higher than your most popular live broadcast room. Yu Suyin is not good enough." Among the students of this class, the most popular person is Yu Suyin from the Imperial Star Military Academy besides Dairula. Yu Suyin's path is similar to Jiang Xian's. They both became famous at a young age. Their families have the ability to support them. They have participated in various war trials on the battlefield since they were young. They are well known on the Star Network. He was once hailed as the second Jiang Xian. As Jiang Xian gradually became low-key after entering the army, his popularity even surpassed Jiang Xian step by step, becoming a new interstellar star. As soon as the joint military exercise live broadcast was turned on, a camera was accurately aimed at Yu Suyin. This live broadcast room also had the most people. The teacher of the Imperial Star Military Academy smiled. "It doesn't matter, we don't need to advertise." Wei Hingji couldn't stand anyone belittling Ji Jiuxiu. Although Ji Jiuxiu was disobedient, loved to make trouble, and had a lot of strange ideas, she was her student. "Wei Hingji, if you stay in a high position for a long time, you will forget the poverty at the bottom. The original intention of Theseus Military Academy remains the same. It will never look down on any suffering person and cheer for their efforts. What about you? Students can look down on students, but if teachers look down on students, it will be too low. Don't be so sharp." The teacher of the Imperial Star Military Academy smiled and changed the subject. "I'm just chatting casually, and I'm very optimistic about this student." Shan Shu also smiled. "I believe she will lead Theseus Military Academy to win first place." "Her?" The teacher of the Imperial Star Military Academy was surprised. "You didn't bet on Jiangju, but chose her?" "Shan Shu, we trust every student. Especially Ji Jiuxiao, who has never suffered a loss, must be able to give everyone a surprise. If it doesn't work, she will pay more money out of her own pocket and use it as a carrot to hang in front of Ji Jiuxia's donkey." The teacher of the Imperial Star Military Academy looked at the screen and talked about the seeded players of other military academies. "I don't know who will be the second place this year." In his words, he revealed an attitude that the Imperial Star Military Academy is firmly in the first place. Shan Shu's demeanor remained unchanged. Let's wait and see. Chapter 72. The cold wind blew, freezing, and Bull shivered with the snow on his face, but he didn't dare to disobey Ji Jiuxiu. He said tactfully, "I feel much better, no need to apply ice anymore." Ji Jiuxiu glanced at his colorful face and shook his head. "It's not healed yet. If you don't fix it now, it will be worse tomorrow." The conversation between the two stopped. Ji Jiuxiu held the snow bag against Bull's face, and his eyes were still scanning the surrounding environment professionally to prevent sneak attacks. Bull quietly stepped aside a little. The movement was very light, not wanting to attract Ji Jiuxiu's attention, but her hand seemed to be equipped with automatic radar and automatically reached forward, and the snow bag was pressed against his cheek again. He moved a little more, and the snow bag moved with him. After repeating this several times, he began to suspect whether Ji Jiuxiu was deliberately teasing him. "Are you punishing me?" He couldn't bear it anymore and spoke aggrievedly. "Ah?" Ji Jiuxiu turned around, his face full of confusion. "What punishment?" The doubt on her face was so sincere that Bull couldn't say the rest of his words. He held it back again, and finally couldn't help but speak. "The snow bag is too cold, my face is numb." The whole mouth was frozen, and he spoke with a big tongue. Ji Jiuxiu stuffed the snow bag into his hand. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were uncomfortable?" "How would I know if you were uncomfortable? Holding it in your heart is just torturing yourself." Bull took the snow bag to apply on his face. No matter how violent his temper was, it was almost dissipated after Ji Jiuxiu's series of moves. Now he didn't have the energy to continue to be angry. He nodded woodenly and said okay. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ji Jiuxiu asked, "Why did you quarrel with Lan Yu?" "I have seen everyone's performance these days. You usually get along well with everyone, and are not an impulsive person. I don't think you will lose your temper for no reason. First, use force to suppress him completely, then use verbal attacks to break his defense, and then gently comfort him to ease his resistance, so that he can completely let go of his heart. The silky little combo comes from a certain beast taming book. Jijioshu deeply agrees with it, and studies it strictly. Tianji is right, reading is always useful. Look, Bull, who just refused to speak, answered obediently at this time. Bull said sullenly, I just feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach, but I didn't say it because I didn't want to affect you. As a result, she deliberately provoked me. Asking me if I'm okay means that I don't work seriously, right? After the first sentence, the following words are much easier to say. He babbles and spits out a lot of words. I know she looks down on me, never looks at me straight in the eye, and tries to curry favor with Her Highness Darula, trying to win you over to exclude me and marginalize me. Jijioshu's mind was full of question marks. The team has been acting together, how could she never know that there was such a conflict between the team? And Bull looked simple-minded and strong-limbed, but his inner world is so rich and delicate? Jijioshu, I never realized that she was such a person. How did you find out? Bull said excitedly, look how close Darula is to her. She always asks her to do things, but never calls me. Darula doesn't know right from wrong. She listens to her, and takes you away from me. You don't hit Lanyu but hit me. I hit you because you deserve it. Jijioshu said coldly, Lanyu cooperated when I asked questions, but what about you? Bull, I'm afraid you will stand on their side and speak for them. The facts prove that I am different from what you imagined, right? After being together for so long, you actually think I am an unreasonable person. I'm very sad. Jijioshu's tone was disappointed. Bull was speechless. The snow bag had been stuck to his face for a long time, and his face was frozen, and he didn't react. Are these what you have always thought? Do you really think that everyone is excluding you? Jijioshu asked. Bull did not answer, and continued to remain silent. Jijioshu continued. If you think Lanyu and Darula are closer, I can tell you clearly that this is because Lanyu told us that your right hand was injured in the last battle. You didn't say it for face, but she hopes that you can take good care of it, and let us not arrange you to do things frequently. Her tone was low and sincere, as if wrapped in countless disappointments, weighing heavily on Bull's heart. He subconsciously raised his left hand, and placed it on the joint of his right hand. After the arm joint was sprained, it was still a little sore to move. Bull was stunned, and countless complex emotions flashed across his face, and finally turned into guilt and helplessness. I'm sorry. You shouldn't say this to me. Jijioshu took off his gentle coat and looked at him. She raised her hand, and Bull subconsciously made a defensive gesture, but then put it down awkwardly. Think about it carefully. Jijioshu's hand fell on Bull's shoulder and patted him twice. She didn't wait for Bull to say anything, and got up and left. She went back to the tent and laid down to sleep. Sleep was the most important thing in the world. She had to rest well at night, because there were many tough battles to fight during the day. The next morning, Jijioshu got the news provided by Jiangju. Bull was in a state of disarray last night. Others ignored him, and it was Bede who went to comfort him. In the end, Bull couldn't bring himself to apologize to Lanyu. The atmosphere in the team was stagnant and weird throughout the morning. Jijioshu, why didn't the organizer send someone to take Bede away? Jiangju, maybe they want to make it more difficult for us. With Bede and others, the mission cannot be continued, but if they are left behind, the public opinion faced by Theseus Military Academy will not be very pleasant. When Jijioshu was thinking about the next plan, he suddenly heard Jiangju ask, if the four of us fall into the water at the same time, who will you save first? Jijioshu, huh? She couldn't restrain her desire to complain. What kind of question is this? Jiangju, can't you answer it? Save you. Jijioshu's desire to complain turned into a desire to survive. Jiangju, but every time danger appears, you seem to care more about them. Jijioshu answered quickly, that's because I trust your ability. There is no teammate more reliable than you, and we are the only ones for each other, aren't we? The only one who can bear her mental counseling without pain, the only one who can give him mental counseling. Jiangju stared at her steadily, and it was hard to tell whether he was satisfied with this answer. In short, he didn't continue to ask, and went about his own business as if nothing had happened. Jijioshu was confused. What happened to everyone today? They all seemed to be mentally unstable. Could it be that some strange plant or beast was exerting influence in the dark? She took out the flying bamboo and fed it the last plant nutrient, hoping that it would stand up quickly and help guard the surrounding environment. The scars on the flying bamboo had recovered almost completely, and the leaves on the top rolled up and hooked Jijioshu's fingers. Jiangju stepped back and took the flying bamboo from Ji Jioshi's hand. You worry too much. I take care of the flying bamboo. Ji Jioshio, Why did she worry so much? Didn't Jiangju know who was the commander? Vase lay still in Jiangju's hands, as quiet as if dead. The organizers' rescuers were late, and when Ji Jioshio and his teammates discussed how to deal with Baita and others, Baita stood up first and said that he would go separately from them. Baita, we lost our composure yesterday because we were too hungry and tired. Now we are full and have strength, we can go out by ourselves, but we need you to provide some weapons and equipment. He was tall and thin, with a well-groomed appearance and gentle and elegant speech, which was very pleasing to people. He was completely different from the hysterical appearance yesterday. Ji Jioshi nodded and said, Okay, you be careful. She answered too quickly and straightforwardly, which stunned Baita. He just opened his mouth to say something, and the man next to him suddenly interrupted, I dare not. It's too scary here, we can't get out by ourselves. The other two women looked miserable, and stared at Ji Jioshi with tears in their eyes. Beat sighed, we can't give them too much trouble. I'm fine, but I'm afraid the child can't bear it. One of the women covered her belly with one hand, and wiped her tears with the other. Everyone's eyes shifted to her abdomen, and Ji Jioshi couldn't say no. She changed her words and said, Let's send you out first. Thank you so much. Beat said gratefully. No one would say no at this time. The original route was changed, and everyone sent Bede and others out of the wasteland first. Feiju was almost recovered, but all the materials could not be put together to make an iron sheet car that could accommodate 14 people, so they could only walk. In order to take care of the pregnant woman, they slowed down their pace. Ji Jioshi asked curiously, Why did you choose to use your body to bear a child? Interstellar in vitro embryo cultivation technology is very mature and cheap. 9 out of 10 children in Interstellar are conceived in artificial wombs. The remaining 1/10 are conservatives, who believe that technological products are always cold, and that only children born in person can make parents feel real happiness. And showed a shy smile, took the arm of the man next to her, and began to tell her own journey, from dating to marriage, and she couldn't stop talking. The progress of their feet was slow, and they were less than halfway when it got dark. They didn't know the progress of other military academies. Even if Aishima was in the rear to control and arrange to reassure them, the anxiety of the slow progress of the mission still spread quietly. This anxiety was amplified by the nagging voice, and Bull couldn't help shouting, Be quiet, no one wants to hear your love story. The tone was a bit fierce, and then stopped talking and looked at him helplessly. Lan Yu frowned, Be more considerate. Physical discomfort can affect your mood. Talking can relieve stress. Bull was impatient. I don't understand these so-called conservatives. There are obviously safer ways to have children, but they insist on suffering. I understand her, but who will understand me? Since what happened last night, the two have been switching back and forth between the Cold War and mutual criticism. Annie lowered her head and rubbed her fingers anxiously. Okay. Ji Jioshi interrupted the two and walked over to hold Annie to comfort her. His fingers rested on her wrist, and the pulse under his fingertips beat strongly. Rest here tonight, and set off tomorrow. The tent was set up, and the steaming food could not ease the stiff atmosphere between the teams. Ji Jioshi suggested that she stand guard all night so that everyone could have a good rest. Bede and his teammates tried to dissuade him, but they could not stop Ji Jioshi from making a decision. In order to prevent conflicts from happening again, the tents were split into individual tents, one for each person. In the dead of night, Jiangju walked out of the tent. Ji Jioshi played with the dagger in his hand and raised his eyebrows at him in confusion. Not only Jiangju, but also Darula, Fusong, and Rong Tianjiang walked out one after another, and 4 pairs of eyes stared at Ji Jioshi. Ji Jioshi sighed, I am really touched that you didn't sleep at night and came to keep watch with me. The last time I was so touched was last time. Rong Tianjiang rolled his eyes. Okay, you set everyone to sleep. Don't you just want to make trouble? Whose sack do you want to put on? Fusong asked. The teammates knew Ji Jioshi's character very well. There was no communication between them, but they all appeared tacitly. Who is going to be unlucky tonight? Asterisk. In order to prevent the alien plants and animals from being attracted by the light, most of the light sources were turned off, leaving only a little weak fluorescence. A small beam of light lit up, sneaked into a tent and disappeared. The rope tied up the sleeping Vance and took her out of the tent. She opened her eyes in a daze, and the cold wind blew away all her sleepiness. Vance was the least noticeable one among the 4. She was not as impressive as Bede, who talked the most, nor as memorable as the other couple. She followed the others like a shadow, unknown. What are you going to do? Vance curled up and shivered in the cold wind. A strong light lit up, hitting Vance's head from top to bottom, so bright that it was a bit dazzling. Jioshio squatted opposite her and said, thoughtfully, meeting people in such a dangerous place, aren't you surprised why we appeared in the wilderness? Vance shrank back and said, I don't know. I just listened to what Beat said. I did whatever he said. He can't save you now. Rong Tianjiang said angrily, I have long suspected that you are not good people. Vance looked around. She was the only one who was tied up. Her companions were not sure whether they were dealt with or sleeping. In short, she was the only prey trapped at the moment. 5 pairs of eyes were staring at her. I don't know what you mean. If you want a reward, I can give it to you. I just want to go home safely. Vance began to cry. Tears filled her eyes and fell one by one. She cried very quietly, occasionally making a few suppressed sobs. She looked particularly miserable and pitiful. Rong Tianjiang, who wanted to say a few more harsh words, hesitated and turned to look at Jioshio. So far, he didn't know why he had to attack Vance. Even if Baida and others had problems, shouldn't Baida be the one who should be arrested? Jioshio supported his head with one hand and picked up a little snow on the ground with the other hand to make a small snowball. He looked careless, staring at Vance, and didn't say anything. He just watched Vance cry quietly. People have limited tears. Vance cried until her eyes were red and swollen. She couldn't squeeze out a drop of tears and choked from time to time. Jioshio saw that she was quiet and said lightly, How is Annie's pregnancy test report? If her body is too poor, the fetus may not be able to be saved in such a bad environment. The question asked seemed like normal concern, but in the current situation, it seemed a bit irrelevant. The choking sound stopped. Vance raised her bloodshot eyes and looked at Jioshio. Vance, I haven't read the report. And said the baby is healthy, and she has a good constitution, so there shouldn't be any problems. Jioshio, how is your relationship with Annie? Is she in a good mental state? Are there any conflicts between her and her husband? We have a good relationship. She is a gentle person. She was a little worried after getting pregnant. We are happy and loving with each other. Vance answered whatever he asked. Jioshio, really? Vance, yes. Jioshio, then did you know that she is not pregnant? Vance did not answer. Her pupils trembled for a moment. The light on her face illuminated her expression clearly. Every inch of muscle movement could not escape Jioshio's eyes. Jioshio did not miss the change in Vance's expression. This was a real surprise, not a fake. She asked, Are you surprised that you are not pregnant, or are you wondering how I know? Vance, you are deliberately lying to me. Annie will not lie to me. Jioshio grabbed Vance's wrist, put his fingers on the pulse of the other's wrist, and said after a moment, Do you have difficulty falling asleep at night, always dreaming after falling asleep, waking up frequently at night, and having a bitter mouth when you get up in the morning? Vance looked at Jioshio. This time his eyes were much more serious than before. Of course you can question my professionalism, but we all know whether I am telling the truth or a lie. Jioshio let go of her hand. Since she learned to read at the age of 5, Tianji has taught her to learn the ancient knowledge of Blue Star, and Chinese medicine is one of them. Tianji can simulate the pulse for her to learn. She is not familiar with knowledge such as Chinese medicine and acupuncture, but she dares to say that she rarely makes mistakes when taking the pulse. She is a little unfamiliar after not practicing for a long time, but she will not make mistakes in the pulse of Shimai. She has tentatively touched Annie's pulse before, and can guarantee that the other party is definitely not pregnant. Vance remained silent. Jioshio squatted in front of her, slowly recounting the past 2 days. Assuming that you appeared for another purpose, what changes have we made since you arrived? Rong Tianjiang answered quickly. Our team's progress has slowed down. Darula, there are more conflicts within the team. You are trying to sow discord between us. Fusang came to his senses. These are all your guesses. Vance defended. Your mission progress has indeed slowed down because of us, but isn't it too hasty to put the blame of sowing discord on us? Was there no conflict in your team before we showed up? Jiangju, you can use rhetoric to guide emotions. As one of the chosen prey, he has a say. Vance, this is your own idea. Maybe there was a misunderstanding during the communication process. Who told you what? Everyone can help analyze and judge. Jiangju, it's not important. Of course it's important. It can prove our innocence. Vance looked at him. Or is there something you can't say? Vance is really good at controlling people's emotions. Everyone's attention shifted to Jiangju. He stared at her for a moment, and when he was about to speak, He was interrupted by Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu. He doesn't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it that much. She searched for Vance. I don't want to waste too much time on you. If I'm not afraid that the audience outside the venue will misunderstand my behavior, I need to explain it. Otherwise you won't even have a chance to speak. Why me? Vance asked. She let Ji Jiuxiu pick her up. The panic on her face slowly faded, and she asked the question again. Ji Jiuxiu. Because you are the only one who didn't find someone to chat with. Since they appeared, she has been staring at them, watching Bai De and others chatting with their teammates with cold eyes. She didn't stop them, because she wanted to see what they were going to do. They seemed to just want to provoke conflicts in the team, and had no next move. Everyone was busy, only Vase didn't move, and she was not as weak as she appeared. Ji Jiuxiu. The sound of your walking was very steady. It didn't seem like you were trapped for many days, and suffered from hunger and cold. Identifying the situation of the approaching person by sound is one of the compulsory courses in the military academy. It is used to distinguish whether the approaching person is an enemy or a teammate when the line of sight is unclear. She treated every course very attentively, not only listening to the sounds of strange plants and beasts, but also listening to the voices of people. She continued, You are too anxious. You met a strange team in the wilderness. Not only were you not afraid, but you also dispersed to find people to chat that night. Do you think it is reasonable? Her expression was hard to describe, as if she was stupid by their performance. After searching for a long time, she didn't find what she wanted, so she simply pointed the gun at Vance's forehead. Vance, what's this for? Ji Jiuxiu. I didn't find what I wanted, so I decided to send you to hell. She spoke too calmly, casually as if she was deciding what to eat for lunch, with a hint of intimidation, which was more terrifying than a deliberate threat. Vance and Ji Jiuxiu looked at each other, and suddenly laughed. When the corners of her mouth turned up, the strong sense of misery on her features disappeared, and she became more calm and composed. She didn't panic at all, and shook her head with emotion, as expected of someone who scored 87 points in psychology. I think my answer sheet can get full marks. Ji Jiuxiu was not very satisfied with her results. She put the gun back. Knowing her results, it seemed that Vance was a member of the organizer, not a criminal who escaped to the wilderness. Vance looked at her with appreciation. There is no full score on the psychology course test paper. More than 70 points are considered excellent. Ji Jiuxiu. So after I capture you, will I get points, or do I have to kill you? She did not find the elimination card on Vance. If she could not solve the problem gently, she could only resort to cruel means. Vance. Congratulations, classmate Ji Jiuxiu, you have 200 points. After the voice fell, the watch issued by the organizer on Ji Jiuxiu's wrist showed that his personal points were increased by 200, and the total score was 1,800. So little? Ji Jiuxiu was not very satisfied. Vance. Killing an A-level alien plant or beast only gives 150 points. Don't be too greedy. Where is Bid? Will he give points? Will my teammates' scores also be increased by 200? Ji Jiuxiu asked a series of questions. Vance. All of us will only be counted once. As for the others, I will give points at my discretion, so can you let me go first? It is indeed the organizer who is adding points, not a disguise. Rong Tianjiang said. After hearing Rong Tianjiang's words, Ji Jiuxiu felt relieved to let Vance go, and woke everyone up. She added some ingredients to the dinner, which can make people sleep more deeply. If you don't sleep, it will have no effect. I don't know how Jiangju and the other 4 guessed that she was going to take action. After eating, they didn't sleep and waited until she took action. Everyone was woken up with a confused look on their faces, looking at Vance with red and swollen eyes, and red wrists from being tied by the rope, and the deduction reminder popped up on the watch. Bai De was the most dramatic, and immediately put on an anxious expression. Vance, what's wrong with you? It's all my fault for sleeping too deeply. You also know that you sleep too deeply? Vance said indifferently. The person who had no sense of existence like a shadow before, now has a soaring temperament, and the tone of his speech reminds people of the teacher in the classroom, with a hint of annoyance. Bai De was instantly stuck, hesitating. What's wrong with you? Vance, a lot of things happened when you were sleeping. Bai De was annoyed, but he didn't know what to say. He looked at the other 2 helplessly. They were as confused as him, looking at each other. Ji Jiuxiu signaled to Rong Tianjiang to tell him what happened again, and explain what happened to his companions, who were not awake yet. She had said enough tonight, so she should rest her throat first. The chatterbox Rong Tianjiang immediately began to perform, vividly describing how they discovered Vance's doubts, how they questioned step by step to draw conclusions, and obtained points ranging from 100 to 200, and by the way, cleared up the misunderstandings between teammates. All misunderstandings are due to poor communication. Everyone should speak out, apologize if necessary, and reflect if necessary. Vance explained her identity. She was one of the assistant teachers of the psychology professor from Nathan University, and Bede, and the other two were all psychology students. Nathan University is a top comprehensive university. It cooperated with the organizer of the joint exercise between military academies to let them come in to make trouble for the military academy students, and by the way, conduct experiments on the spot to see how to provoke relationships based on human weaknesses. An assistant teacher led 3 students to contact the military academy students in different locations. The assistant teacher would not interfere with the students' arrangements, and would try to participate in their actions as little as possible, only recording their performance as a recorder, which is why Ji Jiuxiao thought she was a shadow. The psychology student is in the open, and the military academy student is in the dark. The former is one of the enemies on the field. When his identity is discovered and his life is threatened, his points will explode like other enemies. I have a question. Bull raised his hand silently. Why are my points less? Vase glanced at him. You are not mentally firm and your vigilance is too low, so you will lose points. Bull, woo! So he was deceived by Baita, beaten by Ji Jiuxiao, and isolated by his teammates, and the result was that he was deducted points? At this time, the live broadcast room was occupied by question marks and exclamation marks. I quarreled with you sincerely, and you told me it was all fake? What else is real in this world? All those who said that Theseus students were cold-blooded stood up. This one is obviously rational and strategic. Other military academy students also met people from Nathan University. Ji Jiuxiu was the first to reveal their identities. I wonder how it is such a coincidence. There are victims everywhere. Their disguise is not perfect. Many students found the flaws and got extra points. So Bull is still the most unlucky, ha ha ha. Chapter 73. Vase and the other 4 left the scene, and the Theseus Military Academy team still had to continue their mission. Ji Jiuxiu wanted to share the news of Nathan University with others, but the organizer had already taken countermeasures, prohibiting students from revealing the news to each other, and violating the rules would have their points halved. After all, the students of Nathan University have their own tasks. If they are forced to end just after they start, it would be equivalent to their coming in vain, and the live broadcast content is not interesting enough. The highlight is that the military academy students are deceived. Ji Jiuxiu could only send a warning to Aishiamu that did not violate the rules. Don't trust strangers. Aishiamu found Ji Jiuxiao's contact channel in the chaotic news and asked, "What's the situation?" Ji Jiuxiu had mentioned to Aishiamu that the alliance mission was suspended before, and she had to send a team out of the wasteland. She had not updated the progress later. At this time, an inexplicable sentence made Aishiamu have to pay more attention. It means literally. Ji Jiuxiu could not give a clear answer and talked about the mission. Our team can continue to carry out the alliance mission, but this location is a bit far from the Huihai Military Academy. I decided to go to Beifu Military Academy. Ayashama did not ask further questions and followed her words. Another team has gone to Beifu Military Academy. You can go to Winchester Military Academy to have a look. Ji Jiuxiao, okay. The school points suddenly increased by 750 at one time. Do you have any clues? Ayashama asked. Ji Jiuxiao, this is a reward for our constant vigilance. The conversation between the two ended. Ayashama was very busy. He had to coordinate all the teams and manage the camp. After hanging up the communication, Ayashama temporarily closed all messages, stood there thinking for a moment, and took people to the temporary residence of the victims who came for help. Ayashama, tie them up, inject them with anesthetics, and don't let them wake up. There is not much energy to watch over and interrogate them. It is most convenient and quick to make them lose consciousness directly, so that they can no longer use any means. The 4 people from Nathan University who just found the camp, and did not have time to do anything, ? The mission of Ji Jiuxiao's team is to find allies. The Imperial Star Military Academy has never cooperated with others. The Sardin Military Academy has full hatred at the beginning. These 2 are eliminated. Whichever of the remaining 4 military academies is closer to find. The 10 people set out again, and headed towards the Winchester Military Academy. The sound of fierce fighting came from the vast snow. Everyone was too far away to see the situation in front. Bull volunteered to go to investigate. Since he found out that he was used as a gun and misunderstood his companions, he has been feeling guilty, and holding his breath to make up for it. Ji Joshua nodded, be careful. She gave Feiju to Bull, but Feiju was very disobedient in his hands. It bit its body and swung its leaves wildly, slapping Bull a few times, and was as quiet as a chicken when it returned to Ji Joshua's hands. It was only obedient in the hands of Ji Joshua, Fusong, and Jiang Ju. Even Darula and Rong Tianjiang couldn't suppress it. In desperation, they could only let Bull go alone. Bull covered his red cheeks and walked forward silently. The pace of the others was slower than his, following behind and moving forward slowly. A hint of purple and gold could be seen faintly in the white snow. The clothes of Winchester Military Academy were dark purple, and the clothes of Monson Military Academy were dark gold. They didn't get too close, and stopped to wait for Bull's news. A missile fell from the sky and landed on the iron sheet that Feiju had been dragging. The iron sheet exploded, and fragments flew. The others quickly dodged before the stray bullet fell. Feiju was lifted up by the air wave, and fell headfirst into the snow. Ji Joshua got up and looked into the distance. No one came to attack them. The shell was probably a mistake. After a while, another shell flew over. This time, there was no need to hide. The shell landed 100 meters in front of him. I don't know who was so inaccurate. Everyone retreated silently, farther away from the battlefield. Bull came back from the snow and saw the debris on the ground and hurriedly said, "Are you okay?" Ji Joshua picked up Feiju. "No one is okay. Feiju still needs to be checked." Bull panted and said, "They fought fiercely, all with heavy weapons, and there is no way to get close. The two sides in the battle had many people and weapons, and they were attacking each other with all their strength. If these 10 people were involved in the battle, 10 lives would not be enough. Let's take a detour." Ji Joshua decided to avoid the battlefield. She replanned the route, and asked Bull to touch the periphery of the battlefield to pick up some flying iron pieces before leaving. Legs were still too slow to travel, so it was better to use Feiju. Everything was fine, but who knew a stray bullet would suddenly fly over and hit their vehicle? The mecha was too eye-catching, so Bull crawled over with his legs, and the others walked forward to wait for him. If he was discovered, he could run away by himself without hurting others. After walking about 10 kilometers, the sound of artillery fire could no longer be heard. Everyone stopped to wait for Bull. Ji Joshua took out the tools and started to cook because he hadn't eaten anything all day. She was still not used to taking nutrient solution as food. She didn't chew it in her mouth. Even if her stomach was full, her brain still felt hungry. As long as it was not a very urgent situation, she would try her best to make the food look like food. The fragrance spread, and everyone sat around. Gurgle. Ji Joshua paused in scooping soup with a spoon. He heard a strange sound, and kicked Feiju next to him. Feiju reluctantly flew up to patrol, suspended on a featureless snow, and then fell straight down. Ah! A golden figure jumped out from under the snow, covered his butt with his hands, and ran away. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the person, and turned their heads to look over, with vigilant eyes, and quickly took out their weapons, and pointed at the person. The man swallowed his saliva, and said aggrievedly, "I'm just hungry, and I didn't hit you. Why did you poke my butt?" Ji Joshua looked up and down at the other person, then turned to look at Feiju. Feiju returned to his original place, and lay flat, rolling on the snow. It seems that there is only this person here, and the other party is too well hidden, so she didn't find it at first. She asked, "Are you setting an ambush here by yourself?" "Xinghe, I didn't set an ambush. Aren asked me to guard here, and not let anyone cross this line. I was so bored sitting here that I accidentally fell asleep. You just woke up hungry and beat me up." He pointed his finger at the ground. There was a thin black line on the ground about 1 meter away from him. It was buried in the snow, and could not be seen without careful observation. The direction of the black line blocked the road to Winchester Military Academy. Ji Joshua thought of the battle he had seen before. The two military academies did not seem to be testing each other, but were trying their best. "Ji Joshua, did everyone in your military academy go to fight Winchester Military Academy?" "I don't know." Xinghe shook his head, sniffed hard, and his stomach growled even louder. He looked at Ji Joshua and asked sincerely, "I just drank the nutrient solution, but I'm not full. Can you give me some?" Ji Joshua didn't say anything, thinking whether the person in front of him was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. He dared to guard here alone, so his strength should not be too low. Should he kill him? "Who are you? How did you know that someone passed by here, so you came here in advance? Can you guard it alone?" Darla asked 3 questions in a row. "I am Xinghe." Xinghe scratched his head. "Aaron asked me to come, so I came. I should be able to guard it." The lines of his facial features are not sharp. When he smiles, he is sunny and cheerful, with round eyes. When he looks at people, his eyes are particularly clean and sincere, and he looks a little silly. Ji Jioshu poured him a bowl of soup, and seeing him drink it without any defense, he suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will drug you?" "Ah?" Xinghe was stunned. "If it is not someone else who takes the initiative to give it, but I ask for it myself, will there be medicine?" Ji Jioshu was silent. The other party looked like a real fool. Xinghe happily finished a bowl of soup and asked for another one. He sat happily in the deep blue wearing dark gold clothes. Everyone looked at him in a speechless manner. 20 minutes later, Bull hurried over and threw the iron sheet in his hand to the ground. He walked out of the mecha with a black bruise on his chin, limping and his mental power in chaos. Well, he was beaten badly. He said weakly, I need mental counseling. The collision of mental power in the battlefield can easily cause people to fall into mental confusion, especially when there are high-level people. It is difficult for low-level mental power to resist for a long time. Generally, there will be healers participating in the battle to provide mental counseling in the rear. As soon as Ji Jioshu approached, Bull immediately stepped back a few steps, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Can you change someone?" He had heard about Ji Jioshu's mental counseling. 2 consecutive beatings were painful, and he didn't want to experience any more pain. Fusang couldn't give people mental counseling, so only Darula was left. She looked at Bull with disdain, stretched out a finger to touch the back of Bull's hand, and immediately withdrew her hand as soon as the mental counseling was completed. Bull covered his broken heart, lowered his head, and said sadly, "Am I so annoying?" Everyone kept silent, and he was even more sad. "Is it so unbearable to even lie to me?" No one answered his question. Ji Jioshu bent down and quickly packed up the things on the ground and put them into his backpack. He picked up the flying bamboo on the ground and connected it to the iron sheet with a rope. Others stepped on the iron sheet in unison. Vase exerted force, and everyone went away as fast as the wind. When Bull raised his head, he could only see their backs. Bull, No, even if he hated him, would he run so fast? He would no longer be the irritable Bull, but the sad Bull. A rope was thrown out and wrapped around Bull's waist. Lan Yu's voice floated from afar. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Bull was pulled up, his feet off the ground in an instant. A lot of cold wind poured into his lungs from his mouth and nose, and he looked back in the bumpy swing. A small piece of green approached behind him, and in the blink of an eye, it closed a long distance. The closer it was, the clearer the vision was. It was a mecha. Ji Jioshu didn't run far. He stopped after running to a safe distance, piled up the snow, and hid behind to observe. The mechas were uniformly painted in white and green. They were from Beifu Military Academy. They appeared here at this time, and with Xinghe's statement that they were stopping people, it seemed that they were friendly forces coming to help Winchester Military Academy. They all ran away, but Xinghe stayed where he was. The surface of the mecha he took out was brighter than his clothes. It was black, and the gold dots on the surface were dense and seemed to be flowing. The principal of Menxai Military Academy had good taste. Rong Tianjiang, 1, 2, 3, 4. 20 mechas, he guards it alone? There weren't many people, but it wasn't something that one person could guard. I really don't know if Xinghe was too confident or too stupid. You can't cross this line. Xinghe's voice was amplified by the mecha's speaker device, forming waves of echoes on the empty snow. Darula said faintly, "I will never say Rong Tianjiang is stupid again. There are always higher mountains and more stupid people." Rong Tianjiang? ? Why did you suddenly attack him personally? On the snow, a dark gold mecha collided with 20 white and green mechas. Xinghe fought against 20 alone. He was like a man standing on the pass, and his mental power formed a deterrent and pressed in all directions. He actually blocked the people from Beifu Military Academy by himself. 20 white and green mechas were suppressed outside the thin line, and could not cross it for a while. Rong Tianjiang was shocked and said, "There are such powerful people in Menxai Military Academy?" Another commander in the team, Don Wen, took over and said, "Xinghe is the strongest freshman in the single soldier major of Menxai Military Academy. He is one of the seeded players. He also has a sister Xingran who is a commander." Before the game started, she did research on students from various military academies. She basically knew some powerful opponents. She told everyone the information she knew about Xinghe and Xingran in detail. She suggested, no matter how strong Xinghe is, it can't hold out for too long in the hands of so many people. Since Xingran has made such arrangements, it is estimated that the people from the Monxid Military Academy will arrive soon. Winchester Military Academy is the battlefield, and Beifu Military Academy is the reinforcement. Our success rate in winning over Winchester Military Academy to become an ally is not high now. They came at the wrong time. No one has time to discuss with them quietly now, not to mention that Winchester Military Academy already has an ally. Ji Jioshu stared at Dongwen with shining eyes. Dongwen touched her cheek. What's wrong? Ji Jioshu held her shoulder. This is the kind of commander that the team should have. Actively collect information and analyze the pros and cons. It turns out that having a normal commander in the team feels like this. I am so moved, Jiangju, who seemed to be implied. Jiangju, go to Mengsai Military Academy and take a look. If it goes well, try to take down their general flag. If it doesn't go well, you can talk to them about cooperation. Everyone moved. Before leaving, Ji Jioshu looked in the direction of the galaxy. The mecha with a dark bottom and flowing gold was particularly conspicuous in the white and white-green. There is always a stronger one among the strong. Even the strength of Mengsai Military Academy, which has been at the bottom for years, should not be underestimated. It's hard to say who will win or lose until the end of the game. The team quickly moved to the vicinity of Mengsai Military Academy with the help of flying bamboo. The camp was empty, with only a few patrolling people. Rong Tianjiang, with so few people, we can get in. Ji Jioshu did not answer immediately, looking at the swaying figure in the distance. She had just learned one thing, that in this arena, no one can be treated as a fool except Rong Tianjiang. Darla, we can think that the camp of Mengsai Military Academy is empty. Can't the people of Beifu Military Academy think of it? Let's go and talk about cooperation. Ji Jioshu made the final decision. 10 people approached Mengsai Military Academy. When there were still 300 meters left to the camp, a bullet fell in front of Ji Jioshu, who was walking in front. The other party did not make a sound, which was a warning, prohibiting them from getting closer. Ji Jioshu shouted, "We are from Theseus Military Academy. Do you need allies?" The camp did not respond, but did not make the next move. 2 minutes later, a girl stood in front of the camp. A slightly weak voice sounded, "You came here to find allies. Isn't it too far?" The location of Mengsai Military Academy is the Tianshu Star of the Big Dipper, the farthest from Theseus Military Academy. Dongwen reminded in a low voice. She is Xingran. Among the twins, Xinghe is strong in combat, and has a simple mind. Xingran is physically weak, but has 100 minds. Ji Jioshu, just tell me if you need it. The overall strength of Mengsai Military Academy is the weakest. It is more difficult to attract allies than other military academies. At the beginning, it was jointly targeted by Winchester Military Academy and Beifu Military Academy. They must be eager to break the situation at this moment. Xingran insisted on the previous question, "Why did you choose us?" Ji Jioshu, it's fate. You can't say that the first-choice Winchester Military Academy already has allies, and since you are here, you can come and see if you can take down their flag, right? I don't trust you very much. Xingran said lightly. Ji Jioshu, I swear on Darula's name that we really want to cooperate. Darula, ? Darula was silent. Darula smiled. Darula said, no one thought that we would form a cooperation. This is a good opportunity, isn't it? Theseus Military Academy took the initiative to seek cooperation with Monxid Military Academy. If you say it out, no one will believe it. Looking back at the countless joint exercises of military academies in the past, the attitude of Theseus Military Academy students is not much more down-to-earth than that of Dixing Military Academy. Although the Monxid Military Academy is one of the 7 major military academies, and is more powerful than other less famous military academies, it has always been despised among the 7 major military academies. Xingran paused for a while and invited, come in and talk. The camp of the Monxid Military Academy is rough and primitive. It is just an ice wall that surrounds the open space. All people and things are piled together. People sit on the ground for conversations. It is not like the Theseus Military Academy, which has small rooms with different functions. The only thing that can barely be used as a room is the tent, but the tent cannot accommodate too many people at a time. The commander-in-chief of the Monxid Military Academy is a short-haired boy named Bo Shu. He frowned tightly. When he saw them, his smile was a little stiff. He was restless and anxious. Ji Jioshu asked, are you worried about Winchester Military Academy? A little bit. Bo Shu forced a smile. Compared to him, Xingran was much calmer. He poured hot water for Ji Jioshu and others. Ji Jioshu noticed that the atmosphere between the two was not right. This situation is very common. The commander-in-chief of the military academy is selected from the highest grade, which does not mean that they are the most capable. Sometimes they are not as good as the students in the lower grades. When the commander-in-chief cannot convince the public, the struggle for power is inevitable. Xing Ran talked about business. How do you want to cooperate? An hour ago, Ji Jiuxia's plan was to cooperate with Winchester Military Academy. Now Xing Ran asked, she made up a temporary answer. Help you fight Winchester Military Academy first. Afraid that Xing Ran would question their ability, she pointed at Jiang Ju and Dai Ruila and said, this is Jiang Ju and Dai Ruila. One of them has better single-soldier combat ability than your brother, and the other can add positive buffs to her own people on a large scale. It is not a problem to provide mental counseling for hundreds of people at one time. We said 2 generals this time. Xing Ran glanced at the 2 of them, but did not answer immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, I agree to cooperate. Bull and the team tried hard to show, what do you need us to do now? Xing Ran shook her head, wait a minute, no rush. She took a sip of the hot water on the table, without explaining the reason too much. Her face was sickly cold and pale, and the water coated her bloodless lips with a layer of bright color. She spoke and drank slowly. She bent down and covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Ji Jiuxiu asked casually, is your body not well after taking medicine? Xing Ran, not bad. Is not bad or good? Ji Jiuxiu asked. In such a cold natural environment, she was really afraid that Xing Ran would fall ill and leave the field before the enemy attacked. I can hold on. Xing Ran answered evasively, not expecting Ji Jiuxiu to ask. Ji Jiuxiu, medicines are expensive, right? Xing Ran's eyes flashed with surprise. Ji Jiuxiu's questions always surprised her. She nodded slightly, medicines can't completely cure it, we can only slowly recuperate. Medicines not only can't completely remove the root of the disease, but are also expensive. Ji Jiuxiu completed Xing Ran's words in his heart. She was just malnourished, and the money she had to spend was already quite a lot. Xing Ran looked even worse than her, and the money needed for treatment was not less. She was told by Dong Wen about Xing Ran and Xing He's family background. Their parents died in an accident when they were children, and they grew up at a relief station. Ji Jiuxiu asked, can I feel your hand? She couldn't describe the word pulse. Xingji didn't have this word. Transliteration was okay, but Xing Ran didn't understand it. Anyway, pulses had to be felt, so she just said it was done. There is no other purpose for doing this. It is purely to hope that Xing Ran can live a better life. She is in poor health, and has to take care of her brother, who seems to be not very smart. How can it not be an inspiration to be admitted to Mengsai Military Academy under difficult conditions? Civilians understand civilians best. She hopes that Xing Ran can go further on this road, and not be dragged down by her body. But the touch, she said, seemed to have a certain impact on the other party. Xing Ran's pupils were shaking, her mouth was slightly open, and she looked a little stunned. This was the first time Ji Jiuxiu saw an expression on her face. Ji Jiuxiu explained, maybe I can try to help you recuperate, but it may not be successful. It is hard to say whether it will work or not. Whether you can find medicine is also a problem. The disease brought from the mother's womb is not easy to cure, and it can only be slowly recuperated. Chinese medicine emphasizes recuperation, which may make Xing Ran feel more comfortable. She has the ability to help Xing Ran, so she tries to do what she can. Xing Ran didn't say anything, but finally handed her hand over carefully. Ji Jiuxiu pinched her wrist and put his fingertips on her pulse. Her hands were very cold, like well water in summer, and in such a cold environment, there was no heat at all. She looked sick and cold. Her skills were a little rusty, and she could feel the pulse, but she was not sure of the specific situation. Ji Jiuxiu wrote down the pulse and asked Tianji after the game. Its memory was better than hers. The warm fingers left the wrist, and the little heat turned cold. Xing Ran took back his hand without asking the result. I think there is a chance that it can be cured. I will check it carefully when I go back, Ji Jiuxiu thought. She glanced at Xing Ran's clothes, took out a vacuum compressed down jacket from her bag and put it on Xing Ran. You can't touch cold things if your body is cold, and the same goes for the air. You feel uncomfortable when you move in such a weather, and it's even more uncomfortable if you don't move, right? She brought a total of 7 down jackets. She wore the first 5 when she met Fei Zhu, and then took them off to give to the wounded. Now she has the last 2 left. Xing Ran looked at the bright red down jacket on her body, struggling between Ji Jiuxiu's desire to make her a conspicuous target and Ji Jiuxiu's aesthetic problems. The down jacket blocked the cold air and relieved the feeling of freezing. Xing Ran, I can hold on. Ji Jiuxiu, it has nothing to do with whether I can hold on or not. Thank you. Xing Ran's fingers twitched, And she regained her indifferent expression and took off the down jacket, but I don't need it. Rong Tianjiang came over. Can she give it to me if she doesn't want to wear it? Ji Jiushu handed him the clothes. Sure, wear it, and give them the last one too. Without Fei Zhu's influence, the weather was not so cold that it was unbearable. Darula disliked it because it was ugly and didn't want to wear it, but Fu Song was not afraid of the cold, and finally the down jacket fell into Jiang Ju's hands. 2 down jackets, one bright red one on Rong Tianjiang. He walked around the camp, showing off his warm clothes, and the other bright yellow one sat quietly next to Ji Jiuxiao. Both clothes were extremely eye-catching. Xing Rance, wait a minute. Before long, there was a movement outside the camp. Ji Jiuxiao climbed up the ice wall and looked over. A group of white and green mechas were rushing over here. Rong Tianjiang was surprised. Why are the people from Beifu Military Academy coming here? Fu Song held his chin. It seems that they have the same idea as us, and want to take advantage of the fact that there is no one in the camp of Mengsai Military Academy to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. We are here for the alliance. Diarella corrected Fu Song's words. But it is obvious that the alliance will end soon. With so many people coming, Mengsai Military Academy can't hold on with the people they have now. Not necessarily. Ji Jiuxiao looked into the distance. If Xing Ran was really smart, she would not have thought of the current predicament. She wanted to see what kind of answer the most prestigious freshman of Mengsai Military Academy would hand in. Chapter 74. The students of Mengsai Military Academy looked a little nervous, looking far away anxiously, but they were calm as a whole, and did not show any panic. Their eyes were shining, and they were inexplicably excited in the midst of nervousness, and their fighting spirit was booming. The first batch of soldiers walked out of the camp to meet the enemy. Snow was flying, and the cold air was mixed with a faint smell of metal friction. The roar of artillery fire resounded through the world, and the dark golden mecha rushed into the white and green. This group of people was half of the total number of people in the camp, but it was still too small compared to the people of Beifu Military Academy. The 3 soldiers of Theseus Military Academy could not sit still, so Ji Jiuxiao let them participate in the battle. Be careful, your life is the most important. The rest of the people and Xing Ran stood at the highest point and looked down. A bullet flew towards Rong Tianjiang, and he jumped to the left to avoid it. Rong Tianjiang, is there any justice? There are so many people here. Why are you shooting at me? Fuso, you are wearing such bright clothes, aren't you signaling them to attack you? Rong Tianjiang took a look at his clothes, silently wrapped himself up tighter, and stood behind Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju was also conspicuous enough, and just tall enough to block him. The white and green mecha broke through the defense line and rushed forward. Bo Shu couldn't sit still and stared at Xing Ran and said, "You are letting our soldiers die in vain. Why don't you let others take action? Wait a little longer." Xing Ran held a cup full of hot water in his hand. His eyes fell on the center of the battlefield. Bo Shu, what are you waiting for? Look at the people from Beifu Military Academy. We can't stop them at all. I have said that your method is too risky, and it won't work at all. What are you afraid of? Xing Ran's expression was indifferent. We are already the last one. Can it be worse? This sentence stopped Bo Shu from speaking, and he turned away angrily. Ji Jiuxiao and others who were listening to the quarrel between the 2 commanders looked quietly into the distance, trying to pretend to be deaf and blind. It was not easy for outsiders to interfere in the quarrel between their own family. Darla caught the key words. Are there any other people in the camp? The soldiers and commanders were the ones who charged forward, and the healers and mechanics stayed in the camp. The others that Bo Shu asked to take action obviously did not refer to the healers and mechanics, who were not good at fighting. Xing Ran was silent, and Ji Jiuxiao answered for Diarella. It is estimated that they are not in the camp, but outside the camp. As soon as the voice fell, a flare rose from the back of the battlefield. Xing Ran adjusted the headset and gave the order, do it. The vast white snow around the camp bulged into small bags, and the white bags bloomed, revealing dark golden metal. The sound of drums came from an unknown corner, dong dong dong, one after another. The Beifu Military Academy team paused, and this short pause was enough for the people from the Mengsai Military Academy to rush in front of them. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the white and green mechas were surrounded. Rong Tianjiang widened his eyes, and took a step forward to take a closer look. Why are there so many of you here? A dark mecha broke through the snow, and the number was obviously greater than that of the Beifu Military Academy. Xing Ran, only 3/4. 1/4 went to Winchester Military Academy, creating the illusion that they were going out in full force to attack, deceiving Winchester Military Academy, while catching the big fish of Beifu Military Academy. Ji Jiuxiao, what does the flare mean? Xing ran, set the trap and cut off their retreat. Ji Jiuxiu smacked his lips. That's cruel enough. If the trap is not completed yet, exposing the ambush too early will make the people of Beifu Military Academy realize that they have fallen into a trap, and they will run away immediately. Xing Ran would rather sacrifice some individual soldiers to kill all of this batch of Beifu Military Academy students, leaving no one behind. Will they have any objections? Fusong asked. In the joint military academy exercises, the individual points ranking is related to the later rewards and fame. The earlier the elimination, the fewer points. Minxai Military Academy has been ranked last for many consecutive sessions. It is not the individual who is looked down upon, but the entire collective. The honor of the individual and the collective is closely tied together. Xing Ran took a sip of water. They signed up to do this voluntarily, and I will also guarantee to give them more opportunities to earn points in the next competition. Fusong crossed his arms and nodded. Wonderful emotions. A bit risky. Ji Jiuxiu commented. What if the people from Beifu Military Academy don't come? Xing Ren used the excuse of attacking Winchester Military Academy with all his strength to attract people from Beifu Military Academy. His original goal was Beifu Military Academy. Attacking Winchester was a feint to the east and attacking in the west. It seems that Xing had defended alone not because he was so powerful, but purely because Xing Ren guessed that the reinforcements sent by Beifu Military Academy would not be too many. Xing Ren listened to the report in the headset and answered Ji Jiuxiu's question in the gap. Obviously, the risk is worth it. The alliance between Winchester and Beifu is not that stable. The most important thing is that the commander-in-chief of Beifu Military Academy is an arrogant man. So when he thought that Monxin Military Academy was attacking Winchester Military Academy with all his strength, he did not send too many people to help, but instead targeted the base camp of Monxin Military Academy. The battle gradually came to an end, and the remaining people of Beifu Military Academy fled, but what awaited them was also a dead end. Xing Ren suddenly asked, if it were you, what would you do? Ji Jiuxiu, same as you, take a gamble. The source of students of Minxai Military Academy is not as good as other military academies, and the gap in student strength is not small. If you want to win, you must take an unconventional approach. If the people of Beifu Military Academy did not fall into the trap, the loss of Minxai Military Academy would be the team sent to deceive Winchester Military Academy. If it succeeds, it would be a small bet for a big gain, which is worth a gamble. Xing Ran, you are smarter than Bo Shu. He is meticulous, but too timid. Bo Shu, who was approaching, just heard this sentence, and his face turned blue with anger. He leapt again in anger, stepping on the snow, and every step was particularly loud. Ji Jiuxiu, your brother is not bad. If Xinghe failed to stop the reinforcements of Beifu Military Academy, once the reinforcements went to Winchester Military Academy, the lies of Minxai Military Academy would be exposed. Xing Ran glanced sideways. You went to Winchester Military Academy? Failed to arrive successfully. Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. I was thinking about whether I could fish in troubled waters. Xing Ran, which fish to fish? Of course, whichever is easier to fish. Ji Jiuxiu showed his white teeth. The original plan was to fish for the Monxin Military Academy, but the fish was so fierce and hard that it tricked both military academies together, and the teeth of the Beifu Military Academy were broken. Of course, such a big truth cannot be said directly, which is not conducive to unity. Darila, Beifu Military Academy is now at a disadvantage. We can take advantage of the victory to pursue. We are not strong enough, and we have already used up all our strength to swallow so many people. Xing Ran shook his head. A group of people went to Winchester Military Academy to confuse the view. Their lives were not guaranteed. In order to lure Beifu Military Academy into the trap, another group of people were eliminated. Not counting the injured personnel, they are now very short of manpower. Ran! A clear voice came from afar, and a mecha ran forward happily. Anyone who blocked it was kicked away and fell to the ground. Ji Jiuxiu observed Xinghe's condition. The surface of the mecha was slightly damaged, but the specific condition of the body could not be seen. In short, it looked alive and kicking. Even if the Beifu Military Academy students were no good, 20 was not a small number. Xinghe's safe escape once again proved his extraordinary strength. You transfer 10 people to me, and I will take people to the Beifu Military Academy camp. Ji Jiuxiu raised his chin and pointed in the direction of Xinghe. He counts as one. Xing Ren did not answer. Xinghe ran into the camp to put away the mecha. He was sweating from the intense exercise, and a faint white smoke formed above his head. He is very tall, and the school uniform that fits him well outlines his muscular lines when he walks. Ji Jiushu stared at Xinghe with a hint of envy in his eyes. What a strong and healthy body, just like a calf. Thinking about how hard he tried, he could only train a thin layer of muscle, and tears of envy were about to flow from the corners of his mouth. Darula, ahem. She gently bumped Ji Jiushu's arm. Ji Jiushu turned around and met Darula's hinting eyes, blurting out, I want to be a cow too. Everyone, eh? Darula understood what Ji Jiushu meant, and lowered her voice and said, but he has no brains, he is simple-minded and eats everything, so naturally his limbs are well developed. Ji Jiushu fell into deep thought and agreed, then I still need my brain. You can speak more quietly, otherwise it will be difficult for me to pretend not to hear. Xingran spoke. Ji Jiushu smiled, your brother is in good health. The brother and sister are really strange, one is strong and has no mind, and the other is weak but has more mind than lotus root. Xinghe didn't understand what they said before, but only heard Ji Jiushu's last sentence. His face suddenly smiled and raised his hand to show his bulging biceps. After the show, he realized that there were several strangers in the camp. He ignored Ji Jiushu and others, strode to Xingran, put his hand on her shoulder and looked around, and his movements were very gentle. Xinghe, it's so cold here, don't come over here wearing so little. He turned his eyes, and stared at Jiangju's clothes. The two looked at each other for a moment, then he looked away, and looked at Rong Tianjiang. Can you give me the clothes? Rong Tianjiang, Don't think he didn't notice that Xinghe was looking at Jiangju at first. Does he look easy to bully? With his teammates around, Rong Tianjiang was not afraid at all. No. Xinghe's momentum was suppressed, and the mental power that had not yet been completely restrained made the air heavy. Xingran frowned slightly, and the invisible pressure suddenly dissipated. Xinghe looked at Jiangju pitifully. Xinghe opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Xingran. No, I'm not cold. Ji Jiushu, who was watching silently, spread his hands helplessly. I gave it to her at the beginning, but she didn't want it. Now there is no more to do even if she wants it. Jiangju took off his clothes and held them in his hand, shaking them in front of Xinghe. Xinghe reached out to take the clothes, but Jiangju moved his hand, and the clothes were pulled open. He looked at Jiangju in confusion. Ji Jiushu said, I can give you the clothes, but you have to listen to me. Xinghe looked at Xingran, who was silent for a moment, and nodded gently. He reached out to Jiangju, moving faster than before, taking the clothes and putting them on Xingran in almost the blink of an eye, and zipping her up with concentration. Xingran, what do you say when you take someone else's things? Xinghe said emotionlessly, thank you. You didn't teach him well. Ji Jiushu stared at Xingran's slightly red cheeks. He looked like a child, or a naughty child, and like a beast that acts on instinct, laughing happily in the last second, and getting angry and snatching things in the next second. No need to explain in detail. Xingran understood what she meant, and her pale lips bumped up and down. My health is too poor, and it takes a lot of energy to educate my brain. Ji Jiushu didn't want to question the other party's education, so he stopped the topic and asked Xingran to quickly pick someone for her. If he waited any longer, the opportunity would be cold. Just now, Xingran agreed to let Xinghe listen to her, which meant that Xingran agreed to her proposal to beat the fallen dog. Xingran gave Xinghe some instructions, and Xinghe looked at Ji Jiushu, his big eyes full of curiosity, and nodded to Xingran in agreement. Xingran was very generous and gave twice as many people as Ji Jiushu asked. 20 single soldiers lined up neatly, with high morale. The Theseus Military Academy team had 10 people with mixed majors, so the people from the Menxai Military Academy were all single soldiers, and 30 people set off in the direction of the Beifu Military Academy. On the way, Fusong looked at Xinghe, who was striding forward, and asked in confusion, if Xingran was afraid of the cold, why didn't she bring clothes? It wouldn't take up much space, and she didn't want it when you gave it to her at the beginning. Most people don't bring clothes because they can handle it, but Xingran is not an ordinary person. Ji Jiushu, maybe it's because I'm weak and have experienced a lot of special care, so I want to prove that I'm the same as others. Fusong looked at Rong Tianjiang, who was wearing clothes happily. He was determined not to put clothes in his bag, but he was very receptive to the clothes given by Ji Jiushu. Whether it's a woman or a man, their thoughts are like a needle in the sea. Half of the people from Beifu Military Academy went to Menxai Military Academy and never returned. A quarter went to help the distressed Winchester Military Academy, and the last quarter stayed in the camp. Xingran gave almost all the remaining soldiers to Ji Jiushu. Ji Jiushu and his team of 30 people were enough to deal with the Beifu Military Academy, which had just been severely damaged. Jiangju and Xinghe were the main forces. Ji Jiuxiu sat in Rong Tianjiang's mecha, and the two took turns to control the mecha. So there was a strange scene where the fighting power exploded and attacked the enemy, and then retreated timidly, and threw all kinds of strange weapons to eliminate the opponent. Ji Jiuxiu left the mecha and asked Rong Tianjiang to cover her while she secretly went to get the general flag. The Beifu Military Academy was in disarray, and almost had their own people attacking each other by mistake. Dairola, who was watching the show, complained, "Did the commander-in-chief of the Beifu Military Academy eat poisonous plants?" Ji Jiuxiu, maybe he was hit by the Minxai Military Academy, and his heart was broken. The students of the Beifu Military Academy set out with full ambitions, but who would have thought that the whole army would be wiped out, and the enemy would chase and kill into the camp, catching them off guard. Such a chaotic situation was beyond Ji Jiuxiu's expectations. The plan went smoothly as if there was a trap behind it, but as the people of the Beifu Military Academy were eliminated one by one, the trap never appeared. So when Ji Jiuxiu got the flag of the Beifu Military Academy, she couldn't believe it herself. No, it's already in her hands. She carefully looked at the flag in her hand. The white and green flag was 1 meter long. No matter how you look at it, it must be a general's flag. Rong Tianjiang remotely controlled the mecha and wanted to come to pick her up, but was chased and beaten by the angry Beifu Military Academy students. The school was eliminated, which did not mean that all students were out. They could continue to fight for personal points, or they could beat the enemy meaninglessly. 10 seconds later, the stadium broadcast sounded, announcing the elimination of Beifu Military Academy. The broadcast made Ji Jiuxiu confirm that the flag in her hand was indeed the flag of the Beifu Military Academy. She threw the flag aside, and her eyes fell on an ice wall on the right. A girl stood behind the wall. Her complexion was ruddy, and her breathing was even. The armband on her arm showed that she was a single soldier, but she was not fighting, but quietly standing in the corner watching. Sensing Ji Jiuxiu's sight, the girl looked over, hastily skipped her face, and fell on the camera following her. Ji Jiuxiu was a little curious, so he temporarily turned off the camera and kept a distance from the other party. "Your school was eliminated." She stated a fact, "but you don't look sad." The shoulder-length curly hair was pinned behind her ears. It was a gentle brown, and the girl's voice was as gentle as drizzle. "It will always be eliminated, faster than I thought, mainly because I didn't expect the Minxai Military Academy to dare to chase it, and you would cooperate." She smiled slightly, like a bright pearl, speaking slowly and calmly. It was very comfortable to listen to. "Ji Jiuxiu, then you won't run? Aren't you afraid of being eliminated by us? The eliminated Military Academy students who lost the flag can also get points, but the students of the eliminated Military Academy cannot eliminate others." "Girl, wait a minute, I want to take a photo to record the moment when Hisai was eliminated." Hisai is the arrogant idiot mentioned by Xingran, the commander-in-chief of Beifu Military Academy, and no one knows where he is hiding at the moment. As if guessing what Ji Jiuxiu was thinking, the girl raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Hisai was struggling to resist the attack, but was knocked to the ground by a punch. There were more people and more punches, so he could only be helpless and furious. "Ji Jiuxiu, what's your name?" The girl looked at Ji Jiuxiu in surprise, and showed a very gentle smile. "My name is Nana." Ji Jiuxiu nodded, repeated Nana's name, then turned on the camera again and shot at Nana. "The chat session is over, now it's time to fight." Nana dodged the bullet while her mental power was shaking. The expression on her face was not surprised or angry, and she was still gentle and gentle. Even her words were accompanied by a smile, like the breeze blowing on her face. "Why didn't you say hello before you started? I thought we could talk more." General attacking mental power cannot be released like Jiangju, but it can be attached to the body to avoid bullets and slightly change the trajectory of bullets. "Ji Jiuxiu, I have finished what I want to talk about. What do you want to talk about?" "It seems nothing." Nana thought for a while, "But can't you satisfy my wish to take pictures?" Hisai saw Nana and hurriedly called for help. "Nana, come and save me. I will listen to your command from now on. Come and help me." The teammates saw Ji Jiuxiu fighting a single soldier alone, and hurried over to help. The closest one was Lanyu, and soon, she was entangled with Nana. Nana was not impatient at all, and her voice was still gentle. "I can't get my hands away now." Nana, who was unable to withdraw her hands, was at ease under Lanyu's attack and Ji Jiuxiu's sneak attack. Ji Jiuxiu had no doubt that the other party had the ability to escape. The reason why he didn't leave was to watch Hisai being eliminated. She shouted to Jiangju, "Don't let Hisai be eliminated for the time being." Jiangju's hand touched Hisai's mecha energy source. Just a light punch would destroy the energy source, and the mecha would stop running. I am Hisai. Hisai hurriedly shouted. She is talking about me. Hisai is me. Jiangju hesitated, and in the moment he paused, Hisai seized the opportunity to counterattack and suddenly activated the mecha equipment to bombard Jiangju. The distance was too close, he might be affected, but he couldn't care too much now. The dust and smoke dissipated, Hisai coughed and tried to escape, but was kicked down, and Jiangju appeared in front of him intact. He widened his eyes. They were all commanders, not individual soldiers with thick skin and flesh. Why was he injured while the other party was fine? The silver hair swayed in front of his eyes. His chaotic brain finally started to work. Hisai suddenly realized who the other party was. Ah, Jiangju said, then I'd better wait for death. The less suffering I can suffer, the better. He covered his face. I won't run. Don't hit me in the face. Jiangju ignored him. Jijioshu said that he couldn't let anyone be eliminated. To ensure the other party's state, he had to make the other party completely honest. Ah. Hisai was pulled out of the mecha and tied up tightly. Devil. Jiangju is simply a devil. On the other side, seeing that Hisai was tied up and there was no risk of elimination for the time being, Nada felt a little regretful. Nada, why can't you satisfy me even such a small wish? Jijioshu answered straightforwardly, because I'm a little curious about the grudge between you. Then you can ask me directly. Nada sighed. It's not that complicated. I told him not to be impulsive and attack Manxai Military Academy, but he didn't listen. He also said that I was just a freshman who didn't know anything. Isn't he arrogant? He caused the school to be eliminated. I think it's reasonable to see him suffer, right? It's another power struggle. He was a little too much with Bo Shu from saving Manxai Military Academy. At least Bo Shu listened to him, and was willing to give power to Xingran. Jijioshu, you are a single soldier who wants to fight for command, and you are a freshman. It's normal for him to question it, right? Yes, but the facts prove that I am right. After the first game, I think no one will question me. Nada smiled shyly. Jijioshu reacted and asked why it was so easy to get the flag. It turned out that Nada, the inside ghost, helped secretly. To get the command, you first need to get the approval of other students. When Hisai made a huge mistake and the trust collapsed, it was Nada's time to take the position. She could even sacrifice the ranking of the first game. The general commander requires students majoring in command, but no one cares whether it is a puppet or a real power. Lan Yu hit Nada, and Nada rolled on the ground, then got up and ran away, not even watching the scene of Hisai being eliminated. Sure enough, beautiful women are the best at deceiving people, and they leave as soon as they say they will. 6 of the 7 military academies are left, and Hisai was unfortunately eliminated. He looked very angry before leaving. Since they chose to eliminate him in the end, why did they beat him up before taking action? Jijioshu originally kept people to see if he could delay some time to take down Nada, but now there is no need for that. The group ran away after the fight. With Nada's secret help, the whole process was very smooth and much faster than expected. They quickly slipped away before the people from Winchester Military Academy arrived. Approaching the camp of Manxai Military Academy, Jijioshu stopped and said, "Let's separate here. See you next time." The mission of forming an alliance with Manxai Military Academy and eliminating Beifu Military Academy has been exceeded. The Theseus Military Academy camp has suffered a lot of attacks and has to go back to help. Xinghe waved his hand and said, "Goodbye." Many of the 20 Manxai Military Academy students were injured, but no one was eliminated. Everyone supported each other, and one of them invited, "Go in for dinner and leave tomorrow." After a busy day, they only had breakfast in the morning. Now it is almost evening, and the light is gradually dimming. Jijioshu shook his head and smiled. No. Xinghe didn't care about that, raised his smile and ran forward. Xingran, who was wearing a fluorescent down jacket in front of the camp, smiled slightly, like a firefly in the thick night. The people of Manxai Military Academy kept looking back. Their eyes were filled with trust and gratitude for Jijioshu and his group, the look that only appeared after fighting side by side. "Jiangju, you're not going because you're soft-hearted? She's not that kind of person." Darula answered. Rong Tianjiang was confused. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Darula's words were mixed with cold wind, and seemed a bit cold. Manxai Military Academy is busy recuperating after a big battle, and is in a relaxed state. It's best to sneak attack at this time. Although they have reached an alliance at present, the verbal deal is too fragile, and can be turned against at any time. Rong Tianjiang was stunned. They had just lived and died together, and they were secretly planning how to backstab their allies? Fusong understood. So you were scolding her just now. If she is not a soft-hearted person, then she is a cruel and ruthless person. Jiangju. No, we are. He didn't mean to scold anyone. Ji Jiuxiao, She is really a good kid, who doesn't say bad things about others behind their backs. She always says bad things to their faces. Ji Jiuxiu. Xing Ran will not be unable to think of what we can think of. Let her sleep well. Xing Ran is too worried. If they enter the camp of Menxi Military Academy at this moment, she is afraid that she will not be able to sleep at night. If she is not in good health, she should reduce her work and let Xing Ran enjoy the joy of victory. Darla, a contradictory woman. She can secretly plan to stab her allies, and can specially escort people from Menxi Military Academy back. No one can guess what is in her little head. What are you mumbling about? Let's go! Ji Jiuxiu greeted and walked forward. The darkness did not hinder their journey, and the figures of the group were soon covered by the darkening sky and disappeared in the warm night. Xing Ran still stood there, looking in the direction of Ji Jiuxiu and others. The military school students walked past her with laughter, greeted her, and told her how they bravely captured the people from Beifu Military School and vented their anger. Someone sighed, the people at Theseus Military Academy are really nice. I wonder if they encountered an emergency. They rushed back to the camp even though they had come here. They didn't even come to stay overnight. Wishu approached and asked everyone to go for treatment quickly. He stood beside Xingran and said, we are lucky. Theseus Military Academy is willing to cooperate with us. Ji Jiuxiu is a good person and trustworthy. After that, he observed Xingran's reaction. Was he right this time? Xingran still had no expression. She clenched her fist against her lips and coughed a few times. Her voice was hoarse, maybe? She raised her hand to touch the combat uniform on her body, but her fingers touched a soft down jacket. She put her hand down and turned away. Wishu was confused. He carefully reviewed what happened after Ji Jiuxiu and others appeared. He was more certain of his answer. Xingran must be unhappy because he saw that he had made progress. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. He was just a freshman. It was impossible for him to be completely suppressed. It was a pity that Ji Jiuxiu and others did not stay. If he was there, he would definitely invite them to stay. He sighed regretfully, put his hands behind his back, and walked into the camp. Chapter 75. Late at night, Ji Jiuxiu and his group found a place to set up camp. Their current location is closest to the Huihai Naval School, which ranked 5th last year. According to the information synchronized by Aishamu, they have not yet fought with the Huihai Naval School in this arena. After fighting all day today, he was a little tired. Ji Jiuxiu suppressed the idea of the Huihai Naval School to test him, and went to sleep in the tent. He felt sleepy and fell asleep the next second after closing his eyes. He vaguely felt a slight vibration in his sleep. Ji Jiuxiu got up and walked out of the tent to look outside. It was quiet outside. Fusong, who was on duty, looked over and walked closer on the snow. The slight creaking sound of stepping on the snow overwhelmed the previous perception. Ji Jiuxiu raised his hand and put it on his lips to make a hushed gesture. Fusong stopped moving. The world was quiet, and no sound could be heard. She lay down and put her ear close to the snow and listened carefully. Fusong followed her example and lay down. Bull, who was on guard nearby, was so shocked when he saw the two people's movements that he tightened his gun and approached. Bull spoke quickly. Whether it is a plant or a beast, how can it control you? Can't you speak? Ji Jiuxiu, Ji Jiuxiao, can you calm down? In such a dangerous place, no one fell into a deep sleep. The others who heard the noise woke up and walked out of the tent, and saw two people lying on the ground head to head. Darla, what kind of ancient ritual is this? Ji Jiuxiu glanced at the 8 people standing and waved at them. Listen. The 8 people didn't understand, but they were curious and lay on the ground to listen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing was heard. Rong Tianjiang couldn't help asking, what are you hearing? Ji Jiuxiao, oh, you may not hear it. I just feel a little annoyed seeing you all standing there. 8 people, Jiangju, there is something underground. Really? Why didn't I hear it? Rong Tianjiang questioned, did you hear it? Several people shook their heads. Darla frowned, I heard it, very faint, like the sound of an animal drilling a hole. Fusong moved her nose, it smells a bit. Everyone looked at Fusong. If Fusong said it smelled a bit in the wilderness, it meant that the person coming was either a strange plant or a strange beast, in short, something that was edible and delicious, but of unknown danger. In the gap between the conversations, a brown tree root broke out of the ground behind Ji Jioshio, waving its soft body towards her. Ji Jioshio immediately took out his pocket to get a weapon, and at the same time stepped aside to avoid it, but what he took out was not a gun, but a flying bamboo. Ji Jioshio? Feiju is afraid of the cold, and always likes to sleep next to her. I don't know, when he secretly kicked her gun away, rolled it up and hid it in her pocket. The emerald green Feiju quickly straightened up, and turned into a straight stick in her hand, motionless. Now it was too late to change weapons, so she threw Feiju out directly. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Feiju collided with a tree root, both bounced off. After Feiju trembled violently, it seemed to melt and drooped softly, and its body twitched from time to time. Jiang Ju and Lan Yu attacked, and Ji Jioshio stepped aside to observe Feiju's condition, and found no wounds. She rolled up Feiju and stuffed it into her pocket. You deserve the pain. Who told you to run here? The tree root swelled and grew larger, from the size of a wrist to the thickness of a thigh. When it grew larger, there was a swish sound, which was exactly the sound Ji Jioshio had heard before. It started with only one root, then slowly one became two, then two became four, and more roots emerged from the ground. Ji Jioshio fired, and when the bullet was about to hit it, it suddenly shrank, and the bullet flew past it, missing the target. Rong Tianjiang activated his arsenal, and various weapons were used in turn, but the roots were too flexible, changing in size unpredictably, and at their thinnest, they were about the size of chopsticks, making it difficult to hit the target. You can't hit it! Rong Tianjiang was furious. They couldn't hit the roots, but the roots could hit them, and the attack power was not small. After Bull was hit in the leg, his mobility was greatly reduced. Fusong grabbed a root and bit it. She didn't know why the root expanded, but it seemed to make it very crispy and tender, and she started to chew it. Seeing that a root was about to hit her back, Darula hurriedly pulled Fusong away. Don't eat. Fusong hadn't eaten much along the way to save rations, and it seemed that he was really hungry. Fusong, it tastes average, it smells good, but it's a bit bitter, so I won't eat it. Everyone, It was hard to tell who was the active hunter. God is merciful, why not let it live? Ji Jioshio said, let's go. They hadn't had a good rest all day, so they were in a bad state. In addition, they couldn't see the movement trajectory of the tree roots at night, which was not conducive to their attack. It was better to run. Rong Tianjiang gave a thumbs up. You are worthy of it, you can say it so beautifully. Ji Jioshio grinned. You are the only one who has a high level of education and can say idioms. No matter how noisy it is, you still have to run. Feiju didn't know whether his brain was broken or his body was damaged. He was limp and couldn't move. They could only run on their own legs, and they had to bring the big iron sheet with them and drag it forward. A group of people ran wildly towards the Theseus Military Academy camp, and the roots and plants behind them were chasing them closely. There was a faint movement in front, and they could not see what it was. They ran forward, and the other party also ran from the front of them, and the two sides were in a straight line. Ji Jioshio, it seems to be a person, lead the plants over. It's better to kill a friend than to die. It's a profit to trick others. The other party seemed not to notice them, and had no intention of changing the route. They got closer, and the shaking light showed the identity of the person. A light blue mecha appeared on the snow, and the brushstrokes were spread out like an ancient ink painting. The people who came were naval students. This is not the point. The point is that there was a group of black people behind them. The black mecha was like a sharp heavy sword, harvesting the lives of the naval students. She said why the other party didn't run away. It turned out that there was a Yin Wang behind them, chasing, and wanted to use them to get rid of the pursuers. Ji Jioshio thought for 0.1 seconds, and insisted on moving in the original direction. The result of the two sides' consistent ideas was that the four sides collided and caused a melee. The alien plants, the Navy Academy, the Imperial Star Academy, and Ji Jioshio's group, the random light shooting made it difficult to tell which side they were against. Ji Jioshio's voice was transmitted to the ears of others through the headphones. Can't stay for long, find a chance to slip away. The people from Theseus Military Academy wanted to slip away quietly, and the alien plants that had been chasing them before became a tool for cover, and they slowly left the battlefield. Jiangju. Suddenly someone shouted, help me. Let's work together. The chaotic battlefield paused for a moment, and the people from the Imperial Star Military Academy turned their heads to look at the person behind them. Through the transparent protective shield of the mecha, Ji Jioshio saw the other person's face clearly. The face was very good looking, but not as memorable as the long black hair behind him. His cold appearance was a bit similar to Jiangju, but unlike Jiangju's self-isolation, the other person's coldness was more like a superior looking down, looking at the world like ants. How to say it, it makes people want to punch him. The reason why he looked like he deserved a punch was not only his eyes, but also his slightly familiar face. She must have wanted to punch someone who looked like him. The unusual reaction of the crowd made Ji Jiuxiu smell a subtle breath. The military school students who were fighting wanted to stop but couldn't stop, because there was a covetous alien plant next to them. The Imperial Star Military School students turned their guns to aim at the alien plants, and the weapons fired as if they were free, and Rong Tianjiang also secretly shot. All humans surrounded the alien plants, and the alien plants were defeated and turned their heads to escape in shame. Only humans were left on the spot. The person who had called Jiangju spoke again. "We are not far from the camp. We only need you to stand on our side, and we can all return safely." Ji Jiuxiu asked, "Why can't we cooperate with the Imperial Star Military Academy?" As soon as this was said, she felt that the atmosphere in the room became a little subtle, and she was slightly puzzled. Even if the Imperial Star Military Academy did not cooperate with others, it would not be so stupid as not to do such temporary and short-term cooperation. Even a fool would know how to choose between 2 against 1 and being 2 against 1. Darla whispered, "He is Yusuin." As for the grievances between Jiangju and Yusuin, Ji Jiuxiu had been popularized before. The two were enemies in terms of relationship, but it was Yusuin who unilaterally held a grudge, and Jiangju did not have a deep impression of him. Yusuin would never cooperate with Jiangju. This was the consensus of everyone. There were many Imperial Star Academy students who surrounded Ji Jiuxiu and others, and the students from the Huihai Navy. If they fought separately, the Imperial Star Academy would have the highest chance of winning. Ji Jiuxiu walked out of the mecha and stood on the iron sheet that was thrown aside due to the battle. Her teammates followed her example and stepped on the iron sheet. The two military academy teams looked at them warily. Reaching into his pocket and knocking on Feiju, Ji Jiuxiu got a response. He took out Feiju and tied a metal rope to it. He raised Feiju in a very immature way and shouted, "Ball energy, charge." In everyone's sight, Feiju floated in the air, dragging the iron sheet through the gap between the two military academy students like lightning, and disappeared in a flash. "Goodbye." Ji Jiuxiu's crazy laughter floated in the air. "I don't choose 1 or 2, I want to choose 3. Who said that she can only choose to cooperate with the Navy Academy or get into a 3-way melee? She can run." When the Imperial Star Academy and the Navy Academy students who were left behind reacted, Ji Jiuxiu and others had already run far away. They were too fast, and it was too late to catch up now. So the previous chase continued, and it was still a war between the Navy Academy and the Imperial Star Academy. Flying Bamboo didn't run too far. After confirming that the people from other military academies couldn't see them, it slowly stopped and floated to Ji Jiuxiu's shoulder and lay down. It seems that it was indeed injured when it was used to hit the tree root alien plant before. Flying Bamboo is very useful. It is better to give it some time to recuperate and not squeeze it too hard at once. Ji Jiuxiu explained the current situation to Aishimu and asked, "How is the camp going?" "Aishimu, we can hold on." In the last session, Theseus Military Academy surpassed Sardinia Military Academy by 1 point and became the second, so in this game, Sardinia Military Academy stared at Theseus Military Academy like a demon. Ji Jiuxiu suggested, "Since you can hold on, why not arrange everyone outside to come to me, and we can make a big deal?" Imperial Star Military Academy or Navy Academy? Aishimu understood Ji Jiuxiu's character. Ji Jiuxiu, Imperial Star Military Academy is a bit difficult to fight. Let's pick the weak ones first. If we take away the fruits of their victory under the nose of Imperial Star Military Academy, wouldn't it be exciting? Aishimu, once we do this, we will be targeted by Imperial Star Military Academy later. Are you sure? Imperial Star Military Academy does not have any special hostility towards any military academy. Its strategy is to fight those that are close or easy to fight. If they are angered now, Theseus Military Academy will inevitably bear the price. Ji Jiuxiu, we will have to fight sooner or later. They will not let us go just because we take the initiative to avoid them. There was no response from the other end of the headset for so long that Ji Jiuxiu began to think about whether it was easier to persuade Aishimu or to act privately behind his back. Before she could think of the result, Aishimu's voice sounded, "Okay, I will let others go to assist you, and I will go to counterattack the Sardinian Military Academy." Ji Jiuxiu raised his eyebrows and asked, "What if someone comes to attack at this time? What should we do with the camp?" Aishimo, I have read a book from the old times, and there is a story about the empty city plan in it. I will tell you about it another day. Jijoshi was silent. It must be said that Aishimo was quite bold sometimes. There is nothing to say, just do it. Jijoshi and others walked further away, avoiding the area where they might encounter Imperial Star Military Academy students or Navy Academy students, and sent the location to Aishima. The next time was to wait for others to arrive. Jijoshi arranged for the 2 mechanics in the team to replenish bullets and repair weapons, and the individual soldiers to warm up and stretch to make their bodies active. Then let Darula do some mental sorting for everyone. There is no need to go deep into the mental picture to clean up, just keep people in a full mental state. As for herself, she set up a tent and slept. It's not that she wants to be lazy, but no one wants to feel her mental power. There is nothing to do, so she has to sleep. Fusang is responsible for patrolling and guarding, and by the way, see if there are any edible exotic beasts or plants. She is very happy to do this job. Everyone has their own work and life is very fulfilling. After dawn, other students of Theseus Military Academy came one after another. Jijoshi didn't rush to act. He followed Fusang to search around nearby and found a nest of an exotic beast. He tied up the sleeping exotic beast and put it in the pot. The meat of the unknown exotic beast is fresh and tender. Even the simplest and crudest method makes the hungry people with tears in their eyes. It is difficult to find prey in the vast snow, and it takes a lot of effort, so it is difficult to ensure that there is food every day, but this difficult task becomes very easy in Fuso's hands. After a full meal in the morning, Jijoshi led the team to set off in the afternoon. Including Jijoshi, there are currently 36 people in the team. Vase can't carry too many people, so they can only rely on their legs to travel. Someone asked, how do we arrange our tactics? There are many commanders in the team. The person asking the question looked at Jijoshi. Before the departure, Aishimu said that Jijoshi would arrange the operation. Jijoshi thought for a moment and replied, there is no specific arrangement, just rush up and do it. There is not much news about the Huihai Navy School. The only thing we know is that their camp lost nearly 1/5 of its personnel due to Vase's invasion. After being attacked by the Winchester Military Academy, and now being targeted by the Imperial Star Military Academy, the situation is precarious, and it is a good time for them to take action. Personnel form teams according to your original way, and do whatever is comfortable. She added, do whatever you can while protecting yourself, and try to eliminate the people from the Marine Academy. Those who are not on the front line can burn, kill, and smash their camps. Everyone, After Jijoshi finished speaking, he realized that this expression seemed not good, and sounded like a bandit, and hurriedly said, I'm just making an analogy, ha ha. Do you believe it? The new members of the team nodded in understanding. Military Academy students should have such courage, and it is not a problem to express fierce words. Someone even shouted in agreement, kill them, and take down the Marine Academy. A chorus of responses rang out, and everyone set out with high morale. Bull has gone from a newcomer to an experienced person, and he was full of emotion when looking at the naive new members. It's good that I haven't been tortured by Jijoshi. I'm young and energetic, and I believe whatever Jijoshi says. When they approached the camp of the Huihai Navy Academy, it was getting dark, and the half-bright light was more difficult to see than the night. The surrounding area of the camp was quite lively. The Imperial Star Academy students and the Huihai Navy Academy students were fighting, and the sound of artillery could be heard from afar. Jijoshi looked around and found that the Imperial Star Academy really left no blind spots. There were people fighting in every direction, leaving no gap for them to attack. They were far away, and could not be affected by the war. She asked everyone to stop and rest first, and wait until both sides were tired before they could take action. The light gradually dimmed until it disappeared completely. The noise gradually stopped. The two fighting military academies stopped, and the Imperial Star Military Academy retreated to a place 2 kilometers away from the camp of the Navy Academy to rest. Jijoshi, let's go! A group of people quietly moved towards the camp of the Navy Academy. They were very vigilant. Even if the two sides temporarily stopped fighting, there were always people on duty at the camp. As the group approached, a bullet fell 1 meter away from them. This was a warning. Jijoshi, we are too many people and the target is too big. We can't get in like this. She selected 3 people, plus her and Jiangju, and the 5 of them tried to sneak in from different directions, and the others launched attacks to cover them. Jijoshi approached and heard a student from the Navy Academy scolding, pretending to stop fighting, and then sending people to attack. It's really cunning. I knew that the people of the Imperial Star Military Academy were not good people. Ji Jiuxiu nodded silently to show his agreement. A 2-meter-high ice wall surrounded the camp. She moved silently to the bottom of the ice wall, jumped up and grabbed the top of the ice wall, pulled her arms up, and climbed over the wall and landed lightly. The camp's protective shield has shortcomings. It will only be activated when it is attacked strongly. Little bugs like Ji Jiuxiu who sneaked in by climbing over the wall have low offensiveness and will not trigger the protective shield. She judged the opponent's position in advance based on the voice of the student on duty, held the opponent down before the opponent reacted, and stabbed the enemy's chest with a dagger. Each military academy student will wear a close-fitting technological clothing. When the vital parts are attacked, it will be judged whether the elimination value has been reached based on the shape and strength of the blow. Once it is determined to be eliminated, an anesthetic will be released and injected into the body of the injured student, and the person will be unable to move or speak, becoming a real dead person. The organizer will send someone to take the person away. Death. The student stared at her, and she said, "I am a student of the Imperial Star Military Academy, don't make a mistake." The other party's eyes shifted to her clothes. She followed his gaze to look at herself. There were lights in the camp, clearly illuminating the color of her combat uniform. Forgot about it. Ji Jiuxiu reacted, "You did remind me." She reached out to take off the other party's clothes, took off the Theseus Military Academy combat uniform, and stuffed it into her bag under the other party's angry eyes, and put on the combat uniform of the Navy Academy. She reached out and patted her chest, and looked at her clothes with satisfaction. Now she is a member of the Navy Academy. In the chaotic night, as long as there is chaos, no one will notice that she is a stranger. She hid the person in a corner and thanked him politely. "Thank you for your reminder. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Killing people and destroying their hearts." The Navy Academy student's eyes were so angry that they could spit fire, but he was afraid that the other party would see something else in his eyes, so he quickly closed his eyes. After he leaves the competition venue, he must make suggestions to the organizers. The anesthetic is not effective enough, and the formula must be improved so that the eyes cannot be opened. Ji Jiuxiu walked in the camp wearing the combat uniform of the Naval Academy and walked in the darker places. Her companions successfully attracted firepower, and the Naval Academy students hurried to fight back. Suddenly someone grabbed Ji Jiuxiu's arm and frowned. "Why are you walking around?" "Ji Jiuxiu, I saw some movement over there when I was on duty just now. I was afraid that someone would sneak in, so I hurried over to take a look." "So you are the person on duty, keep a close eye on them, and don't let anyone in." The other party didn't look at her face carefully, but glanced at the armband on her shoulder. The other party, "There are too many injured people now, and there are not enough people. Thank you therapists for helping on duty. Dinner is not ready yet, and you are in trouble again. Eat something first." Ji Jiuxiu took a look at the armband. It happened that the owner of this clothes was also a medical student. A sandwich and a bottle of water were suddenly stuffed into his hand, which made Ji Jiuxiu feel the warmth of home. What's the difference between giving food and drink and family? No one could have thought that someone would sneak into their camp and change clothes on purpose. The naval cadets were not too alert. After giving the things, the other party left in a hurry, holding a large basket in his hand. The sandwiches and water were taken out of the basket. It seems that the other party is a person who specializes in delivering food. She saw the guards on duty at the other end chewing and swallowing the food, and couldn't help but sigh. So hungry, did the naval cadets not eat for a day? She stuffed the sandwich into her mouth and ate while walking. The Naval Academy was not chaotic as a whole. The arrangements were orderly and busy. The other 3 companions who tried to get in were not so lucky. They were discovered by the guards and eliminated directly. Jiangju didn't know where he was, and didn't hear any movement. He should have successfully sneaked in. She stood at the guard position. When someone came, she pretended to look outside. When no one was around, she looked back at the camp and looked for the position of the general's flag. The Imperial Star Military Academy heard the movement, and immediately got ready to go out after repairing. They rushed over all the way. They were not aiming at the Navy Academy, but at the direction of Darula and others. It's so arrogant. What do you mean the Navy Academy is their prey? Is their name printed on it? Dare to fire at me? Let them taste what a super invincible thunderbolt cannon is. You are awesome for being able to resist this, but I am not a pushover. Oh my god! Feiju, save me! Rong Tianjiang cursed continuously in the headset. There were too many people from the Imperial Star Military Academy, and they couldn't hold on alone. Ji Jiuxiu said, "Run first, don't hold on. Kill as many as you can. I can't stand anyone pretending more than me." Darula's voice sounded. The Imperial Star Military Academy students didn't want to cooperate with them to attack the Navy Academy camp, but attacked a small group of them, with an arrogant attitude. The Imperial Star Military Academy was strong, and the people were even more arrogant. Everyone's eyes flew to the sky, and they looked down on all military academies except them equally. The singing sounded, and the sound of nature washed away the fatigue on the body. This was another form of mental power released different from Jiangju. It was Darula's unique ability, and her capital of pride. Rong Tianjiang, I think I'm good again. Ji Jiuxia couldn't control the teammates outside. They didn't leave when they were asked to. When they were hurt, they knew to run. She continued to search for the location of the general flag. There was no special place in the camp. At a glance, there were rows of igloos and tents. I didn't know where the general flag was hidden. While she was thinking about whether to make some noise, the chaos on the other side happened before her. She saw a flash of blurry white, and then Jiangju's voice sounded in her ears. Jiangju, the general flag is probably on the right. There are not many guards on the surface, but there are many people lurking around. You take your time to find it, and I will lead them away. Why don't you let me attract firepower? You have already found the place. Wouldn't it be faster to go directly to seize the flag? Ji Jiuxi wondered. Jiangju, someone knows me, so they will keep a closer eye on me, and it will be easier for you to move. Ji Jiuxiao, okay. This reason successfully convinced her. Jiangju, who was clearly known to be powerful, could indeed attract more firepower than an unknown soldier like her. Jiangju saw Ji Jiuxi disappear into the crowd, looked away, and looked at the aggressive group of people in front, leading them to run around in the camp. The person who took the general's flag would get more points than the members of the same team. I hope she can get what she wants and get the first place. It was still a bit difficult for one person. Jiangju climbed over the ice wall of the camp, stood on it and looked down, and met the eyes of Yusuin in the Imperial Star Military Academy team. The bait was set, he jumped back to the camp, a bullet hit his shoulder, and the pain spread instantly. There were too many people, crowded together, and his eyes were blurred and shaking. The sound of artillery sounded behind him, and the strong attack triggered the protective shield, and a semi-arc of blue light lit up in the air. Rong Tianjiang reported the situation outside in real time. The Imperial Star Military Academy suddenly gave up chasing them, and started to bombard the Navy Academy camp. The fish took the bait. Chapter 76. The number of people surrounding Jiangju was reduced by half to resist the attack of the Imperial Star Military Academy. Jiangju covered his injured arm and rushed out of the crowd with a gun. Falling into the encirclement of many people, injuries were inevitable. He entered the mecha, and the artillery fire fell on the surface of the mecha to break the mental defense. He exhaled a breath of white steam and did not run too far. He continued to be a target and pulled hatred. There were moving figures everywhere. He could not see Ji Jiuxia's position clearly. His injured arm was hit again, and was numb and lost consciousness for a short time. Soon, the number of people chasing was reduced by half again, because Ji Jiuxia found the location of the general flag and alarmed the lurking personnel. Others hurried to help. The Imperial Star Military Academy opened fire at full power, and blasted a breach in the naval school camp. Compared with the current big fight, the previous attack was like a small fight to amuse the naval school students. The protective shield could not withstand the shattering, and the camp was completely breached. Darula and others mixed in the Imperial Star Military Academy team and rushed into the camp. The first person Yusuin looked at was Jiangju. The opponent's mecha's left arm moved slowly, his brows were tightly knitted together, and a thin layer of sweat oozed from his forehead. He looked really embarrassed. He turned his eyes and looked at another lively place in the camp. The ice house collapsed, and the broken ice covered the tent. A dark blue figure was jumping up and down, trying to rush through the middle of the naval cadets. He raised his hand and fired. The bullet bypassed the crowd at a tricky angle and hit the top of the tent. The tent was overturned, revealing a light blue general flag. The bullet was fired again, this time aimed at the general flag. As long as the general flag was broken, the Imperial Star Military Academy would be the winner. The human eye could not see the trajectory of the bullet clearly. The victory would belong to the Imperial Star Military Academy in a second. He was relaxed and even had time to slightly turn his head to look at Jiangju again. A second later, the general flag was still firmly planted in place. The bullet fired from Yusuin's gun was intercepted by 3 other bullets halfway, from Jiangju on the left, from Darula on the right, and from Rog in front. Rog, who was in the Naval Academy, had a very obedient baby face. He raised his hand and patted his chest, It was too dangerous. I almost got robbed. He stood near the general flag and ran over to pull it out, while his companions were blocking Jijoshu. With the general flag as the center, the general flag can move within a kilometer around. It can't run far. Everyone's target is focused on Rog. The cold wind blew, and the flag was lifted up and fluttered in the air, which was no different from shouting, "I'm here, come and steal me," blatantly. After running away with the flag, Jijoshu slipped away under the cover of Darula. There were many guards hiding around the tent, and each one was more ruthless than the other. She felt pain all over her body, and the back of her hand was stained with blood. She didn't know whether it was her own or the naval cadets. As if it wasn't chaotic enough, the roots of the tree broke out of the ground and appeared right under Jijoshu's feet. She couldn't react for a while, and the ground bulged. She was pushed sideways and staggered backwards. The tree roots were aimed at her back. She couldn't stand steadily, and couldn't use the force to turn around. She barely moved to avoid the vital points. When the tree roots were about to hit her arm, a hand reached out from the side to pull her away. The tree roots went straight forward and hit a military cadet of the Imperial Star, eliminating the opponent directly. The tree roots could sense living people. When they were about to continue attacking, the protective device on the cadet's body was activated, forming a layer of energy shield to completely hide his breath, enough to last until the organizer came to take people away. The humming sound on the ground gradually became louder, and more tree root plants appeared, as if they had poked the nest of tree root plants. Their appearance did temporarily alleviate the predicament of the Naval Academy. Now everyone was busy dealing with the plants, and had no time to grab the general flag. Fusong helped Jijoshu stabilize her body, let go and stepped aside. She was lucky that she didn't have to dodge the waving tree roots, and they didn't hit her. Fusong, it's not many, but only one. Now it is fully awake and hungry. Jijoshu was a little confused. One? How big is it? The tree roots almost filled the camp, and they still didn't see the whole picture of the plants. Fuso, we have to go. The camp was completely reduced to ruins. Rog, who was running with the flag, told his companions, "Give up the flag and run quickly. You can earn some personal points." Someone yelled, "What are you talking about? I will never admit defeat even if I am eliminated." Rog, the military academy is destined to be eliminated. There is no need to die with it. With Theseus Military Academy in front, and Dixing Military Academy in the back, and an alien plant in the middle, it is impossible for them to keep the flag. Everyone fell silent, knowing that Rog's words were true. There was no point in holding on. It was better to escape early and earn more personal points. The people from the Navy Academy wanted to run, and Jijoshu also wanted to run, but the tree root alien plant blocked everyone's way. In the live broadcast room, commentator A spoke at a steady pace. The battle situation is very tense. Let me make it clear in advance that the stadium design team did not deliberately place the flag of the Naval Academy on the head of the alien plant. This alien plant came here on its own. Commentator B continued, this alien plant is a species unique to Jacob Star. It is called Qianzhong root. As the name suggests, it has very long and numerous roots. It is graded A. This time period is the early spring of Jacob Star, which is the season when all things sprout. Commentator A, it can only be said that these three military academies are unlucky. They happen to encounter Kaien's Hangen. I don't know what the final result will be. Commentator B, with Jiangju and Yusuin, they must not be a threat. Not necessarily. Commentator A laughed. The premise of not being a threat is that they must unite against the outside world. Are the military academy students in the arena united? The answer is obvious, they can't unite at all. Jijoshu's eyes were glued to the flag of the Huihai Military Academy, but he couldn't tear it down. The Imperial Star Military Academy didn't have the slightest intention of cooperating. One group of people blocked the alien plants, and another group of people went after Rog. Rog shouted, "Don't fight it this time. Can you kill the alien plant first? I will hold the flag with both hands and give it to you, okay?" Someone from the Imperial Star Military Academy answered, "You don't need to give it to us. We can take it ourselves. If you want to escape, just throw away the flag and run. You are too contemptuous." Rog's baby face puffed up. "You are not the only one here. There is also Theseus Military Academy next to it. Anyway, the flag will always be snatched. Why not give it away voluntarily, and still have some initiative?" He looked at the people from Theseus Military Academy. Among all the people, he only knew Jiangju, Darula, and Rong Tianjiang. It was not convenient for them to be in a difficult battle, and the others were too far away. There were two close ones. One of them was a girl staring at him, and he didn't know her name. Just because she was wearing the uniform of the Navy Academy and revealed the position of the flag could not be given to her. In the end, there was only one choice left. He threw the flag forward. The flag flew towards Fuso, and the students of the Imperial Star Military Academy immediately rushed over, while Ji Jioshu stepped forward to intercept them. However, the flag did not fall into anyone's hands. A tree root flew over and hit the flag and knocked it away. A group of people ran after the flag. The tree root alien plant seemed to realize that humans were chasing what it had taken. The tree root rolled up the flag and moved to the edge of the camp. A group of people from the Imperial Star Military Academy went to chase the flag, while the people from the Navy Academy were busy escaping. The crowd dispersed, which was more conducive to the tree root alien plant to launch an attack. Dense bullets swept over, some fell on the flying flag, but as long as the flagpole was not broken, it would not be considered a success in capturing the flag. The ability to expand and shrink could not allow the tree roots to completely avoid the bullets. The tree root that rolled up the flag was broken, and the flag fell from midair. Rong Tianjiang held up a shield and held his head to shoot everywhere. When he was running, he was suddenly hit by something falling from his head. He looked at the flag that rolled to his feet with a confused face and picked it up subconsciously. Once the flag touches a non-Navy Academy student for more than 5 seconds, the internal instrument will immediately transmit information to the headquarters. 10 seconds later, the voice of the elimination of the Marine Corps Academy was broadcast to the members of each military academy. Rong Tianjiang, ? What happened? The boy from the Imperial Star Military Academy, who was at the front, had a green face. He was almost able to get the general flag, but Rong Tianjiang showed up halfway. He approached Rong Tianjiang with murderous intent. Rong Tianjiang turned around and ran, looking for Ji Jioshia's location while running, and transmitted his cry for help to everyone in the team through the headset. Why chase him? It's not like he deliberately robbed it. This is naked anger. Yu Suin didn't pay attention to the general flag after firing a shot at the beginning. Her target was Jiangju. No one else could interfere in the fight between the two. At this moment, when he heard that the Marine Corps Academy was eliminated, it was Theseus Military Academy. His face instantly turned cold. Their people were twice as many as Theseus Military Academy, but they failed to successfully get the general flag. For him, it was no different from humiliation. Yu Suin, Jiangju, you are good. Jiangju did not respond to this inexplicable remark. Rong Tianjiang's shouting was still ringing in his ears. At this moment, his mind overlapped with Rong Tianjiang's strange thoughts. What does this have to do with him? Rog took the opportunity to run away after throwing away the general's flag, but was blocked by the roots of the tree. This is not a solution. If they continue to fight, everyone will die here. He shouted to Darula, you have one, can you cooperate now? Darula, yes. The Theseus Military Academy team followed Ji Jioshi's arrangement and helped each other to gather together, but the people of the Navy Academy ran around like a pile of loose sand. Ji Jioshio, where is your commander-in-chief? Rog sighed, he was killed by Yu Suin. Then you don't care? Ji Jioshu took a look at the other party's armband. He was a commander. Rog was helpless. The commander-in-chief was eliminated too suddenly, and he didn't give me the permission to connect everyone. He couldn't make everyone hear him, and he couldn't organize everyone. He couldn't just shout. Ji Jioshu turned around and called Rong Tianjiang. Tianjiang, make a big speaker. Rong Tianjiang, don't call me Tianjiang. I'm a mechanic, and you asked me to make a speaker. Is this a small thing I should do? His hands are the hands that make mechas. How can you make something as low-grade as a speaker? Rong Tianjiang hid behind Lan Yu, humming and complaining while tinkering with the speaker for Ji Jioshu, and threw it over after it was done. Great. Ji Jioshu encouraged. Rong Tianjiang, what do you want to do by speaking in this tone? I'm not a child. Ji Jioshu handed the loudspeaker to Rog. Rog looked at the loudspeaker in his hand, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you really want to do this? Ji Jioshu was annoyed by his hesitation, so he pressed the button of the loudspeaker and raised the volume and shouted, all students of the Naval Academy, look here and listen to the instructions. As soon as the voice came out, not only the students of the Naval Academy, but everyone present cast their eyes on them. Not only the eyes were cast, but also countless attacks. Ji Jioshu pulled Rog to dodge frantically, and urged him to quickly mobilize other Naval Academy students to become active. Rog was almost pulled off the ground by her, and moved with her like a floating sack. He said faintly, thank you for letting me experience the feeling of being the center of attention. Ji Jioshu, you're welcome. Rog, She was indeed rude, and today's scene will be a stain on his life. The advantage of the loudspeaker is that all companions can hear the sound, but the disadvantage is that the enemy can also hear it. Ji Jiuxiu arranged other personnel to assist the people of the Huihai Military Academy. With the help of the loudspeaker, the scattered Huihai Military Academy students finally stumbled and gathered with the Theseus Military Academy students. The truth that there is strength in numbers has never changed since ancient times. Everyone gathered together, with Ji Jiuxiu in unified command, and other commanders led their teammates to defend and unite to resist the attack of the tree roots and alien plants. They slowly retreated, some opened the way and some warned, with clear division of labor, barely cooperating tacitly, and the Imperial Star Military Academy students wanted to make trouble for them, but couldn't find a breakthrough for a while. Jiangju was independent from the team, mainly because he was entangled too tightly by Yusuin, and could not get away for the time being. The ground was still shaking, and a steady stream of tree roots were still coming out. I don't know how many tree roots are still hidden underneath. Jiangju and Yusuin did not move with the others, and they were still spinning in the same place, with the tree roots separating them from the others. Fusong said seriously, he really cares about Jiangju. What kind of touching feeling is this? He would rather be eliminated with Jiangju than live in humiliation. Rong Tianjiang used an exaggerated aria. It's almost done. Ji Jiuxiu held his forehead, and he would get goosebumps if he continued. They kept moving out, and Roger glanced at Jiangju, who was about to be submerged by the tree roots, and asked in confusion, he is your teammate, are you doing nothing? Ji Jiuxiu, mourn for him. Darula, mourn. Rong Tianjiang, mourn. Fusong, mourn. Roger, What unreliable people were sent by Theseus Military Academy. He could not help but feel sympathy for Jiangju, so he mourned for him like everyone else. There were too many tree roots, so the Imperial Star Academy students stopped harassing Ji Jiuxiu and the others and retreated in another direction. The tree roots were divided into 3 parts. One part wrapped around Jiangju and Yusuin, and the other 2 parts chased Ji Jiuxiu and the Imperial Star Academy students. Everyone fought and retreated at the same time. The tree roots could reach a very long distance, and they almost walked 5 kilometers away before they successfully got rid of it. Now the Imperial Star Academy students were no longer visible, and the surrounding environment was extremely quiet, in sharp contrast to the previous roaring sound of the war. It was a bit strange to hear the quietness of the years. They fought from dusk to dawn, and everyone was very tired, but it was not time to rest. The therapists of the 2 military academies were busy treating the wounds of their teammates. The Huihai Military Academy currently does not have a strong commander, and all the command students gathered together to discuss in a low voice. The sky became brighter, and Ji Jiuxiu inspected it. Only 26 of the 36 people in Theseus Military Academy were left, with a loss of 10 people. Damage is inevitable, and no one can guarantee a 100% success rate. She aimed at the camera and read out the names of the eliminated students one by one. You did very well, thank you for your efforts. I will give you 500 points each. Points between military academy students can be transferred. The sources of points are killing alien plants and beasts, capturing flags and eliminating students from other military academies. The points obtained from the last item are half of the points of the eliminated. Points will accumulate, and the points obtained in this arena will be counted in the next arena. She currently has 16,000 points, and she is not sure where her current points ranking is. She failed to keep them alive, so she could only try to make up for them from other places. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her, and their eyes were exactly the same surprise. Ji Jiuxiu was puzzled and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Rog had a complicated expression. You are very generous. It is not easy to earn points. The average score of all military academy students in a joint exercise is about 10,000. She spent 5,000 points at once. I don't know what other words can be used to describe it except generosity. Isn't this what we should do? Ji Jiuxiu was puzzled. They follow my orders, but I can't guarantee their safety. I can only try to compensate them after they die. Isn't that what the army does? Life and death on the battlefield are unpredictable. Every time you set out, you may not be able to come back. The Federation will give a generous pension to the families of martyrs. Although no amount of money can save a life, this is the only compensation that can be made. Rog, but this is a competition, not a real battlefield, and you use your own points. It is equivalent to paying compensation out of your own pocket, and the Federation still uses collective money. Just think of it as making me feel comfortable. Ji Jiuxiu thought about it, and couldn't think of any other reason. She just wanted to do it, so she did it. Tianji said that sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity. Since they trust her, They can't let her be eliminated in vain. Outside the field, the 3 teachers of Theseus Military Academy, who were always paying attention to the field, heard what they said and were silent for a long time. Over the years, Ji Jioxia is definitely the most special student they have seen. Wei Hingji crossed his legs and teased Ren Yifeng with a bit of pride. Ji Jioxia's ideological awareness is higher than some people. I remember someone said that she is difficult to discipline. Ren Yifeng frowned. Just say it. I admit that I had a prejudice against her before. You don't have to be so weird. I have grace, unlike some people who don't know anything and just accuse others. Wei Hingji picked his nails. Ren Yifeng's face turned from black to blue. Okay. Shan Shu interrupted the two. The eliminated students have been sent out. Go pick them up. The organizer's aircraft waiting in the field simultaneously broadcast the situation on the field. The 10 eliminated students from Theseus Military Academy heard what Ji Jioxia said, and they were immediately moved to tears, making the eliminated students from other military academies jealous. Wei Hingji sent the students from his own military academy to the treatment room, listening to them discussing Ji Jioxia all the way. There was not a single bad word in their words. They even didn't want to lie in the medical cabin, saying that it was a waste of time. They would rather lie on the hospital bed and watch the live broadcast of the game, mainly to watch Ji Jioxia. Human hearts, some people can never get them, and some people do things as they please, and there are countless people around them. In the arena, before Rog digested her words, Ji Jioxia spoke again. For humanitarian reasons, I will give you half an hour to escape. Rog, what do you mean? Ji Jioxia. Literally, the previous cooperation was to deal with the alien plants and the Imperial Star Military Academy students. Now that the crisis is resolved, the cooperation relationship is terminated. Rog, shock. He stared at Ji Jioxia's expression, and could not see any joking intention, so he fell silent again. Before, he felt that Ji Jioxia was a bad person. She would unexpectedly show a little bit of brilliance, and then he changed his impression. After he thought she was a good person, she showed a bad side. When there is danger, Ji Jioxia is the best ally, and when there is no danger, Ji Jioxia is the biggest danger. Thousands of words are summed up in one sentence. What a fickle woman. There was not much time for him to hesitate. He organized all the students who would go to the Naval Academy to leave. Some people did not hear what Ji Jioxia said, and asked in confusion, "Don't you want to go with him?" Rog shook his head, looked back at the position of the Theseus cadets, and said with a sympathetic heart, "If you go with them, you will be trapped to death." The number of personnel was reduced by more than half, and only the Theseus cadets were left. Ji Jioxia did not let everyone move, and continued to adjust and rest. She found a place to stay alone and swallowed a painkiller. She was seriously injured in the previous battle. She was afraid of affecting morale, and pretended to be fine. Only now did she have the opportunity to relax. Everyone was busy with their own things, and no one would notice her. She temporarily emptied her mind and thought about nothing. Some people didn't want her to rest, and their voices were as loud as a trumpet. Rong Tianjiang approached her and asked, "What are we doing here? It's not safe here. I'm afraid that the Imperial Star Military Academy will take the opportunity to kill us. You're only thinking about your own safety. Don't you worry about your companions?" Ji Jioxia rolled his eyes at him. "We've lived and died together. The world is so fickle, and people's hearts are no longer the same. You're so cold that it's outrageous." Rong Tianjiang? Question mark. Rong Tianjiang, I'm not worried about Jiangju, because you don't look anxious at all. Don't you have any secret weapons for him as a retreat? Ji Jioxia, in such a critical situation, there is no secret weapon. I'm not a god. It's not easy to save everyone's lives. Then you're still so calm. Rong Tianjiang was mad. I thought you were 100% sure. Ji Jioxia moved the snow on the ground. How can there be 100% sure in the world? What should we do now? Rong Tianjiang asked. What else can we do? Wait. If we can't wait, we can do whatever we need to do. Ji Jioxia waved his hand, and drove Rong Tianjiang away like a fly. If you have nothing to do, go and repair the mecha. Don't bother me. Rong Tianjiang said, "TSK? I don't want to talk to you." The sky was bright, and Jiangju was still nowhere to be seen at noon. Ji Jioxia called everyone to hurry back to the military school camp. There were many wounded, so the journey was slow. As they walked and stopped, the sky darkened again. Fuso led the team to find food. There were students in the team who could cook food, so Ji Jioxia didn't need to do it. After eating and drinking, everyone opened the tent to rest. Late at night, Rong Tianjiang was sleeping soundly. In his dream, he was living a happy life on the Emperor's Star. eating whatever he wanted. When he was happy, Ji Jiuxiao's face suddenly appeared in front of him. She held a gun in her hand and said to him fiercely, "Get up and train. You are not allowed to eat until you finish training." He was awakened by the shock and opened his eyes suddenly. When his consciousness returned, it turned out to be just a dream. He took a long breath and prepared to fall asleep again. As soon as he closed his eyes, he heard a familiar voice from the side. "Ji Jiuxiao, did you have a nightmare?" The eyelids swish opened, and the light illuminated Ji Jiuxiao's face. She was less than half a meter away from him. Nightmare, it must be a nightmare. He quickly closed his eyes to comfort himself. It must be a dream that he had not woken up yet. He would be fine if he fell asleep. "Why don't you talk?" Ji Jiuxiu reached out and patted Rong Tianjiang's cheek. Rong Tianjiang felt the increasing force on his face and could no longer play dead. He opened his eyes and asked, "Why are you here in my tent in the middle of the night?" "Ji Jiuxiu, I'm going back to the camp of the Navy Academy. I need you to come with me into the Mecca to cover me." She didn't know where the cameras were installed on the field. The secret of being able to drive a mecha could not be exposed for the time being. The only people who knew her secret and could drive a mecha were Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang. She had no choice. Rong Tianjiang was disheartened. His mother was right. Knowing too many secrets would cost him a price. He couldn't even sleep well. "Rong Tianjiang, how about you punch me and make me lose my memory?" Ji Jiuxiu stretched out 3 fingers. "I count to 3, 1, 2. Rong Tianjiang got up. "Let's go. I'm also very worried about Jiangju. I can't sleep because of worry." Chapter 77. The private camera following Ji Jiuxiu was turned off. She drove Rong Tianjiang's mecha back to the naval school camp. The mecha activated the jet device, and her mental power steadily controlled her body balance, like a meteor flashing through the night. Rong Tianjiang grabbed the seatbelt. "Can you be more stable? I'm going to vomit. This is not the first time I try it, and I'm not familiar with it." Ji Jiuxiu comforted him. "Don't worry, you won't die even if you fall." Rong Tianjiang, Haha, I was not comforted. Rong Tianjiang, why not use flying bamboo? He would rather endure the pain of the cold wind blowing on his face than experience this kind of thrilling excitement. Ji Jiuxiao, don't squeeze it too hard, let it rest. Jacob Star is not the place where flying bamboo grows. It is not adapted to the environment here and cannot absorb nutrients from the cold and hard soil. The plant nutrients are also used up, and there is no other way to recover. She left Feiju in the camp, letting it rest more and slowly recover its energy. Feiju is very useful, and it would be a pity if it was accidentally killed. The flight of the mecha requires a lot of fuel and mental power. The former allows the mecha to take off, and the latter allows the mecha to maintain balance during movement. Generally, the flight mode will not be activated unless it is extremely urgent. At Ji Jiuxiao's flying speed, it took only half the time to get back to the Huihai Military Academy camp. The camp was completely different from its previous appearance. Countless tree roots were tangled together. The mecha was as small as a toy model in front of it. The place where Jiangju was originally was completely buried by tree roots. Rong Tianjiang swallowed his saliva. "Are you sure Jiangju has not been eliminated? Ayashama can see the situation of all the members. I asked her, and she said Jiangju is still on the field." Ji Jiuxiu answered. "What should we do in this situation?" Rong Tianjiang scratched his head. "If it doesn't work, let him be eliminated. When his physical condition reaches the critical value, the staff will naturally come to rescue him. The tree roots occupy too much area. Jiangju's position is probably in the center area. It is difficult for the two of them to rescue him." Ji Jiuxiu attacked the tree roots. The stimulated tree roots rolled like a ball of boiling brown liquid, and the tree roots rose one by one to attack the mecha. "You attract its attention, I go in and take a look." She controlled the mecha to dodge, and without waiting for Rong Tianjiang to answer, she opened the cockpit and jumped down. Rong Tianjiang caught the mecha during the movement, and fell forward due to inertia. He rolled on the ground with his head on the ground for several circles. The tree roots behind him chased him closely, and he used all 4 limbs to quickly get up. "Why is it me who attracts attention instead of you?" Rong Tianjiang was halfway through his words, when he saw Ji Jiuxiu climbing up the tree roots of the camp and walking inside. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. "Ji Jiuxiu, then let's switch." Rong Tianjiang, I think the tasks you assigned are very reasonable. "No problem, no need to switch." Ji Jiuxiu stopped bickering with him, and focused all her energy on the tree roots under her feet. She was small, and not as dangerous as the mecha. There were only 4 or 5 tree roots to catch her, and the main force was chasing Rong Tianjiang. She jumped on the tree roots to avoid the attack, and she had to pay attention to her feet at all times. The tree roots she stepped on were also moving, and it was easy to step on the air and be caught by the tree roots. She struggled all the way forward. She tried to call Jiangju's name through the headset, but got no response. Even Rong Tianjiang's voice turned into noise from time to time. It seems that it is not Jiangju's headset that has a problem, but the magnetic field of the tree root alien plant will interfere with the instrument. The camp is covered with tree roots, making it difficult to identify the direction. She can only grope a little bit. She holds the light button for lighting, and has to dig up the tree roots to see if Jiangju is inside. Time passed little by little, and the progress was very slow. She couldn't find the right position for several points in a row. Could it be that Jiangju was transferred? She sighed, and continued to turn the soil diligently like an old farmer who grows crops, ignoring Rong Tianjiang's urging of 3 sentences per second. Jijiushu, save some saliva, the signal is not good, I can't hear. Rong Tianjiang, then how can you hear me now? Jijiushu, what? What? What did you say? The signal is not good, so I hang up first. Rong Tianjiang, The task of finding people is difficult to advance. The continuous physical consumption makes Ji Jiuxiao gradually unable to hold on. She retreats to meet Rong Tianjiang. What's the situation? Is the person gone or not looking for him? Rong Tianjiang asked. Ji Jiuxiao returned to the cockpit of the mecha, staring at the tree roots, and said coldly, I found that it is fastest to kill the alien plants. Are you crazy? Rong Tianjiang was mad. How can we beat them with just the 2 of us? Ji Jiuxiao, it's not us, it's me you don't count. Rong Tianjiang choked. Okay, go ahead. It's better to let the alien plants beat her to death. Ji Jiuxiao took over the control of the mecha. Rong Tianjiang was not ready yet. The mecha rushed out, and in the blink of an eye it came face to face with the tree roots. She drew out a lightsaber and chopped the tree roots crazily, her mental power attached to the lightsaber, and she chopped a large piece at a time, and said to Rong Tianjiang, find an opportunity to fire, and blow up as many as you can. You're always moving. How can I aim? Rong Tianjiang was dazzled. I can't do such a difficult move. Ji Jiuxiu encouraged. You have to do it even if you can't. I believe you have the potential. You are the fastest improving person I have ever seen. Rong Tianjiang swallowed his complaints and reluctantly said, okay, I try. Ji Jiuxiu controlled the movement of the mecha's limbs and slashed with the lightsaber. Rong Tianjiang took advantage of the opportunity to manually press the launch device and fire the shells. Occasionally, he could also successfully launch a sneak attack. Some of the bullets loaded in the mecha were privately prepared by him, which could cause corruption damage to most alien plants. The formula was provided and guided by Fuso, and the effect was very good. There were 2 people cooperating with each other in the mecha, but from the audience's perspective, all the actions were completed by Rong Tianjiang alone. Rong Tianjiang's name quickly climbed to the top of the Star Network hot search, even overshadowing Ji Jiuxiao's popularity. His superb performance shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. Explainer A said excitedly, I didn't expect that there is such a hidden figure in Theseus Military Academy. He hid so well before that I didn't even notice him. Explainer B, he is willing to accompany Ji Jiuxiu back to save his teammates. Just 2 people dared to fight against A-level alien plants. What a touching young bond. The palm slammed on the table, causing the water droplets in the water cup on the table to splash. Han picked up the water cup and took a sip. Shanshu couldn't figure it out. I remember Rong Tianjiang took a special channel to participate in the joint exercise of the military academy. He is so strong that he can obviously join the team directly. In the conference room, Wei Hingzi faced Shanshu's doubts, and didn't know how to answer for a while. How could she say that Rong Tianjiang was a real academic scumbag, with only good mechanical practical performance and the bottom of other subjects? Now he suddenly became a god. Maybe Ji Jiuxiu poisoned him. The teachers of other military schools looked at the 3 people from Theseus Military School, and their words were full of sourness. I didn't expect you had a hidden treasure. It seems that you came prepared this time, and wanted to win the championship in one fell swoop. You kept it a secret so well, there was no wind at all. You performed so poorly at the beginning, it turned out that you were just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Facing the envious and jealous eyes, the 3 answered modestly, but the joy in their eyes could not be hidden. No matter what happened to Rong Tianjiang, anyway, it was a great honor to give Principal Theseus a face. This feeling of being envied was really good. Dixing, Rong family, Rongyu and Sifu, who were watching the live broadcast, were dumbfounded. They knew what kind of character their son usually was. It was bullshit to hide his strength. He was really a wimp. Rongyu, is he our child? Sifu was silent, suspicious, and reflective. Could it be that he rose from adversity? Rongyu, that makes sense. It seems that sending him to Theseus Military Academy is the right choice. I will allocate a sum of money to the school so that they can train the future generation of the Federation. Some people are happy, and some are sad outside the field, but only sad inside the field. The two of them went from stumbling to cooperating tacitly, slowly flattening a small area. Ji Jiuxiu was looking for the main body of the alien plant. It was useless to just cut the roots. The core of the alien plant must be killed to make it completely dead. Rong Tianjiang, when will it end if this goes on? The roots can never be cut off. He exhaled a breath of white steam. In such a cold day, he was forced to sweat a thin layer. Although he did not need to consume a lot of mental energy like Ji Jiuxiu to control the mecha, he was also under great mental pressure from staring at the running trajectory of the mecha and firing. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the seemingly endless tree roots ahead and made a decision in her heart. 20 meters to the right. If you can't find anyone, retreat first. 20 meters is her limit. She can't stay here for Jiangju. The other teammates are still waiting for her. They have to go back to the camp after dawn. Rong Tianjiang took a deep breath. Okay, do it. The night was dark, and only the light from the mecha kept jumping, approaching the goal of 20 meters little by little. Time passed, and there was still no one under the tree roots. Ji Jiuxiu avoided the attack of the tree roots. The painkiller was over, and the wound transmitted pain to the brain. She stopped moving forward and slowly retreated, choosing to give up. Rong Tianjiang glanced at the entangled tree roots and muttered, he hasn't been eliminated yet. Maybe he will come out by himself someday. Ji Jiuxiu left the camp and stopped and walked slowly, where the tree roots couldn't keep up. Not far away, he saw two figures in front of him, two people standing on the iron sheet, one standing and the other sitting cross-legged. Feizhu, who should have had a good rest, was full of energy, flying around Fusong, looking like he wanted to stick to Fusong. Ji Jiuxiu paused. Why are you here? Dairula, I came to see you laugh. Ji Jiuxiu, you must have come all the way here. What's wrong with Feizhu? Fusong, it must be a last gasp. It's getting harder and harder to communicate with you. Ji Jiuxiu put away his mecha and walked over. Since you're here, why don't you help? Dairula, someone called Rong Tianjiang instead of us. I thought he didn't need help. Rong Tianjiang, hey, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Do you think I really want to come? It's useless to call you. Let you have a good rest. Ji Jiuxiu told the truth. It's not that she wants to be a hero, but Feizhu couldn't move before, and it's not convenient for 4 people to squeeze into a mecha. It's unnecessary to call others to drive the mecha. Everyone is tired all day. Fusong, if you just want to save Jiangju, you can try to peel off the skin of the alien plant and put it on your body. It may not attack you if it can't sense the strange breath. Ji Jiuxiu, why didn't you say it earlier? She worked for a long time in vain, exhausted to death, and got nothing. Fusong, you didn't ask either. I asked you how to deal with the tree roots, and you said you didn't know. Ji Jiuxiu argued with reason. Fusong said that she had never seen this kind of alien plant and couldn't give a specific answer, otherwise she wouldn't choose such a stupid method. Fuso, I really don't know how to deal with it, but isn't your goal to save Jiangju? What does it have to do with dealing with the alien plant? Ji Jiuxiu, are the two different? Fuso, same? Ji Jiuxiu had a heart attack. Okay, it was her fault. She reflected on herself. She was too brief and people couldn't understand her. In the future, when communicating with Fuso, she must break up her words and make her purpose clear. The 4 of them stepped on the iron sheet and let Feizhu pull them back to the naval school camp. Ji Jiuxiu was observing Feizhu's condition all the way. It looked like it was full of energy, as if it had taken a powerful pill. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't figure it out. What's going on with it? She was sure that Feizhu was not pretending before. Its IQ did not allow it to act in a dying state, and the fluctuation of weak mental power could not be faked. Fuso, feed it a little. What is so useful? Ji Jiuxiu was curious. Can people eat it? Fusong glanced at her lightly. It's useless to people. She didn't answer what it was, so Ji Jiuxiu didn't ask any more questions. The appearance of Feizhu greatly increased the speed of the team. The 4 of them returned to the camp of the Huihai Naval Academy. There were scattered tree roots cut by Ji Jiuxiu around the camp. Ji Jiuxiu collected the tree roots, cut them with a dagger and peeled them, and strung the bark together with a metal rope to form a very simple vest. Fusang walked over to adjust her collar. She looked at her shoulder suspiciously, and a question mark popped up in her mind. There seemed to be some difference between the collar position before and after Fusang adjusted it. Go. Fusang patted her shoulder, and after seeing the camera beside her, her lips opened again. If it's in a good mood, it may not attack you. This method is very risky, and is not recommended. Ji Jiuxiu looked into her eyes and smiled. I remember. Ji Jiuxiu walked forward in the sight of the three people. When she approached the tree roots, the alien plant did not react. She gradually approached and climbed up on the tree roots. The tree roots slowly crawled around her, but did not attack, as if they were identifying her identity. As she continued to move forward, the tree roots became quiet again and stopped moving. She tried hard to pull the tree roots apart and look for Jiangju's figure. It was impossible to determine by position alone, so she looked at the position with bulges. With her unremitting efforts, she finally noticed a slight abnormality at a bulge point. The tree roots were stuck to the ground and could not be pulled up. She grabbed the tree roots with both hands and pulled hard. The tree roots moved slightly, revealing a crack. She held the light button and shone it down, lying on the gap to look inside. The light dispelled the darkness underground. The small interior space contained two people. They sat on the ground facing each other, staring at each other without blinking. Strong mental fluctuations filled the entire space. The sudden light did not interrupt the two people's affectionate gaze. The opposing mental powers maintained balance. Ji Jiuxiu's anger was rising. She was trying hard to save people outside, but Jiangju was hiding here playing with Yusuin, not responding to calls or sending signals. What kind of childish ghosts are these two? They are still fighting here. Even if they had used a little mental power to deal with the tree roots and plants, they could have run away long ago. Jiangju. Ji Jiuxiu shouted, why don't you two use your eyes? Jiangju looked over as if he had woken up. He raised his head slightly. The light from the gap between the trees hit his head. His silver hair reflected the light, and his face was made to look white like a real person. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the ice and snow melted. His mental power was somewhat relaxed at this moment, and Yusuin seized the opportunity to launch a mental attack. Jiangju's face turned pale, and blood flowed from his lips. The balance was broken, and the mental protection that kept the two from being attacked disappeared. The tree roots moved and pressed down heavily. The gap became larger, and Ji Jiuxiu was so angry that he reached in and punched Yusuin's head with a fist. He uses his mental power to support and protect, and you use your mental power to attack him, right? Yusuin was stunned at first after being hit on the head by a heavy punch. After reacting, his face, which had always maintained a cold expression, shattered, and he was furious. How dare you touch me? What's wrong with touching you? I hit you again. Ji Jiuxiu took out a gun with one hand and shot, and grabbed Jiangju with the other hand, and pulled him up. The tree roots began to launch a fierce attack, hitting the two people's original positions. Yusuin avoided the bullets and jumped out by stepping on the tree roots. Jiangju took out the mecha, pulled Ji Jiuxiu into the cockpit, and moved freely among the tree roots. You have no teammates to rescue you. He looked at Yusuin and stated the facts without emotion. I have 4. Dense bullets attacked, followed by fists wrapped in mental power. Yusuin returned to his usual dead face and said coldly, only the weak need help. The fist was blocked, and Jiangju took advantage of the situation to grab Yusuin's arm and pulled him over, bending his other hand and hitting his abdomen with his elbow. Yusuin gritted his teeth and said nothing. When he was about to continue to fight back, the tree roots came to join in the fun again. The ignored tree roots danced wildly, with the sound of breaking through the air pa-pa-pa, flinging at Yusuin and Jiangju respectively. The two separated and fell in different directions. The tree roots were too fast, and they couldn't continue to decide the winner under such circumstances. Yusuin left in another direction, and before leaving, she said coldly, the winner is not decided yet. I will not hold back next time we meet. Jiangju noticed that Ji Jiuxiu's breath was unstable, and he left before Yusuin finished speaking. He was afraid that he would continue to pester him, so he ran faster than usual. What did he say? Ji Jiuxiu asked. Jiangju ran too fast, and the tree roots were noisy, so she didn't hear what Yusuin said clearly. It seems to say goodbye next time? Jiangju didn't hear it clearly either. Ji Jiuxiu was surprised. I didn't expect him to be so polite and say goodbye before running away. Jiangju nodded in agreement. The mecha moved between the tree roots and rushed out of the camp. The 3 people waiting not far away were dragged away by Feizhu early, fearing that they would be affected by the crazy tree roots. The 5-member team gathered together. Daiwila looked at Yusuin, who was leading in the distance, and turned to Jiangju and said, "You two can deal with an A-level alien plant together, so what are you doing?" They are staring at each other. Ji Jioxia answered quickly, "I don't know if your eyes are tired." Rong Tianjiang, okay, since everyone is fine, let's go back quickly. I really want to sleep." The team returned, and Fei Zhu, who was full of energy, acted as a driver and drove the 5 people to the direction of the main force. It was late at night when they returned to the temporary base, and there were still 3 hours before dawn. The students on duty raised their guns and looked over. After seeing their faces clearly, they were extremely surprised. Ji Jioshu briefly said a few words, and did not explain in detail. When the others woke up after dawn, they were also surprised by the sudden appearance of Jiangju. She was too lazy to explain too much and urged everyone to hurry up. Yesterday, they were resting while rushing, and the progress was slow. Today, the speed must be increased. All mechas started the flight mode and accelerated to the camp. There are currently 5 military academies left in the competition. Minxai Military Academy is an ally, which means that there are 3 enemies left, namely Dixing Military Academy, Sodden Military Academy, and Winchester Military Academy. When Ji Jioshu set out to meet the Navy Academy, Aishimu said that she would take the initiative to counterattack Sodden Military Academy. After she finished, Aishimu was still busy on the other end. Every time she contacted, she would hang up after a few words in a hurry. In the evening, Ji Jioshu and his party arrived at their base camp. Almost all the main forces in the camp were out, leaving only a dozen people to watch the house. If someone came to attack during this period, they would have almost no power to fight back. The commander who stayed in the camp briefly explained the situation of the past 2 days to Ji Jioshu. 2 groups of enemies came to the camp. Aishimu's empty city plan worked when the first group of enemies arrived, and they retreated without fighting. The second group of enemies rushed in directly. Aishimu left a lot of weapons and ammunition to make the enemy think that there were many people in the camp. After squatting in the camp for 3 days, they left in disgrace. Since the second group of people were naval cadets, they probably received the information that their homes were stolen and hurried back, but unfortunately the battle was over when they were on their way. The next day after returning to the camp, Aishimu led the team back, and the personnel were seriously damaged. She briefly explained what happened. The battle was originally very tense, and the battle with the Sardinian Military Academy was back and forth. Who knew that the Winchester Military Academy suddenly got involved, and the whole situation was disrupted. In the end, the Imperial Star Military Academy, which came out halfway, picked peaches, and the Sardinian Military Academy was eliminated. 5 military academies became 4, and the competition entered a white-hot stage. Ji Jioshu, let's discuss with the Monksip Military Academy tomorrow, and go attack the Winchester Military Academy. The Imperial Star Military Academy is a tough nut to crack, so we put it aside for now, and eat the easier ones first. No one else had any objections, so Ji Jioshu immediately contacted Xingran, and the 2 sides reached an agreement to set out early tomorrow morning to attack the Winchester Military Academy. That night, a person came to Theseus' camp and asked for cooperation. She was wearing a purple combat uniform, and her dark purple hair was shorter than Ji Jioshu's. Her eyebrows were heroic, and she looked so charming that she couldn't be ignored. Ji Jioshu was guarding the gate, sitting on the wall, his long legs hanging down and swinging, looking at the people below curiously. It was really interesting that the Winchester Military Academy students came to talk to them about cooperation at this time. She asked, "What's your name? You dare to come here alone? Aren't you afraid that you can't go back?" "My name is Luo Linya." The purple-haired girl said straightforwardly, "There is a saying in the old human world that 2 countries do not kill envoys when they are at war. I think we have the same goal and can sit down and have a good talk." "Ji Jioshu, I can't let you in for the time being." "Why?" Luo Linya was puzzled. "You can temporarily take away my mecha and weapons. This is my sincerity." "Ji Jioshu, taking away weapons can't guarantee anything. You can hide things secretly, or if you are more capable, you can make a big fuss without taking anything." Luo Linya said seriously, "There is no need." "Who would do this?" "I would." Ji Jioshu admitted it frankly, and did not hide his behavior of judging others by his own mean heart. "If it were me, I would kill Theseus first and then Ming Shiha. It doesn't matter if the means are a little shady. How can fighting be called shady?" Luo Linya, Even if she is eloquent, she doesn't know how to respond to such a person saying such words. "We are not as strong as you. I can't cause you any serious harm by myself." It's a thankless task to attack you. The reason I came here is to invite you to eliminate the Imperial Star Military Academy together first. Luo Linya's logic is clear, and she didn't fall into Ji Jioshia's language trap. Ji Jioshu picked up a ball of snow and played with it. Mengsai Military Academy is our ally. We have a sure win. Why should we cooperate with you? Luo Linya. The Imperial Star Military Academy enjoys the best resources and students, and has been ranked first for more than 10 consecutive sessions. Its strength should not be underestimated. If there is a more reliable way to eliminate them, why take the risk? Ji Jioshu did not answer. The other party did not explicitly say that Theseus and Mengsai combined were not as good as the Imperial Star Military Academy, but the meaning was implicit in her words. History proved that what she said was true. There are examples of other military academies joining forces to deal with the Imperial Star Military Academy in the past, and everyone knows the final result. Ji Jioshu threw the snowball up. I can't make the decision. Aishamu is here, you talk to her? Aishamu walked closer, her lips moved slightly, and talked to Ji Jioshu through the headset. What is the result of the test? It feels okay. It's not a bad thing to try. Ji Jioshu caught the falling snowball, which was very solid and did not fall apart when thrown up and down. Being calm and rational, and not getting impatient when being questioned and treated coldly, at least it shows that he is not a hot-headed fool. It is better to have one more ally than one more enemy. Ayashama walked to the door and smiled at Luo Linya. Come in and talk. Chapter 78. The negotiation process went smoothly. Luo Linya's demand was simple. Everyone should eliminate the Imperial Star Military Academy first, and then Winchester Military Academy would withdraw with the third place. There are currently 4 military academies left. Winchester Military Academy is in a weak position. If it does not do something, it will almost inevitably be eliminated first. It is better to cooperate with Theseus Military Academy and compete for the third place. The appearance of Luo Linya made Aishamo hesitate. If they attack Winchester Military Academy first, they will definitely cause some losses, which will be disadvantageous to the Imperial Star Military Academy later. Luo Linya's proposal is a win-win result for both parties. Aishamu gathered everyone together. Now all the Theseus Military Academy students have returned to the camp. There are a total of 52 people, of which 11 are seriously injured and 18 are slightly injured. The combat power is not too strong. Aishamu, my idea is to cooperate with Winchester Military Academy to increase the chance of winning the Imperial Star Military Academy as much as possible. Everyone agreed with her idea. It is better to have more allies than more enemies. Moreover, the Imperial Star Military Academy has been ranked first for 2 consecutive years, and is the target of public criticism. Everyone wants to kill them first. Luo Linya did not return to her camp, but stayed at Theseus Military Academy to prepare for the battle. Ji Jioshu at the Mengsai Military Academy communicated again, and changed the target to the Imperial Star Military Academy. At dawn, everyone set out. Winchester Military Academy was the closest to the Imperial Star Military Academy, and arrived first to launch an attack. When Aishamo led the Theseus Military Academy students to arrive, the battle was in a white-hot stage. She led a vanguard to help the Winchester people, and arranged a group of people to follow Ji Jioshu to raid from other directions. The camp of the Imperial Star Military Academy is similar to other military academies. It also builds an ice wall with various weapons on it to make it difficult for the enemy to approach. The basic equipment is provided by the organizer, and the military academy students can disassemble and organize it freely. This is to test the ability of the mechanic. A mechanic with high mental power and strong hands-on ability is enough to affect the entire battle situation. It also tests the vision of the mechanic. The weapons that have been seen or assembled by hand are easier to piece together and transform. If a mechanic has never seen a certain firearm, he naturally doesn't know how to assemble it. In this regard, the students of the Imperial Star Military Academy have an absolute advantage. The firearms they use are varied, and some of them Ji Jioshu has never seen. She gave Rong Tianjiang, who was also in the mecha, an encouraging look. It's up to you. The mecha attached with mental power can resist bullets, but the mental power is limited, but bullets can be manufactured continuously. They can't rely solely on mecha to attack, and the equipment must also keep up. Rong Tianjiang's mecha fingers move flexibly, quickly repairing firearms and making bullets behind the battlefield. Some guns can compress air energy to make bullets, but the disadvantage is that if they are fired too quickly, the barrel heats up and needs to cool down for a while. Some guns use physical bullets and need to be replenished after firing. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Various bullets are flying around the battlefield, with different lights, which looked like fireworks at first glance. The public channel is full of urging voices, all shouting at the mechanics to hurry up. The mechanics shuttled in the middle of the battlefield, repeating the actions of receiving weapons, repairing weapons, and handing over weapons. Rong Tianjiang's hands were almost leaving after images. A hand always suddenly appeared next to him to take away the bullets or weapons, and suddenly put the faulty guns into his hands. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to look up to see who it was. This was the first time in his life that he fought so hard. Ji Jiuxiu sat in the co-pilot of the mecha, and his mental power formed a barrier on the surface of the mecha. Mechanics generally couldn't take care of self-protection and repairing machinery at the same time, so they were usually targeted, and the casualty rate was higher than that of individual soldiers. She helped Rong Tianjiang to protect himself so that he could work with peace of mind. More and more people found that Rong Tianjiang was still safe and sound even after a bunch of artillery shells fell on him, and he even never stopped working, so everyone handed him things and asked for things. Rong Tianjiang was exhausted and found a gap. Looking up, he found that other mechanics had retreated to the back to repair, and he was the only one still in the middle of the war zone. Rong Tianjiang? ? He also wanted to retreat, but he was caught by someone after taking 2 steps. Where are you going? Don't go. It's not easy to pass weapons if you are too far away. Aren't they all going to the back? Rong Tianjiang said confidently, I want to advance and retreat with them. The other party, they are not as good as you. You are much better than them. You can repair and resist damage. Those who are capable should do more work. You should stay here and don't run too far. Rong Tianjiang felt relieved when he heard the previous words, but the more he heard this, the more awkward it was. What does resist damage mean? He realized that Ji Jiuxiu brought more trouble than help. He was afraid of pain, so he asked Ji Jiuxiu to help defend, but ended up pitting himself? What is the capable of doing more work? He is just a poor student who is almost dying of exhaustion. He wants to go home. Rong Tianjiang decisively drove Ji Jiuxiu away. Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. Are you sure you don't need me? It will hurt if too many bullets fall on your body. Rong Tianjiang, I would rather die of pain than be pitted by you. Ji Jiuxiu left, and a shell landed on Rong Tianjiang. The mecha, whose defense was weakened due to maintenance, transmitted the perception to the brain, and his facial features were distorted. It hurt so much. A small hole was blown out on the surface of the mecha, and he fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, causing a burst of exclamations from the surroundings, and someone dragged him away from the battlefield. The other party looked at Rong Tianjiang's hands that continued to work even after falling to the ground, and said with emotion, You are so dedicated. You are injured and can't stand up, but you still insist on repairing. Salute to you. Others gathered around and admired his tenacity. In order to show respect, they put a bunch of equipment waiting for repair next to him. Rong Tianjiang, Is this something a human can do? He has a broken mecha arm in his hand. The parts inside must be repaired before the nerves can be reconnected. He obviously wanted to play dead and lie flat, but why is he still repairing subconsciously? It's over, his brain has been polluted by Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, who was blamed for no reason, shuttled through the hail of bullets and gradually approached the camp wall. The commanders of the Imperial Star Military Academy stood by the wall, with their hands open and close to the wall, injecting their mental power into the wall, forming a solid barrier. The ice wall that could be broken by a punch at ordinary times was now as solid as a rock, and even artillery could not hit it. Only strong and numerous people can play like this. If the Navy Academy had done this before, they would not have been eliminated so quickly. She walked around the camp, put her hands on the ice wall, and tried to release her mental power. Ah! What the hell? What's going on? It hurts, what's going on? The students of the Imperial Star Military Academy felt the pain at the same time. Someone found Ji Jiuxiu under the wall, and bullets fell on her like heavy rain. She held Feizhu in her hand, and slipped away when she was discovered. Feizhu took her to run at the speed of light, and all the bullets fell to the ground. She looked back at the muddy snow that was splashed by the attack. If the attack landed on someone, the person would be beaten into a sieve. She looked up at the Imperial Star Academy students on the wall. The experiment just now proved that her mental side effects were still effective against multiple people at a time. If the contact time was longer, she might be able to break their defense by making them numb. While she was thinking about how to put her idea into practice, a heart-wrenching cry came from the public channel. Help! The Imperial Star Academy attacked from behind. A group of Imperial Star Academy students, who did not drive mechas, walked out of the camp, and went around to their rear, attacking the healers. There was a commander in the rear, who was in control of the field, but he was the first to be hit and eliminated. He fell down without even warning, and the rear was in chaos. After being discovered, the Imperial Star Academy students immediately took out their mechas and turned on the defense mode. Ji Jiuxiu entered Rong Tianjiang's mecha and drew out her lightsaber to chop wildly. It was difficult for artillery shells to break the defense of mental power. Her sword was more useful than thermal weapons. She killed one by one. There were not many people who came to attack. They ignored Ji Jiuxiu's life-threatening lightsaber and did not fight back, but only attacked. They attacked the healers madly with the attitude of giving up their lives, and fired the last bullet before they completely stopped. The Imperial Star Academy students fell one after another. Ji Jiuxiu was surprised. I didn't expect them to be so united. Rong Tianjiang, it's not unity. The class is stable. The upper class commands the lower class to do things, and the lower class has to do it. The joint military school exercise is just a game. There is real life outside the arena. For the upper class with clear hierarchy, there are more important things than the arena. The Imperial Star Military School embodies this class to the extreme, presenting a unity that is more stable than civilian groups. You know this? Ji Jiuxiu looked at him with a new look. Rong Tianjiang rolled his eyes. I'm not a fool. I know more or less after seeing a lot. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the eliminated therapists and felt a little worried for a while. The battle lasted for a whole morning without a break. People are not machines and are more or less tired. Both sides stopped fighting and tacitly stopped to rest. The farthest Mengsai military school arrived late. As people who did not participate in the first battle, they consciously hunted and prepared food so that others could have a good rest. At this time, the therapists were the busiest people, bandaging and cleaning the body, relieving stress with mental counseling, and shuttling between the teams with medicine bags. Most of the therapists were killed by the Imperial Star Academy students. Currently, there are only 22 therapists in the 3 military academies, and half of them are injured. The remaining half are in poor condition due to being in a bad environment for a long time. Even if they are mentally calming the wounded instead of deeper mental counseling, it is not enough to cover all the wounded. Luo Linya frowned. Everyone's condition is too bad. There is a reason why the Imperial Star Academy has won the championship for more than 10 consecutive times. It is very difficult to defeat them. Ji Jiuxiu, you mean the mental state? This is easy. She shouted, Darila, work. I'm doing it. Darila smiled. Her hat was a little crooked, and her red hair came out from under the brim of the hat and floated towards her face, and her delicate white hands were stained with blood. Ji Jiuxiu paused for a moment, still not used to her pretentious appearance under the camera, cleared his throat and said, Leave the physical injuries to others. You are fully responsible for the spiritual counseling, okay? Darila nodded. Okay, as long as everyone needs it, I can do anything. The wounded showed a touching expression on their faces. This is the princess. How can they receive the princess's spiritual counseling? The only person whose wound was bandaged by Darila was even more happy. Darila looked around and rubbed the blood scab on her hand uncomfortably. There are too many people, so come together. She opened her lips slightly, and the ethereal singing poured out, like moonlight passing through silk, making people feel as if they were in a fairyland with green grass, forgetting all the pain and troubles. Darila's voice is recognized as a heavenly sound in the entire galaxy. It is not mixed with a bit of water. The singing that incorporates spiritual power washes people's fatigue. Even the therapists, who are also healing spiritual power, are intoxicated by it. Aishamu discussed countermeasures with the people from the other 2 military academies. Ji Jiuxiu asked Feiju to pull the iron sheet into the air. She sat on the iron sheet and looked down, keeping an eye on the movements of the Imperial Star Military Academy to prevent them from secretly sending people to other military academy camps to steal homes. By the way, she used a private camera to take pictures of the scenery. The scenery seen from a high place and from a flat surface was different. The continuous white snow was dotted with light green ice trees, which was beautiful. Xingran also came to the battlefield. She had taken off her down jacket and wore a thin combat uniform like everyone else. She covered her mouth and coughed twice, looking at Feiju in the air thoughtfully. Feiju can still be used like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed so quickly. It's worth more than points. Luo Linya on the side answered with annoyance in her eyes. Xingran took out a flying bamboo with his backhand, but it was much more languid than the flying bamboo in the air. Luo Linya, ? It won't be very useful to keep it. Xingran held a flying bamboo. Jacob Star's environment is not suitable for flying bamboo. It's not in good spirits and won't live long. Luo Linya looked up at Ji Jiuxiu. Why is its flying bamboo so energetic? Xing ran. Maybe she has her own way. You can ask her, after all, it's an A-level alien plant. It can always help more. Luo Linya suggested. Xing Ran said in a light tone, no one will share such technology for free. And she can't afford any price now, and has no capital to negotiate a deal. Luo Linya's lavender eyes were filled with doubts. She didn't understand Xing Ran's idea, so she said directly, I go ask. She waved to Ji Jiuxiu in the sky, and asked the question directly after the person came down. Her attitude was natural, and there was no sense of trying to find out the secret. Ji Jiuxiu answered quickly without beating around the bush. I gave it 2 bottles of plant nutrients, carried it with me to keep warm, and let it sleep more. She paused, lowered her voice, and continued, maybe you can try violent coercion. Sometimes you can't control it if you are too familiar with it. I suggest someone else beat it. Xing Ran was stunned when she heard the answer. She didn't expect Ji Jiuxiu to give the answer so simply, and said thank you briefly. Feizhu ran away after landing, and Ji Jiuxiu found it on Fusong's shoulder. Fusong, I didn't beat it. You heard what I said. Ji Jiuxiu smiled, picked up Feizhu, and adjusted Fusong's collar with his fingers. It doesn't matter if you hit it. You should say you did a great job because it became obedient because you hit it right? She stared into Fusong's eyes. Her pupils were as black as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding scenery and covering up the contents in her eyes. Okay. Fusong changed her words, I did hit it. Feizhu fluttered its leaves, Ji Jiuxiu grabbed it, and prepared to leave. Fusong called her. Fusong, would it be a good thing if the tree root alien plant appeared here before? Ji Jiuxiu's eyes lit up, of course. Do you have a way? Fusong nodded. The method was still the same old one, that is, to attract the tree root alien plant with smell. This method was used when they hunted the pink flower alien plant at the training base. The bait at that time was jiangju covered with chicken blood. Collecting blood is a troublesome thing. The weather is too cold, and the smell cannot be dissipated. There must be enough to attract the tree root alien plant. Previously, the Minxai Military Academy had killed a lot of strange beasts for cooking. Their furs had a smell. They went further to dig out some hibernating strange beasts and bled them, barely enough to fill a basin. Fusong picked a leaf of the flying bamboo, crushed it to extract the juice, and threw it into the basin. The complex smell will make the roots and strange plants think that there are many foods gathered here, and the probability of coming here to find food is greater. Someone held a blood-soaked bandage. This is my blood, can I use it? Fusong, yes. The bandage was soaked in water, and a faint red color spread. Others looked for blood-stained bandages that were not thrown far away, and repeatedly washed them in the same basin of water, and the color of the water gradually became darker. All the collected blood was mixed together. Although it was mixed with a little water, it was not a big problem. The location of blood spilling is very important. Everyone unanimously decided to spill it above the Imperial Star Military Academy camp. Rong Tianjiang thoughtfully made a spray bottle to facilitate evenly spilling blood. Ji Jiuxiu stepped on the cut and reduced version of the iron sheet, holding the metal rope in one hand and the spray bottle filled with blood in the other hand, and flew up in the wind like a swing driven by Feizhu. As soon as he approached the Imperial Star Military Academy camp, intensive attacks came. Feizhu automatically dodged, and his movements were fast and tricky. Ji Jiuxiu below was almost thrown out by it. The spray bottle mouth was facing downward, and the blood diluted with water flowed out. The continuous straight line automatically broke when it fell halfway, falling like raindrops. The protection that the commanders of the Imperial Star Military Academy used their mental power to support had been withdrawn. The ordinary protective shield could withstand violent attacks, but it could not block harmless raindrops. The red rain was dripping, causing the Imperial Star Military Academy students below to curse. What is she sprinkling? Be careful, it's poisonous. It seems to be blood, so disgusting. You can't beat them, so you're disgusting, what a dirty trick. The snow in the center of the camp was stained with blood, and the Imperial Star Military Academy students could no longer bear it. One of them controlled the mecha to float in the air, and fired a laser cannon at Ji Jiuxiu at close range. Feizhu sensed the danger, and without Ji Jiuxiu's reminder, it took the initiative to run away and avoid. Yusup, you dare to discuss me, but you don't dare to fight head-on? The one who came was an acquaintance that Ji Jiuxiu had recognized. He chased Feizhu, who was good at dodging bullets and relied on his coquettish positioning to protect himself and Ji Jiuxiu from being hit. Ji Jiuxiu opened his mouth, and a mouthful of cold wind poured into her mouth. She had to swallow the answer silently. It was not that she didn't respect others and didn't answer the other party's questions, but she really couldn't open her mouth. It was difficult for her to move in the air, and she was a little nervous, mainly because she was not sure about Feiju's ability. She was afraid that she would be thrown down and hit by Yusuf. Although she was nervous, she did not delay the work in her hands at all. The mouth of the spray bottle was steadily pointed downward when passing above the Emperor Star Military Academy camp. When leaving this area, it was pointed upward to ensure that no bullets were wasted, giving the Emperor Star Military Academy students a taste of what dog blood pouring on their heads means. The attacks below never stopped, but no bullets hit her. At first, she was amazed at Feiju's evasion skills, but after a long time, she slowly realized that something was wrong. The entire Emperor Star Military Academy camp was filled with mental power fluctuations, so it was difficult to distinguish a particular unusual mental power. Ji Jiuxia could find that there was something wrong with the mental power, mainly because this mental power fluctuation was radiating from the top of her head. It turned out that it was not that Feiju was hiding so well, but that it released mental power to affect the thinking of the Emperor Star Military Academy students, causing their guns to deviate slightly. Because there were too many bullets, the Imperial Star Military Academy student had not discovered this problem. If she had not been close enough to Feiju, she would not have noticed the abnormality for a while. Having used Feiju as a means of transportation for too long, she almost forgot that mental influence was Feiju's specialty. The blood was almost spilled. Ji Jiuxia asked Feiju to return. Feiju turned a corner in the air and walked back, but was stopped by a mecha halfway. Yu Suin, have you had enough fun? He raised his gun and fired. The first bullet hit Feiju's body. Feiju fell rapidly. Ji Jiuxia was hit by the second bullet when she was caught off guard, and blood gushed out of her right shoulder. When she was about to fall to the ground, Feiju tried to stand up, glided along the ground, and then rolled twice with her and plunged into the snow. The flying bamboo cannot affect the S-level psychic. Yu Suin watched the show for a long time. When Ji Jiuxia thought the mission was completed, she suddenly dropped from the sky and poured a basin of cold water on her. In order to give her this blow, he could even watch the blood spilling all over their camp. Ji Jiuxia felt dizzy and his shoulders hurt. He used his last bit of reason to grab the flying bamboo and urge it to move. It was fatal to stay still at this time. As soon as she moved a little, a shell fell on the spot, and the thick snow was blown away, revealing the ice layer underground. She landed right in the camp of the Imperial Star Military Academy. Ji Jiuxia secretly said that she was unlucky and fled frantically in the camp. The Imperial Star Military Academy students sent a group of people to clean up the red and white snow on the ground. Even if they didn't know Ji Jiuxia's purpose, one thing was certain, that her act of spilling blood was harmful to them. Ji Jiuxia held the flying bamboo tightly with both hands. It was so fast that she could hardly see the scenery in front of her. There were only blurred blocks of color in front of her. The attack horn sounded outside, and her companions were trying to help her relieve the pressure, so they fired fewer bullets at her. It took a short while for the blood to spill out, and she didn't know when the tree root plant would appear. Even if it didn't come, it would be good to have some other plant or beast to cause more trouble to the Imperial Star Military Academy. She didn't have time to treat the wound on her shoulder. When she rolled into the snow just now, the snow buried the wound and stopped the bleeding a little, but now she was holding the flying bamboo and moving continuously, and the wound was torn again. The strong smell of blood penetrated into her nose, and the warm blood quickly cooled down after flowing out of her body. She felt her hands gradually losing temperature. Yu Suin usually followed her not far away when teasing her prey, and bullets occasionally hit her, but the landing points were all parts that would not cause fatal injuries. If you eliminate yourself now, you don't have to continue to endure the pain. Ji Jiuxia was indeed in pain, painful and embarrassed, and said firmly, "I won't." "Why?" Yu Suin said with a hint of confusion. "What are you insisting on?" "Ji Jiuxia, you can beat me, but you can never defeat me." Yu Suin's eyebrows moved, shook her head, and the bullet was aimed at her heart. "I don't understand your meaningless persistence." "It's very meaningful." Ji Jiuxia denied his words. "I was very handsome when I said this just now, which fully reflects my personal charm. When the next game comes, my live broadcast room will have more viewers, and many businesses will come to me for advertising, and I will have a generous reward." She giggled. "Money is the greatest meaning." "Vulgar." Yu Suin fired. Ji Jiuxia dodged with a somersault, rubbing his arm with his teeth bared. "You're not going to play so soon. I want to delay it a little longer." The bullet that should not have been dodged missed, and Yu Suin's pupils slightly dilated. How is it possible? Ji Jiuxia's back was against the ice wall, and a little snow choked her throat when she brushed against the ground just now. She bent over and coughed several times, and a few drops of blood foam fell on the pure white snow, and she raised her foot to twist it. Ji Jiuxiao, since you don't want to play, then I won't accompany you. She spread her 5 fingers and pressed them against the ice wall, and her mental power was output crazily, spreading along the ice wall and transmitting to every commander who set up protection. The scream sounded at the same time, and they became one. Yu Suyin stared at Ji Jiuxiu closely, and the gun in her hand fired continuously. This time Ji Jiuxiu couldn't dodge, and the bullet gradually enlarged in her eyes. There was an explosion behind him, and the eyes flew forward and collided with the bullet. Jiangju reached out to hold Ji Jiuxiu's shoulder. Ji Jiuxiu looked into his eyes and smiled. The timing is just right. She turned her head to look at Yu Suyin and raised her uninjured hand to wave. Shang Jiangjue. Chapter 79. Jiangju blocked the bullet that was flying towards Ji Jiuxiu. His lips were tightly pursed, and his mental power made the bullet float in the air. He stretched out his hand to Ji Jiuxiu, who waved his hand, grabbed a handful of hemostatics, painkillers, and quick recovery drugs and stuffed them into his mouth, and stood up with the help of the remaining half of the ice wall. Ji Jiuxiu, you fight first, I come later. She noticed that Jiangju's strength was not as good as usual, and was afraid that he would be too tired alone, so she urged Rong Tianjiang to drive the mecha over quickly. She wanted to fight 2 against 1 and beat Yu Suyin severely. Ji Jiuxiu was not a greenhouse flower that needed to be protected. She was a thorny cactus that could grow alone in a harsh environment. Fighting side by side with her was the best respect for her. Jiangju retracted his hand and walked forward. Yu Suyin stopped moving. At their level, hot weapons were a burden. Fists pointed at fists. The aftermath of the collision of mental power lifted up the snow on the ground. With them as the center, the ground exposed a hard layer of ice, and large pieces of snow flew up and fell. Rong Tianjiang came over cursing. You only know how to pick on me. No way. Ji Jiuxiu climbed into the cockpit. Who made you smart, kind, clever, reliable, handsome, powerful, strong? She said more than a dozen adjectives in one breath, and Rong Tianjiang hurriedly stopped. No need to say more. I know what kind of person you are. No matter how sweet her mouth is, it can't cover up the fact that he is a tool of injustice. Ji Jiuxiao's mouth is a lie, and he is immune to her. Then you should have said it earlier. Ji Jiuxiu stopped and blamed him. You made my mouth dry. Rong Tianjiang kept complaining, and saw the dead skin on Ji Jiuxiu's lips from the corner of his eye. He took a bottle of water, opened the cap and handed it to her, and said louder, Why are you a therapist working so hard? Can't you just let Jiangju go? No, I won't feel comfortable if I don't blow up Yu Suyin's head myself. Ji Jiuxiu gulped down a whole bottle of water, and the squeezed bottle made a creaking sound. Rong Tianjiang looked at Ji Jiuxiu, who was full of fighting spirit, and lit a candle for Yu Suyin in his heart. Ji Jiuxiu's plan to blow up Yu Suyin encountered a roadblock just as it was about to be implemented. Yu Supu blocked her way and rushed over, shouting something like your enemy is me, and I won't let you disturb my brother. He didn't launch hot weapons, and it seemed that he wanted to have a hearty hand-to-hand fight like his brother. The green sticky semi-solid sprayed out from the palm of the mecha, just sticking to Yu Supu's cockpit. After Ji Jiuxiu fired twice, the palm of the mecha was empty. Ji Jiuxiu, no way, as a mechanic, you only have so few bullets? There is no raw material on Jacob's star. We have fought so many times before. The remaining so many are the result of my efforts to save them. Rong Tianjiang argued. The green slime is a special glue developed by Rong Tianjiang specifically for mechas. It can stick mechas to the ground, walls, trees, or other mechas. Under the leadership of Ji Jiuxiu and Fuso, Rong Tianjiang went further and further on the wrong road. What he did was not the ghost things that ordinary mechanics could think of. Ji Jiuxiu figured out a new way to use glue, which is to spray it on the cockpit protective cover. As long as it is sticky enough, it can block the sight. The only bad thing is that the firing speed is relatively slow. It must be fired when people are not paying attention, otherwise it is impossible to aim. The best opportunity for a sneak attack was missed due to insufficient ammunition. Some green slime was stuck on the surface of the Usup mecha cockpit, but the coverage area was not enough to block his sight. Usup was irritated and cursed. Your tricks are either red or green. Do they have any other effect besides disgusting people? This is the super shiny and rich glass emerald that I carefully mixed. You actually said it was disgusting. Rong Tianjiang was unhappy. Although there was a slight deviation in the color adjustment, resulting in the results not being as expected, this is a successful green, a cross-era green, and a green with important significance. Ji Jiuxiu continued to use other weapons loaded on the mecha, spikes with paralysis poison, balls that burned after impact, and kelp that would grow densely like hair when it fell on the ground. She knew Rong Tianjiang's mecha as well as Rong Tianjiang himself. This kelp is not that kelp, but a winding belt, which is a super large upgraded version of the metal rope. After landing, the internal mechanism is triggered and it will expand to countless times, tightly wrapping the prey within the range. Yusuf broke the winding belt and used fire. The gun burned the green glue on the surface of the cockpit, and the glue dried and cracked into debris and fell down. You can't do it. Ji Jiushi pointed at the falling slag. Rong Tianjiang, what do you mean I can't do it? The basic adhesives on the market basically have this drawback. If I were good enough to develop high-end products on my own, would I still be playing with you here? Ji Jiushi touched his nose. Don't get excited, I'm just talking casually. It's unclear how fast his other skills are growing, but Rong Tianjiang's tongue is getting more and more sharp. Is this all you have? Yusuf said disdainfully. Ji Jiushi clenched his fists and shouted at Rong Tianjiang, go and beat him. The slogan was shouted for the audience to hear. The drug began to take effect, and the fine pain subsided. She moved her fingers, and they were so flexible as if she had never been injured. She rushed forward and kicked Yusuf in the face, twice as fast as before, and Yusuf was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The kick was strong enough that Yusuf slid back several meters, leaving a long trail in the snow under her. Yusuf was a little confused, and after reacting, she stood up and rushed towards Ji Jiushi again. Ji Jiushi stood still. If he wanted to fight in close combat, then he would play with him. The right fist came with the sound of wind. Ji Jiushi raised his arm to block, and raised his knee to hit Yusuf's abdomen. Yusuf took a step back, suddenly reached out, and grabbed Ji Jiushi's right arm, and her waist and abdominal muscles suddenly exerted force, swinging her through the air. The thrown figure twisted her body in the air, and her right foot kicked Yusuf's ribs fiercely. The sudden surge of pain made Yusuf temporarily relieved, and Ji Jiushi landed steadily. The counter-punching fist blasted out along the trajectory expected in the mind, and the finger bones hit the surface of the cockpit, and the friction between the metal and the glass made a harsh sound. What was most oppressive was not her movements, but the mental power in her body. The mental power was so powerful and boiling that it seemed to have thorns, as if fighting with a sharp knife. Yusuf couldn't believe it. How could you tie with me? Who hasn't heard of Rong Tianjiang's reputation as a waste, eating, drinking, and having fun, living a life of drunkenness and dreams, without any pursuit, just a parasite raised by his family. Getting into Theseus Military Academy is nothing more than relying on a little luck and spending money to get in. How could such a person block his attack? Don't flatter yourself, okay? Ji Jiushi was speechless. You call this a tie? He was lying, she was standing. How could he have the face to say the word tie? Yusuf, from now on, I will be serious. It can be seen that he has become more serious. His expression is more focused than before, and his speed has also increased, but... So what? When he was knocked to the ground again, Yusuf's face was full of dissatisfaction. When he was knocked to the ground for the 10th time, Yusuf was furious. When he was knocked to the ground for the 30th time, Yusuf gradually doubted his life. When he was knocked to the ground for the 50th time, Yusuf began to despair. Ji Jiushi saw through his attack method and defeated him faster and faster. Compared with Yusuin and Jiangju, who were in a stalemate on the other side, the two of them could be said to be quick and decisive. Quickly consuming a lot of physical and mental strength in a short period of time is not without burden for Ji Jiushi. The pain suppressed by the painkillers clamored to wake up. In order not to be noticed, she asked Rong Tianjiang to pretend to be uncomfortable, and then turned on the cockpit anti-peep mode. This mode can see the scenery outside from the inside, but the outside cannot see the inside, so that people will think that Rong Tianjiang does not want to be seen in a weak state. Her face was pale, and her nose was filled with the smell of blood with every breath she took. The battle with Yusuf was the longest and most mentally exhausting battle since she learned to control the mecha. Her head was throbbing with pain. There was no point in the battlefield, and her teammates could not come to help her in time. The only thing she could rely on was herself. Rong Tianjiang's face was complicated, and he had a lot of words stuck in his mouth. Finally, he asked, "Are you okay?" He wanted to ask if it was just a game. Was it worth fighting so hard? If it was for money, with her ability, she could earn it back from other places, or even more. If it was for fame, in the eyes of the audience, he was the one controlling the mecha, and Ji Jiushi would not get any cheers or applause. But he didn't ask this question. Ji Jiushi had her own ideas and pursuits. What he thought was a game might be of great significance to her. No matter what she did, she was always serious. No matter how cheerful she seemed, She couldn't hide her full effort every time. Ji Jiuxiu covered his head. If you can't die, leave the person to Jiangju. Let's go back and hide first. Why hide? Don't you still have me? Rong Tianjiang took over the control of the mecha. Although I can't compare with you in Jiangju, I was admitted to Theseus Military Academy by my strength. Yu Supu has been beaten half to death by you. If I can't win this, I might as well go home and inherit the family business. Ji Jiuxiu glanced at him. I don't have the energy to help you now. Rong Tianjiang, I don't need your help. The cockpit switched back to transparent mode. Rong Tianjiang approached Yu Supu and raised his hand to punch him hard. Yu Supu dodged and quickly hit back. His movements were much slower than at the beginning. The two abandoned all their moves and techniques, punching each other, hitting each other with almost the same number of punches. Yusup, you can't hold on anymore, you become weaker. Rong Tianjiang, your fists are as soft as cotton, you might as well go home earlier. Yusup, I stand here and let you hit me, but you can't hit me. Rong Tianjiang, your mental power level seems to be A level, I'm S level. Yusup, a mechanic dares to fight me, I think I can knock you out with one punch. Rong Tianjiang, funny, you've thrown so many punches, and I'm still standing here. The two talked about their own things, like two elementary school kids bickering. Ji Jiuxiu fell into silence, silently looking away, out of sight, out of mind. The ice walls of the Imperial Star Military Academy camp were all destroyed, and the people from the 4 military academies were caught in a melee. Among them, Xinghe and Luo Linya stood out the most. Both of them were single soldiers, and their movements were obviously much more agile than others. She looked at the situation of her teammates. Jiangju was still fighting with Yusuin, and it was not clear who would win for the time being. Diarwila stood on a high place and sang, and her mental power washed away everyone's fatigue. Fusang. I don't know where she got some blood from, and she was stingily smearing the blood on the ground with her fingers. Rustling, rustling, a familiar voice sounded. Ji Jiuxiu sat up and listened carefully, and Fusang's voice sounded in her ears through the headphones. Get ready, the alien plants are coming. The alien plants came as soon as they said they would, and everything in the camp was overturned in the blink of an eye. The noise was louder than the meeting of the Naval Academy, giving the Imperial Star Military Academy enough pomp. The ice house collapsed, and a black smear was pressed under the ice. Ji Jiuxiu looked closely, and found that it was the general flag she had been looking for. Seeing that Rong Tianjiang was still immersed in the fight, she reminded him, Stop fighting, the flag is more important. Rong Tianjiang, I can't get rid of him, I'm entangled. Ji Jiuxiu wanted to take over the armor, but his head hurt when he used his mental power, so he had to command. His left hand was seriously injured. Kick him on the left side of his waist. Rong Tianjiang stood still, raised his foot, and kicked. After a process, Yusup had already changed his position. Can you move faster? Ji Jiuxiu couldn't bear to watch. Rong Tianjiang was angry. I'm not a soldier who specializes in fighting. I can't even stand steadily because of the earthquake, and I have to hide from the alien plants. This is my limit. The tree root alien plant swung behind Rong Tianjiang. There was the smell of food everywhere. It hit some prey, but the prey became extremely hard after falling down, and it couldn't be chewed, which made it very annoyed. Rong Tianjiang looked at the students, who had been eliminated but could not leave the venue for the time being. They were being hit by the tree roots and alien plants. The protective shield was shaking and felt like it would crack in the next second. The eliminated students could not move, and could only stare at the protective shield nervously, feeling that they would also crack. These eliminated people shared some pressure for others. Rong Tianjiang found a gap, and used the tree roots to stop Yusupu, and ran to the position of the flag. The organizer's aircraft suspended in the air started, launching a metal disc with huge suction force to pull the eliminated students lying on the ground and unable to move onto the aircraft. Due to the interference of the tree roots, the suction cups occasionally caught the wrong people, sucking them up and letting them go. The suction cups kept falling and pulling up. If they pulled the right person, they would fly back into the sky and enter the aircraft. If they pulled the wrong person, they would rise a distance and then be put back. In addition to the eliminated students in fixed positions on the ground, there were also military cadets, who were constantly moving. The suction cups and tree roots fell alternately. This scene reminded Ji Jiuxiu of an ancient low-energy puzzle game she had played on Blue Star. The tree roots on the ground were flying wildly, the suction cups in the sky were rising and falling, and the military academy students were running around in the middle. The scene was like a group of demons dancing. Rong Tianjiang had just run a few steps when he was caught up by Yusup. Usopp was tenacious and clingy. He only had Rong Tianjiang in his eyes. He chased him wherever Rong Tianjiang ran. Rong Tianjiang, do all the people in the Imperial Star Military Academy have problems with their brains? Ji Joshia, maybe someone in their family is abnormal. One Yusuin, one Usopp, the two brothers are more or less paranoid. Rong Tianjiang was annoyed. I kill him. You go and grab the flag first. The cockpit opened, and the mecha grabbed Ji Joshia with 5 fingers and threw her to the position of the flag. Usopp's eyes tore off Rong Tianjiang and had to turn to stop Ji Joshia. This time it was Rong Tianjiang's turn to pester him. Ji Joshia formed a parabola in the air, secretly cursing Rong Tianjiang for throwing people without any rules. It was hard to say whether she could stand up after landing like this. She tried her best to adjust her posture and find a way to relieve the force when landing, but the expected plan failed to implement. When she was about to land, a flexible and strong hand caught her, and the two were buried in the snow together. Ji Joshua didn't care too much and hurriedly said, "Go and get the general flag." When she got up, the general flag was nowhere to be seen. The Imperial Star Military Academy was not eliminated, which meant that their people took the general flag. Fusang got up from the snow and slowly patted the snow off her body. As long as all the people from the Imperial Star Military Academy are eliminated, won't we win? Isn't this more difficult than capturing the flag? Ji Joshua was helpless. Fuso, let's stay away first, and come back after the tree roots have cleared everyone. Ji Joshua, will the alien plants only target them? Rong Tianjiang and I took some glue and smeared blood mixed with small ingredients on them. They are more attractive than us. Fuso pointed to a Dixing Military Academy student running in front of him, with a barely noticeable red stain on the leg of the mecha. Ji Joshua was surprised. How did you do it? Wouldn't it be better to call a few more people to work? Fuso looked puzzled, as if she didn't understand why Ji Joshua asked this question, afraid that she still didn't understand, so she pointed at the heads on the battlefield. This, and that. They are quite useful. The people who were pointed out included Xinghe, Luo Linya, and other top-level soldiers. She was good at picking people, and arranged all the main combat forces to stick glue. The number of tree roots increased. As the eliminated students almost left the field, the remaining people became the target of the tree roots. The students of the 3 military academies evacuated, and the students of the Imperial Star Military Academy also ran out. Others could run, but the general flag could not run away. Ji Joshua stared at the Imperial Star Military Academy students in the camp, looking for someone who might take the general flag. Jiangju and Yusuin seemed to be fixed in place. While fighting each other, they had to draw out their energy to resist the tree roots. The two were in a quiet corner throughout the whole process, without any sense of participation. Everyone stayed away from the tree roots, but one person did not move. The flow of people rushed past her, and was split into 2 by her. She was like a stone standing in the river. Ji Joshua turned around. What is Darula doing? She saw Darula open her mouth as if singing, but no sound could be heard. The flying bamboo in her pocket was ready to move, and she pressed it down. Fusang, she is stimulating the tree roots. Standing there can produce stimulation? Ji Joshua wondered, or are the tree roots more sensitive to red hair? Fusang, she can emit a sound frequency that ordinary people can't hear, which has a secondary stimulating effect on most alien plants. It works so well, can other people sing? Ji Joshua asked. One person's power is limited, and it will be more effective if everyone works together. Fusang looked at Darula and said in a flat voice, No, this is her talent, her relatives can try it. Okay. Ji Joshua felt a little regretful, and then reacted, Then how can you hear it? Fusang, she can sing, is it strange that I can hear it? Ji Joshua was stumped by a rhetorical question, and she nodded. It makes sense, very reasonable. I haven't heard of stimulating alien plants through frequency before. I don't have much experience. Fusang, oh, I taught her, unique. Ji Joshua, huh? One can teach and the other can sing? Her companions are so talented, she is ashamed of herself. The smell of blood and high-frequency sound made the tree root plant go crazy. In terms of lethality, the tree root plant is not too strong, but its high level lies in the ability to change the thickness of the tree roots and the extremely thick blood bar. The Emperor Star Military Academy camp was reduced to ruins, and the tree roots were coiled on the snow. The white was covered by brown and shrank little by little. Ji Joshua noticed an Emperor Star Military Academy student. The other party did not run out like the others, but circled back and forth in the camp. Suddenly, the other party took out the flag from his clothes and buried it in the ground in a hurry, and then led away the tree roots that gathered over. The flag was broken by the alien plant, and was considered eliminated, but the tree roots were not interested in the flag. They ignored the half-revealed black flag on the ground and chased the military academy student, who was fleeing in a hurry. This was a clever move, using the tree roots and alien plants to stop the people who wanted to grab the flag. Most of the people from the Imperial Star Military Academy withdrew from the camp, and the tree roots kept chasing them, so they simply ran to where the other military academy students were. So the battlefield moved from inside the camp to outside the camp. The abnormality of the tree roots only attacking the Imperial Star Military Academy students was soon discovered by them, and someone realized that it was because of the blood on the mecha. So the glue was burned, and everyone fell into a melee again, and the whole reached a strange balance. The method of using alien plants to deal with the Imperial Star Military Academy was useful, but the effect was limited. The most important point was that the Imperial Star Military Academy left the flag in the camp, and the tree roots and alien plants became its protection. This can't go on. It will be disadvantageous for them if it drags on for too long. The other party had a plan, and Yoshio had a way to get over the wall. The clothes made of tree root bark came in handy again. Yoshio put on the tree bark clothes and asked Feiju to take her back to the camp. Feiju was also affected by Darula's voice, and was obviously agitated. Under her suppression, she could barely obey the instructions. I don't know if it was because the tree root alien was affected by negative emotions. The effect of the tree bark clothes this time was much worse than when they met at the naval school camp. The tree roots hit Yoshio several times. She asked Feiju to lock the place where the general flag was. After that, she didn't need to worry about how to dodge. Feiju would consciously avoid the attack. She approached the general flag little by little. Usopp, who had blocked her way once, appeared again, dragging a body of injuries to block her in front of her. He was disabled but strong-willed, and his spirit was commendable. Without Yoshio shouting, Rong Tianjiang ran over to help automatically. Perhaps he found a little confidence from the fight with Usopp. As soon as he came, he clenched his fist and rushed to Usopp's face. Other Imperial Star Academy students saw Yoshio heading for the flag and rushed over to protect it. Within the attack range of the tree root alien plant, a mecha that was too large would not be convenient to grab the flag, and would attract the attention of the tree root. On the contrary, Yoshio, who was unarmed, could move towards the flag safely. She was getting closer and closer to the flag, and there was less than 10 meters left. The Imperial Star Academy students abandoned their mechas, and rushed over like crazy. Even Yusuin, who had been entangled with Jiangju since the beginning, couldn't help but look over. A fist as big as a sandbag fell to the ground, creating a deep pit, only 3 centimeters away from Yoshio's face. Half a minute ago, Yoshio was knocked down from behind by a girl from the Imperial Star Academy. The other party hugged her waist tightly. After the two rolled on the ground, the other party took the opportunity to hold her down and clenched her fist to attack. The two rolled and fought on the snow like primitive people. The tree roots fell on the girl's back. She gritted her teeth and continued to attack Yoshio without looking back. Those who can be admitted to the 7 major military academies are not mediocre, and there are endless ruthless people. They are ruthless to the enemy, and even more ruthless to themselves. Yoshio's injured arm was hit hard again, and it was numb to the point where he could not feel the pain. The advantage was that he did not have to be dragged down by the pain, but the disadvantage was that he could not move his hands. Some people from the Allied Military Academy also rushed forward to grab the general flag. People squeezed each other, and the scene became more chaotic. Because there was no protection from the mecha, the flesh could not resist the tree roots, and the military academy students were eliminated in waves. There were more tree roots when there were more people. The part of the tree roots that was close to the ground kept moving, pushing the general flag away, and a wave of people followed to change direction. Yoshio looked at the girl who was pestering her and said helplessly, "There are so many people grabbing the flag. Why are you staring at me?" The girl said calmly, "You are the most dangerous. Yoshio, you have a good eye. Yusuin is eliminated." The 5 words spread through the mecha speaker device. The sound rushed into the sky, and echoed in the empty snow for a long time. Everyone had the same idea in their minds. "How could it be possible?" the girl said in a daze. "How could it be possible?" The fact proved that nothing is impossible. A suction cup fell and pulled Yusuin away in front of Jiangju, confirming the truth of this sentence. The person who spoke was Jiangju. This sentence hit the ambition of the students of the Imperial Star Military Academy hard. Yusuin was the main pillar of the Imperial Star Military Academy. When he fell, the students of the Imperial Star Military Academy were obviously panicked. Yoshio reminded the girl the general flag is still there. You haven't been eliminated yet. The girl calmed down and fought back against Ji Jiuxiao. Yes, as long as the general flag is still there, there is hope. Emperor Star Military Academy is eliminated. The 6 big words completely shattered the girl's hope. This time it was the organizer who spoke, and the emotionless electronic sound echoed throughout the entire arena. For a moment, all the Imperial Star Military Academy students who were fighting were stunned in place, and the girls who grabbed Ji Jiuxiao's hands loosened. There was a figure wearing a black combat uniform next to the position of the general flag, but she was not from the Imperial Star Military Academy, but Fu Song, who stripped off the clothes of the Imperial Star Military Academy students and put them on her body. She stepped on the general flag of the Imperial Star Military Academy, and the black flagpole was broken by her. Ji Jiuxiao opened his hands and lay on the ground, showing a satisfied smile. She said that wearing combat uniforms from other military academies is useful. Chapter 80. Yu Suin's elimination caught people off guard, and the failure of the Imperial Star Military Academy was even more shocking. It turned out to be the 4th place. This is the first time that the Imperial Star Military Academy has been eliminated so quickly. In previous years, even if the Imperial Star Military Academy occasionally did not win a game to the end, it would at least be the second to last to appear. The relevant entries immediately rushed to the top of the hot search. In addition to the heated discussion about the appearance of the Imperial Star Military Academy, the content about Fu Song also rose rapidly. Who is she? What major? How are her grades? Fu Song's background was thoroughly dug up by the majority of netizens. She was abandoned by her parents because of heart deficiency since she was a child. She grew up in a federal relief station and studied step by step with mediocre grades. The only unusual experience was that she had an accident when she took a cheap spaceship. The spaceship lost control and fell on a battlefield planet occupied by alien plants. When the military found her back, they accidentally discovered that her heart disease had healed during a physical examination. The official statement was that she had been attacked by alien plants, and the alien plant juice in her blood stimulated her heart, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and allowed her heart to grow again. After that, she seemed to have opened her eyes, and her grades improved by leaps and bounds. Half a year later, she was admitted to Theseus Military Academy. During her time at school, she studied alien plants, accumulated a lot of knowledge, and even filmed a documentary about alien plants. Netizens were excited. What alien plant attacked her? Can the juice of this alien plant be used to treat heart disease? The hospital that diagnosed her responded and said that they were studying alien plants. What kind of life-changing life is this? Even novels don't dare to write like this. Theseus Military Academy won 3 general flags, and the Imperial Star Military Academy was eliminated in 4th place. It's hard to say who will be the champion this year. This class of students is so strong. The first game is so exciting. In the full screen of comments, the discussion about Jiang Ju and Yusuin occupied a place, and no one thought that Yusuin would lose. Who is Jiang Ju? Unlike the true and false news flying all over Fu Song, all the content about Jiang Ju is sensitive words, and will be deleted by the platform as soon as it is released. However, these memes are not difficult for netizens. Abbreviations, aliases, nicknames, the platform can't always include all words in the banned words. So on the surface, it's calm without any splashes, but behind the scenes, the keyboards are so hot that they smoke. Not much information can be dug out, and there are also marketing accounts that deliberately take advantage of the popularity and say something irrelevant. The only confirmed information is that he is Jiang Xian's younger brother. Jiang Xian, the top strength, was more popular than Yusuin back then, and he deserved to be the top streamer, which makes sense. The aircraft sent a wave of eliminated students back to the city. Yusuin sat alone in the first row, emitting extremely low air pressure. Others would rather squeeze in the back than sit next to him. He suppressed the rage in his heart, closed his eyes, and reviewed what had just happened. He couldn't figure it out. How could he lose? The light computer rang, and the incoming call prompt was father. He clicked to connect, and the scolding came over him. This is the first head-on confrontation between you and Jiang Ju. I didn't think you would lose. Although he studied command, his individual combat power is not reduced. I have applied for you to double train in command. From now on, you should familiarize yourself with the courses. For today's matter, write me a 10,000-word review. As the last word fell, the communication was hung up neatly. He didn't say a word throughout the whole process. He leaned against the chair and looked down at the white ground. The Imperial Star Military Academy was eliminated, and there were 3 military academies left in the wasteland. They were allies in the last second, and became competitors in the next second. Everyone moved away from the Dixing Military Academy camp, avoiding the roots and strange plants to find a place to rest. The students of the three military academies sat separately, and the atmosphere between the schools was subtle. The Theseus Military Academy, which brought the three military academies together and contributed the most, suffered the heaviest losses. Currently, there are less than 10 people left on the field. Ji Jioshu was carried out of the area with roots and strange plants by Fusong, and he collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move. The ground is so cold, can you spread a blanket for me? The small bag that Ji Jioshu had been carrying was knocked off in the previous battle. Fusong couldn't find the bag, and his eyes were fixed on Rong Tianjiang's clothes. Rong Tianjiang hugged the clothes with both hands and turned his body sideways. Why are you looking at me? Doesn't Jiangju have clothes too? Jiangju approached, took off his down jacket and spread it on the ground, bent down and picked up Ji Jioshu and transferred him to the clothes, and the clothes that still had a trace of warmth separated the cold white snow. It seems that you are very afraid of the cold, but unfortunately people's hearts are colder than snow, Darula said coldly. Rong Tianjiang's expression was stiff. He looked at Ji Jioshu's pale face and opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. He was just a slut. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with the clothes. It didn't matter whether he wore them or not. He would give them away if he said a few more words. It was all Jiangju's fault for taking the lead. He really deserved to die. To make up for his mistake, he took out a heated cup to boil water and handed it to Ji Jioshu. He ran around and didn't refuse anything that Delilah called him to do. Looking at Rong Tianjiang, who was being played around, Ji Jioshu glanced at Delilah, who was leisurely. Delilah easily grasped the trick to control Rong Tianjiang. The joy of victory spread among the military school students. No one thought that they would actually succeed. Everyone's face was in disbelief and full of smiles. The commanders thought more, and Ji Jioshu noticed that the commanders-in-chief of the other two military academies were somewhat silent. Luo Linya walked up to Ji Jioshu and said sincerely, "The goal has been achieved. We will fulfill our promise. You can go and get our flag." It was agreed at the beginning that the price of Winchester Military Academy joining the alliance was to give up the competition for the second place. You don't need to give up. Xing Ran approached. His lips were whiter than Ji Jioshu, the wounded soldier. Fair competition, rely on strength. Ming Shiha Commander-in-Chief Bo Shu followed her and whispered, "I really don't understand what's going on in your head. Victory is clearly in front of you, but you have to do this." Ji Jioshu nodded in his heart and agreed with him. Luo Linya was surprised. "Are you sure?" "I want to win fairly." Xing Ran insisted on his own ideas. They can win through strength, rather than relying on the high branch of Theseus Military Academy to win. She wants people to talk about Monsi River Military Academy when they mention Monsi River Military Academy, not Theseus Military Academy. Her request is a good thing for Luo Linya. Maybe Winchester Military Academy can turn the situation around and win. The three parties reached an agreement. It was mainly Winchester Military Academy and Monsi River Military Academy that reached an agreement. Theseus Military Academy was just a spectator. The two military academies fought against each other. The remaining number of people on both sides was about the same. Everyone was tired, so they didn't go back to the camp to recuperate for 2 days before fighting. They fought directly on the spot. Luo Linya and Xinghe were the main combat forces of the two military academies. The two could tie. In terms of command, the second-year Xing Ran was also comparable to the Winchester Commander-in-Chief Yundi, who was about to graduate. No matter how few chess pieces there are on the board, as long as they are placed in the right position, they can produce unexpected results. The battle of more than 30 people lasted from dusk to noon the next day. During this period, the Theseus Military School students rested and cooked, and watched them fight while eating with relish. The students of the two military schools were cold and hungry, and their mouths were watering. Jiangju walked to Ji Jioshu and handed her the hot soup, and sat down beside her. The night was dim, and the dim lights of the two military schools lit up like fireflies. "Who do you think will win?" Ji Jioshu chatted. "Jiangju, I don't know." He found Ji Jioshu's backpack, took out the compressed thin blanket from it, opened it, and covered her with it. "Guess, there is no punishment for guessing wrong, and you will be rewarded with a candy if you guess right." Ji Jioshu finished drinking the soup, stretched out his fist in front of Jiangju, and a colorful candy lay in the palm of his hand. "I guess Winchester Military Academy wins." Rong Tianjiang interrupted in a gloomy way, took the candy from Ji Jioshu's hand, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. "By the way, where did you get the candy?" Didn't the organizer not allow you to bring your own food? Jiangju had a cold face, and he was letting out cold air. Why are you so stern? If you are unhappy, just say it, and let me be happy. Rong Tianjiang sat down next to Jiangju, put his arm around his shoulders, and looked like a good brother. Ji Jiuxiao, the candy was taken from Annie at Nathan University. How could you still be in the mood to steal candy in that situation? Rong Tianjiang's eyes widened. How can it be called stealing? Can something on the battlefield be called stealing? Ji Jiuxi was not justified but also very angry. Rong Tianjiang had nothing to say. Ji Jiuxi brought the topic back on track. Why did Winchester Military Academy win? Rong Tianjiang, Winchester has always been strong. Although it has fewer people than Monksit now, it has the upper hand and has a great chance of winning. How about we make a bet? Ji Jiuxiu suggested. I bet on Monksit Military Academy to win, and the loser will treat you to a week's meal. Rong Tianjiang quickly changed his words. I also think Monksit Military Academy will win. Ji Jiuxiu, ? I'm not stupid. How can I win a bet with you? Rong Tianjiang said proudly. Ji Jiuxiu, What is there to be proud of? Winchester Military Academy has gradually lost its composure. Darla came over, bypassed Rong Tianjiang and Jiangju, and sat on the other side of Ji Jiuxiu. Xing Ran's tactics are very strange, with no rules and no rules, which makes people confused. If Yundi's command style is flexible and changeable, Xing Ran's style is to take an unconventional approach, just like the battle she made in Beifu Military Academy, concealing the purpose, creating fog, and hiding murderous intentions. Fusong approached and yawned. How long will they fight? Ji Jiuxiu, who knows? The five of them sat side by side, watching the explosions from time to time in the distance, sharing the not-so-delicious food, and fighting for the few candies. There are only 7 in total. Can you leave some for me? Eating candy makes you fat. You need to maintain a perfect figure. I can help you eat it reluctantly. I apply for 2. Reject the application. Unreasonable requests will not be approved. The night is getting deeper, but I still can't sleep well. The alien plants and animals don't care about whether there is a competition or not. They come out to look for food when they are hungry. They like sweet humans the most. It was dawn, then it was bright, and it was very bright. Finally, the 2 military academies finished fighting. Luo Linya and Xinghao were eliminated at the same time. The loser was not because everyone was eliminated, but because the flag was stolen. The 2 battlefield commanders secretly sent people to the other camp to seize the flag, but Winchester Military Academy lost because they sent people too late. Xing Ran arranged 2 people to go to Winchester Military Academy long before setting out to attack Dixing Military Academy. Whether she fought with Winchester Military Academy or not, she would win. Then why did she bother to fight this battle? Rong Tianjiang asked. Ji Jiuxiu, this is a very good opportunity to test, find out Yundi's command style, and exchange the smallest cost for the greatest benefit. Anyway, I won't lose, so I just take a beating. Insidious. So insidious. Rong Tianjiang worried. What about our camp? Ji Jiuxiu, she didn't send anyone. Rong Tianjiang, how do you know? Ji Jiuxiu, because I left someone behind. Rong Tianjiang, Although Xing Ran is very insidious, he is still not as insidious as Ji Jiuxiu. Winchester Military Academy was eliminated, and there were only 2 schools left in the field. The combat power of Monksit Military Academy was very little, and the number of people who could still stand up and fight could be counted on one hand. Ji Jiuxiu walked toward Xing Ran and asked, Do you want to fight with us again? Seeing Xing Ran's overly lifeless face, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Being too thoughtful at a young age is not conducive to longevity. Xing Ran glanced at her and took the initiative to eliminate and leave the field. There is no point in fighting now. It is purely passive to be beaten. It is better to choose to withdraw actively. At least you don't have to be carried out, and the posture of leaving can be more beautiful. After all the students from the Monksit Military Academy were eliminated, the competition was declared over. After the Imperial Star Military Academy, the Monksit Military Academy narrowly defeated the Winchester Military Academy, becoming a new hot spot. As the last in 10,000 years, the Monksit Military Academy fought a beautiful comeback. Their performance is obvious to all. No one would think that they relied on Ji Jiuxia's help to win. Although Xing Ran's behavior seems irrational, he has indeed won a solid reputation. After the first joint exercise of the military academies, almost everyone was injured, and the hospital became the busiest place. In order to welcome this competition, the Jacob Star government specially vacated a floor of hospital wards, purchased a batch of the latest equipment, and mobilized a group of experienced old doctors to treat military academy students. The highest person in charge of the Jacob Star government looked at the rising popularity and smiled from ear to ear. The number of people who bought tickets to travel to Jacob Star just after the competition ended was the total number of the usual month. In the three-person room of the hospital, Ji Jiuxiao, Jiang Ju and Rong Tianjiang lay side by side on the bed. Fusong, who was beside them, scooped the hospital's special ice cream with a spoon and ate it. Looking at Ji Jiuxiao, she drooled. Ji Jiuxiao, can't I have a bite? Fusong, the doctor said that you can't eat raw and cold food during the convalescence. She said it's not recommended to eat, not that you can't eat it. What era is it? Convalescence is still the same old way. Ji Jiuxiu stretched out his hand to Fusong, his eyes full of affection. Give me a bite, just one bite. Fusong hesitated for a moment and handed the ice cream over. When Ji Jiuxiu's hand was about to touch the ice cream bucket, the other hand took it away. Patients can't eat cold food. You are young now, and don't take care of your body. You will suffer when you are old. Darilla ignored Fusong's eyes and put the ice cream away. I haven't told you yet, this is the third bucket. If you eat more, you can live in the bathroom tonight. Ji Jiuxiu was in pain. You are so cold and heartless, and you talk like an old woman. Darilla pressed Ji Jiuxiu's wound, and Ji Jiuxiu gasped and moved his stiff limbs to the side. Broken ribs, gunshot to the shoulder, broken calf. It's a miracle that you can hold on until now. Darilla counted Ji Jiuxiu's injuries. Ji Jiuxiu whispered, the name of the miracle is painkillers. How dare you say that? Darilla raised the volume. Did you hear what the doctor said? Overdose of painkillers causes slight brain damage and delayed body reactions. If you become a fool, you deserve it. Ji Jiuxiu shut up and lowered his head to pinch his fingers. Rong Tianjiang gloated, yes, she deserved it. How much better are you than her? You complained about the hardship during basic training, and you couldn't even beat the half-crippled Yusu Pu in the field. In the end, I shot him down. Darilla turned the gun around. Rong Tianjiang was silent, lowered his head, and pulled the corner of his clothes. Darilla saw Fusong's hand reaching for Bing Bing and continued to fire. Still eating, what if you get a stomachache? There's no extra ward for you to lie down here. Fusong retracted his fingers and silently glanced at Bing Bing. Jiang Ju, the only one who was not attacked by artillery fire, was the focus of the three people. He was the most seriously injured. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his silver-white hair scattered, and was as quiet as a painting. Darilla glanced at him, and didn't pay attention to him anymore. Jiang Ju on the bed opened his eyes slightly, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Darilla didn't notice him. Rong Tianjiang on the side widened his eyes. Jiang Ju, you are so good, pretending to sleep. Why didn't he think of such a good idea? Darilla turned around suddenly and caught him in the act. She sneered, pretending to sleep, right? Are you in so much pain that you can't sleep? Otherwise, I give you some of Ji Jiuxiao's painkillers? Ji Jiuxiao? Question mark. No, why did you involve her again? Darilla continued to output, as a commander, you don't have any command quality at all. You only know how to fight alone. If you can't beat them alone, don't you call others to help you? Or do you think you are particularly heroic when you go alone? Jiang Ju said nothing, and just closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. The physical fitness of military school students is not bad. They lie in the medical cabin for 2 hours every day, and can basically be discharged after half a week. The results will be released during this period. The ranking of military schools will be determined during the competition. The organizer will release the individual points ranking. Ji Jiuxiu is ranked 6th. If she didn't give some of her points to the eliminated students, her total points should be the first. The first place was Jiang Ju, the second was Darilla, Yu Suyin was the third, Rong Tianjiang was the 90th, and Fusong was the 99th. The latter two did less than the students of the same school and the same major, but they each won the flag of a military academy and led the points. The interval between the games was 3 weeks, and the students could choose to return to school or go home. Ji Jiuxiu chose to go home. The other 4 did not want to go home or go back to school, so they unanimously decided to go back to Ji Jiuxiu's home. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the 4 people in front of him and sent a message to the landlord of the clinic, proposing to rent the room on the 3rd floor of the clinic. Now the 2 floors really couldn't accommodate people. The last message was sent to the landlord when the 2nd floor was rented. The conversation has been showing unread. I don't know if the landlord is dead. When the 5 were about to leave, Darilla, Jiang Ju, and Rong Tianjiang all received news from home. Darilla, my father asked me to go back. There will be a banquet the day after tomorrow, and he asked me to take you with me. Rong Tianjiang, my mother prepared a dinner party to celebrate my rebirth, and asked you to be there. Jiangju, my brother said he wanted to check my mental strength and invite everyone to come. Ji Jiuxiao, The first two were normal, but what happened to the last one? Did Jiang Xian invite everyone to see a doctor together? She declined all invitations. The clinic business was very busy, and she had to make money in a hurry. Now these big men invited her because she was a good friend of their children. This status meant that both parties were elders and juniors, but what she wanted was to really eat at the table and talk on an equal footing, just like she and her companions. She was not worthy of it now, so she had to work harder to improve herself. One day, they would invite her personally, instead of communicating through their children. It was agreed that the five of them would go together, and in the end, only two people without a mother, father, or brother were left. Ji Jiuxiu and Fu Song boarded the spaceship and left Jacob's star. The spaceship landed on Theseus' star, and Ji Jiuxiu took Fu Song to the clinic in the black market. Time seemed to freeze in the black market. It was the same when they left and the same when they came back. Fu Song was very honest, unlike Rong Tianjiang who asked questions everywhere. He remembered some precautions very well, and Ji Jiuxiu didn't need to remind him repeatedly. Students of Theseus Military Academy, who did not participate in the joint military academy exercise, were still in class. Yin Pei would come to the clinic after school in the afternoon. Now only Nancy was in the clinic. Ji Jiuxiu introduced new friends to both parties. Nancy was a little reserved, while Fu Song was much more casual. The two had no common topics, but after Nancy finished making dinner, Fu Song looked at her with obvious eagerness. Nancy was still shy, and praised Tianji 100 times for sending her recipes and teaching her how to cook. Now she was a person of status in this family, and she was an indispensable cook. After dinner, Fu Song collapsed on the sofa as usual to play games. Yin Pei was repairing the mecha on the first floor, and Ji Jiuxiu found Nancy, who was loosening the soil for Xiao Xiao on the balcony, and handed her a chip. Nancy typed on the optical computer, "What is this?" Ji Jiuxiu, I wanted to give you the identity chip earlier, but the process was stuck for several days, and I was busy with the competition and couldn't contact you. Get ready, I will have an operation tomorrow to install a cyber tongue for you. Nancy's pupils shook, and she was at a loss looking at the chip in Ji Jiuxiu's hand that was not even as big as a fingernail. Because she couldn't speak, her lips were always closed, and now they were even more tightly pursed. Ji Jiuxiu took out a new optical computer and put the chip in it. I bought this optical computer for you. I can't stand the card in your hand. Did Yin Pei not pay you? I'm going to scold him now. Nancy shook her head frantically, typing and deleting the words on the optical computer. No. No. I have money. She wanted to open the account to show the balance, but her slightly trembling hands always touched it by mistake, and the optical computer was indeed old and stuck, so she couldn't click it. Ji Jiuxiu touched Nancy's head. Okay, I'm just kidding you. Try your new optical computer. There is an instruction manual inside. Figure out how to use it yourself. She checked Nancy's body, and her bone age showed that Nancy was only 18 years old, younger than her, and still a little girl. The murderous girl was in tears at this moment, and wanted to type thank you, but felt that these two words were too light. Ji Jiuxiao, is the money enough? I give you a raise. She and Yin Pei learned about Nancy's work situation. Yin Pei kept praising her, saying that she could read people's expressions to appease irritable guests, worked hard to improve herself by reading books, was more diligent than robots, and cooked delicious food. It feels like Nancy will be able to work with Yin Pei in a while. Nancy, enough, it's already a lot. She finally opened her account, and could count the 5-digit balance at a glance. Nancy, Tianji said you are transforming the planet. Can I help? I saved this money for you, of course. Thank you very much for your support, but I only need half of it, and you can keep the rest for backup. Ji Jiuxiu nodded, smiling. Accepting a friend's kindness is a way to show closeness, and she happily accepted Nancy's gift. After talking about business, Ji Jiuxiu was about to go back to her room. When she turned around, she saw Fu Song leaning against the door frame, staring at the grass in the flower pot. The grass was well fed, and the two cotyledons were plump. Ji Jiuxiu was puzzled. What's wrong? 2 bamboo leaves were on Fu Song's shoulders, and Feizhu poked its head out. The branches without facial features could not tell what it wanted to do. Until the end of the game, Feizhu was not exchanged for points by Ji Jiuxiu, but was directly stuffed into the bag and brought over as a trophy. Star people would raise some tamed alien plants and animals as pets. Ji Jiuxiu completed the procedures for alien pets, And now Feiju is her legal alien plant. Fusong squatted down and pinched a handful of grass leaves, took Feiju and stuffed it into Ji Jiuxia's hand. You really grow everything. Ji Jiuxia. I also raise everything. Raising Tianji, Fusong, Nancy, and Yanpei, these people with no income are all raised by her. Is it easy for her to support a large family with her hard work? Chapter 81. The next day, Ji Jiuxia took Nancy to the hospital for an examination, performed surgery on Nancy, and installed a metal tongue. She went to a regular large hospital in the south, and only legal citizens of the Federation could make an appointment for the treatment, which is why she had to apply for an identity certificate for Nancy first. Rong Tianjiang's parents helped with the application. Nancy's identity was related to the previous Liu Guang incident, which was more sensitive, so it was stuck for a few days. In the end, it was the Rong family who took action to solve it. As one of the victims, Ji Jiuxiu told Nancy the whole story about the person behind Liu Guang, fearing that she would be ignorant and hate the Rong family. Rong Tianjiang might come to the clinic to play in the future. With his ability, he would be beaten by Nancy one day, and he would not have time to cry for help. Nancy, have all the people in the industry chain been arrested? Ji Jiuxiu said frankly. I don't know. She couldn't answer this question. Perhaps the biggest boss behind it was still hiding safely and producing new drugs. She couldn't reach that level for the time being, so she couldn't check it herself. The answers she heard were relayed by others. She patted Nancy's shoulder. Don't be too pessimistic. There are many bad people in the world, but there are also many good people. Nancy looked into Ji Jiuxiao's eyes and nodded heavily. The examination showed a good result. Nancy's body had reached the standard for surgery after a long period of recuperation. They scheduled the surgery 3 days later. As long as they waited for another 3 days, Nancy could speak like a normal person. With 2.5 weeks of rest time left, Ji Jiuxiu used 2 days to complete all the work that had been scheduled in the clinic before. Because she was often not in the clinic, the customers could not wait too long, resulting in less and less treatment work, and Yanpei's maintenance work was gradually getting better. Customers come and go, and the last one needs Ji Jiuxiu to come. Service. After Ji Jiuxiu finished the mental counseling, he washed his hands and picked up the orange on the table to peel and eat. You don't need to find me, or do you have a masochistic problem? Others can say that it is inconvenient to go to the hospital in the south, and other clinics in the black market are too shady, so they choose her. But with Shuang Yuebai's status, it is not a matter of words to go to where to do mental counseling. It is not a comfortable thing to bear her mental power. Other therapists charge money for mental counseling, but she wants money in life. Shuang Yuebai, you won't take the initiative to come to me. I can only use this reason. If we don't see each other for too long, I'm afraid you will forgive me. You stole your brother's job and decided to go on stage yourself. Seduce me? Ji Jiuxiu stuffed a slice of orange into his mouth and complained expressionlessly. Shuang Yuebai, Ji Jiuxiao's mouth can really say anything. She looked at the orange in Ji Jiuxiu's hand and spoke in the same tone. I still like your vigilant look when you first came. Look at your lawless appearance now. You just treat the Storm Organization as your own home. Ji Jiuxiao, me too. You were lying on the bed motionless at that time, looking obedient and fragile. You go back. Shuang Yuebai interrupted Ji Jiuxiao. There has been a lot of noise outside recently. Don't make trouble casually. Ji Jiuxiao, what noise? Shuang Yuebai didn't answer her question. She stood up and threw the orange peel in her hand into the trash can accurately, clapped her hands, and walked out the door. I am very disappointed in you. You don't understand me at all. Am I the kind of person who likes to make trouble? As usual, Shuang Yunfei sent Ji Jiuxiu back to the clinic. On the aircraft, Ji Jiuxiu propped up his chin with one hand and looked at Shuang Yunfei lazily. Shuang Yunfei was handling work and felt uncomfortable when she stared at him. What are you looking at? Ji Jiuxiu, give me 5 million. Shuang Yunfei, question mark. Shuang Yunfei, is there something wrong with your brain? Your sister said that you like me and want to pursue me. If you like someone, don't you worry that she doesn't have enough money to spend? Ji Jiuxiu was at ease. As the old saying goes, where the money is, there is love. Shuang Yunfei, wrong logic. He pinched his brows, remembered what Shuang Yuebai said, and transferred the money to Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiao's eyes were full of smiles after receiving the transfer. I like you a little bit now. Shuang Yunfei glanced at her upturned mouth corners and frowned. Do you like money so much? Of course, I am just a very vulgar ordinary person. Ji Jiuxiu used the prize money of the Theseus Military Academy, and the money given by Shuang Yunfei to pay off the debt. Theseus Military Academy is very generous in giving money. Each game has a separate prize money. She counted the amount of debt. The revolution is already halfway through, and colleagues still need to work hard. Ji Jioshu stared at the light brain and said casually, the criminal who kidnapped the daughter of the head of Zhuan Planet 5 years ago fled to the black market these 2 days. The federal government does not care about the black market, but the head of Zhuan Planet can do anything for his daughter. Now he is organizing people to attack the black market. The Federation will take the opportunity to get involved. The positioning of the black market itself is another anti-Federation existence. The head of Zhuan Planet may ask the black market to hand over the murderer, but the black market is a paradise for murderers. Shuang Yuebai will definitely not agree to the request of the head of Zhuan Planet. How do you know? Shuang Yunfei stopped working and turned to look at Ji Jioshu. He had just received the news about this matter, which was limited to the movements of Zhuan Planet. The Federation was not clear at the moment. Ji Jioshu's information channels were actually more informed than him. I know you are not afraid of the Federation, but your position as the leader of the black market is not very stable. Ji Jioshu continued to talk to himself. Do you think your opponents will secretly join forces with the person in charge of Zhuan Planet to weaken you? The black market is full of people. Although the Storm Organization is the only one in power, Shuang Yuebai and his sister are too young to suppress some of the old people in the organization, especially when they want to make changes, and will affect the interests of the veterans. The way the Storm Organization selects its successors is very bloody. The leader will adopt a group of orphans, and let them kill each other like raising poisonous insects. The winner is the one who survives to the end. If the new leader wants to take the position, there is another prerequisite that the previous leader dies. Shuang Yuebai and his brother have the means, but they have been in power for too short a time to completely control the Storm Organization. They are unstable internally, and have enemies externally. I think they are not having an easy time. Shuang Yunfei was silent. Ji Jioshu knew them too well, and he could not say anything to refute. Ji Jioshu sent a photo to Shuang Yunfei. It was a portrait. The man in the photo was hunched over, his face was white and clean, and his eyebrows drooped down, looking miserable. Who? Shuang Yunfei asked. Ji Jioshu. The person that Zhuan Planet wants, he has had plastic surgery, this is what he looks like now. Zhuan Planet didn't give you his photo, because they don't know what he looks like. The mark is that he has a cross-shaped green scar on the back of his shoulder blade, which is caused by alien plants and cannot be covered or removed. The information she provided was too detailed, and Shuang Yunfei was completely shocked. The aircraft slowly stopped. Advanced aircraft are very private. The driver in front can't hear what they are talking about, so he doesn't know what they are talking about. He stopped the car as usual. I'm here. Ji Jioshu got off the car and waved to Shuang Yunfei. Thank you for your money, see you next time. Shuang Yunfei stared at her back for a long time until she disappeared into the clinic, and the aircraft slowly drove away. It was dark, but the lights were on in the clinic, the door was open, and someone was waiting for her to come back. She entered the clinic, and the aroma of food filled the air from the second floor. She called Yanpei, who was working hard to eat. When they went up to the second floor, Fusong was already sitting at the table waiting to eat. The table was full of dishes. After seeing Fusong's appetite, Nancy silently increased the amount of food she cooked. Ji Jioshu washed his hands and went to help get the food. The four of them sat around the table to eat. The warm-tone lights made this scene particularly warm. After the meal, Ji Jioshu received Shuang Yuebai's thanks. She didn't reply. The information she gave was clearly marked with a price. The other party should thank her for paying the money. Nancy first mentioned this matter to her. As a former assassin, Nancy got up early and worked late every day to do dirty work for the organization. She knew some things that the Federation and the black market knew, and she also knew things that they didn't know. When she found out that the criminal appeared in the black market, she shared the news with Ji Jioshu as soon as possible. Ji Jioshu then got some words from different old customers of the clinic, asked Jiang Ju and Dai Ruila about the Federation's movements, and pieced together the general course of events. The criminal did not just come to the black market, but had been hiding for a long time. The enemy of the Storm Organization accidentally discovered his identity, and knew that he could not defeat the Storm Organization alone, so he sold the news to the person in charge of Zhuan Planet. The two sides cooperated, one put pressure on the Storm Organization, and the other made some tricks when Zhuan Planet attacked, achieving a perfect win-win situation. Ji Jioshu hoped that Shuang Yuebai and her brother could hold their positions firmly. This was her selfish desire. After spending so much time with them, the communication between them was quite harmonious, and the black market was stable. She wanted to make money in a safe and stable way, not to make money from war. After the news was sold, she no longer paid attention to this matter. As long as it didn't hit her door, she didn't care. There was a new thing in front of her. She saw a mercenary mission. The money was not much, but it was easy. The mission content was to support the employer and shout some cheering words that made people tap their toes. A lot of people were required. The location was on the street of Zeta Star. It was not a pit to trick people to a remote star to kill. Zeta Star was next to Theseus Star. It was a wealthy and prosperous planet. The spacecraft arrived in 2 hours, and it could be done in half a day. Just treat it as a trip to relax. The mission pays little, but there are many people who want it. As soon as it was released in the morning, countless people signed up. It was as exciting as competing for a concert of a top singer. Jijoshi was lucky to get the last spot. We set off for Zeta Star at noon. The employer did not arrange a car, so everyone went there on their own. The fare was included in the salary. They were required to wear green support uniforms and arrive at Central Street before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jijoshi bought a ticket and boarded the spaceship, happily going to Zeta Star. There was a charity event on Zeta Star today. Some dignitaries and celebrities auctioned items, and the money they took would be donated to charity organizations. The employer who posted the mission was one of the little stars. He was not very famous, and wanted to find someone to pretend to be a fan to support the scene. Jijoshi put on her mask. Such a scene would inevitably be full of cameras. She was afraid of being photographed accidentally. It would be bad if the entry unknown star sneaked into the red carpet of an event without receiving an invitation appear tomorrow. She touched her chin and felt that this little star was really bold. She asked someone to pretend to be a fan and found a mercenary. A group of fans with evil temperament shouted cheering words. She couldn't even imagine this scene. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She kept jumping between I must be overthinking what could happen on the street, and which serious little star would ask mercenaries to pretend to be fans. But since she was here, she finally decided to go and see what the situation was. She shouldn't be so unlucky to fall into the trap every time, right? Although the name of Central Street contains the word Central, it is not the most lively city center. It is located near the Federal Agency building. Usually there are not many people coming to play, but today it is crowded with fans of stars. The soldiers were fully armed, patrolling and directing traffic, clearing a space for celebrities to pass by. With so many people, the probability of something going wrong is not high. Jijoshi put on her green jacket and found that someone was giving out free cheering sticks. Seeing that the cheering sticks were about to run out, she hurried over to get one to show her professionalism. The tall and thin boy who was handing out the cheering sticks stared at Jijoshi for a long time. No more. Aren't there 2 left? Jijoshi pointed at the cheering stick in his hand. Give me one. The boy put away the green cheering stick and took out another pink one from the bag, saying in a flat tone, "Take this." Why are you so unprofessional? Jijoshi put his hands on his hips. Different colored cheering sticks represent different people. I want the green one. The boy's eyes were subtle, and a prompt popped up on the light brain. He looked down and hurriedly stuffed a green cheering stick into Jijoshi's hand, then walked forward without looking back and disappeared into the crowd. It was the first time that Jijoshi held a cheering stick, and it felt heavier than she imagined, and it looked like it was of good quality. She took a picture of the scene, and the green clothes on her body, and sent it to her employer to prove that she had arrived at the scene. She would take another picture after the end, and this mission would be perfectly completed. She looked up in the crowd, and a number of aircraft stopped, and various types of eye-catching stars walked out of them. With the status of the employer, he should appear a little earlier. Seeing one person after another passing by in front of her, she never saw anyone wearing pure green clothes. There were people whose dresses were decorated with green, but there were too many people, and she couldn't tell which one was the employer. There were too many people, causing her to become face-blind, and she gradually couldn't remember what the employer looked like. She quickly opened the light brain to take a look at the employer's picture to review. Round after round of people walked by, and the soldiers began to evacuate the crowd. After the stars in front walked out, the dignitaries and celebrities followed behind, and no one was allowed to take pictures or watch. Jijoshi took another photo of herself and sent it to her employer. Although the prepared cheering words and cheering sticks were not used, and the employer did not see where she was definitely there. When the employer was recruiting, he did not say that he would not recruit people with face blindness, so it was not her fault. She squeezed too far to the front, and had to wait for the people behind her to leave before she could leave. When the crowd left, people walked out of the aircraft one after another. The people in front of her were scattered, and Ji Jioshio raised her foot to walk forward. Suddenly, someone next to her grabbed her arm. "Where are you going? Don't walk around." The man who held her was a muscular man, with a short beard, wearing green clothes, and holding a green cheering stick in his hand. She was torn between being a true fan and a mercenary, not knowing which one he belonged to, and was afraid that the employer had other arrangements, so she stopped obediently. The man's eyes were as big as a cow, and he glanced at her. "Hold your weapons. Are you new here? You don't even know this." "Weapons? What weapons?" Ji Jioshia thought for a while, and found that the other party's eyes fell on the cheering stick she stuffed into the bag and half exposed. She took the cheering stick in her hand, and felt that such a macho man was actually a true fan of the white and clean little male star, and he even compared the cheering stick to a weapon. It was indeed a tiger in his heart, sniffing the rose. She answered, "Yes, this is my first time doing this task." "Do you often have such tasks?" Strong man, "Not often, but from time to time." Ji Jioshia nodded. A small-time celebrity probably doesn't have many opportunities to walk on the red carpet, so she doesn't have many opportunities to hold the scene. As a marginal person in the film and television industry, who is also obscure, she understands. "You are a newcomer. Let me say a few more words to you." Strongman spoke. This is to remind her that the other party is really a good person, and will help the younger generation. It would be nice to do more such easy tasks in the future. Ji Jioshia was in high spirits and said, "You say?" The strongman, "In our line of work, you need to have sharp eyes, and not miss the target. You need to be steady. Sometimes there are many people bumping into each other, and it is easy to make mistakes. You also need to be consistent, and do your work steadily without thinking too much." Ji Jioshia kept it in mind. She didn't expect that there are so many tricks to being a fan. She really needs to be more careful when cheering in a crowded place. She made the first mistake today, and didn't recognize where her employer was. It's just that this strongman is a bit overbearing. He doesn't allow fans to climb the wall. He can only love one wall. This is more or less a bit difficult. It's human nature to love everyone you meet, but she looked at the strongman's resolute face, and finally didn't say this. "Ji Jioshia, when can I leave?" The strongman, "Why leave? No one has come yet." "Not yet?" Ji Jioshia was surprised. No wonder she didn't see anyone. "He's late?" The strongman nodded. "It's a little late. There's nothing we can do. It's common for accidents to happen. Relax your mind." Ji Jioshia was speechless. How could it be a little late? The star team had already entered. It's hard to say whether he can enter now. She wanted to leave, but the strongman stood by and didn't move. She was embarrassed to leave. The employer didn't have many fans. The strongman finally met a person who shared the same responsibility. If he knew that she was a shill, he would be so sad. In order not to upset the enthusiastic strongman, she had to continue standing there, chatting casually and looking around boredly. The crowd had almost dispersed, and the green dots became more and more. The little star actually had quite a few true fans. Ji Jioshia was not afraid that the strongman would not find a like-minded person. She found an excuse to escape. She saw the person who got off the aircraft at the intersection and paused. Jiangju followed a young man, wearing a well-cut black suit, with long silver hair tied up and draped behind him. As he walked, he was a little dignified and a little strange. I was used to seeing him in combat uniforms, and it was the first time I saw him dressed like this. At first glance, I almost didn't recognize him. The man walking in front of him was Carlin, the eldest prince of the royal family, and a character who often appeared on the screen. His facial features were wild, and his temperament was a bit like Xuan Yunfei. Because his expression was serious and solemn, he was more stable and less arrogant than Xuan Yunfei. "Strongman, here it comes." When Ji Jioshio heard the voice of the strongman next to her and wondered why she didn't see her employer, she saw the strongman take off his green coat, raise the green cheering stick, and a bullet flew out, aiming directly at Carol. Ji Jioshio, ? The strongman changed his position after firing a shot, and when he passed by her, he quickly said, "Why are you so slow to react? Are you standing here stupidly waiting to die?" Ji Jioshio, The soldier's counterattack was very fast, and the bullets fell like dense rain. Ji Jioshia's curses popped up in his mind, and he took off his clothes while running. Now she explained to the soldiers that she and the strong man didn't know each other at all, and were not in the same group at all. Would they believe it? But she didn't even have the chance to speak. The soldiers had already locked onto her, and she fled in a hurry. They opened fire without asking clearly. Aren't they afraid of accidentally hurting innocent citizens? Although she was wearing green clothes, holding a cheering stick, and standing very close to the strongman, talking and laughing, she was really not an assassin. A soldier placed a square machine box high up. As the switch was pressed, Ji Jioshio heard the sound of electricity coming out of the mask on her face. She turned on the front camera of the optical brain, and her facial features under the lens returned to her own appearance, and the mask covering her face was useless. It's over. If her face was seen, the hot search tonight would appear as military school students assassinated the eldest prince. The news, her fame will never have to worry about in this life. She wrapped her head with her clothes inside out. The inner layer of the clothes was black. After wrapping it up, she looked more like a mentally insane antisocial terrorist. The large number of people in green clothes disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was unknown whether they were assassins like the strong man or fans of the little star. In short, they all disappeared in the crowd. The crowd that had not yet dispersed completely was startled by the gunshots and screamed and ran around. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Everyone rushed around randomly, and some even entered the range of the soldiers shooting, and the soldiers had to stop. Others shot at Carlin from other directions. He walked into the building under the protection of the soldiers. Someone threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and a large amount of white smoke poured out, mixed with screams. The whole process took less than a minute. Ji Jioshio saw the boy who had distributed the cheering sticks flash by in the white smoke, holding a slender gun in his hand. She subconsciously looked at the cheering stick in her hand, reached out to remove the shell, and a gun with a slender shape like an ancient pipe appeared. What kind of assassin organization is so unprofessional that it is really okay to easily hand out weapons to innocent people like her? She was still within the soldier's shooting range. A bullet grazed her cheek. She raised her gun and fired back, aiming at the gun in the other person's hand. Although the situation was developing like a wild horse running wildly, she didn't want to hurt anyone. Although she was holding a prohibited weapon, she was really a good person. The thick smoke blocked her vision, and she could only hear countless gunshots. The faint smell of blood was mixed in the choking smoke, and the chaos was like doomsday. Suddenly, all the movement stopped, and time seemed to stop in an instant. She felt the familiar mental fluctuations, and heard a slight suppressed cough. The one with white hair is on the left. The voice was very low, right next to Ji Jioshi's ear. It was the strong man who was talking next to her. Time resumed. The soldiers brought a windmill machine to blow away the smoke, and when Jiang Ju's figure became clear, countless bullets went towards him. The boy who handed out the cheering stick had his back to Ji Jioshio. She saw that he was holding a machine in his hand. She had just seen the picture of the machine 2 days ago. It was taken by Darula and sent to the group. The Federal Laboratory asked Darula to study the song she sang before to stimulate the alien plants, and wanted to make a tool to disrupt the mental power of alien plants and beasts. Unexpectedly, the real thing appeared in front of her so quickly. This weapon is specifically aimed at mental power, and is still in the process of being a semi-finished product. It should appear in the laboratory instead of on the street. Did someone leak the secret, or was the assassin related to a big shot, and dared to take out the thing so openly? For people with stable mental power, its attack effect is average, but for Jiang Ju, whose mental power is not very stable, it is very useful. Their target was not Carolyn at all, but Jiang Ju. She hooked the strongman's neck, and the strongman was knocked to the ground without noticing. She shot him once at the left and right wrists. The strongman felt pain and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "Ji Jioshio, I want to ask you what you are going to do. I just want to do a simple and easy task. Why are you forcing me?" She kicked the strongman's thigh angrily. "You have hurt me badly, do you know?" Bullshit fans. She actually chatted with an assassin for a long time. Mercenary tasks are either extremely dangerous at first glance, or they are secretly dangerous. Why is it so difficult to make some money? Chapter 82. The eldest prince Karen hid in the building, leaving only Jiang Ju and a group of soldiers outside the street to fight the assassins. The assassins stared at Jiang Ju, and the instruments specially used to deal with mental power were activated, emitting high-frequency vibrations that were difficult for human ears to hear. Jiang Ju coughed more and more frequently, and Ji Jioshio stared at the boy with a cheering stick and pressed the trigger. It should be said that the guns of this group of assassins are quite easy to use. They are small and easy to carry. The bullets are not big, but the firing speed is fast, and the damage caused is no worse than some military weapons. The strong man looked at Ji Jioshio in astonishment, and finally realized that something was wrong. "Who are you? How did you get into our team?" "I'm just an ordinary worker, and I don't want to get into your team at all." Ji Jioshio rolled his eyes. I want to ask you why such an important assassination activity is so frivolous posted on the mercenary platform, and don't you need to review the personnel? She became more and more angry as she spoke, and kicked the strong man again, but the gun in her hand never stopped. The cheering stick boy turned around, and his facial features changed, becoming a familiar face to Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu Cyrus? Cyrus, the star pirate who broke into Blue Star and disrupted the final exam of Theseus Military Academy, from the Tingsha organization. What a coincidence, we meet again. Cyrus recognized Ji Jiuxiu's voice, and was a little surprised. It was more than a coincidence, it was a very coincidence. She asked Cyrus for the cheering stick, and then Cyrus gave her a gun. Ji Jiuxiu was very annoyed. So you deliberately gave me the cheering stick, and used an innocent citizen as a target to confuse the line of sight. Your behavior is worse than assassinating Jiang Ju. Assassinating a person can only mean that they have a personal grudge, but dragging a passerby as a scapegoat is enough to prove that the other party has no humanity. However, a pirate who makes a living by robbing and killing is indeed inhumane. Cyrus waved his hand, and an assassin came out from the side, and took away the instrument in his hand. He smiled and relaxed. You insisted on asking me for something. Ji Jiuxiu, if you insist on refusing, I won't rob you. Cyrus stepped back, and evaded the bullets of all the soldiers flexibly. His mental power level was not low, and the speed of the bullets slowed down slightly when approaching him. He tilted his head and looked at Ji Jiuxiu. I don't want to fight you here, go away. The instrument was a palm-sized square-shaped transmitter, which was restarted in the hands of another assassin. Ji Jiuxiu heard Jiang Ju start coughing again, and the thick fog rose again, blocking the figures of everyone. The assassin seemed to have a machine to locate the mental power fluctuations, which could accurately find Jiang Ju's position. Jiang Ju's cough gradually became intermittent. Ji Jiuxiu released her mental power, which worked better than any machine. She immediately found Jiang Ju. She groped in the thick fog, and the clothes covering her head helped filter out some of the smoke. There were not many bullets near Jiang Ju. It seemed that the assassins knew that bullets could not kill Jiang Ju, and their main attack method was to destroy his mental power. Jiang Ju! Jiang Ju! Ji Jiuxiu shouted as she approached, fearing that Jiang Ju would hurt her by mistake. I know it's you. Jiang Ju's voice sounded, I recognize your mental power fluctuations. Don't talk, they will notice you. Ji Jiuxiu, are you okay? Jiang Ju, I'm fine, why are you here? Ji Jiuxiu, it's a long story. Jiang Ju, it's not safe here, you leave first, you. The soldiers' windmill machines continued to blow away the thick smoke, and Jiang Ju's words were stuck when he saw Ji Jiuxiu. The person in front of him had her head wrapped tightly in clothes, revealing only a pair of black eyes. One sleeve of her clothes fell down, and the green on it could be clearly seen. She was holding a slender gun in her hand. Jiang Ju was hesitant to speak. In the end, he still didn't say anything, approached Ji Jiuxiu's direction, and shot the assassin hidden in the white smoke with the gun in his hand. A gunshot, and a person fell to the ground. The instrument did have an effect on him. His eyes turned silver, and his breath was not as stable as usual. The closer to his position, the fewer attacks, and the gunshots in the distance were much more frequent. He took off the black crystal necklace on his neck, and held it in his hand, and his mental power spread outward. Ji Jiuxiu, why are you still shooting? The gunshots were not from the soldiers attacking unilaterally, but from both sides. However, the assassins used a mental power affecting instrument to deal with Jiang Ju, so who were they shooting at? Without waiting for Jiang Ju to answer, the situation on Central Avenue flashed through her mind, the crowded streets, and the citizens who had not dispersed. It was the masses, they were shooting at innocent people, they knew Jiang Ju too well, using the citizens to contain Jiang Ju so that he could release his mental power, and then using the instrument to interfere with him. How vicious, Ji Jiuxiu frowned, I go help. Wait. Jiang Ju stopped her, replaced the gun in her hand with his, and took off the clothes on her head, and threw them away. Use this, be careful. Ji Jiuxiu took his gun, and walked to where Cyrus was originally. The street was very quiet. The screams of the crowd were in another area. The suppressed panting and sharp gunshots were intertwined, and the white smoke was about to dissipate. She saw the strong man, who had lost his hands, and lost his ability to fight hiding behind a bunker. She raised her gun and shot at him, hitting his 2 legs. Now he couldn't run away. The strong man stared at her with wide eyes. You. Ji Jiuxiu, you people don't deserve any kindness. They can't even be called human beings. What's the difference between their behavior and that of alien plants and beasts? She passed the strong man, and continued to move forward. A bullet landed on the side of her calf. If she reacted a little slower, a muzzle would appear at the same position as the strongman. Ji Jioshio looked up and saw Cyrus standing in front of him, looking unhappy. Cyrus fired another shot. Why don't you go when I tell you to go? Ji Jioshio supported the fence next to him with both hands, climbed over with the force, and approached Cyrus while avoiding the bullet. The other party stood still and continued to shoot. Ji Jioshio also only attacked and did not defend. At the same time, the bullets in the opposite direction forced the two to retreat. Ji Jioshio took the opportunity to enter the building next to him and used the wall as cover. This was a good position. The sound of the gun clearly showed that there was no obstacle in front. She shot again, but she was not aiming at Cyrus. Her target was the assassin soldiers from the beginning. According to her understanding of the leader, most of the work was done by the soldiers. The citizens all hid in the buildings, and the soldiers attracted the assassins' firepower on their behalf. As the number of guards who came to assist increased, the assassins gradually became weaker. Ji Jioshio popped his head out of the window and looked out with a pair of eyes. Carol was standing in the building opposite, and he could see his expression at the moment through the glass. A pair of eyes looked down coldly, and the face that was high-spirited before was now gloomy. The soldiers surrounded him closely, looking around vigilantly. Beep! A short and sharp whistle sounded, and Cyrus put down the whistle and kicked the machine that stimulated mental power next to him. Useless thing. He looked in the direction of Ji Jioshio, raised his hand, and waved at her, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Every time we meet, it's always a rush. I look forward to seeing you next time. All the assassins stopped and ran to the nearest house. There were not many assassins who could move freely, so the soldiers immediately chased after them. There were many soldiers, and they immediately blocked the central street and sent a group of people to investigate. They were skilled in their business and did not need Ji Jioshio and Jiang Ju's help. Everyone retreated like a tide, and Ji Jioshio walked to Jiang Ju's side, skillfully grasped his hand, and used mental power to soothe his turbulent mental picture. Ji Jioshio, have you finished the examination? What did the doctor say? Jiang Ju, more stable than before. The doctor spoke for a long time, thinking that he had adjusted his mental power by himself, and dragged him to do a lot of experiments, and was eager to write a paper for publication. He stopped him in time. The way he stabilized his mental power was the same as others, through mental counseling. There was no other way. No matter how much the doctor studied, he would not get any results. It would be too uncomfortable if he found out that it was all in vain after the research. He told Ji Jioshio the doctor's reaction as a funny story. That was all he could say. The days without his companions were really boring. The white smoke dissipated, and the central street was empty. The two were not in a hurry, so they just stood on the road and chatted. Did you tell him later that there was a therapist who could give you mental counseling? Ji Jioshio asked him. Jiang Ju shook his head. No. Ji Jioshio, did he give up the thesis? Jiang Ju continued to shake his head. No. Then let him study it. Maybe he can really find a way, otherwise it will be uncomfortable for you to keep in this state. Ji Jioshio suggested. He felt uncomfortable when he used his mental power, and no one could give him mental counseling except her, but she couldn't be by his side every time. Jiang Ju, it's difficult. Since he awakened his mental power, his body has been overwhelmed. In the first few years, he couldn't control his mental power, and even his hair was aggressive. So he rarely cut his hair short when he was a child. He kept it longer to increase the weight so that it wouldn't fly around and release his mental power. When he grew up and could control his mental power, he was used to the existence of long hair. It's not that there is no result at all. Ji Jioshio pointed to the black crystal pendant on his chest. Judging from the situation of picking crystals several times, this black crystal that looks like a gemstone decoration is actually used to suppress his mental power. Jiang Ju picked up the black crystal. This is a rare natural mineral, not artificially synthesized. This is the only one found in so many years. Is your mental power level really only S level? Ji Jioshio wanted to ask this question for a long time. Both of them were S level, but neither Dairila nor Rong Tianjiang had such a situation. Jiang Ju replied, the test equipment of the Federation can only measure S level. S level is an interval. Some people just scratch the line, and some are in the middle. These are all classified as S level. The reason why they did not continue to study higher level test equipment is because no one has ever occupied this interval. Later, there was a Jiang Ju, and there was only one Jiang Ju, so there was no need to bother with new machines. Others were S level because their abilities were S level, and Jiang Ju was S level because the limit of the test equipment was S level. Ji Jioshio thought of Yasuin, who always wanted to compete with Jiangju, and asked again, "Doesn't Yu Suing know about this?" Jiangju, "Only 4 people know about this: me, my parents, my brother, and you." The external statement was that he was weak and could not withstand the S-level mental power. As for whether others would believe it or not. Ji Jiuxiao, it's not good to tell me such a confidential matter casually. Jiangju, if you ask, I will tell you. That's right, your secret is useless to me except to make me jealous. Ji Jiuxiao let go of his hand and retracted his mental power. She returned the gun to Jiangju and looked back at Carlin in the building. The other party was no longer there. Ji Jiuxiao, you should have a lot of things to do, so I won't bother you. If you have time after you finish your work, you can go to the clinic for a meal. See you another day? She waved to Jiangju and turned to leave. Enough happened today. If she stayed and waited for the soldiers to come back, she would have to explain why she showed up. Excuses are easy to find, but she is too lazy to deal with them. If she goes through the interview registration and other procedures, it is hard to say whether she can go back tonight. On the way back, Ji Jiuxia complained in the team group, complaining about the danger of mercenary missions, the viciousness of the assassin team, and herself, who was unlucky and didn't make a penny and had to pay for the travel expenses. She could count the number of missions she took on one hand, and she often stepped on landmines in the single-digit missions. She should focus on developing her treatment and acting career. Derula responded the fastest. She got the news from Central Street and was surprised that Ji Jiuxiao was there, as an assassin. Ji Jiuxiao, I was tricked. She first reported the person who sent the task on the mercenary task platform, and the other party's account was quickly blocked. Then she went to the Star Network to search for information about the little star. The little star really existed. She had checked before, and this time she checked more carefully. She flipped through the relevant information one by one, and finally found out from a fan's post that the other party was filming on Daco Star today. The scammers' techniques are endless and hard to guard against. Who would have thought that the assassin organization would contact in this way? Don't they have a light brain and don't know how to form an internal group? A day later, Jiangju came to Theseus Star and answered Ji Jiuxiao's doubts. The assassins really don't have an internal group, and they don't even know each other. When there is a task, the superior will make arrangements, and they never contact each other. Jiangju finished all his work and had 2 weeks left to use freely. He went directly to Theseus Star to find Ji Jiuxiao. Ji Jiuxiao, did you find out anything? Who sent them? After dinner that night, she sat on the balcony lounge chair. Tianji painted the balcony ceiling black with paint, and then put luminous materials on it to simulate the starry sky of the blue star. Jiangju, I don't know. They assassinated Carlin and were taken away by the 2nd Security Army of the Imperial Star. He added soil to the pot of the grass, and the flying bamboo in the pot next to it slapped its leaves. He shoveled a handful of soil into the pot of the flying bamboo, and it swayed its body with satisfaction. The 2nd Security Army of the Imperial Star is a branch of the Federal Security Department, specializing in dealing with royal security issues, and is directly managed by His Majesty. Ji Jiuxiao flipped the pages of the book. Didn't they find out that the target of the assassination was you? Jiangju sprinkled fertilizer on the edge of the flower pot. At the beginning, the bullet flew in the direction of Karen. Even if Karen was a cover, the assassin clearly expressed his intention to attack him at the beginning. Karen had priority over Jiangju, and he was eventually taken away by the 2nd Security Army. Did you catch Cyrus? Ji Jiuxiao thought of another thing. Jiangju was surprised. Cyrus? It seems not. Ji Jiuxiao fell into thought. Why would a star pirate get involved in the assassination? When they first met, Cyrus chased the merchant ship into the Blue Star. The second time they met, he tried to steal the new results developed by the Theseus Military Academy research team. This was the third time they met, and he wanted to assassinate Jiangju, making more and more noise. Instead of robbing honestly in the universe, they ran to the busy Central Street to assassinate. Is the Star Pirates' business so extensive? They didn't think of really killing me. This action is probably a threat, Jiangju said calmly. If he really wanted to kill someone, there weren't enough people, and the timing was not right. There were already many guards at the charity event, so it was impossible to kill him. Ji Jiuxiao, it seems that you have offended many people. Jiangju, fortunately, I can survive smoothly. You are getting better and better at answering questions. Ji Jiuxiao praised, it's not a bad thing to be hated, but it's mediocre not to be envied. Jiangju, thank you, you are also good at talking. The two of them praised each other in business, and the years were peaceful. By the way, this is for you. Tianji carved it in blue star, one for each person. Ji Jiuxiu handed a jade pendant to Jiangju. The jade pendant was green all over, the size of a thumb, and the pattern was a Q version of Jiangju, hand-carved by Tianji. I don't know if it was hand-carved or machine-carved. Jiangju, thank you. Jiangju stared at the jade pendant for a long time, so long that Ji Jiuxiu couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. What are you looking at? Or do you also want to learn jade carving? This is the first time someone gave me a gift. He repeated again, thank you. Those gifts based on personal relationships don't count, and the small cake that Ji Jiuxiu gave with a purpose at the beginning doesn't count. This is a real unique gift. He half knelt on the ground, with mud on his hands. He looked so well behaved that Ji Jiuxiu couldn't help but reach out and rub his cold hair. Ji Jiuxiu, if you like, let Tianji carve a truck for you. Jiangju. It doesn't need so much. Speaking of Tianji, they haven't seen each other for a long time since Tianji went back to Blue Star to work. Ji Jiuxiu plans to go back to Blue Star to take a look in the remaining time, and by the way, check on Song Xuedong's situation. Knowing that Ji Jiuxiu was going to Blue Star, Darula and Rong Tianjiang, who had not been able to go last time, said that they would go with him no matter what. They found an excuse to leave home and rushed to Theseus Star to meet Ji Jiuxiu. Before leaving, Ji Jiuxiu took some time to go to the residential area on the far left of the black market, which was jokingly called Dingtian Lane, not one step to heaven, but one step to the west. She had heard of the name of Dingtian Lane, but it was her first time to set foot here. When she approached Dingtian Lane, she could smell a faint stench. She put on a mask and walked in. The streets were full of garbage on both sides, and people were lying on the garbage. They were all skinny. When they heard the noise, they turned their heads and looked over, their eyes numb like a pool of stagnant water. The houses were built roughly and primitively, with sheds built with uneven metal sheets and sticks. There were things under the sheds, and it was hard to tell whether they were household items or garbage. Those who live here are all dying people, poor and penniless. They don't want to leave for various reasons, and gather here to wait for ascension to heaven. Normal people passing by will walk around the Dingtian Lane. Ji Jiuxiu went deeper, and stopped in front of a metal shed full of various sentences. The sentences on it were densely packed and stacked one on top of another, and it was impossible to tell what was written. A hunchback man was holding a spray paint, muttering and writing on the metal plate. The handwriting was as chaotic and disordered as his words. Perhaps he didn't need others to understand, and he wrote every stroke with extra effort. Ji Jiuxiu stood by and watched the man write. The man was immersed in his own world and completely ignored her existence. The amount of spray paint was not much, and he quickly finished it, leaving a row of gray marks on the wall. He turned around and rummaged in the shed that looked like a garbage dump, and found a piece of wood as long as an arm. One end of the wood was burned into charcoal, and he continued to write with black charcoal. He was very thin, his clothes hung on his body, and his writing hands were only bones. His face was full of wrinkles, and his beard was long, hanging sparsely on his chin, but he should not be too old, and there were no age spots on his arms. Ji Jiuxiu looked at it for a long time, and suddenly said, "Do you want to write in front of your enemy's door?" The man ignored her and continued to write. Ji Jiuxiu didn't care about his attitude, and continued to talk to himself. "I can give you this opportunity, and I can also give you a sum of money, enough for your daughter to go to college." The man paused, turned his head and stared at Ji Jiuxiu. "What did you say?" His voice was extremely hoarse, and the tone was weird, as if he hadn't spoken normally for a long time. "Ji Jiuxiu, I want to make a deal with you." "Man, what do you want?" "Ji Jiuxiu, your life." "My life is worthless." The man spoke slowly. "Ji Jiuxiu, it's worth a little more than others. I don't have many choices, and don't want to waste money on meaningless people." The man stared at her. His dull eyes were a little more angry. "Will you really give me money?" "I can give you the money first." Ji Jiuxiu shook his arm, revealing the light brain on his wrist. "Man, aren't you afraid that I will pretend to agree to cheat you out of money? I don't care about any revenge." Ji Jiuxiu's face was calm. "You won't." If it were someone else, she might still worry about this problem, but she knew that the other party would not, because what she wanted to do, the man wanted to do more than she did. When returning from Dingtian Lane, Darula and Rong Tianjiang just arrived at Theseus Star and called Ji Jiuxiu to pick them up quickly. Ji Jiuxiu started the second-hand flying motorcycle and went to pick people up all the way. When Darula came out of the planet port, she saw Ji Jiuxiu in the crowd. The reason was simple. The old motorcycle that was so tattered that it looked like it was many years old was really eye-catching. Rong Tianjiang patted Ji Jiuxiu's car. I just got off the private spaceship, and you let me ride this thing? One piece of clothing on him could buy 10 of these piles of broken copper and iron. Do you know what thrift is? I want to spend my money on the right things. Transportation tools should be easy to use. Why should they look good? Joshua didn't indulge him at all. Don't look at its old appearance. The parts inside are all the latest. After I modified it myself, it drives no worse than the latest flying motorcycle on the market. Darula put on the mask silently. The princess's appearance on Theseus was not news, but the princess riding such a car was big news. Then at least drive a 3-seater? Rong Tianjiang patted the seat vigorously. The 2-meter-long flying motorcycle was crowded with 3 people. Joshua thought, when I bought it, I just wanted to drive it myself. I never thought about picking up people. How about I pick someone up first and then come back? Darula, forget it. Let's do it this way. I sit in the back. It's too crowded and uncomfortable in the middle. Joshua, okay, Tianjiang will sit in the middle. Rong Tianjiang, ? Didn't anyone ask for his opinion? Joshua took out 2 blue blankets and put them on the seats. This is the exclusive blanket handwoven by Tianji. 2 distinguished guests. Please put your noble butts on it. Rong Tianjiang muttered and complained, picked up the helmet and put it on, swept his long legs and sat behind Joshua, and Darula got on the car last. The flying motorcycle drove honestly in accordance with the traffic regulations on the south side. When it was out of the south side, Joshua stepped on the bottom of his foot, and the flying motorcycle almost flew up and rushed out with a bang. It was 25 degrees in the sky, and the body temperature was 20 degrees. Chapter 83. There is only one route from Theseus to Blue Star, and it was opened by Joshua. She packed up the things Tianji wanted and boarded Rong Tianjiang's private spaceship, setting sail for Blue Star. The departure day happened to be the weekend, and Joshua took Nancy with him. Yanpei could only watch them leave. He had to go to class, and couldn't go to Blue Star with them. After Tianji was found to have used the Blue Star network to privately connect with the Federation, Joshua paid a huge fine and angrily downloaded hundreds of GB of legal materials for Tianji to study hard. Now all the procedures have been completed normally. The Blue Star network is legally connected to the Federation. The spacecraft locates the position of Blue Star, and when it is flat, the automatic driving mode can be turned on. She took out an ice cream from the small refrigerator. When passing by Rong Tianjiang burst out a huge swear word that purely expressed his exclamation and did not contain insults. Rong Tianjiang, look at the news. Carol's private house was splashed with paint and curses were written on it. Joshua leaned over to look at his laptop. In the picture, the White House built with natural stones was very beautiful, but there was a glaring red on the left wall that ruined the view. Perhaps because he knew he didn't have time to finish a whole sentence, there was only a big death word on it. The bright red font contrasted sharply with the white wall, allowing people to see the words at a glance. I don't know if it was because the quality of the spray paint was poor or the writer's hand was shaking. Some places were smeared together, the strokes were sometimes large and sometimes small, and too much paint gathered together and flowed down, adding a strong sense of resentment to the word. Joshua commented, artwork? How can a swan song shouted out with life not be considered a work of art? Rong Tianjiang was eating melons. Not many people know about Karen's private residence, who has such a deep hatred for him. Just after the assassination, there were curses written on the wall. The eldest prince has been unlucky recently. Although the spray painting behavior does not endanger life, it is much more insulting than the assassination. Nancy has just installed a metal tongue, and is not used to it. She speaks very slowly and stutters a little. The spray painter, what about the person? Is he very powerful, a killer? Powerful ass. Rong Tianjiang slid to the next picture. He was killed on the spot by the guards. The skinny man lay in a pool of blood, his body curled up. His clothes were very clean, his hair was carefully combed, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose into a pool. His face was covered with burns, his facial features were misplaced, and he didn't even look like a human. In the interstellar space, such injuries are not impossible to repair, but the other party appeared in the camera with this somewhat scary face. A closer look revealed that the corners of his mouth were pulled upwards, and he was actually smiling. Combined with the handwriting behind him, this smile seemed a bit weird. It wasn't the guard. He had a heart problem and died because of excessive emotions. Darula got inside information. The spray painter left his work on the white wall and ran towards death without waiting for the guards to shoot. The whole process was planned very well, and the guards were like outsiders who couldn't participate at all. I don't know what Karen's mood is at the moment, but Joshi's mood is very good. who made so many soldiers called away by Karen on the day of the assassination to protect him, leaving Jiangju alone to deal with the assassin. If she is not there, what will happen to Jiangju, whose mental power is affected by the instrument? No matter how strong he is just a person. People will feel pain and injury, and people are not gods. Carol is so afraid of death that he will probably move soon. I wonder if he will bring a truckload of people to protect him when he goes out after today? In a narrow alley on Theseus, a girl sat in a 10-square-meter house. Curses came from upstairs, and laughter came from drinking next door. She stared blankly at the message on the light computer. I am a coward. I have been hiding in the dark and dare not see you. I am a useless person. I have not been able to give you a normal family. I should be dead in your heart, and the fact is that it should be so. I shouldn't disturb your life abruptly, but I know too well that you are a kind and alert child. You will not accept money from unknown sources, so I have to write a letter to tell you. This is the money you deserve. Go to the university you want to go to. Don't worry about the long study time and the difficulty in guaranteeing living expenses. I have learned about this school. Although it is private, it is very professional. You don't have to continue to struggle. Choose it firmly. When you come out, you will definitely find a job you like and live happily every day. It's a pity that I can't see it. I won't contact you anymore. I'm going to a far place. I know you hate me for abandoning you. Please let it go. The hatred is too heavy. I hope you can move forward easily and forget me completely. Sorry, I seem to have said too much. I just wanted to write a few words to explain the situation to you. I have revised this letter many times. There should be no typos or places that are difficult to read. If there are, I can only say sorry again. Unqualified father tears fell, and the heart that had been numbed by life was pulled uncontrollably. The girl lay on the table, clenching her teeth to prevent the sobbing sound from leaking out. On the cosmic channel, Ji Jioxia answered Rong Tianjiang's initial question. I know a story, let me tell you. All the money of the Federation is managed by the Ministry of Finance. As an organization of the Federation, the royal family also receives a fixed salary. There is a lot of money, but it is not enough for the royal family, so royal family members usually run companies to make money. Karen's management ability is average, but his investment vision is good. He is interested in a small energy company. The company manager is a young man who has no background and started from scratch. He talks about business with the young man, but the young man values ideals and does not want to develop the company in his way. How could Karen let go of the meat at his mouth? So he joined forces with companies in the same industry to suppress the young man. The small company could not afford it and was soon dragged down. Karen forcefully annexed the small company and expelled the young man. The young man was completely abandoned by the entire industry. No new company accepted him. He would continue to be suppressed if he started over again, and the same would be true for finding another job. Later, his wife became seriously ill and had no money for treatment. After his wife died, he went crazy and went to Theseus' black market to find a channel to erase all the identity information of his 10-year-old daughter, and then abandoned her at the door of the relief station. He began to retaliate against Carlin, reporting, assassinating, poisoning. He did everything, but the result was obvious. His money came from his body, selling blood, selling kidneys, selling everything that could be sold. Later, his heart failed, so he moved to the black market to wait for death. All the money was used up, and his body was too useless to sell anymore. His only regret in this life was his daughter, and he hated himself for not leaving her a little money before he left the world. After the story was told, Ji Jioxiu finished the ice cream in his hand. Nancy was fascinated and asked, what happened to him later? He died later. Ji Jioxia threw the ice cream stick into the trash can. Nancy looked depressed. What a sad story. Rong Tianjiang looked at Ji Jioxiu up and down. How do you know this royal secret? I heard it, so it's just a story. Just listen to it, and don't take it to heart. Ji Jioxiu smiled slightly. Rong Tianjiang said without thinking, the royal family is just like that. They are not good people. Ahem. Darila coughed a few times. I'm not talking about you, you are an exception. What did Ji Jioxiu say? Out of the mud, you are not stained. Rong Tianjiang hurriedly explained. Darila rolled her eyes at him, turned to look at Ji Jioxiu, and said seriously, it's okay to know some things by yourself, don't talk about them casually. Ji Jioxiu nodded obediently. I tell you, I will keep my mouth shut to others, I'm an honest man, I won't talk nonsense. Where did you hear the story? Rong Tianjiang was curious. Ji Jioxiu, there are people who sell information in the black market. You can go and buy information, of course, If you have a good relationship with the boss, you may accidentally hear a lot of gossip when chatting. Fusang asked, why did Carl not let him go even though the young man had decided to change his career? Some people have a strong desire for revenge. Ji Jiuxia answered. After the story was finished, Blue Star had not arrived yet. Ji Jiuxia refused the invitation to continue gossiping, and ran to the co-pilot to turn on the computer to study. First, read some books on urban planning, discussed the construction of Blue Star with Tianji, then look at some books on healing and repair, grasp the professional knowledge firmly, and when you have time, read some books on acting. Don't give up your old profession. There are still many things to do, and time is precious and cannot be wasted. Jiangju sat in the driver's seat, observing the road conditions ahead. When passing through an unstable area, he changed the automatic mode to manual mode, trying to keep the spacecraft balanced so that Ji Jiuxia could study with peace of mind. The blue dot in front gradually enlarged, and they finally arrived at the Blue Star. The spacecraft landed, and the group stepped on solid land. The star core energy and the atmosphere repair machine worked at the same time, and the temperature on the planet became much more habitable. 10 new houses appeared on the ground, equivalent to a small village. The fields were not cultivated too much, and there was too much food to eat. Tianji and Song Xuetong bought a lot of grass seeds and tree seeds and threw them all over the planet, and then sprinkled plant nutrients crazily. Even in late autumn, you can see a lot of green plants. Tianji, there are many plants in the seed bank that are not available in the interstellar space. I am cultivating them. I can sell them when they grow more. Ji Jiuxia was moved and said, Tianji, how can I live without you? Tianji, give me some more money. Construction costs, right? Ji Jiuxia nodded happily and held out his light brain. How much do you want? Tianji, no, my skin is rough from working too long, and I need to take care of it. Ji Jiuxia retracted his hand. I don't have money now. Let's talk about it another day. Everyone, It's just money, come on, little Tianji, I give it to you. Rong Tianjiang said casually. Tianji was moved and said, you will be my favorite treasure from now on. Tianjiang treasure. Rong Tianjiang, hey! Ji Jiuxia couldn't bear to watch, so he took out the flying bamboo in the grass, and the flying bamboo pulled himself out. He took out the flower pot, and quickly circled around the small village and the field. The little leaves fluttered up and down, and rolled on the ground again, looking in a good mood. It feels very comfortable here. Fusang took a deep breath, took off his shoes, and stepped on the ground barefoot. Rong Tianjiang continued, it feels okay. It can survive without machine control. It is more advanced than all the planets in the Federation. It makes people feel very comfortable. Dairula took off her shoes, and stepped on the ground like Fusang. The soil under her feet was a little cold and soft. Your planet is really good. Of course. Ji Jiuxia straightened his chest, very proud, and looked around. Where is Song Xuetong? Here. Song Xuetong spoke. She wore a pointed straw hat on her head, a piece of grass in her mouth, and a loose gray cloth on her body. Her lower body was the same loose trousers. One leg of the trousers rolled up to the knee, and the other leg rolled up to the calf. She was wearing straw flip-flops, and holding a hoe in her hand. Her skin turned wheat-colored, and the muscle lines on her arms could be clearly seen in her sleeveless clothes. Ji Jiuxia was shocked. How did you become like this? Song Xuetong, is there anything wrong? The farmers on TV all dress like this. Ji Jiuxia, It's just that this taste is so right that it seems outrageous. Do you still remember that you are a major in the Federal Army? Gray, the director who said he would make a movie specifically for Ji Jiuxia, heard that Ji Jiuxia went to Blue Star, and hurriedly asked Ji Jiuxia for the location of Blue Star, saying that he would come to conduct a field investigation. Gray led a few staff members, who had no work to go to Blue Star together. This news was known to Xian, the company manager who Ji Jiuxia had picked up from the black market. He waved his hand, and excitedly led a group of employees to Blue Star for team building. Since Ji Jiuxia, Rong Tianjiang, and Jiangju, the three actual big bosses, have become hands-off managers, Xian is now the biggest boss of the company. The company has signed many new artists, and his career is becoming more and more prosperous. It was the first time that so many people appeared on Blue Star. Tianji was so happy that she pulled everyone to clean up together. Fortunately, a new house was built, and the rooms were very sufficient. Tianji looked at the group of people who sneezed when they got off the spaceship, and were blown by the cold wind of Blue Star with satisfaction. She thoughtfully prepared thick coats, and watched everyone having fun on the ground. Tianji, it's getting more and more lively, so good. More people will come to Blue Star in the future. Ji Jioxia continued, although we are walking slowly, we are always on the right track. She and Tianji have been alone on Blue Star for more than 10 years. They are used to the silence and emptiness here day after day, but the current liveliness is also very good. The future of the revival of the hometown will definitely be realized. Ji Jioxia thought, it feels that there are still not enough people. Should we catch some more people? These people are just coming here temporarily to play, and will not live for a long time. In the end, Tianji and Song Xuedong will have to do the infrastructure themselves. Speaking of this, the last time Yanpei chatted with me, he said that his parents have been discharged from the hospital and are now looking for jobs. Otherwise, let them come to work. Tianji asked. Ji Jioxia, you need to rest more after you are discharged from the hospital. We have a lot of work here, which can reduce their workload, but I am afraid that they will not be able to sit still when they see you have so much work. To raise a naive person like Yanpei, his parents are honest people who work hard. Our environment here is better than the Federation, and the heavy work is replaced by machines. The most important thing is that the salary they ask for is not high. Tianji tried to persuade Ji Jioxia. Ji Jioxia looked at it sideways. You already have an idea in your mind. Why are you asking me? Tianji, hee. There is a rare opportunity to catch Ji Jioxia. Xintai turned into a workaholic and worked hard in Blue Star. In order to compensate the employees for working during the holidays, everyone's salary during the working period was doubled. Based on Ji Jioxia's outstanding performance in the first game, countless advertisers came up. She needed to conduct basic screening and take several sets of different types of photos, which would be released slowly after she returned to the game. So when her partners slept until noon, she got up early to work. When her partners went out to play, Ji Jioxia was working. When her partner slept, she was still working. She said she came to Blue Star to relax and take a vacation, but in fact she changed her place to work. The company also specially shot a promotional video for Blue Star. In short, this trip was very rewarding. Except for Ji Jioxia, who was not very happy, everyone was very happy. The happy time flashed by, and Ji Jioxia received a message from Wei Hingji, reminding her that the second game was about to start. When they were about to set off, the company staff took the spaceship they rented, and Ji Jioxia and his team still drove Rong Tianjiang's spaceship back. Gray was reluctant to leave, claiming that Blue Star gave him inspiration. He had to change the script and find someone to design and build the shooting venue. Rong Tianjiang waved his hand and gave Gray money. He didn't care whether the film could make a profit or not. He just wanted to have fun. He also played a role in it. The spaceship left the blue planet, and Tianji looked up. Gone, all gone. I don't know when they will come back next time. I just saw you booked a robot maintenance package for the day after tomorrow, and it's the most expensive. Will you come back the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Song Xuedong on the side changed his style again, becoming a Western cowboy style, but he still had a piece of grass in his mouth. Tianji, Tianji, damn human, how can you peek at me playing with a light computer? This is other people's privacy, don't you understand? Song Xuedong, heh. Ji Jioxia's robot is the same as her. Ji Jioxia on the spaceship sneezed, rubbed her nose, and looked through the pre-match instructions said by Wei Hingji. This match was held on Mengsheng Star. Unlike the first match, this one was held in the virtual world. Mengsheng Star is the largest virtual game manufacturer in the interstellar space. It is said that the game cabins they produce can circle the entire planet 10 times. The game cabin feels different from the virtual cabins used by military academies. Military academy students need to go to Mengsheng Star 2 days in advance to adapt. The spaceship first landed on Theseus Star. Ji Jioxia and Nancy said goodbye, and then the 5-member team went straight to Mengsheng Star. Mengsheng Star is a light pink from the universe. The screens on the streets are all promotional videos of various game characters, and posters of game-related competitive games can be seen everywhere on the roadside. This was in the past. Now all the posters and screens are related to the joint exercises of military academies. The screens play the pictures of the first game in a loop, and the posters are screenshots of the faces of military academy students. The person in charge of the game said that in this competition, citizens who have game cabins produced by Mengsheng Xingxing can directly enter the stadium and watch closely by logging into the game. However, the two sides are not in the same space. They can only watch but cannot intervene, and the military academy students can't sense them at all. As soon as this was said, the game cabins produced by Mengsheng Xingxing were sold out instantly, and all channels were sold out. Countless people urged the game company to produce game cabins quickly. The first thing Ji Jiuxia's team did when they landed was to eat. Along the way, they heard passers-by talking about the second game that was about to start. When Rong Tianjiang heard his name, he wanted to plug his ears. He really didn't play the pig to eat the tiger. The person who hid his strength was Ji Jiuxiu. God knows how tingling his scalp was when he watched the clip of Rong Tianjiang saves Jiangju again, especially when his parents were still asking him if he had eaten something he shouldn't have, and he almost gave Ji Jiuxiu away. The 5 people were silent all the way, and Ji Jiuxiu's proposal to buy a mask to cover his face was unanimously passed. When the clerk screamed out the names of the 5 people one by one, insisted on taking photos and autographs, and quickly opened the light computer to notify others, they showed stiff smiles, sweated profusely, and fled in panic. It's not so exaggerated on other planets. Mengsheng Xingxing's publicity is too good, it's almost too good, and because the first game became popular, everyone is watching it now. People who have obtained inside information have rushed to Mengsheng Xingxing to encounter their idols. The 5 people covered their faces, and went to the hotel stealthily, fearing that they would be recognized. Darula was better. As the most recognizable princess, she carried a mask and a wig with her. No one loves the equipment. "Hello, are you Her Royal Highness Darula?" A girl with a red face suddenly rushed over and spoke incoherently. I like my songs very much. No, I like your songs very much. Can you take a photo with me?" Darula, What's the matter? People couldn't recognize me when I dressed like this before? Darula, I'm not Darula, although everyone says I look a bit like her. The girl shook her head. I don't believe it. You are Her Royal Highness the Princess. She is Ji Jiuxiu. She is Fusong. He is Jiangju. He is Tianjiang. Everyone, Rong Tianjiang? Question mark. Rong Tianjiang couldn't stand it anymore. Why am I the only one with a nickname? The girl lowered her head shyly, ignoring Rong Tianjiang's question. Your Highness, can we take a photo together? Darula quickly adjusted her expression, took off her mask and smiled. Yes. The girl left, and the 5 people quickened their pace. Ji Jiuxiu was still in shock. It's terrible. What kind of con is recruiting soldiers? Fuso. It's terrible. Darula. It's terrible. Rong Tianjiang. It's terrible. Jiangju. It's terrible. The positioning showed that the hotel was just 1 kilometer ahead, so everyone chose to walk. If they had known earlier, they would have asked Rong Tianjiang to buy a flying vehicle and drive over. After turning another corner, they arrived at the destination. When the 5 people turned the corner, they bumped into 2 people. The other party was also in a hurry, hiding, as if someone was chasing them from behind. But there was someone chasing them from behind. After a little delay, a boy immediately caught up and stood next to Xinghe, his eyes burning. Xinghe, I'm your fan. Can you sign for me? Xinghe scratched his head and signed his name on the other's mecha model, and the boy left happily. Ji Jiuxiu and his group looked at Xinghe and Xingran, and Ji Jiuxiu joked, Not bad, you are quite famous. Are you Ji Jiuxiu? A loud voice came from the side. Ji Jiuxiu, Stop talking. Why did you stop to talk? She should have rushed into the restaurant directly. Xingran looked at her and smiled. Same here. Ji Jiuxiu finished a set of procedures, and saw a group of people pointing at them not far away. Seeing that they were about to come over, she ran away. Others have already developed a habit, and they run after her when they see her running. Seeing Xinghe running after Ji Jiuxiu, Xingran had no choice but to keep up. This time they finally arrived at the hotel smoothly. Ji Jiuxiu looked back and thought that the group of people probably didn't notice them. She breathed a sigh of relief. She would report the situation to the organizer later. She must make a confidentiality agreement next time. No one can disclose the venue of the competition. And Meng Xingxing, she will never come again in her life. The hotel has booked a private room. A waiter came to receive them. As a high-end hotel, the waiters have basic qualities, and did not express surprise at their appearance. Ji Jiuxiu was about to go upstairs, and found that Xinghe and Xingran also came with her. She invited them. Let's have dinner together. Xingran refused. No, we just finished eating. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinghe's stomach gurgled. He touched his stomach and looked at Xingran eagerly. Xingran, Life is about slapping and being slapped. Ji Jiuxiu held back his smile with a tense expression. Since we are here, let's eat together. If there are more people, we can order more different dishes. Xingran pursed her lips and said, okay. Before going upstairs, another group of people rushed in. Coincidentally, they were military academy students. Luo Linya's heroic face was full of nervousness. She kept looking back, holding a pink heart-shaped magic wand with the words Yaya written on it. The two sides looked at each other in the hall. With just one glance, they could tell that they were in the same situation and immediately felt sympathy. Ji Jiuxiao, together? Luo Linyan nodded, okay. Just as he took a step out, Roger and others from the Huihai Military Academy came. After a while, Nada from the Beifu Military Academy came. Soon, even Qi Yunzia from the Sardin Military Academy, and Yu Suyin from the Dixing Military Academy came. Ji Jiuxiao couldn't help but complain, what day is it today? The 7 major military academies are all gathered together. The waiter next to him smiled and explained softly, our hotel ranks first in Mengsheng Star, and it is only 1 kilometer away from the hotel where you are staying. Most people will choose to walk over. Ji Jiuxiao, so? Waiter, so our boss has arranged actors to block the road along the way, in order to guide you over. Ji Jiuxiao, question mark. Is this a business war? So vicious, Ji Jiuxiao, your boss is a talent. Is it really okay for you to expose the boss's secrets like this? Waiter, our boss is the mother of the boss Xiao Rong next to you. She has told you that she can tell you anything. Ji Jiuxiao, With such a mother, Rong Tianjiang really grew up ugly. Madame Sifu is a business genius. It's right that the Rong family's business is spread all over the galaxy. Chapter 84. After 2 days of adaptation, all the military academy students entered the stadium, the live broadcast started, the commentators were in place, and the second game of the military academy joint exercise officially began. The virtual space is very realistic, and the scenes are exquisitely made. Being in it feels no different from the real world. The mechanical parts are also consistent with reality, and can be assembled by mechanics. This time the environment is very normal, it is an ordinary grassland with a suitable temperature, and there is no need to replenish energy by eating. The organizers are so kind that it is unbelievable. After entering the stadium, the students of the 7 military academies were divided into different positions. The rules of the game slowly emerged, and lines of small words were suspended in the air. There is a saying in the old human era that humans have 7 evil deeds, namely gluttony, lust, greed, laziness, jealousy, arrogance, and anger, which are called the 7 deadly sins. Fortunately, every leader in Kaka continent has only one bad quality. Admirable warriors, conquer more territory for your leader, wear a crown for him, and win glory for yourself. When the territory lost exceeds 2/3 of the total area, your country will perish. When the leader stops breathing, everyone will lose their homes, and your companions will become slaves. Please fight hard for your homeland. To translate the nonsense, the core of this game is still the annexation of forces, which is similar to the first game of grabbing the flag, but this time it is to protect the leader in territory, but the specific meaning of the 7 deadly sins is not known for the time being. The suspended handwriting dissipated, and everyone's eyes blurred. The empty grassland turned into a hall in the blink of an eye. They stood in the magnificent hall, and a person sat on the high ground in front of them. Perhaps it should not be called a person. It has no face. Where the facial features should be, the word jealousy is simply and crudely written. It simply and directly reflects its identity. The jealous leader said, "My warriors, the war is about to begin. I believe we will definitely win. Now let me take a good look at your faces. Everyone, ? Is there any connection between this sentence?" The jealous leader's voice has no obvious gender. It is a neutral voice between men and women. He named them one by one: Ji Jiuxiao, Dai Ruila, Jiang Ju, Aishiamu, answer Zhu Dong. It said, "You are too good looking. I want you to paint your face black." Everyone, Aishiamu whispered, it named everyone. It is worthy of being jealous. It is jealous of everyone it sees. A selection button appeared in front of everyone. The jealous leader wants to paint your face black. Please choose to obey or refuse. Ji Jiuxiao probed. What will happen if you refuse? The jealous leader. If you refuse my order, you are not my warrior. I will expel you. Theseus, a cadet, belongs to the jealous camp. If he is expelled by the jealous leader, who knows if he will be eliminated? Once he makes a wrong choice, there is no chance to regret it. Just paint it black. Everyone chooses to obey. They don't need to paint their faces manually. The moment they make the choice, their faces automatically turn black, and the black is very even, as if they were painted with a black pen, making the whites of their eyes and teeth look very white. The jealous leader is satisfied. Okay, now I will arrange a general for you, Ilya, come in. A man walked in and said very formally, "You will be my soldiers in the future. Let us fight for the country together." Jealous leader. Very good, the sound of war has been heard from the border. Now we need you to help other warriors, and look forward to your bringing back the news of victory. Ilya took a group of military cadets away. When he passed by the reflective metal when he went out, Rong Tianjiang saw his face was black and whispered, "We won't have to wear this face all the time?" It was so black and horrible. Ji Jiuxia comforted him, "It's okay, everyone is the same black." Rong Tianjiang sighed, "It's mainly because I want to laugh when I see your faces." Blackface Ji Jiuxiao, Blackface Dairula, Blackface Jiangju, Blackface Fuso, he dared to swear that this would definitely become their black history, and their black-faced image would become electronic life forever. Outside the palace, there was a street outside, and people were coming and going, and it was quite lively, no different from the real world. Ji Jiuxiu caught up with Ilya in front and asked, "How many soldiers do we have? How many civilians? Will the civilians fight with us?" "Ilya, including you, there are a total of 500 soldiers and 1,000 civilians. The civilians will not participate in the battle. Fighting is our mission." He called 50 soldiers to set off with the military academy students. The edge of the city was a tall city wall. Everyone took a flying vehicle from the gate to the border of the territory. It is about 100 kilometers from the city to the border of the territory. When approaching the border, you can faintly hear the sound of artillery. The closer you get, the clearer you can hear it. The crowd appeared in front of everyone. The color of the clothes of the soldiers in the Jealous camp is the same as that of the Theseus Military Academy students. There is a small white piece of jealousy on the back. The one fighting against them is anger. The white and green clothes indicate that this is the camp where the Beifu Military Academy is located. Ji Jiuxia saw that the Beifu Military Academy students were also present, with a touch of red on their white and green clothes. When they were close enough, she saw Nada shoot the jealous soldier with one shot, and at the same time saw the other party's evenly red face. She was impressed by Nada. After all, in the last competition, Nada, as a Beifu Military Academy student, helped her eliminate her own military academy. The black face and the red face looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. "Ji Jiuxia, why is your face red?" "Nada, the angry leader is very angry and thinks that the face is too white and has no vitality. It must be red to have momentum." "Why is your face black?" "Ji Jiuxiao, the jealous leader said that we are too good-looking, which makes it jealous." The organizer's brain must have been pinched by the door, and the two sides reached an agreement. Although the two people felt a little sympathy because of the color of their faces, they were still unambiguous when they started fighting. The angry soldiers seemed to have no reason, and they were getting more and more angry. Ji Jiuxiu saw that the angry leader, who led the team, was trying to control the situation, but no one listened. The angry soldiers' faces turned red, and they rushed over to fight. This test battle soon decided the winner. Nada frowned and found the angry leader. "We should evacuate. Continuing to fight will only cause greater losses." The angry leader was very angry. "Get out of the way. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I must defeat these little bastards today." As a commander, it has forgotten what it should do. It entered the mecha and rushed to the front line to fight with the jealous soldiers. Then, not surprisingly, it was taken down by Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju. Nada no longer cared about the angry soldiers, and commanded the Beifu Military School students to retreat. After the last game, she led her companions to brush a lot of personal points after being eliminated from the school, and her ranking was not low. Now her voice is higher than that of the main commander, and the main commander is a name only. Beifu Military Academy retreated, and the angry camp was defeated. Ilya immediately called for people to chase them. Ji Jiuxiu stopped them and said, "Wait, their strength is reserved. There may be a trap behind them. Don't chase them blindly." It was all soldiers fighting. The Beifu Military Academy students hardly made any effort, and the number of people was not right. It was probably a trap to lure the enemy deep. She did not doubt Nada's ability. If the opponent fought hard, the angry camp would not lose so badly. Ilya hesitated. He had a brain, but he didn't want to let go of the victory in hand. He considered Ji Jiuxia's suggestion and said, "Send a small group of people to chase and see. If there is anything, others will go to help." Facts have proved that Ji Jiuxiu guessed the answer correctly. The angry camp did set an ambush. They fought too hard in the early stage of probing, and Ji Jiuxiu was almost unsure whether they were acting or really fighting. Jiangju concluded, "This kind of evil character is not only reflected in the leader. I feel that our jealousy is better, but anger is too much of a drag." Rong Tianjiang took over. When fighting, he doesn't care about anything, which is simply a pig teammate. Everyone agrees with this. After returning victorious from the first battle, the jealous leader was very happy and decided to reward them. They were all soldiers, and were at the same level as other jealous soldiers, so they couldn't command the soldiers. If the jealous leader promoted their positions, they could command the soldiers to fight without being constrained by other small leaders, which would be more conducive to the overall combat effectiveness of the military academy. Everyone returned to the hall, and the jealous leader wanted to reward according to merit, and asked Ilya to comment on everyone's performance. Jigyoshi was ready. She reminded Ilya of the ambush before, which should leave a good impression on the other party. She was not greedy for more. Just being a squad leader commanding a team of 10 people would be enough, and military merits should be earned step by step. Ilya spoke in Jigyoshi's expectant eyes. Their performance was very poor. I was in command throughout the battle, especially at the end when I found out that the angry army had set up an ambush, which saved our soldiers from being injured. Jigyoshi? Question mark. Is this human language? It was obviously her credit. How did it become Ilya's? She said. Ilya is lying. Our team contributed a lot in the battle, and I reminded him of the ambush, and everyone else can testify. Oh, really? The jealous leader looked at Jigyoshi and asked Ilya, do you have anything to say? Ilya, I can guarantee with my personality that I did not lie, and the soldiers fighting on the battlefield can prove my words. 5 soldiers came on the field, all saying that Ilya's words were correct, and Jigyoshi was confusing right and wrong. Rong Tianjiang said angrily, you are talking nonsense. If we hadn't helped you, you wouldn't have won at all. That's right. Ilya is lying. Is there a recorder on the battlefield? Take it and you know. How shameless. You are talking nonsense and slandering us. A military school student echoed. Amid the rebuttals, Dairwila, Jiangju, Aishamu and some students were unusually silent. You are too noisy. Ilya is a veteran. I believe him, but you slander your superiors. The jealous leader raised his hand, increased the volume, and pointed at Jigyoshi. Especially you stirred up everyone's emotions and said things that were not conducive to unity. You will be demoted to a cook. Ilya spoke up at the right time, and Dairula, Jiangju, Aishamu. They are very disobedient. He picked the most outstanding people on the battlefield, who can be said to be the main pillars of the team. The jealous leader nodded. If you don't obey orders, you will all be demoted to cooks. He ignored the protests of the crowd, and stood up, and walked out of the hall. How could they do this? Rong Tianjiang was indignant, and looked at Dairula and Jiangju. Why didn't you say anything just now? Dairula opened her mouth, thinking that maybe there were spectators watching her at this moment, and her identity did not allow her to say something, so she had to swallow all her thoughts back. Jiangju was much more unscrupulous, because it is meaningless, the jealous leader will not listen to us, and it is common to rob military merits, but few people can do justice for themselves. That has to be said. Rong Tianjiang was emotional, and shouted at the top of his voice. Even if they don't want to listen, we have to speak up, let everyone know, and let Jigyoshi know that we all support her. Even if it's useless, we can't let the companions who stand up and speak out feel disappointed. Jiangju was stunned, but it has always been like this. He joined the army when he was very young, and such things were common. He was probably only 6 years old when he first saw the act of snatching military merits. The old general who led him said that the army is like this. Only when the strength is not enough, you must have more authority to have the right to speak. For more than 10 years, he has been accustomed to such an environment and practice. So these are wrong? The cooks can't go to the battlefield, Jigyoshi and his group have no choice but to wash the dishes. When the enemy invades the territory, they are washing the dishes. Ilya organizes people to fight, they are washing the dishes, and when they return from the battle, they are still washing the dishes. Jigyoshi protested. Why is the task always to wash dishes? Why are there so many dishes to wash? Can't we use a dishwasher? The dishes piled up into a small mountain, so many that it seemed like they hadn't been washed for years. They didn't get less even after washing all day. Because of her brave struggle, her task changed from washing dishes to slicing potatoes, and then peeling radishes when she protested again. In short, she couldn't get out of this kitchen. Aishamu, it's not only the enemies who made it difficult for us in this competition, but also our own people who dragged us down. The reason why they were targeted by Ilya was obvious, because Ilya was jealous. Those who were demoted to cooks had one thing in common, that is, they were more outstanding on the battlefield, and Ilya was jealous of their talents. Soon after the battle, Rong Tianjiang and Fuso came to update the latest news. Several more military academy students were demoted to cleaners, and were forced to sweep the streets with brooms. Ayashama frowned. Anyone who stands out will be targeted by Ilya. This is not a solution. If everyone is demoted by Ilya in the end, Don't even think about playing this game. Jiangju, what will happen if we force our way into battle? Ilya will label us traitors, take us to execution, and we will be eliminated. Rong Tianjiang will answer this question. I saw a soldier who became a cook with you sneak onto the field, and that's how he was eliminated. The first batch of people who became cooks had about 10 people, scattered in 2 places. After becoming cooks, the communication headsets they wore when they went into battle were taken back, and they could not communicate with each other. Shamu, I can't get any news about the elimination of personnel. As soldiers, they had limited power, and now that they became cooks, they were in the dark, and many messages were unclear. Ji Jiuxiao, I'm going to go out tonight to check out other schools, and see if I can find allies. Since his own teammates are useless, he can only find ways to find allies. With the experience of the last game, it is not too difficult to find allies to continue cooperation. Jiangju, we need a map. At present, they don't even know where the other military schools are. As soon as they enter the arena, they go to war and then get demoted. The whole process happened in just one morning. Everyone looked at Fuso and Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely find out the map." He left with confidence, and Fuso followed him from a distance, observing his situation at all times. As expected, an accident happened, and Rong Tianjiang was caught by Ilya. Ilya, as a soldier, you dare to peek at military secrets. You must be a spy from another country. You must be put in jail for careful investigation. Rong Tianjiang was a little worse off than the others. His activity space was directly reduced to a 5-square-meter cell. Facing his companions who came to visit him, he cried out, "Look at the location of other camps. Is this also called a military secret? Ji Jiuxiao, you are unlucky. Jiangju and I will go out tonight. The cook must stay in the kitchen during the day and cannot go out. At night, it is rest time and you can move freely." She decided to go to the known Beifu Military Academy first. Although she eliminated Beifu Military Academy in the last game, they also fought at the beginning, but the old saying is good, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. You can't be discovered when you sneak out. The aircraft must not be used. Jiangju took out the mecha and traveled on foot. The night was dark. The two were as careful as possible. They didn't even turn on the lights. They relied on the night mode of the mecha to travel in the dark. They were obviously walking on the territory of their own camp, but they were sneaking like spies. Jiangju suddenly said, "I'm sorry." "What sorry?" Ji Jiuxiu couldn't keep up with his train of thought for a while. "Jiangju, when your military merit was taken away by Ilya today, I didn't stand up and speak. It's useless for you to stand up. This is a design made by the organizer to increase the difficulty of the competition for us." Ji Jiuxiu had long forgotten about this matter. She is a forward-looking person. She will solve problems when they arise, and will not be obsessed with the root causes of problems that cannot be changed, such as the fact that the organizer is not a human being. "Jiangju, aren't you angry? It's okay. The organizer is not targeting us only. People in other military academies are just as miserable." Ji Jiuxiu is very good at comforting himself. "You won't keep thinking about this today, right?" Jiangju paused. "No, I will stand up next time something like this happens." "It seems that your thoughts have changed a little. People always have to experience to continue to grow. Don't dwell on the past." Ji Jiuxiu smiled. Jiangju looked into her eyes. "Okay. Ji Jiuxiao, so can you look at the road carefully? Do you see the dead tree ahead?" Obviously, Jiangju didn't see the dead tree, and the mecha was tripped. Ji Jiuxiu was speechless in the cockpit, but when he stared at Jiangju, he felt funny for no reason and couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing her happy smile, Jiangju was infected, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Ji Jiuxiu laughed enough, took over the control of the mecha, stood up and continued on his way. 100 kilometers was not far for the mecha. They quickly arrived at the border, and saw the lights on at the guard post from afar. She went a little further, and approached the border. Just as she was about to cross the line representing the territory, a beam of light hit the mecha. The guard shouted, "Who is it?" Ji Jiuxiu immediately turned on the anti-peeping mode of the mecha, and the glass of the cab turned black. If the guard saw their faces, they would be labeled as spies. She ran forward with all her strength. The guard opened fire, and Jiangju released his mental power for protection, allowing her to run with peace of mind. These soldiers were hesitant during the daytime battles, but now they are as fast as lightning when they attack their own people. If they had this reaction speed in normal battles, they would have conquered other territories long ago. I don't know if it was because they had just fought during the day, but there were many soldiers in the direction of Beifu Military Academy. Their movements attracted more people, and the soldiers even carried large cannons with huge lethality. Ji Jiushi was speechless. Is it necessary to use such a weapon for a mecha? It's like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. If you have the ability, don't fight her, go fight the angry camp. Although she was dissatisfied, she was still very sensible. She couldn't go in the direction of Beifu Military Academy, so she turned around and ran in other directions. No matter where she went, she would run first. Running all the way, the pursuers behind her gradually disappeared. The mecha stood on the vast grassland and didn't know where to go for a while. Jiangju released his mental power to explore. There are soldiers on duty on the left, closest to us. Ji Jiushi nodded. Okay, go and take a look. The mecha went to the left. Under Jiangju's manual detection, Ji Jiushi carefully avoided the guarded area and took a long detour to a more remote place. She was ready for battle and rushed into the enemy's territory in one go. A minute later, she ran wildly in the new territory, and no one came to chase her. She slowed down in wonder, worried that there was a trap ahead. Another minute passed, and someone finally found her. The voice sounded familiar. Rog, someone is invading the territory. The first team, follow me. The others continued to guard the post. Ji Jiushi stood still. The people who came turned on the lights and saw each other clearly. She raised her hand and waved. Before she spoke, Rog was facing a great enemy, and rows of weapons were set up and aimed at her. This kind of cannon hitting a mosquito even made her feel familiar. Why did she get treated like this everywhere? Rog looked around. Why are there only the two of you? Where are the others? Did they rush in? Ji Jiuxiao, don't worry, there are only the two of us today, no one else. We came here to talk to you about cooperation. Why did you choose to cooperate with us? Rog didn't completely believe what she said. He was the one who dared to risk everything and exchange the flag for cooperation in the last game. He had courage and brains. Ji Jiuxiu said honestly, we picked the location randomly, and we are not sure which military school is here. We will cooperate with whoever we see. Rog, what's wrong with your face? When he mentioned the face, Ji Jiuxiu was still a little unresponsive. Habits are really terrible things. She has become accustomed to Jiangju's dark face. She said seriously, because we are so good-looking, we must paint our faces black to lower our appearance. Rog, question mark. Is this some strange rule? Ji Jiuxiu said patiently, I am really sincere about cooperation. Our military school has encountered some troubles. To show their sincerity, Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju walked out of the mecha to prove that they had no intention of attacking, but Rog was still very cautious. Who knows if they are deliberately confusing him? Rog, what's the problem? Our leader is not very cooperative. Ji Jiuxiu said tactfully. After saying this, she saw the people from the Navy Academy exchange glances, thinking that their leader was more normal, and therefore could not understand what she meant. When she was about to explain in detail, she saw the other party's gun muzzle drooping. Rog, actually, I don't like fighting at all. I am a peace-loving person. It would be great if you were willing to cooperate. Ji Jiuxiu was choked up when she was about to say really. This competition system is really weird. Rog began to complain. Do you know how hard our life is? We are assigned to the lazy camp. The lazy leader is too lazy to fight and unwilling to deploy defense. We are all busy. Ji Jiuxiu understood. No wonder she said that the border defense was so weak. It was difficult for the students of the Navy Academy to defend all the control points. Looking at the angry expressions of the cadets of the meeting, who wanted to beat up the organizer, she didn't know for a moment whether she was more miserable in the jealous camp or the lazy camp. The two sides held a friendly meeting and reached a cooperation intention. Rod rubbed his hands. Which one should we fight first? Ji Jiuxiao, we can't see the map, and we don't know the location of other camps. That's easy, I have a map here. Rod turned on the optical brain automatically generated by the system and projected the map. The map of the whole world is a circle, which is divided into 7 equal territories from the center of the circle. If it is compared to a clock, Theseus Military Academy is located at the 5 o'clock position in the lower right corner, and the two sides are the North Floating Military Academy of the Angry Camp and the Arrogant Camp. It is not clear which military academy the Arrogant Camp is. As for the Naval Academy, it is located in the 12 o'clock area, probably because she ran through the dot when she ran around before. Ji Jiuxiao, is it okay for you to show us the military secrets? Rog, it's okay, the lazy leader doesn't bother with such trivial matters. Ji Jiuxiu, you have to tell the lazy leader about the cooperation. I go see him in person. Rog, He won't see you. He's very lazy. We haven't seen him for so long since we entered the arena. It should be said that we haven't seen anyone in the army. Everyone is sleeping and too lazy to move. No one cares what we do. Ji Jiuxiu, If she had known that the lazy camp was like this, she should have come directly to fight the Naval Academy. It's too early to talk about cooperation. Chapter 85. Ji Jiuxiu took 10 communication headsets from Rog and left under Rog's expectant eyes. The cook had no communication tools, so he could only steal from Rog. It was only the first day, and many situations were unclear. Both sides agreed to wait and see for a while, and slowly grab territory after handling the internal affairs of the camp. The mecha disappeared on the horizon, and someone came to Rog and asked, "Can we believe what they said? Will they lie to us to protect themselves?" Rog still had a smile on his face. "Didn't you see that those who cooperated with Theseus Military Academy last time survived to the end? As a human being, you must learn. Flexible." The other party answered. "No." Rog shook his head. "You must learn to hug thighs. Don't work hard for things that can be won by lying down. It is convenient and easy to use the power of others. It's a waste not to hug the golden thighs." The other party asked, "What should we do now?" Rog, "First, find a way to get the lazy leader to move, and try to get our partners to get some official positions, so that we can order the lazy soldiers to work." Just now, Ji Jiuxiu gave him some ideas. Coercion and inducement. Naturally use the things that the other party fears the most, and lure the things that they want the most. On the way back, Jiangju talked about the Naval Academy and asked Ji Jiuxiu what he and Rog had just secretly discussed. Ji Jiuxiu, "Give him some advice. Let him find a way to mobilize the NPCs to work, otherwise they can only rely on themselves. Then it is not us and them that are allied, but we help them with poverty." Jiangju, "Can they complete it? If the alliance is not completed, it will be invalid. There is no need to cooperate with people who are too weak." Ji Jiuxiu supported his chin with one hand, but Rog should not be stupid. In this game, the leader is a very important part. He can decide the appointment and dismissal of a person and represents power. He is not just a mascot standing still on the stage. In the palace of the lazy leader, Rog woke him up and said in the angry eyes of the other party, "Leader, our territory has been invaded." In the distant wilderness, Ji Jiuxiu reviewed the conversation with Rog in the mecha. The lazy leader's desire is to do nothing every day, so use everything to threaten him. Rog looked panicked and slammed out a bunch of words. "The enemy said that when they occupy our territory, they must pull you up to work before dawn every day, and you can't rest for a minute." Ji Jiuxiu, "It probably doesn't want to think or command, but it doesn't matter. What we want is authority." Rog, "Please don't worry. Heart, I will definitely protect our home, but I need some soldiers to help me." Ji Jiuxiu and Rog's voices overlapped in the air. He will get what he wants. "Thank you for your trust." The mecha walked in the wilderness, controlled by Jiangju. He asked, "Are we going to the next area?" Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. "Let's go back first. The Navy Academy has captured the lazy leader, and we can't fall too far behind. At least we can't continue to be cooks." She didn't tell Rog about her identity as a cook, otherwise it wouldn't be her who considered whether to form an alliance with the Navy Academy, but Rog who would consider it, because the top people in their military academy are either cooks or cleaners. When they returned to the camp, there was another chaos. The jealous soldiers were really submissive to the enemy, and hit their own people hard. Jiangju ran all the way into the city, put away the mecha and quickly sneaked back to the accommodation. As cooks, they were no longer worthy of living in the soldiers' place, but moved to a smaller collected dormitory. The other cooks did not sleep, waiting for them to come back. When they returned, they made a lot of noise. Now the soldiers are checking the enemies, who have sneaked into the city. The dormitory area is separated by gender. The place where everyone is currently is the girls' area. The boys quickly evacuated, and Aishamu and others laid down and pretended to sleep. The dormitory lights have been turned off, and the lights in the corridor, outside, and the light outside the block are faintly visible, laying a static light and shadow on the wall. The shadow suddenly moved, and before the shadow reached the vacant bed, the dormitory door was kicked open. Aishamu stretched out his hand and pulled the person into the quilt in an instant. The lights were turned on, and the dazzling light caused a burst of complaints. The patrol team swept through all the beds and shouted, "An enemy has sneaked into the city. We are now going to investigate. Have you heard any unusual sounds?" Everyone shook their heads, and the team leader pointed to the empty bed at the innermost and asked, "Where is the person in this bed?" "I'm here, sir." Ji Jiuxiu poked his head out from Aishamu's quilt. The team leader narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you in your own bed? Because I want to sleep with my girlfriend. Ji Juxia's mouth is faster than his brain. The air was silent for a moment because of this sentence. Aishamu reacted very quickly, and put one hand around her shoulders. Sir, you scared her. Ji Juxia lay on Aishamu's shoulder, and made a tooth-grinding sound. An enemy actually sneaked in. Xiamu, I'm so scared. Everyone, The captain's eyelids twitched for a moment, and he tried to control his expression, and asked everyone to get out of bed, and stand in a row for inspection. Everyone was wearing the same style of pajamas. The captain's eyes swept over them, and then walked around the dormitory. He didn't find anything, and asked, pay more attention tonight, and report immediately if there is any abnormality. Everyone, yes. The captain led the people away, and everyone was relieved. Ji Juxia muttered, it's really scary. How could the enemy sneak in? I have no interest. I will sleep alone tonight. The others whispered about the enemy, and went back to their beds to sleep again. After a long time, the breathing in the dormitory gradually stabilized. The soldier outside the window reported the situation to the captain and turned away. Ji Juxia on the bed opened his eyes, and stuffed the folding space with the mecha hidden in his hand under the pillow. Jiang Ju's mecha was confiscated. This one was taken from other military academy students, and he didn't have time to return it. She stood up and quietly walked behind the window, taking out the clothes and shoes that had been urgently stuffed behind the curtains. Fortunately, she was smart and took off her coat on the way back, and put her slippers on the window in advance, so that she could put them on as soon as she came in. After making sure that no one was guarding outside, Aishamu sat up and asked, what's the situation? Ji Juxia told her what happened. We can't continue to be cooks. We have to find a way to restore our status, and try to get a position, the higher the better. Who knows if there are people with higher positions above, who are jealous of them, and will secretly trip them up. She already has a rough idea, and she will share it with everyone to discuss. The next day, Ji Juxia went to the jealous leader, and said bad things about Ilya. Ilya has a high prestige in the army recently. Everyone listens to him instead of you. Some recruits don't even know you exist, and only know Ilya. This situation is worrying. Jealous leader, it's not Ilya's fault. Yes, it's certainly not his fault, but he is too good and his brilliance overshadows you. Ji Juxia made a sad expression. She urged, go out and see what everyone is talking about. I will never allow your eyes and ears to be blinded by Ilya. Jealous leader, okay, I go and see. The two walked out of the palace, and on the way to the military training ground, patrolling soldiers whispered. Soldier number 1, Captain Ilya is more handsome than our leader. Soldier number 2, Captain Ilya is smarter than our leader. The two continued to walk forward and approached the training ground, where someone was talking loudly. Passerby number 1, General Ilya's management is very organized. Our lives are much better after the reform. Passerby number 2, yes, the old system is not as good as it is now. Thank you, General Ilya. When they arrived at the training ground, Ilya was leading the team in training, and two people were surrounding him to flatter him. Flatterer number 1, Sir, you are the best mecha pilot I have ever seen. Flatterer number 2, your tactics are also very special. Without you, how can we win? All he heard along the way was Ilya. Ji Juxia glanced at the jealous leader's face, and couldn't see anything from it. But she dared to guarantee that the jealous leader must be burning with jealousy now, otherwise how could he be worthy of being the jealous leader? Half of these conversations were deliberately arranged. The cadets were number 1, and some people who usually liked to hang around Ilya were number 2. They only needed to say the first sentence, and the other person would automatically follow up with words of praise. Ji Juxia sighed and said, I know that your talent is above Ilya, but under Ilya's control, the entire army will become his private army. The jealous leader said nothing, and left with a flick of his sleeves. Half a day later, Ji Juxia got the result she wanted. Ilya was demoted to a soldier, and would no longer be a hindrance. All those who were demoted by Ilya's frame-up were restored to their status as soldiers. Being a soldier was not enough. Ji Juxia wanted higher authority. Otherwise, without Ilya, there would always be other jealous officers to suppress them. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never be worn out. Ji Juxia used full patience to hang around the jealous leader, and every day he praised her. The other cadets cooperated with her, preventing other jealous officers or soldiers from seeing the jealous leader, ensuring that they were coaxed into submission by her, and finally she got the promotion she wished for. The first thing after being promoted was to promote her companions. Some of her colleagues, who were jealous of her, wanted to leave their positions to their people, but Ji Juxia directly cleared them out and gave the vacant positions to the cadet Theseus. She felt like an eunuch in ancient times who gained power by pleasing the emperor, attacking dissidents, placing confidants, cultivating power, and colluding with foreign enemies to cooperate with the participating naval academies. She was simply a big traitor. Ji Jioshu sat in the newly acquired spacious and gorgeous house, reflecting on his behavior with everyone, and said with great sorrow, "I am dirty." Everyone, Darula couldn't stand it any longer. "Can you pull down the corners of your mouth a little bit?" Ji Jioshu touched the corners of his mouth. "Oh sorry, I really can't hold it down. Look at the land I conquered, how magnificent and glorious it is." Darula punched Ji Jioshu on the head, and Ji Jioshu became honest. "Okay, stop making trouble. I called everyone here today to discuss the matter of attacking other schools. Ji Jioshu now has the highest position in the army, second only to the jealous leader. The main reason for his success is that the military school students are united enough and cooperate with each other, and they will not be jealous of each other like the jealous soldiers. And she wanted others to do this job, but no one was willing to do it. I don't know why everyone looked so disgusted. The internal troubles were resolved. For the time being, no other superiors would suddenly stab them in the back. They could also start to make plans to attack other military schools with confidence. The first target of attack agreed by everyone was the Beifu military school in the next-door angry camp. They knew the weaknesses of the angry soldiers, which was conducive to planning and deployment. Ji Jioshu no longer needs the communicator provided by Rog, but she is still very grateful that he lent her the communicator for emergency use when the communicator was almost out of production due to the laziness of the people in the camp. During this period, the two sides often talked on the phone, and she invited Rog to fight Beifu Military Academy together. Rog readily agreed. Now that he is a general, he can arrange lazy soldiers to patrol, and the military academy students can free up their hands to do more important things. Promotion in this game is such a trivial matter. You only need the leader to say a word to get promoted, and you can also skip levels and get promoted at a speed comparable to riding a rocket. Although the promotion speed is abnormal, the leader's brain is also abnormal. Just a negative plus a negative equals a positive. Ji Jioshu started by disassembling the personnel. There are a total of 25 commanders in the military academy. First, 10 people were selected on a voluntary basis and arranged in different departments of the camp to supervise the jealous soldiers, ensure the internal atmosphere of the army, and let capable people show their talents. The remaining 15 people were arranged in a tree shape, with 8 people at the bottom leading a team of 30 people each. There are 4 people on the upper level, one of whom is in charge of 2 commanders at the lower level, mainly to make arrangements and control of the battle situation. There are 2 people on the upper level, who manage the 4 people on the lower level and are responsible for collecting and summarizing battlefield information. The top level is Aishamu, and the overall arrangement is issued by her. In this way, she does not need to pay attention to the problems of each team, but only needs to wait for the information to be summarized and make adjustments, which greatly relieves her pressure. Ji Jioshu saw that Aishamu was a little anxious, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "You should focus on more important things, and with fewer things, your brain will work faster, so you can make the right choice." The personnel allocation method this time made Aishamu very hesitant. Ji Jioshu showed his strong side for the first time and arranged the personnel. She saw that Aishamu had a problem in the last game, that is, she loved to worry about everything herself. As a general commander, she paid attention to the progress of the tasks of each small team. All the miscellaneous things filled her brain, and how could the CPU run when it was about to smoke? As the general commander, Aishamu only needs to pay attention to some things in the general direction, and let the small team commander solve some small difficulties, and report them for help if they can't be solved. Aishamu rubbed his face. "The teacher told me about this problem, but I can't change it." "Hasn't anyone else questioned you?" Ji Jioshu asked. Aishamu was silent for a long time, and then said in a low voice, "I think I can do it, so I rejected my companion's suggestions." Ji Jioshu understood, "So you need a stronger person to force you to make a decision." This touches on the problem of personality. Aishamu is very decisive when making combat decisions in normal times, and never drags her feet. But when it comes to delegating power, she is a little more indecisive. When she can't control the overall situation, she will feel anxious. It doesn't matter. You can use the game as a trial to see if things will get out of control after such an arrangement. Ji Jioshu looked at Aishamu. "It's better to learn this now than to be forced to grow up on the real battlefield later. Isn't this the meaning of the drill?" Aishamu and Ji Jioshu looked at each other. Ji Jioshu's eyes were very dark, so dark that they were shiny, with a clearness that seemed to be able to see through everything, and so firm that it made people feel at ease. Ayashamu suddenly relaxed. Isn't it too casual to use the competition as an experiment? It's too casual to take the competition too seriously. It's just a process. Jijioshia put his hands in his pockets. Your future has just begun. You will encounter many things more important than the competition in the future. Don't be too tense. We know you are very good. Even if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, it will not affect your perfect image. Ayashama laughed. You are 5 years younger than me. Why do you speak so old? Jijioshi patted his chest. I have lived for a long time. Living as an embryo is also living. Ayashama stood up and looked at her with a smile. Okay, go back to your big house and sleep quickly. You have to get up early to fight tomorrow. Getting up early is not a difficult task for Jijioshi. When the alarm rings, she gets up from the bed and washes up. It is just dawn, and everyone is gathered. Some people stay behind to keep an eye on the jealous leader and guard against other jealous officials who are secretly sabotaging. Jijioshi has to speculate the jealous officials with the greatest malice, mainly because she has psychological trauma caused by her own methods. What if someone imitates her? The aircraft starts, and everyone sets out to attack Beifu Military Academy. Early in the morning, bad news came. The Huihai Navy Academy, who was supposed to help, was tripped up by the Minxai Military Academy, and could not come for the time being. Jijioshi watched the picture set by Rog in the aircraft. After a few seconds of silence, she played it out for everyone to see, so that she could not be the only one to be shocked. The students of the Minxai Military Academy were all shining with gold. Their combat uniforms were originally dark gold, not too conspicuous, but now they seemed to have been polished, so bright that they blinded people's eyes. The mechas were even more reflective, like walking gold mountains, and even their faces were golden. Rong Tianjiang, did they all fall into the paint? The screen shook, and Rog's voice sounded, they are coated with a layer of real gold. What kind of inhuman behavior is this? Gold, a rare precious metal in the old human era, was very common in the early interstellar era. Later, in the Long War, gold was used as one of the advanced materials for new weapons, and was gradually consumed in battle. To this day, gold has become a rare metal like in the old human era. Jijioshi, which camp is Minxai Military Academy in? Rog did not answer, and the screen shook more violently. I don't have time to tell you. We will talk about it next time we meet. If you have spare energy after defeating Beifu Military Academy, come and save me. The communication was interrupted, and the Military Academy students on the aircraft speculated about the camp of Minxai Military Academy. Use the elimination method first. It is known that it is not jealousy, anger, and laziness. Using gold to make mechas is not related to lust or gluttony. Maybe it's arrogance. Throwing gold in someone's face is too arrogant. They can throw gold in my face. I swear I will never say they are arrogant. Arrogance is next to our territory. There is no need to go far to fight the Navy Academy. It is obviously greed. Everyone was noisy and the atmosphere was warm, and finally greed was elected with a high vote. After seeing the strange appearance of other schools, everyone now accepts their black face as well. Rong Tianjiang recalled the scene just now and thought of another thing. Why are the faces of the Navy Academy students not painted? Their skin color is normal. What has changed is their body shape. Jijioshi said faintly. Rong Tianjiang, what do you mean? Jijioshi showed a photo he had taken secretly before. The cadets in the photo were all as thin as bamboo poles. At first glance, they looked like dried-up people. Lazy, too lazy to even eat, and as thin as bamboo poles over time. This is Rog's explanation. Fuso thought, then I seem to have guessed what the people in the gluttony camp will look like. If the lazy camp and the gluttony camp were to face off, the scene would be unimaginable. For a moment, the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. The relaxed atmosphere was swept away when they arrived at the angry territory. Everyone walked out of the aircraft one after another, and followed the small team to break through. The angry soldiers even had red hair. The little firemen gathered together. They were all irritable. Their disadvantage was that their brains lacked thinking, but their advantage was that they dared to fight and kill, and would never retreat. Jijioshi saw Nada standing in the back commanding the angry soldiers. It seemed that the other party had also found a way to control the angry leader, and could control the soldiers on the battlefield. Beifu Military Academy was not as weak as Jijioshi imagined. The last game was because of the internal strife in the military academy that she easily succeeded. It doesn't matter. The first game is a test battle to let all military academy students adapt to the new personnel arrangement and run in with the jealous soldiers. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The game has just begun. Some teams tried to attack from other positions, but Beifu Military Academy's defense was very good. The entire territory was well defended, and it would not be able to break in for a while. A battle was fought from morning to night, and the two sides temporarily stopped fighting. Ji Jioshio observed the situation of the teams. The individual soldiers and the jealous soldiers seemed to get along well, but the commanders had a lot of troubles. In the cadet group, the commanders were complaining about the outrageous jealous soldiers. They often took credit and framed others. Some even reported their own captains to higher-level officers. In short, it was a mess. There were also teams with better management that were transferring experience. The troublemakers should be punished, the management should be strict, and the rewards and punishments should be clear. In short, they used all means to manage the jealous soldiers. Some people complained, this group of jealous soldiers is not easy to manage. On the surface, they listen to the commander's arrangements and work hard, but behind the scenes, they will secretly slack off because they are jealous of others who rest more than themselves, resulting in the failure of the task and the elimination of our team's commander. On the third day of entering the competition, the first unlucky person to be eliminated appeared in Theseus Military Academy. He was not eliminated by the enemy, but was pitted by his own jealous soldiers. The new commander can be replaced from the rear, but everyone is very dissatisfied with the jealous soldiers and proposed that the cadets fight by themselves and ignore the jealous soldiers. In the past, conflicts between teams were personal disputes, which could be resolved in a way. As long as everyone had the same goal, which was to eliminate other military schools, their entire team could continue to operate, but now it has become a confrontation between two groups. There were too many frictions between the two sides, and the huge contradictions gave Aishamu a headache. She asked Ji Jioshio to discuss countermeasures to see whether to accept everyone's proposal to kick the jealous soldiers out of the team. Ji Jioshio rejected the proposal. The soldiers' combat power was not low. If all military schools abandoned the soldiers and fought on their own, it would be fine. Everyone would be the same. But the Beifu military school they faced was already able to control the angry soldiers to help fight. If they gave up the jealous soldiers, their combat power would be lost a lot. Dairula, it's only been such a short time. Beifu military school may not be able to fully command the angry soldiers, right? That's right, maybe like us, they look united and coordinated, but they are scheming behind the scenes. Rong Tianjian agreed with Dairula's statement. Jiang Ju supported Ji Jioshio's idea. Since these soldiers appeared on the field, they must be useful. Going to a strange environment and meeting strange colleagues is something that every military academy student will experience. The competition system is very real, but the personalities of colleagues are slightly extreme. Ji Jioshio looked at Jiang Ju. Is your team okay? All freshmen were assigned to be the captains of the lower-level teams, and Jiang Ju was one of them. Jiang Ju, fortunately, I can manage it. Everyone looked at him, and Ayashama asked everyone's questions. How do you manage it? Persuade by force. Jiang Ju explained, this is the way Jioshio taught me. Our 5-person team was managed in this way before. He is not very good at being a commander, but he can learn. Ji Jioshio, ? The last sentence can be omitted. Chapter 86. Use extraordinary measures in extraordinary times. Nothing can't be solved by a beating. If there is, then beat them twice. Facts have proved that sometimes force suppression is also a way. Ji Jioshio selected 5 soldiers from the military academy students as the discipline inspection team, and Maggie, who ranked first in the individual soldier major, served as the team leader. The daily work is to supervise and inspect the jealous soldiers. Those who are sneaky, disobey, and maliciously report others will be locked in a small dark room and beaten twice. For the jealous soldiers, who are serious and obedient, they will be given material rewards or promotion rewards. In short, the hearts of the jealous soldiers should be grasped in all aspects, twisted into a rope, and united to face the outside world. After the system was implemented, the jealous soldiers became much more honest. Maggie found Ji Jioshio and told him about her recent troubles. Others think that their current work is meaningless, and I don't know how to persuade them. Single soldiers are originally the first-line soldiers on the battlefield, but now the top 5 single soldiers are trapped in the rear, doing work without a sense of accomplishment. Maggie is a standard individual soldier with strong combat qualities, but she has little experience in interpersonal relationships and team management. She looked at Ji Jioshio expectantly. I am not good at speaking, and I have trouble comforting my companions, so I have to ask you for help. Do you have any good suggestions? I suggest you ask Ayashamu. Ji Jioshio replied. Ayashamu is a serious commander who can give more universal suggestions. She is afraid that she will lead Maggie astray. Maggie hesitated and said, but I think you have a lot of crooked ideas, which can better brainwash them. I have recited some principles, and told them to them, but they can't listen at all. Ji Jiuxiao, Is this a compliment or a criticism? Maggie added, and I saw that Ai Xiaomu was very busy, and had not been able to rest. I didn't want to disturb her. You are the one who proposed to form a supervision team, and you have the responsibility to solve my difficulties. Ji Jiuxia helplessly, Okay, I go and see. Who said Maggie can't talk? She is so eloquent that she can even use moral kidnapping. Ji Jiuxia found the other 4 members of the supervision team and started to talk to them. He first praised their hard work and affirmed their work, and then asked if they had encountered any difficulties. Classmate 1, I feel this job is meaningless. Ji Jiuxia, you make the jealous soldiers feel awed, and they become obedient. Classmate 2, you can change someone else to do this job. We are the best individual soldiers, and should go to the battlefield. Ji Jiuxiu, you are chosen because of your excellence. Who else can suppress them besides you? Classmate 3, the jealous soldiers are not capable at all. The 5 of us can fight against all of them. There is no need to let them participate in the battle. Ji Jiuxiao, so that's what you think. How about we hold a competition? Classmate 3 asked, What competition? A competition between jealous soldiers and military school students. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. An internally fragmented organization cannot unite. After solving the problem of jealous soldiers, conflicts arise among military school students. Students of the command major have held many discussions together. Everyone has a unified mind and unanimously believes that it is necessary to let the jealous soldiers participate in the battlefield. But there are many students from other majors, like the supervision group, who think that it is unnecessary to spend energy to manage the jealous soldiers. Ji Jiuxiu simply organized a match between the military academy students and the jealous soldiers. There was no commander among the jealous soldiers. All of them were single soldiers. This was a contest between single soldiers. She told the jealous soldiers that as long as they beat their opponents, they would be given a generous monetary reward and honorary title, and they would be given priority in future evaluations and promotions. The straightforward reward was like a juicy carrot hanging in front of a donkey. Some of the slippery and lazy soldiers stood up. The soldiers who had been fighting for their careers were even more ambitious, and were determined to compete with the military academy students. The current situation was not suitable for fighting against themselves, so the match was arranged on the battlefield against the jealous camp. Both sides relied on their abilities, and compared the wins and losses according to the number of angry soldiers killed and their own losses. The audience outside the stadium, watching the people in the stadium organize a new competition, it felt like a nesting doll. The commanders did not participate in the battle, and watched them fight with their hands free. Ji Jiuxiu was free and began to act as a commentator, inserting some advertisements by the way. Ji Jiuxiu, good friends, the battle situation is very tense now. At such an exciting moment, let's have a bag of crunchy melon seeds. When her words sounded, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back. I buy it, isn't it okay? The jealous camp is about to lose, and you are still eating melon seeds. I feel that this battle is so exciting. Is it my illusion? It's obviously a battle between military academies, but it looks like a fight between military academy students and NPCs. It's weird. Take another look. Don't fight anymore. The Imperial Star Military Academy is coming to Theseus Military Academy. Ji Jiuxiu received a message from the jealous soldier on duty at another border. He took a look at the video screen, and saw that the overall color of the army was black. They were Imperial Star Military Academy students. Taking a closer look, they all looked up with their noses raised and their eyes squinting at people. I wonder if their necks will get sore if they keep this posture for a long time. She saw clearly that they were all wearing the combat uniforms of the Imperial Star Military Academy, without the arrogant style. They were all Imperial Star Military Academy students, without any arrogant soldiers. The jealous soldier reported, usually, the people in the arrogant camp don't bother to come and grab the territory. From time to time, they send someone to ask us to give up the territory. I don't know why so many people came this time. Ji Jiuxiu was silent. He wanted the jealous camp to give up the territory with just one sentence. Arrogance is indeed arrogant. Ji Jiuxiao, how did you deal with the people you said before? The jealous soldier said, as a matter of course they were killed. What else can they do? Ji Jiuxiao, That is to say, the jealous soldiers killed a lot of arrogant soldiers, but the people in the arrogant camp still did not retaliate on a large scale, but only sent one person. There are too many points to complain about, and I don't know where to start. The battle with the angry camp was in full swing, and the Imperial Star Military Academy came to cause trouble again. The Theseus Military Academy students concentrated on the battlefield on this side, and the jealous soldiers could only take over the other side. After the big stick and sweet dates were used together, the jealous soldiers became very active. They could beat the angry soldiers, who could not be defeated at ordinary times, and they looked almost the same as the angry soldiers when they were excited. The battle ended with the victory of the angry camp. The enemy not only successfully resisted their attack, but also advanced forward and occupied their 10-kilometer territory. This result was predictable, because the strength of the angry soldiers was very even, unlike the military academy students who were high and low. If it was a one-on-one competition, the jealous soldiers would not have a high chance of winning, but when they were in a collective confrontation, they were more stable and had a stronger ability to resist risks. If the cadets and the jealous soldiers had not been so eager to compete, and if they had not stimulated their potential and fought bravely, they might have lost more territory. If a little territory could solve the internal conflicts of the camp, it would not be considered a loss. The results of the game between the two sides have been announced. The jealous soldiers defeated the cadets by one head and won the final victory. The proud sons of heaven were surprised, angry, and questioned. How could they not beat a code-generated data? Jijioshu said coldly. Is it difficult to admit that others are better than you? If you don't even have the courage to recognize yourself and can't accept any failure, you might as well quit the game early. The facts are in front of us, but some people are still unconvinced. The difference between winning and losing is so small, which shows that luck has a great influence. They are not necessarily stronger, but just lucky. What you said makes sense. If you think that a contest depends too much on luck, I will give you a second chance. Jijioshu nodded. Everyone has rested well. Now let's go to another border to fight the arrogant camp. This is the last time. If we lose again, there will be nothing to say. The soldiers swept away the decadence, and the fighting spirit surged, vowing to avenge the previous shame. Jijioshu transferred a group of new jealous soldiers to guard the border with the angry camp, leaving 5 commanders with better overall performance to lead them. The new jealous soldiers learned about the previous things, and Jijioshu's carrot-hanging method was also effective for them, and they were much better managed than before. A commander was a little worried. What if the angry camp attacks? The angry camp won a battle, and maybe they will attack at night. Without the military academy students, they may not be able to defend. Jijioshu, don't worry, even if they make a move, don't be afraid. Nada can only control one group of angry soldiers. They just fought during the day and are in a state of fatigue. Our people are in high spirits. If you are bored, you can try to send troops to repel them. Commander, that's not so boring. Jijioshu had observed deliberately during the day. The angry soldiers were all familiar faces. Nada did not control all the angry soldiers. At night, Nada saw that the jealous soldiers had changed a group. As long as they were not stupid, they would not easily take action. Aishima's body was tense. The fight over there in the arrogant camp was very fierce, and our people were almost unable to hold on. Don't be nervous, our soldiers are ready to go and prepare to give them a heavy blow. Jijioshu was relaxed. The aircraft transferred everyone to the border of the arrogant camp. The soldiers couldn't even wait for the aircraft to stop, and they rushed up one by one. This battle can no longer let the soldiers fight recklessly. If they are not careful, they may really kill themselves. The commanders tried their best to control the situation. Rong Tianjiang shook his hands. I'm exhausted day by day. Fighting with Beifu Military Academy, it seems that the individual soldiers shed blood and sweat, but in fact, all other majors are carrying the burden behind them. Otherwise, how could they only lose 10 kilometers of territory? Their hometown was attacked by others. The individual soldiers in front fought fiercely with the angry soldiers, and the other professional military academy students of Theseus in the back attracted half of the firepower of Beifu Military Academy. No matter what major they were all used as individual soldiers. Rong Tianjiang whispered to Jijioshu, did the jealous soldiers really win by their own strength? Of course, why do you ask such a strange question? Their abilities are obvious to all, and they are very powerful when they unite against the outside world. Jijioshu nodded affirmatively. Rong Tianjiang, you didn't secretly help them and deliberately let the soldiers lose? Jijioshu said, I'm not that kind of person. Rong Tianjiang nodded in understanding, and understood that Jijioshu still secretly made some moves behind her back. He knew exactly who she was that kind of person, whether it was the jealous soldiers or the individual cadets, they were all played around by her. They had just fought a wave like they were on drugs, and they hadn't rested for long before they rushed to the front line, like they were injected with chicken blood. The night was dim, and the light emitted by the mecha flickered. The Theseus Military Academy fought according to the previously arranged personnel allocation method, but this time, the commanders had no jealous soldiers under their command, so they could only dispatch other cadets. Jioshia selected several people from the jealous soldiers as new team leaders. When their identities changed, their professional skills would also shift to command, which was very flexible. The jealous soldiers, who had tasted the sweetness, and the military academy students, who had lost a round, were all trying their best to beat each other, as if they were possessed by the angry soldiers. Jioshia carefully observed and confirmed that the only people who came were the Imperial Star Military Academy students, and there was no arrogant soldier. She sat in the co-pilot of Rong Tianjiang's mecha and chatted with Yusup, who was pestering Rong Tianjiang again. "Where are the others in your camp? Only you can't beat us. Look at how united our soldiers are. I advise you to go back early and think of ways to mobilize the arrogant soldiers." Yusup was angry. "Shut up. There is so much nonsense in the fight." Jioshia was unhappy. "I am giving you advice. Look, after fighting for so long, have you crossed our territory? We don't need the help of those data NPCs." Yusup looked disdainful. "We can still win without them." Jioshia held his chin with one hand. "You were right to be assigned to the arrogant camp." The arrogant look matched the arrogant camp very well, and the way he looked at people with his nose in the air also fits her stereotype of Yusup very well. Yusup was particularly unhappy with Jioshia, and sneered, "You, a healer, don't go to rescue the wounded, but run around here with the mechanic. The management of Theseus Military Academy is really chaotic. You know that the one fighting you is the mechanic. I thought you were brain damaged and thought Rong Tianjiang was a single soldier." Jioshia shook his head and made a disgusted sound. "You, a single soldier, pestering the mechanic to fight, aren't you also very happy? Arguing with Jioshia is destined to only make your blood pressure rise." Yusup was furious, grabbing the arm of Rong Tianjiang's mecha, and bending his knees upward to attack the energy source of the mecha's chest. Jioshia caught the mecha in an instant, pressed his palm against Yusup's knee, and slid his hands down to grab his ankles, lifted him up and threw him down, and the hot weapons in his arms were activated, and the rumbling artillery fire hit him. The mental power resisted part of the impact, and Yusup was not out for the time being. Others came to help and pulled him back. It was not only Yusup who retreated, but all the students of the Imperial Star Military Academy were retreating. Theseus Military Academy had the help of jealous soldiers, and their number was almost twice theirs, and their combat power was also doubled. In the first battle of the Imperial Star Military Academy, they had a tough bone. The commander-in-chief of the Imperial Star Military Academy persuaded Yusuin, who wanted to fight again, "They have too many people, and it is not wise to fight hard." Yusuin suppressed his irritability. His rationality, which he was proud of, was on the verge of collapse every time he met Jiangju. When the Imperial Star Academy students took a step back, the Theseus Academy students took a step forward. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. If you don't beat the fallen dog now, you may not have such a good opportunity next time. The offense and defense turned around. Yusuin arranged all the personnel to deploy. As the eldest son of the Yu family, his status was more important than some royal children. He didn't need to fight for the command right. The general commander would naturally pass it to him. The resistance of the Imperial Star Academy students was useful, but not much. It still couldn't stop the Theseus Academy from advancing step by step. When the Theseus Academy students occupied the arrogant camp for more than 50 kilometers, the arrogant soldiers were alarmed and rushed over to drive out the foreign enemies. The combat power of both sides was balanced. The Theseus Academy students, who had been fighting continuously, had begun to get tired. Jioshia stopped when he saw the good and stopped moving forward to defend the conquered territory. After another round of fighting, the situation finally stabilized when Theseus Military Academy occupied 30 kilometers of territory in the arrogant camp. After the battle, the casualties were counted first. 16 jealous soldiers died, and the Military Academy students eliminated 2 commanders, 3 healers, and a mechanic. The single soldiers were most seriously injured, but no one was eliminated. Then count the enemies killed by the jealous soldiers, and the single soldiers respectively. The jealous soldiers eliminated 3 Imperial Star Military Academy students in total, and the single soldiers eliminated 4. The Military Academy students won this round. But even if they won the jealous soldiers, everyone didn't look too excited. They lost once in the first round, and even if they won this round, they couldn't deny the importance of the jealous soldiers. The Imperial Star Military Academy is a living example. If you can't cooperate with the soldiers in the camp, relying on them alone, the chances of winning are slim. The exhausted body from 2 battles, and the brain that realized how ridiculous the previous arrogant words were, both needed rest, so even the celebration was omitted. Decadence was just a matter of sleep for the young and energetic cadets. When they woke up the next day, they became full of energy again. Oh my god! They beat the Imperial Star Military Academy. This is so cool. What's wrong with the help of the jealous soldiers? We are all comrades. We should fight together. Everyone planned to continue to advance by pursuing the victory, but unfortunately, when they occupied the territory of the arrogant camp, the arrogant soldiers finally lowered their posture to resist them personally, making the road to flattening not smooth. At dawn in the morning, an arrogant soldier walked to the camp where the Theseus cadets were resting, kept his neck looking up at the sky, and said, "I will give you 10 minutes to leave our territory." Without any cause, without any consequence, and even without any threat, it just suddenly said a sentence. With a whoosh, the bullet passed through the head of the arrogant soldier, and its body flashed a few times and disappeared. Fuso put down the gun and wondered, how dare it come here alone? Darila, arrogance is a disease that will make people lose their brains. Fuso nodded, I see. I feel good in the jealous camp now. Rong Tianjiang said on the side. There is a sense of happiness only when there is comparison. Judging from the degree of brain damage of the arrogant soldiers, it is estimated that it is more difficult to train them than the jealous soldiers. Ji Jioxia took a look at the situation in other camps, and agreed with Rong Tianjiang's statement. The soldiers in the angry camp fought again without saying a word, and even killed their companions. The lazy camp of the Naval Academy just stood up for 2 days, and then lay down again, saying that they would commit suicide if they were caught, and worked as slaves. It is not clear what the other 3 camps are like for the time being. According to the moral character of the arena design team, it will definitely not be easy. The arrogant soldiers guarded their territory, and had no communication with the Imperial Star Military Academy students. Ji Jioxia saw someone go to talk to the arrogant soldiers, but the arrogant soldiers ignored him, and looked up at the sky. Everyone has their own sufferings. Thinking about it this way, it is much easier to look at the jealous soldiers. Although the jealous soldiers are narrow-minded, frame each other, envy the talented, and take advantage of others' misfortunes. But at least they can communicate normally, and will not want to commit suicide or kill their companions. Ji Jioxia looked at the silent arrogant camp, and an idea came to his mind. She walked forward, and when she was about to approach the camp of the arrogant army, the arrogant soldiers pointed their guns at her. She stopped and tried to talk to them, but they ignored her. The target person was not far ahead, so she simply shouted, Yu Suin. The voice was so loud that it echoed in the open grassland. Yu Suin cast a cold look and continued to do her own thing without responding. Ji Jioxia did not give up until he achieved his goal, and continued to shout at the top of his voice. Yu Suin, Yu Suin, Yu Suin. Did you hear me, Yu Suin? Everyone's eyes shifted from Ji Jioxia to Yu Suin. Yu Suin paused while adjusting her sleeves. Finally, she could no longer ignore him. She walked towards Ji Jioxia, and stopped 10 meters away from her. Ji Jioxia was speechless. Can you come closer? It's tiring to talk loudly. Yu Suin, there's nothing to say between you and me. His eyes fell on Jiang Ju next to him, and shifted after 2 seconds. He glanced at Ji Jioxia, and then looked back at Jiang Ju. If he wasn't curious about how Jiang Ju could hang out with someone like Ji Jioxia, he wouldn't even bother to give Ji Jioxia a glance. Ji Jioxia stared at him for a while, then suddenly sneered. You're just like that. You can't compare to Jiang Ju at all. Yu Suin stared at Ji Jioxia coldly. If her eyes had warmth, they would probably be freezing cold now. You surprised me that you could actually become his friend. Ji Jioxia, it's normal for you to be surprised. After all, I contributed to your elimination from the military academy in the last game. I don't want to waste time listening to your nonsense. Yu Suin turned around. Ji Jioxia increased his firepower. Actually, you are more suitable for the jealous camp. Aren't you very jealous of Jiang Ju? Yu Suin turned around suddenly, her tone not as calm as at the beginning. Oh, I would be jealous of him. You are really imaginative. I underestimated the enemy in the last game. I will not lose again this time. Finally, he broke the defense of the other party, and knocked a hole in the other party's heart. Ji Jioxia's tone was no longer aggressive, and he smiled. Do you know why you lost? Yu Suin, I don't need you to analyze it. As someone who has defeated you, I think I still have some say. Ji Jioxia caught the win or loss of the last game and poked at the other party's wound. Yu Suin sneered, you are lucky. You are the commander-in-chief now. It is not the idea of a commander to attribute all factors on the battlefield to good luck. Ji Jioxia said calmly. Yu Suin was annoyed, and didn't want to talk to her anymore, so she turned around and left quickly. Ji Jiuxia's voice spread faintly. Based on your current situation, your ranking in this game is probably worse than the last one. There is a good opportunity in front of you. It depends on whether you are willing to seize it. Yu Suyin didn't even turn her head and completely ignored Ji Jiuxia. She didn't care. She smiled at the arrogant soldier next to her and said a compliment. You can fight on the front line. You must be very capable, and you look so young. You will definitely be a general in the future. The arrogant soldier moved and snorted from his nose. Ji Jiuxia continued, I see you are very hardworking. In fact, I am the same. I am so tired every day that I don't want to eat. Fighting is really tiring. The arrogant soldier moved again and said, if you feel tired, you can quit the army. How dare I say that? Ji Jiuxia lowered his head and sighed heavily. I have a gambling father, a seriously ill mother, and a sister who goes to school. I am the only one supporting the family. I wish I could be as good as you. The arrogant soldier couldn't help but speak again, and his tone became gentler as he talked. After Ji Jiuxia returned to the camp, the other party even brought a can of beef over at lunchtime, and still walked into the jealous camp fearlessly, called out Ji Jiuxia, and put the can in her hand, and even asked her to eat well. All the military academy students, who saw this scene, ? Rong Tianjiang looked at Ji Jiuxia. Are you really new to human society? This mouth can coax the jealous leader, the arrogant soldiers, and even make the dead alive. Is this something that someone who has been closed for more than 10 years can do? Ji Jiuxia nodded seriously and said solemnly. Tianji said that knowledge is power, and the first step to get rid of the vase is to learn to speak. Speaking requires some acting skills, otherwise you will stutter when you say something nice, and it will be embarrassing for others to hear. Thinking back to when she was in the film and television industry, she ran into obstacles everywhere because she couldn't speak. She read through countless GB of high EQ materials, practiced with difficulty, and finally upgraded from low EQ to high EQ. Live broadcast room fans, I think I was her hater at the beginning. Why do I cheer her on every day now? To be honest, I also came to the live broadcast room to see the jokes. What? The hater I scolded was actually myself. Silence is the live broadcast room tonight. If Ji Jiuxia hadn't mentioned it on his own initiative, who would still remember that she was a vase in the entertainment industry who relied on her face to make a living? Chapter 87. Ji Jiuxia was always monitoring the situation of the territories on both sides. As she expected, the Beifu military academy of the angry camp quietly hibernated and did not attack again. Rather, the Huihai military academy sent news that their battle with the Minxai military academy ended in a draw. Compared with the lazy soldiers, who could not be called, the greedy camp where Minxai was located was very active in attacking other people's territories. The Huihai military academy did not ask Ji Jiuxia for help. As one of the 7 major military academies, they had their own face, and would not ask for help just after being beaten. Ji Jiuxia fought with the Dixing military academy, and stayed at the border for 2 consecutive days. During this period, there were several small-scale conflicts. The arrogant camp wanted to drive them out of the territory, but they failed. She maintained friendly exchanges with an arrogant soldier, and occasionally shared food. The other party had a name in front of the camera, Milo, to distinguish him from other arrogant soldiers. As the conflict between the 2 camps escalated, their relationship became better and better. On issues that did not violate principles, the 2 sides communicated very happily. Ji Jiuxia sat on the grass and looked ahead. At this distance, she could vaguely see the border defense line of the arrogant camp. She supported her chin with one hand and grabbed a weed on the ground with the other hand, her eyes empty. What do you want to do? Rong Tianjiang sat next to Ji Jiuxia, holding popcorn in his hand and chewing it. He didn't need to eat to maintain his life in the stadium, but it didn't prevent him from enjoying food. Ji Jiuxia, I want to form an alliance with the Imperial Star Military Academy. Alliance with the Imperial Star Military Academy? Rong Tianjiang didn't even eat the popcorn. Do you know that they have never formed an alliance with any military academy? The name of their camp is the best description of them. Ji Jiuxia, there are exceptions to everything. Just give it a try. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Will they agree? Fusong approached, grabbed a handful of popcorn from Rong Tianjiang's hand, and threw it into her mouth. Darla looked into the distance. No. Jiangju, how long will we have to wait? Today is the deadline. Let's see what answer they will give. Ji Jiuxia patted the grass scraps on his hands. Rong Tianjiang ate popcorn faster. You scolded Yu Suyin so harshly at the beginning. It's strange that he would agree to you. If I don't say that, will he listen to me? Ji Jiuxiu reached out to the popcorn bucket. And I had a friendly exchange with him later. It's okay as long as he can understand what I mean. The victory or defeat on the battlefield will not change because of his mood. No matter whether he is happy or not, it is a fact that the Imperial Star Military Academy is in a weak position. Other military academies are trying to control the soldiers in the camp, but only the Imperial Star Military Academy is indifferent. If this continues, it will be over sooner or later. Rong Tianjiang, why should we form an alliance with them? Can't we change to another military academy? Ji Jiuxiao, it's close, convenient, strong, and the cooperation effect is best. Based on the experience of the previous game, she tried to give priority to allies, who could maximize the benefits after the alliance. Meeting the military academy was an accident. At that time, she couldn't tell the direction and accidentally went there, so she had to go with the flow. Darla looked away. In the past, there were very few alliances between military academies. I really don't understand this. Ji Jiuxiu continued, I have watched the previous recorded videos, and I don't understand why everyone doesn't cooperate. Jiangju, because every school thinks it is the strongest. It's just that one looks down on the other. Rong Tianjiang ate the last popcorn. Darla, it's strange this year. So many military academies actually agreed to cooperate. She was not surprised that Ji Jiuxiu would pull alliances everywhere, but she was surprised that others would agree. This military academy joint exercise was indeed a very special one. Jiangju, half of the commanders who dominated this year were civilians and middle class. He spoke in a calm voice and told everyone an unknown secret. More than a decade ago, a special ray was emitted from the depths of the universe. Scientists have studied this ray, but no results have been obtained. No one knows what changes it will bring. As time goes by, some people gradually find that the probability of geniuses appearing among civilians is gradually increasing. It has been confirmed that geniuses are all born after the year of cosmic rays. Among the people in the field now, 1/5 are civilians. This number may not seem large, but compared with 10 years ago, it is already a very amazing number. This is also the reason for the change in the Joint Military Academy exercise. Xinghe Xingran from Minxai Military Academy, Nada from Beifu Military Academy, and Rog from Huihai Military Academy are all civilians. As for Wai Luolinia, who is from the upper class, took the initiative to seek cooperation, it is probably because she is clear-headed and aware of the coming torrent, knowing that sticking to the past is doomed to fail. Jiangju, the solidified class will soon usher in a new round of changes, and the imperial power that has been gradually decaying due to long-term stability will also be impacted. The last sentence was spoken in a low voice, and the lip movements were too slight to be judged by lip reading, so people outside the screen would not know what he said. As a member of the royal family, Darula remained silent. Ji Jiuxiu thought of the fact that the eldest Prince Carlin took extreme measures to annex other people's companies, and did not speak for a while. Fusong was eating the popcorn that he had grabbed, and had no time to speak. Rong Tianjiang saw that everyone was silent, and kept a quiet formation. The atmosphere was stagnant for a while. Fusong finished eating the popcorn and said, Civilians participating in the joint exercise of the military academy, I turned out to be a genius. Everyone, The strange atmosphere was swept away. Ji Jiuxiu stood up and stretched. Let's talk about the future later. What we need to do now is the present. She gave Yusuin enough time to think about it, and now she had to ask for an answer. Stepping on the border of the arrogant camp's defense line, Ji Jiuxiu shouted, Yusuin, how are you thinking about it? She came to shout every 2 hours these 2 days, and others were used to her existence. The arrogant soldiers did not shoot, and the Imperial Star Military Academy students were also waiting to see the joke. Yusuin appeared and said calmly, Why are you here to talk to me? Where is Jiangju? Jiangju, 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 Ji Jiuxiu secretly complained. Can't I come to talk? I represent everyone in Theseus Military Academy. She stood up straight. Yusuin, let Jiangju come to see me. He wanted to see Jiangju bow to him. What was Ji Jiuxiu? Okay. Ji Jiuxiu took out his laptop. Jiangju came, and not only Jiangju, but also Darula, Rong Tianjiang, and Fusong. 5 people, and 10 pairs of eyes were staring at Yusuin. Jiangju, you're here to talk to me? Don't you want to cooperate with me? Yusuin stared at Jiangju coldly. Is this what you mean? Jiangju, this is what we mean. Yusuin, do you think so too? Yes, I hope to cooperate with you. Jiangju is very calm. Yusuin, are you making a request to me? This is not a request, it's just giving you a choice. Ji Jiuxiu interrupted. In fact, your decision is not that important, I just show my sincerity. Yu Suin's eyes shifted to Ji Jioshu. He was impressed by her, but he didn't think she would be an opponent. She was too talkative and bold, which attracted attention. He said, I'm talking to Jiangju. Jiangju said at the right time, her meaning is what I mean. Don't you have your own ideas? Yu Suin frowned. How can you let her command? Jiangju asked back, why not? Yu Suin's chest rose and fell a little, suppressing his anger. Jiangju's behavior was simply lowering his status. Such a person is no longer worthy of being his opponent. He said coldly, I can't cooperate with you. The two sides broke down and parted unhappily. Fuso, he didn't refuse before, but he got angry and gave the answer after you pressed him, like a scumbag who is trying to hook people. Ji Jioshu, Ji Jioshu was helpless. He's not angry because of me, right? How could she have that ability? Yu Suin ignored her thoroughly, and didn't even bother to give her a glance. Darla, you wasted a lot of time on the Imperial Star Military Academy, and the results you got were not satisfactory. Fighting the Imperial Star Military Academy to the death is not your style, so what do you want to do? I have always thought about cooperating with the arrogant camp, Ji Jioshu said with a smile. Cooperating with the arrogant camp does not necessarily mean cooperating with the Imperial Star Military Academy. Without the Imperial Star Military Academy, there are still a lot of arrogant soldiers waiting for her. The friendly communication with Milo came in handy at this moment. When she proposed to talk about cooperation with the commander of the arrogant army, Milo breathed a sigh of relief. Milo, I know you hate war. I am the same as you. We don't want those dirty territories that have been trampled by others. It would be great if our two countries could live in peace. Ji Jioshu smiled sincerely and praised the other party's beautiful quality of loving peace. So Milo had wanted to talk about this for a long time, but he was not willing to take the initiative to bring it up. He has been waiting for her to speak, right? Half a day later, Ji Jioshu successfully met the arrogant commander stationed at the border. The other party looked very impatient. It was normal to be unhappy when the territory was occupied by the enemy. She continued to use her eloquence, starting with praise, talking about the recent battles, and dragging down the Imperial Star Military Academy students by the way. It's because the team led by Yu Suin is too weak that you lost your territory. I believe that if you lead the army to resist, you will not lose any inch of land. The arrogant commander raised his chin higher. You have a better vision than others. Ji Jioshu, now all countries are invading each other's territory. Other countries are not as powerful as you, and you are broad-minded and never take the initiative to invade. The pattern is admirable. The way to completely end the war is to unify all countries. Only you can do this. I hope to meet the leader and express my admiration in person. The arrogant commander was very satisfied. Your idea is correct. Arrogance is the eternal king. We need people like you who know the times. As you wish, I will introduce you to our leader. With his mouth, Ji Jioshu successfully infiltrated the arrogant camp. The arrogant commander still maintained his sanity, and only allowed Ji Jioshu to enter the arrogant camp, while others were blocked from entering. Usopp was the first to get restless when he learned that the arrogant commander was going to cooperate with Ji Jioshu. He ran over with a gloomy face to accuse the arrogant commander. Why did you make the decision privately? Did we agree? Do I need your consent to do things? The arrogant commander was even more arrogant than him. You should pay attention to your identity. As a soldier, you actually yelled at your superiors. I will expel you from the army. Ji Jioshu suggested. Such people who don't know the rules will only corrupt the military atmosphere if they stay in the army. It is better to demote them to cooks and cleaners. That makes sense. You will be a cook in the future. The arrogant commander nodded and glared at Usopp. Usopp was about to curse, but others hurried over to pull him away. A boy said to the arrogant commander, no one dares to question your intelligence, but I am worried that you have been deceived by the evil people. They are too cunning. Even the greatest people can hardly avoid villains. Look at the person next to you. She is not from our camp. How can she really do good for us? Ji Jioshu and the boy's eyes met, and the other party looked innocent. The person who came to the arrogant commander to speak was named Ufuzi, and he was also a member of the Yu family. In the Imperial Star Military Academy, it is common for children from such large families to gather together. Ufuzi had little presence in the early stage, but when he appeared at this time, he was not as arrogant as Yu Suin and Usopp. The light green eyes stared at Ji Jioshu, and a hypocritical smile appeared on his face. Madam, what are you trying to do? My goal is to cooperate with you, so that you can lead us to capture other cities. Ji Jioshu also laughed, pretending to be helpless. I am the one who was blinded. At first, I made suggestions to you, But obviously you are not as smart as the commander and finally chose to reject us. This point cannot be refuted. Ji Jioshu deliberately raised his voice when talking to Yusuin before to ensure that everyone could hear. The two of them were sarcastic and verbal battles in front of the arrogant commander. The arrogant commander gradually became impatient and left the two behind and walked forward alone. The arrogant commander did not drive her away, which means there is still a chance. Ji Jioshu looked at Yufuzi and attacked the opponent's weakness. She blurted out, "You are kneeling and licking the outstanding arrogant little commander like this. Does Yusuin know?" Yufuzi answered quickly, "It doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. I admire the brave commander from the bottom of my heart." After the two finished speaking, you looked at me and I looked at you, and they were silent. They habitually increased their speaking speed and interjected the flattery into their words. When they realized what they had said, it was too late. The arrogant commander was no longer there, but the muscle memory they had formed still made their words extremely flattering. The two were silent for a long time, and finally smoothed their tongues and spoke normally. "Ji Jioshu, you don't want to cooperate with you, and you still don't want to cooperate with the arrogant army. I really can't figure out what's in your mind. If the arrogant army wins, doesn't it mean that you win? I'm afraid you're cheating," Yufuzi said cautiously. "Who knows if she is sincere or false? The two sides have been resentful for a long time. Who would be willing to let the enemy into the base camp? Maybe she sneaked in and prepared to cooperate with others. This direction is the most realistic." Ji Jioshu smiled. The hatred was in the last game. "I hope you can be a qualified adult, and don't bring personal emotions to work. If we can cooperate, it will be a win-win situation. Yufuzi, what if we resolutely stop you? Then I will let the arrogant commander turn all of you into cooks," Ji Jioshu said decisively. "Yufuzi, even if you become cooks, I can't let you succeed." "Ji Jioshu, then I have to change an ally. You are the best choice, but not the only one. I will join forces with other military academies to fight you. In this situation, you can't stop it at all. It just so happens that the Imperial Star Military Academy is the most hated, and I believe many people will be happy to fight them first." She was telling the truth, and Yufuzi had no doubt about it. He sighed, "Actually, I really want to cooperate, but Suin won't." Ji Jioshu said "Oh" with an expression of "Go on, let me see how you make it up." Just as Yufuzi didn't trust her, she didn't trust him either. Yufuzi looked depressed, pondered in his heart, and finally spoke. "The Yu family is a big family, like a big tree. Yu Suin and his parents are in the main part, with the most say. Other small families extend outward, and the further they go out, the thinner they are. He is the thinnest branch at the corners. The surname Yu does not mean that he is in the upper class. If he was not the most talented among the Yu family children, and was admitted to the Imperial Star Military Academy, his life would be no different from that of ordinary people, and he would also be busy for 2 taels of silver. So he is separated from the real upper class of the Yu family. The face they care about is not worth mentioning to him. Yufuzi, anyone with a discerning eye can see that cooperating with you is the best choice, but Suin can't bring himself to do so. He loves to say one thing and mean another. Are you the lobbyist he found to make peace after he regretted it, or are you afraid that I will cause trouble for you after I win over the arrogant camp?" Ji Jioshu looked at him. Yufuzi winked at her. How could he ask me to be a lobbyist? I did all this first, and then asked for his approval, and he had to finish it for me. Ji Jioshu understood, so there was a tacit understanding between them that did not need to be said explicitly. Yu Suin couldn't bend his waist, so Yufuzi would bend it. She sighed. Aren't you tired of cleaning up the mess like this every day? Yufuzi, it's better than doing other jobs. The master gives me 10 million a year. How much? Ji Jioshu's eyes widened. Does the Yu family still need people? She can do this kind of work, Yufuzi. There are many people waiting in line for this job. It's not your turn. Okay. Ji Jioshu was a little regretful. Yufuzi, we've gone off topic. We agreed that we should form an alliance and work together. You're not lying to me, are you? Ji Jioshu looked suspicious. My companions haven't received any news. Yufuzi, I take care of all the affairs of the alliance. Just communicate with me. I report to Suin if there's anything. Ji Jioshu suddenly felt that his job wasn't so good anymore. It's true that money is hard to make, and shit is hard to eat. Nothing is easy in the world. The two of them inexplicably turned from enemies to friends, and both sides shook hands to form an alliance. Ji Jioshu thought of a question. Since you can say nice words to flatter, why don't you try to conquer the arrogant leader? If they had taken down the arrogant leader, they wouldn't have been so passive. We tried it at the beginning, but for some reason the arrogant leader was so stubborn and difficult to talk to. Ufuzi shook his head. He didn't think Ji Joshi would succeed, but no matter what the result was, the cooperation between the two schools would have more advantages than disadvantages. What surprised him was that Ji Joshi actually did it. Although the arrogant leader still looked down on people, he treated Ji Joshi better than the Imperial Star Academy students. Afterwards, he asked Ji Joshi how he did it, and Ji Joshi spread his hands. I don't know, maybe my character is better than yours, and everyone loves me. Ufuzi, It's not clear whether he has a good character, but there is no doubt that he is thick-skinned. Ufuzi was surprised that Ji Joshi's friends had the same doubts, and Ji Joshi did not hide anything from his companions. The reason why she caught the eye of the arrogant leader was not only because of her eloquence, but also because she was recommended one level after another. The last person who brought her to the arrogant leader was already a general of the arrogant camp, so the arrogant leader would listen to what she said. And Ufuzi was just a soldier. How could the arrogant leader listen to the words of an insignificant soldier? Even if it was nice words, he would hear a lot of them on weekdays, and he would not care. More importantly, she represented the jealous camp, and the things she proposed were beneficial to the arrogant leader. It was arrogant, not stupid. She had already shown a low profile, and the other party would naturally go along with it. Things after the alliance were easy to handle. Ji Joshi didn't care whether the Imperial Star Military Academy students cooperated or not, and he would just do it with a group of arrogant troops. The first one to be attacked was Beifu Military Academy. When Ji Joshi put all his energy into fighting with the arrogant camp, his home was stolen. The territory of the military academy is a regular fan-shaped one. The area of a camp is about 500 square meters. Beifu Military Academy has conquered 1/3 of it. If it advances a few days, it will flatten Theseus Military Academy. The counterattack of Theseus Military Academy was swift and fierce. They did not have the help of the Imperial Star Military Academy students, but they had a large number of arrogant soldiers. While others were busy fighting, Ji Joshi praised the jealous leader in the city. She did not tell the jealous leader about the alliance in advance, fearing that there would be complications, and now she was frantically looking for excuses to make up for it. Everyone likes to hear different nice words, but one thing is the same, that is, they like to hear others praise their talents. Ji Joshi attributed the reason for the successful cooperation to the wise and brave leader of the jealous leader, and successfully coaxed him into submission. A group of Theseus Military Academy commanders always surrounded the jealous leader, and resolutely refused to let any jealous NPC get close to the jealous leader, no matter whether they were generals or soldiers. They cut off the jealous leader's information channels, and what he heard and saw were what the Theseus Military Academy students wanted him to know. With the joint efforts of everyone, the jealous camp has become the world of Theseus Military Academy students, and all important positions are held by their own people. If any jealous soldier wants to secretly report and put someone in jail, the jealous leader will not know about it at all. Ufuzi, who came to visit the jealous camp as an ally, was amazed when he saw this scene. With internal stability, it is easy to exert strength outside. The Theseus Military Academy students not only fought back the territory occupied by the Beifu Military Academy, but also robbed the other side's land. Beifu Military Academy reacted quickly. After discovering the alliance between Theseus Military Academy and Dixing Military Academy, they immediately conveyed the news to the other 4 military academies, and formed a new alliance. Sardin Military Academy, the only one that disdained cooperation, now had to honestly form an alliance. Otherwise, it would be doomed. In fact, the alliance of Dixing Military Academy was just not to prevent Ji Joshi from interacting with the arrogant camp. They would not help Ji Joshi, but would organize their own people to fight other military academies. However, these are not important. The importance of Dixing Military Academy students in Ji Joshi's heart is not as high as that of arrogant soldiers. When other military academies saw arrogant soldiers and jealous soldiers mixed together, they would automatically think that the 2 military academies had formed an alliance. In any case, they were already on the same rope. Huihai Military Academy, which had formed an alliance with Theseus Military Academy at the beginning, had no sense of existence. Since being targeted by Menxai Military Academy, they could not protect themselves and did not have closer exchanges with Theseus Military Academy. At this moment, Rog heard the news that Theseus and Emperor Star had formed an alliance, which was like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't be happy at all, because he knew too well the character of the Emperor Star Military Academy. Their cooperation with Ji Joshi was already breaking the convention, and it was impossible for them to cooperate with a military academy again. As expected, he waited for Ji Joshi's apology. Ji Joshi, it's not because of the Emperor Star Military Academy, But the arrogant leader did not agree with others to join the alliance. Rog sighed, "It's all the same." Ji Jiuxiu continued, "But it doesn't matter. We are enemies on the surface, but we can cooperate secretly. You can just be our spy in the enemy camp. How can you guarantee that the arrogant camp will not attack me?" Rog smiled with a fake smile. "Ji Jiuxiu, I will try to keep you until the end. Even if we cooperate with each other, you will be the first one to be eliminated. It doesn't make any difference." Rog, Damn, it makes sense. It's hard to refute. Rog, I can't stop the lazy camp from fighting you. They are not controlled at all. Ji Jiuxiu, it doesn't matter. They are usually too lazy to fight anyway. Rog, It's really impossible to communicate with Ji Jiuxiu. Every sentence is blocked. Rog, that's not good either. It's bad for the reputation of our military academy. Everyone is watching. Ji Jiuxiu waved his hand. Okay, no audience will take it seriously. We are all just having fun. Watching our game is like watching a variety show. Don't variety shows also have undercover methods? After the last game, she deliberately studied the audience's reactions. Many people proposed the betrayal plan, undercover plan, and received high praise. People outside the screen watched the game for fun and reversals, regardless of whether you were fake and insidious or real heroes. Rog, even if the audience doesn't matter, what about other military academies? Our undercover work will always be exposed. How can we cooperate with other military academies in the future? Ji Jiuxiu, it's okay. In the end, I will also backstab the Imperial Star Military Academy. You backstab me, and I backstab you. After a long time, everyone will get used to it. Rog, Perverse logic. All perverse logic. Chapter 88. In the end, Rog was persuaded by Ji Jiuxiu to become a traitor and lurk in the Five Schools Alliance. Through the news from Rog, Ji Jiuxiu got the news of the other two military academies that he had not encountered for a long time. Sardin Military Academy was in the Lust camp, and the appearance was flushed cheeks, dry skin, thin body, and weak steps. Winchester Military Academy was in the Gluttony camp. As expected, they were fat as balloons and looked round at first glance. The Indie camp and the Arrogance camp were attacked by other camps, and the Imperial Star Military Academy had to give up their idea of fighting alone. If they really let it go, they might really become the first school to be eliminated. The gap between military academies narrowed in this session, and fighting 1 against 6 was a thing of the past. 2 against 5 was a bit difficult. The Five Schools Alliance was almost overwhelming in terms of numbers. With Rog's secret help, Ji Jiuxiu's pressure was relieved a lot. Rog didn't know if Ji Jiuxiu was under a lot of pressure, but he was under a lot of pressure. He called Ji Jiuxiu in the middle of the night. Rog, after several consecutive failures, they already suspected that there was a traitor. Don't worry, they are not sure if there is a traitor. This is just a fishing trick. You should calm down and don't take the bait. Ji Jiuxiu was very calm. Rog stood outside the window, looking at the dark night. I am very calm, so calm that I can think about why I want to cooperate with you. Judging from the current situation, my alliance with them has a higher success rate. Ji Jiuxiu, don't calm down. Let's be impulsive. Tomorrow I will put some bait at the intersection of the camps. You find a way to bring people there. I will kill the angry leader, and kill the Beifu Military Academy first. Putting Beifu Military Academy in the front is not because of hatred, it is purely because it is close. Rog replied, Okay, if this time is unsuccessful, our cooperation ends here. Ji Jiuxiu has no plan for how to eliminate Beifu Military Academy for the time being, and in order to appease Rog, he has to put some weights on his own scale. The current situation can be said to be caused by her, but she does not regret cooperating with the arrogant camp. As the first in the last game, Theseus Military Academy is the target of public criticism and the primary target of other military academies. She was thinking about how to achieve tomorrow's goal in her heart, wandering around aimlessly, and her calm heart became more and more angry. Since other military schools believe that Theseus Military School and Dixing Military School are in the same group, why can Dixing Military School stand aside and watch the show? After crossing the border of the camp, Ji Jiuxiu ran to scold Yusuin first. You are worse than I thought. Last time you said you were going to attack Beifu Military School, but you ended up retreating in disgrace. Nada laughed at the border all day. She stood outside the Dixing Military School camp, and raised her voice to ensure that everyone could hear. Yusuin did not appear or say anything, and Yusupu rushed out aggressively to teach Ji Jiuxiu a lesson. The two fought barehanded in the open space. Yusupu landed on his face first, and Ji Jiuxiu's soul stepped on his back. His face was hit by a punch, and his eyes were black and full of stars. He was confused. How is it possible? How could Ji Jioshu beat him? Ji Jioshu's mouth was like poison. You are almost the same as your brother. Neither of you is that good. It's fine that you can't beat Rong Tianjiang, a mechanic, but now you can't even beat me, a healer. I overestimated you. You are just like that. Usopp was angry, gritted his teeth, and broke free from Ji Jioshu's suppression, stood up and rushed towards her. Ji Jioshu turned his body slightly to avoid his attack, clasped his arms with both hands, and tripped him forward with his feet on his calves. It was another tragic scene of head-to-head collision. Ji Jioshu, heh. A light breath sound was more devastating than the long string of words before. Usopp's face turned red, and he glared at Ji Jioshu fiercely. Ji Jioshu let him go, and patted the dust on his hands. Don't be angry and cry. You have to admit that you have no ability. If you have the energy to get angry with me here, you might as well go out and fight the enemy, so that I can look up to you. After saying a paragraph, she put her hands on her waist and looked at Usopp, neither attacking nor continuing to speak, just standing quietly and looking down. Usopp sat on the ground. It was not right to stand up or continue sitting. If she stood up and was knocked to the ground by Ji Jioshu again, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Finally, Ufuzi came out to rescue and helped Usopp up. Usopp pushed his hand away and walked into the camp. His back was very grim. It would have been better if he hadn't walked with a limp. What's wrong with you? What happened? Ufuzi sighed deeply. He couldn't figure out the mind of this lady at all. She thought one thing after another, and had no idea what shocking move she would make next. I don't sleep well at night, so I hope you are the same as me. Now I feel comfortable. Good night, and sweet dreams. Ji Jioshu turned around and left. Ufuzi, Before leaving, Ji Jioshu did not forget to shout, Nada asked me to tell you that she will be the first to eliminate you from the military academy. After she finished speaking, she left lightly. Crazy. So crazy. The hearts of the Imperial Star Military Academy students were not trained to the level of the arrogant leader, and they could not ignore all provocations. They were very angry, and wanted to rush out and beat Ji Jioshu. But they couldn't, because the arrogant leader stood on her side, and the last person who offended her had become a cleaner. It's great to be able to speak. It's really great to be able to speak. Ji Jioshu confirmed an old truth. A tree without bark will surely die, and a person without shame will be invincible in the world. That night, all the Imperial Star Military Academy students were boiling, and they couldn't wait until dawn. They rushed to Beifu Military Academy overnight, and deliberately took a detour to pass the gathering point of each camp, and never set foot on the territory of Theseus Military Academy. Before dawn, Ji Jioshu was awakened by Rog's phone call. Rog, didn't we agree that I would lead the people away first, and then you could do it? Now that there is such a big commotion, what do you want me to do? Ji Jioshu fell silent after seeing the latest news. Maybe it was because of the excessive stimulation last night that Yusuin was overwhelmed. If she had known earlier, she should have been gentler. She comforted Rog, now you don't need to lead people away on purpose, reduce their suspicion of you, and you don't have to take risks. Beifu Military Academy can also be eliminated. Isn't it a good thing? Rog collapsed. The question is, can you kill Beifu Military Academy? The other 4 military academies have already gathered personnel on the way to assist Beifu Military Academy. If the people are not led away, the Imperial Military Academy will never be able to take down Beifu Military Academy. Do you remember the rules of the game? Ji Jioshu said calmly, you don't need to kick out everyone to eliminate a military academy, just kill the leader. Let the Imperial Star Military Academy hold on for a while, let the arrogant soldiers and jealous soldiers go over to help. As for the Theseus Military Academy students, of course, they will be raided. Her target was not Beifu Military Academy. There were many people there now, so they must be watching closely. She shifted her sights to the lustful camp, next to the arrogant camp, where the Sodden Military Academy was located. The Sodden Military Academy had targeted them early in the last game. She was a vengeful person. The name of the Sodden Military Academy appeared in her little notebook. In addition, she would not be discovered by other military academies if she passed through the arrogant camp. It was simply fate that pushed her to make a choice. She did it right away. She picked out some military academy students to go to the lustful camp. Not too many people could go there. Aishima had to bring a group of people to show up on the battlefield to confuse the line of sight. Milo, the arrogant soldier, escorted Ji Jioshu and his group over, and handed Ji Jioshu a small packet of seeds when they left. Ji Jioshu, what is this? Milo, an edible plant that can grow very tall quickly. I give it to you as dry food. Don't go hungry. Ji Jiuxiao, What kind of image does she have in Milo's eyes? She accepted Milo's kindness and led her companions to continue on their journey. They arrived at the border of the lustful camp without any obstacles. Ji Jiuxiu removed the black on everyone's face. As the favorite of the jealous leader, she still had this right, but in order to make the jealous leader feel comfortable, she usually let everyone keep their ugly black faces. The standard for her selection of personnel is not strength, but face. She has mastered the skill of prescribing the right medicine. The people guarding the lustful border are not only lustful soldiers, but also Sardinian Military Academy students. Lustful soldiers themselves have no gender distinction. Ji Jiuxiu sent Fusong and Jiangju to avoid Sardinian Military Academy students and try to hook a lustful soldiers over. She and the others were on guard in the surroundings to prevent being discovered by the Sardinian Military Academy students, while keeping a close eye on the lustful soldier to ensure that they could rush over if there was any movement. The lustful soldier stared at the two people, one eye looking to the left and the other looking to the right. Everyone, What kind of brain can come up with such an outrageous setting? Rong Tianjiang's complaining soul was burning. Ji Jiuxiu commanded the two people, take it away, and get some information out. The two did not speak, fearing that they would attract the attention of the Sardinian Military Academy students, and turned around and walked back silently, and the lustful soldier behind them followed. Sure enough, the word lust is a knife above the head, and the ancients did not deceive me. Staying away from the border, Ji Jiuxiu led the others to hide, and commanded the two people through the headset, ask it how many troops are in the camp now. Jiangju met the other party's mentally retarded eyes, and couldn't say anything for a while, but Fuso had no scruples and spoke and acted naturally. Fuso, how many people are there in your camp now? Sexy soldier, about 700. There are 1,000 soldiers in a camp, and Qi Yunzia took 1/3 to support Beifu Military Academy. Fuso, I want to see your leader, can you help me? No. Sexy soldier refused decisively, the beauties are all mine, no one can take them away. Fuso, then take us back to your home, there are many guards on duty, we can't be discovered, otherwise we will be taken away. Sexy soldier told Fuso the time of the shift duty, and asked Fuso to wait patiently, and take the opportunity to sneak in during the shift change. Okay, you go back now, staying too long will arouse suspicion. Fuso drove the man away. Lustful soldier, I won't leave. I want to stay here with you. It slowly approached the two people, with an infatuated look on its face, and its left and right eyes were further apart, looking really retarded. Fortunately, the organizers made everyone look pretty, so it didn't look too obscene when it made this expression, otherwise Ji Jiuxiu would have a hard time guaranteeing that he wouldn't shoot the other party with one shot. It's not easy for the Sardinian Military Academy to be assigned to such a camp. The lustful soldier has been away from his post for too long, and the Sardinian military cadets on the same post noticed something unusual and came all the way to find him. Everyone's attention was on the lustful soldier, and they didn't notice him for a while. The Sardinian military cadet exclaimed, Theseus the cadet. The gun in her hand fired immediately, Fusong and Jiangju dodged in different directions, and Ji Jiuxiu, who was hiding behind a bunker in the distance, fired and killed the Sardinian military cadet. The second one to be dealt with was the lustful soldier. It saw them killing people and couldn't let them go. Jiangju's gun was against the forehead of the lustful soldier. The other party was not panicked at all, and still stared at him with one eye, not caring even if his companion died. Lustful soldier, if I die in your hands, I will feel very happy. I am very glad to have you by my side in the last moments of my life. Jiangju, I can't stand it. Rong Tianjiang rushed out and prepared to shoot the man. Ji Jiuxiu held him down. Wait. Don't be impulsive, he is still useful. The lustful soldier glimpsed the new person from the corner of his eye, and his two eyes were not enough, so he could only turn around and look back and forth frantically. Everyone, let's kill him. He said to kill, but in the end Ji Jiuxiu still left the lustful soldier. They would eventually enter the lustful camp. If they didn't meet this soldier, they would meet another soldier. Ji Jiuxiu's group consisted of 15 people, which caused the lust soldier's eyes to be very busy and turned around, but it did not affect its normal walking. At first, she was worried that too many people would arouse the other party's vigilance, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. With the lust soldier actively betraying the organization, everyone successfully entered the lust camp and entered the city unimpeded. Ji Jiuxiu, take us to see the leader. The lust soldier chose not to hear Ji Jiuxiu's words. I want to take you home. My home is at the second left intersection on the right. Follow me. Then let 5 people go to see the leader. Ji Jiuxiu compromised. Do you choose to lose 15 people, or give up 5 to get 10? You are all mine. The lust soldier is an adult, and he can choose to have both. Rong Tianjiang snorted and raised his foot to walk in the opposite direction. Legs are on our bodies. I can walk if I want. The lust soldier was furious, threw out a metal rope to trap Rong Tianjiang, and forcibly pulled Rong Tianjiang back several meters. No one expected it to suddenly attack. Jiangju was closest to Rong Tianjiang and grabbed his arm. He was pulled by the force from both ends and grimaced in pain. The lustful soldier shouted, "All of them are mine." It was extremely angry. It stretched out its hand and slapped the wall next to it. It put its feet against the wall and began to pull the rope hard. The force was so strong that it pulled Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang forward several meters. This Jiangju struggled to grab Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang was about to break apart. His expression was distorted and he said, "I'm not the best looking. Why don't you tie up so many people, but me?" It should have kidnapped Ji Jiuxiu, and see what bad ideas she came up with. Lustful soldier, you are the ugliest, so you don't feel bad about getting hurt. Rong Tianjiang, ? The joint drill of the military academy is really interesting. While the body is hurt, the spirit will also suffer a critical blow. The tug of war for the robbery is still going on. Ji Jiuxiu went to the nearby intersection to guard in case passers-by suddenly appeared and others came forward to besiege the lustful soldier. They can't delay too long. It will be easy to be discovered if they make too much noise on the city streets. Everyone fired, and the lustful soldier had to relax his strength to avoid it. Rong Tianjiang finally got relief and fell forward because he was unstable. Rong Tianjiang held the wall with one hand and covered his head with the other hand. My head, I feel dizzy. Do you smell a sweet smell? Ji Jiuxiu smelled a faint floral scent and subconsciously became alert. The lustful soldier stood in the corner and laughed. It's too late to react now. The Theseus cadets fell one after another, and even Ji Jiuxiu couldn't help but stagger forward 2 steps. The world in front of him was spinning, and he couldn't stand steadily. The lustful soldier's head was doubled into several images and kept shaking. It came over and rubbed its hands excitedly at the people on the ground. Mine, all mine. Ji Jiuxiu used up his last strength to curse, "Your father." It was only then that she realized that the lustful soldier's previous slap on the wall was not to express anger, but there should be some kind of mechanism on the wall that can emit substances that can cause coma. No matter how cautious she was, she didn't expect that the wall on the street could emit drugs in broad daylight. It was really hard to guard against. She quickly lost consciousness, and the last scene in front of her was the perverted appearance of the lustful soldier covering his mouth and laughing secretly. This sleep was very deep. When Ji Jiuxiu woke up again, his mind was still a little confused, and he didn't know where he was. The dim light illuminated the room. The glass door locked everyone together. Opposite was a row of cylinders filled with liquid. Some of the cylinders were soaked with objects. A closer look revealed that they were people. The closed room, dim lights, weird experimental objects, suddenly went from the set of the world hegemony to an urban legend. She looked around. 16 people were neatly arranged, not one less, not one more. Wait, there were only 15 people including her. Where did the extra one come from? Everything on her body, including the light button, was looted. She could only squint her eyes and try to see where the extra person was. After looking for a long time, she found that there was a person in light green clothes mixed in with them. Light green? Isn't that the Sardinian military cadet? The story gradually became more thrilling. She stood up and approached the Sardinian military cadet. At the same time, she looked around and suddenly met a pair of eyes. Ji Jiuxiu's heart contracted. Oh my god. Busan was puzzled. Your mother is here? She's not here. Ji Jiuxiu patted his chest. Why didn't you say anything when you woke up? You scared me. I saw you didn't say anything, so I didn't say anything either. Busan's logic was clear. Ji Jiuxiu was speechless and continued to move forward. The Sardinian military cadet sat on the ground, one leg flat, his arm stretched out and resting on the other bent knee, his head pressed on his arm, and his face could not be seen clearly. When she was 2 meters away from him, he suddenly looked up, his eyes clear, and asked, "What are you going to do?" Perhaps because he had just been scared once, Ji Jiuxiu's heartbeat was normal this time, and he was not scared by the sudden voice. But after seeing the other person's face clearly, he was shocked by his identity. Ji Jiuxiu, Qi Yunziu? The most outstanding freshman commander of the Sardinian Military Academy, who is considered to be half the commander-in-chief of the Sardinian Military Academy in the joint exercise. He did not go to meet the battlefield commander of the Navy Academy, but appeared here, The world is really strange. The two sides who were enemies in the last game are now peacefully in the same room. The main reason is that they have no choice. They were all tied up. Ji Jiuxiao, why are you here? Qi Yunzi looked surprised. Aren't you here too? It's different. We are enemies. It's normal to be tricked. Aren't you one of the Lust camp? Ji Jiuxiao is very curious. Qi Yunzi's face became even uglier, and he avoided answering her question. You should think about how to get out. He looked a little fragile and decadent leaning against the wall, and his bookish air turned into a sense of brokenness. How to say it, he is still pretty good looking. No wonder he was kidnapped by the Lust soldier. Ji Jiuxiao stared at Qi Yunzi. His eyes were pure, as if he was appreciating a work of art. A hand passed in front of her eyes. She blinked and turned to look at the person who came. Ji Jiuxiao, you woke up? Jiangju, yeah, when you were staring at someone. Ji Jiuxiao, it's a bit funny that Qi Yunzi was locked up by the lustful soldiers. Jiangju, yeah, it's really funny. Qi Yunzi's face turned from black to blue. If you two want to talk, you can go to the corner and talk without me hearing. How did you get locked up? Ji Jiuxiao asked him. Qi Yunzi, no comment. Ji Jiuxiao, do you know that there are mechanisms hidden in the walls of your city that can spray out drugs? Without the other party's answer, she observed his expression and got the answer. It must be unpleasant to be backstabbed by your own people. Ji Jiuxiao expressed his understanding of his mood. He was usually very good at managing his expression. Now his expression was so ugly, it seemed that he was really angry. Ji Jiuxiao, how long have you been locked up? What methods have you tried to get out? These two questions were more serious. Qi Yunzi pulled himself out of his emotions and answered, I came in today when I was about to leave to help the Naval Academy. I can't use my mental power here, so I can't get out. It's okay, not too long. It's estimated that the Lust soldier went to work after dealing with Qi Yunzi. Ji Jiuxiao realized that the source of his suffocation was not the side effect of coma, but the restriction of mental power. The Theseus cadets woke up one after another. Everyone showed a shocked expression on their faces when they saw Qi Yunzi. Qi Yunzi's face darkened little by little, and in the end it was so gloomy that water could drip out. He said coldly, we are all locked up here. It's no use laughing at others for doing the same. No matter how the process was, the ending was the same. Rong Tianjiang kicked the glass. Damn the little soldier. You can't scold it now. Wait until it comes over and scold me, and help me scold me too. Darila was also very angry. Since the start of the game, it was the first time they suffered such a big loss, being fooled around by a little soldier. The lustful little soldier who was cursed by everyone slowly appeared, looking at the military cadet locked in the glass house with obsession, his eyes, like a poor child seeing the exquisite toys in the window, turning a deaf ear to all the curses. It pressed a switch, and white smoke like gas slowly gushed into the room. Ji Jiuxiao felt his limbs gradually losing strength, but he was still in the mood to chat with it. Is it time for your shift? Won't you be caught for neglecting your duties? Lustful soldier, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my partner was beaten to death by you. Others will think that I was taken away by you. Are you asking such questions because you care about me? I only care about when you die. Rong Tianjiang said viciously. The lustful soldier moved closer, his expression moved. You actually care about my life so much, I am so touched. Rong Tianjiang was so disgusted that he had nothing to say. He was afraid that it would lick him if he slapped it. I'm different from them. Ji Jiuxiao also stepped forward, his tone full of affection. They all hate you, only I really care about you. The eyes of the lustful soldier finally gathered into one point, focusing on Ji Jiuxiao. Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise why would we choose you among so many people on duty? I can tell at a glance that you are very special, with a unique temperament and uniqueness. Ji Jiuxiao's tone was affirmative. His eyes were affectionate. The lustful soldier quickly stuck to the glass. This is the first time I heard someone say this. You are indeed different from them. Ji Jiuxiao, I don't like breathing the air here, let me out. The lustful soldier shook his head. No, I like you the most now. I want to make you the most beautiful specimen. Ji Jiuxiao, So the way to show your love for her is to make her into a specimen? Ji Jiuxiao didn't believe it, and tried again. But after I become a specimen, I can't continue to talk to you. Don't you like me chatting with you? The lustful soldier nodded without hesitation. I like it. Your voice is so beautiful, so I will make you into a specimen last. Why do you have to make a specimen? Ji Jiuxiao was annoyed. The lustful soldier, because I want to keep your most beautiful appearance. Time will take away your appearance, but your beauty will be frozen forever. The hard-trained looking at dogs with deep affection eyes lost their effect. Ji Jiuxiao's first attack was defeated, and she completely overturned. She often felt out of tune with the soldiers on the field because she was not perverted enough. Shi Yunzu, think of a proper way to get out. Taking an unconventional approach doesn't always work. He didn't have a good impression of Ji Jiuxiao, who didn't follow the usual path. Being clever is one thing, and not following the right path is another. Sooner or later, he will learn a lesson. Ji Jiuxiao snorted, "Don't worry about me. I'm the last one to be made into a specimen. You might as well think more about what you should do." The white smoke stopped entering, and the feeling of soreness in the limbs continued. When the lustful soldiers brought in the food, they couldn't fight even if they wanted to. The dishes were colorful, fragrant and varied, and looked quite good. They didn't have to eat, but in order to behave like NPCs, they would still eat from time to time. They could taste the taste, but they didn't feel full. The lustful soldiers also took the table and the small stool considerately. Ji Jiuxiao sat on the foldable small stool and picked up the bowl and chopsticks to prepare for dinner. Others refused to eat. They really didn't want to eat at this time. Fu Song sat next to Ji Jiuxiao, followed by Jiang Ju, Dairula and Rong Tianjiang. The five of them were surprisingly consistent, heartless, and didn't seem to be worried at all. The others watched them eat silently, and then slowly some classmates joined in. Anyway, things were already like this, and it couldn't be worse, so it would be better to eat something to make them feel happier. Rong Tianjiang secretly asked Ji Jiuxiao, "Have you thought of a solution?" "No, what can I do?" Ji Jiuxiao shook his head. Rong Tianjiang didn't believe it. "Is it true? There's no need to hide it from me, right?" Ji Jiuxiao was helpless. "It's true. It couldn't be truer, and I can't predict the future. Who could have thought that something like this would happen?" Rong Tianjiang, "Then you are still eating so comfortably." Ji Jiuxiao, "Did I cry while eating?" Rong Tianjiang, Eat, just eat. Chapter 89. While Ji Jiuxiao was eating, the lustful soldier was watching beside him, sitting on a small stool. I don't know if this lustful soldier is so perverted, or if all lustful soldiers are like this. Based on this perverted behavior, Ji Jiuxiao decided to give it a nickname, the perverted soldier. When they finished eating, the perverted soldier stood up and went to the table to fiddle with something. A thin cold light flashed in his hand, which should be something like a knife. It turned around, holding a syringe in its hand, and approached, carefully sweeping across everyone's face. This sense of oppression was no less than the teacher preparing to call on students to answer questions in class. In the end, it chose Rong Tianjiang, and no one, including Rong Tianjiang, was surprised. The glass door opened, and it walked towards Rong Tianjiang. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine in a while. You will just feel that you had a beautiful dream, and your beauty will last forever." Rong Tianjiang, "Thank you, it's not necessary." A military school student rushed over and hugged the perverted soldier tightly, and the others rushed towards the door. The perverted soldier did not struggle. He shouted, "Lock the door," and the voice-activated glass door closed automatically. Two cadets had already run out and stood outside the door looking back. "Ji Jiuxiao, try to see if you can get out first." Seeing the perverted soldier's calm look, it is estimated that it is not easy to escape through this glass door. The two left, and the perverted soldier continued, "Spray the medicine." Rong Tianjiang covered its mouth with one hand and looked around vigilantly. There was no new movement for the time being, and the figures of the two cadets disappeared from everyone's sight. The perverted soldier looked at Rong Tianjiang with his eyes fixed, and suddenly stretched out his tongue to lick his palm. The wet and soft touch made Rong Tianjiang's hair stand on end. He suddenly jumped away and rubbed his palm against the wall quickly, trying to erase the touch from his mind. The remaining rationality controlled his body, to try not to rub it on himself. Others looked at him in astonishment, and he collapsed and said, "It licked me. I'm dirty, I'm not clean anymore." He stretched out his palm, trying to make everyone understand his feelings, but everyone took a step back, fearing that they would be infected with bad luck. The cadet who locked the perverted soldier with both hands was stiff all over, not knowing whether to let go. He was very afraid that the perverted soldier would suddenly turn around and lick him. What you fear will come true. The perverted soldier slowly turned his head, and the cadet was frightened and let go immediately. Theseus, the cadet, was tough, stubborn, and rational. He was not afraid of blood and sweat, but he was afraid of perverted saliva. The perverted soldier said regretfully, "I hope you can hold me for a little longer." The military school student's mentality collapsed, and he hugged Rong Tianjiang and cried bitterly. It was over. He was not clean now. Someone rushed over with a fist to attack the perverted soldier. As long as he hit fast and hard enough, The other party would not have the opportunity to carry out perverted behavior, but unfortunately, inhaling white smoke will make people's limbs sore and weak, and they cannot compete with the perverted soldier in speed and strength. The perverted soldier easily avoided the attack. If one can't beat it, 10 will beat it. 10 still can't beat it. The perverted soldier blocked all the attacks, and was very careful not to fight back, for fear of hurting them and causing bruises on their bodies. It walked towards Rong Tianjiang, and Ji Jiuxiu blocked it in front of it. He is not in a good condition now, so why not take a rest, and the work will be more perfect when he is at his most beautiful, right? But I think he looks good now. The perverted soldier hesitated. He didn't even have a small problem like dark circles caused by lack of sleep. After all, he had just had a good sleep because of the drug. Ji Jiuxiu pulled open Rong Tianjiang's clothes, revealing his right shoulder. There was a large purple bruise on his fine white skin, which was very conspicuous. She condemned, "You are too rough. You should be very careful when treating such a beautiful person. Do you want to keep his incomplete appearance?" The perverted soldier observed the bruise and shook his head. "I just want a perfect work, so keep him for 2 more days. I can change someone." It reselected personnel, but unfortunately, everyone in Theseus Military Academy was injured, either on their arms or thighs. Ji Jiuxiu said sincerely, "We are all very willing to freeze the beauty, but unfortunately the objective conditions do not allow it. I have a very good candidate to recommend. You can choose him first." Her finger pointed to Qi Yunziyu, who had been motionless in the corner and pretending to be a mushroom. Qi Yunziyu, He silently unbuttoned his clothes, and only started to unbutton his clothes after taking off his coat. He was wearing a black shirt. His movements were so elegant that he made the Theseus cadet, who undressed roughly, look like a barbarian. The shirt button stopped at the 3rd button, and a large bruise could be seen on the right collarbone. Don't think he didn't see Ji Jiuxiu secretly hitting Rong Tianjiang hard, and when the lustful soldier wasn't paying attention, he let others get marks on their bodies. All the members were injured, and the perverted soldier temporarily stopped and went out to drag back the 2 cadets who had escaped. They closed their eyes and were unconscious. The 16 people gathered together again in an orderly manner. The perverted soldier took the ointment and planned to apply the ointment to everyone himself. Rong Tianjiang was the first to get angry. "If you dare to touch me, I will chop off your hand." Perverted soldier, "It seems that the dosage is not enough." White smoke began to spray in the room again. This time the concentration was higher than before. The smoke was lingering. The soreness of hands and feet became more severe, and in the end, I couldn't even lift them up. Rong Tianjiang spoke weakly, "Goodbye, friends. If I want to live a glorious life, I must not die here. I would rather take the initiative to eliminate it than let it succeed." The alarm interrupted the perverted soldier's steps, and Rong Tianjiang's action of preparing to withdraw also stopped. Perverted soldier looked at the optical brain. "Others came to my house to find me. They came so quickly. You guys stay still. I will be back soon." It put something on its face, and a normal face suddenly became bruised and swollen, bent down to wrap the bandage on its leg, picked up the crutches, and walked out of the glass room. Rong Tianjiang, "He's gone." Ji Jiuxiu, "Gone. They have been brought here for a while, and the perverted soldier is off duty. It is impossible that he has not appeared all the time. He probably found an excuse to fool other soldiers. Now his colleague came to visit." Rong Tianjiang breathed a sigh of relief, and before he was completely relieved, he raised his breath again. "How should we get out now? It will be the end of being trapped sooner or later. When the perverted soldier finishes dealing with things, it will be time to sharpen his knife and attack them." Faced with this question, 15 people could not give an answer. Mental power cannot be used, and hands and feet have no strength. One of the military school students cursed, "The stadium design team is so treacherous. Who can defend against such a surprise attack?" Another person sighed, "Actually, think about it, it is indeed that we are not vigilant enough. If the lust camp is too easily invaded, the game will be meaningless." Ji Jiuxiu reflected, "I've learned my lesson. Sometimes you need to be more vigilant in good times than in bad times. Let's put the review phase aside for now. The most urgent thing is to think of a way out." Everyone frowned, lowered their heads, and tried to think. At a glance, they could feel the large number of dead brain cells. "Fusong, didn't Milo give you a plant seed?" Ji Jiuxiu was stunned and touched her clothes pocket. The seeds were placed in the innermost layer of her clothes. She took them out and put them in her palm. The seeds were wrapped in a transparent bag, only half the size of an ant. There were a lot of them, densely packed in a small bag. Perhaps because the size was too small, the perverted soldier did not find the bag of seeds. "Fusong, plant it. Are you still thinking about eating it now?" Rong Tianjiang was almost dying of anxiety. Fusong looked at him with disdain. Have you heard of the story of seeds sprouting and piercing through the skull? The power of plants is very strong. These seeds can break through the glass house when they grow up. Rong Tianjiang questioned, is it true? Just these small seeds? Won't its buds break if you pinch them? Fusong, this plant really exists in the real world. It should be classified as an alien plant, but because people grow it for food, it is counted as a vegetable. As a fast-growing plant, it can grow to 5 meters in 2 hours, and then become old and withered within a day. Ji Jiuxiao, try it. The outrageous thing of spraying drugs out of the wall will happen. So why is it impossible for vegetables to break through the house? Darila, can seeds sprout without soil? They were locked in a glass house with a metal floor under their feet, and there were no conditions for seeds to grow. Fusong, if its habits are exactly the same as reality, it can germinate. She took the seed from Ji Jiuxiao and poured it into her palm, looking at everyone. I need some blood. If it is an ordinary plant, blood is useless, but for alien plants, it is faster to get energy from the blood of other organisms than from the soil. Everyone hesitated, looking left and right. It was not that there was a problem with the act of bleeding, but that they did not have the tools for bleeding. If they forced some blood, they could only pinch it with their fingernails or bite it with their teeth, and either one sounded painful. So everyone's eyes were focused on Qi Yunziu. Qi Yunziu, He heard the whole process of the discussion of the Theseus cadets. In order to leave here, he could endure it. His teeth bit his fingertips, and the wounds were bleeding. Irregular wounds were more difficult to heal. Fusong walked closer to him with the seeds in her hand, pinched his fingers to squeeze blood, and the seeds were gradually soaked in blood. She sprinkled the seeds on the ground, trying to spread them evenly throughout the room. The brown seeds were stained red by blood, and most of them were stuck together and thrown on the ground. The blood on the surface gradually dried up. After about half an hour, a hint of white gradually appeared between the red and brown. The seeds took root and sprouted quickly, and grew visibly. It was snow white all over, with the main root scratching the floor, and then branching out into thin small roots, and the rhizome continued to extend. The upper part continued to grow, and even the leaves were white, with a layer of fine fluff on the surface. It stopped moving when it grew to 20 centimeters high. Someone asked, why doesn't it grow? Fuso, in the early stage of the seedling, more nutrients will be gathered at the roots to take root. If you want to grow upwards, you need more energy. So everyone looked at Qi Yunziu again. Qi Yunziu refused to do it this time, and his anger destroyed his elegant scholar temperament. If you want to drain my blood, we might as well die here together. Ji Jiuxiao, okay, let's keep him as a reserve food first, and everyone will raise some blood together. Rong Tianjiang frowned, I can't do it, it hurts. Fusong said, I do it. She took Rong Tianjiang's finger and put it to her mouth, opened her mouth and bit it, and her sharp teeth pierced into the flesh. Just when she felt a little pain, she had already raised her head. A blood bead appeared on Rong Tianjiang's fingertips. She squeezed the wound to get more blood and dripped it on the plant. In order to escape from the glass house, others sacrificed themselves and contributed their blood. Ji Jiuxiao looked at the small wound on the fingertips. It was a regular small dot. Fusong's bite didn't hurt. Her breath was very cool, and she didn't feel anything else strange when bitten. While the bleeding of other people's wounds stopped, Qi Yunziu's fingers were still bleeding. Ji Jiuxiu didn't waste it, and contributed all the blood to the plants. Qi Yunziu saw their wounds, which were even, regular, and easy to recover, and he became even more angry. He said sarcastically, since you can bite such a good wound, why did you let me bite it myself at the beginning? We are all trapped here, so it's meaningless to play tricks. Fusong was surprised. I thought you were not afraid of pain. At first, it was Rong Tianjiang who said he was afraid of pain, so she took the initiative to speak. Qi Yunziu, He had nothing to say to this group of people. Under the irrigation of blood, the young seedlings grew vigorously. Because of the large number, the military academy students were soon squeezed out. When Fusong scattered the seeds earlier, he deliberately left a corner for people to stand. Now everyone was crowded together, with only one light green alien in a sea of dark blue clothes. The roots of the seeds had already pierced through the metal floor, and went down to find the land. They no longer needed their support. They watched it soar higher and higher, and soon touched the ceiling. The space of the military cadets was constantly squeezed, and they had to huddle together one on top of another. A chatterbox military cadet said, Is this really a dish we can eat normally? Fusong, it tastes very good, and can be made into salad. After that, he stretched out his hand and tore off a leaf that was bigger than his face, put it to his mouth and ate it. The other party, is it a matter of taste? It feels like it can eat people. Is it people eating vegetables or vegetables eating people? Rong Tianjiang. Will it eat people? Wild ones will, but domesticated ones won't. Fusong is not sure. This one should be domesticated, right? According to the toxicity of the organizer, it certainly can't be. The top of the plant hit the ceiling, and it was still trying to grow upwards. Its leaves began to wave and attack the cadets. The sharp edges rubbed against the glass door, making a harsh sound. Luckily, there were many vegetable plants here, which made it easy for them to avoid the attack of one of them. Unfortunately, there were many vegetable plants here, and all of them started to fight. The original place could no longer stay, and the 16 people fled in a hurry. The small room was crowded with vegetable plants, and there was nowhere to escape. The vegetable plants were too close and began to compete for nutrients. Soon they stopped paying attention to them and began to cannibalize each other. Rong Tianjiang swallowed his saliva and took a breath. They can mature in one day. Wouldn't the seeds be scattered all over the place? The seeds will grow and wither repeatedly. The lust camp will be finished without our intervention, right? Fusong can give a definite answer to this question. Its seeds have very weak survival ability. Not even 1 out of 100 seeds that have not been intervened by humans can survive. She dodged and pulled the leaves of the vegetable plants and took a bite from time to time. With her diligent chewing, she managed to clear a piece of space. The vegetable plants almost swallowed each other, and the remaining dozen began to grow outwards. They even stopped attacking and no longer targeted the military cadets. They only focused on growing. Their tenacious spirit was moving. Everyone looked at them expectantly, and they lived up to everyone's expectations, making the glass house emit a crisp sound. The perverted soldier returned and was stunned after seeing the scene in the glass house. Abnormal soldier, what are you doing? Stop now. The vegetable plants can't be stopped. If there are only 1 or 2, it is estimated that they can't break the glass house, but Ji Jiuxiu got about 100 seeds. That's a full 100. The mecha can burst it. The crisp sound appeared one after another, and the glass house was shaky. Finally, it couldn't hold up and collapsed with a bang. If you don't run now, when will you run? Everyone rushed out, not because they didn't want to kill the abnormal soldier first, but mainly because their strength had not been fully recovered, and running was important. Running out of the glass house, there was a bigger glass house outside, and the device on the ceiling began to spray white smoke again. The abnormal soldier caught up with them. His expression was sinister and ferocious, and he approached everyone step by step. You can't run away, no one can leave. Ji Jiuxiu saw a housekeeping robot nearby, rushed over and quickly removed the robot's thigh, then returned to hit the perverted soldier on the head. Blood flowed down from the perverted soldier's head, flowed over his forehead, dyed his eyes red, and made him look even more perverted. Fuck, it's okay. What kind of steel head is this, perverted soldier? I love you the most among so many people. Why do you treat me like this? Ji Jiuxiu cursed. Why do you make me into a specimen just because you love me? If I love you, can I make you into a specimen? The perverted soldier shook his head. No, I not only love you, I love them too. Rong Tianjiang ran over holding the other thigh of the housekeeping robot, and hit the perverted soldier again. What time is it? Can you stop talking? The next one was Jiang Ju, holding the robot's arm, waving the mechanical arm in the air, making a fake move, and when the perverted soldier dodged, he raised his foot and kicked it hard in the heart. Darula came over to finish off the enemy, smashing down viciously with the other mechanical arm in her hand, throwing all her elegant image out of the window at this moment. Others followed suit, grabbing whatever was at hand, mops, buckets, test tubes, tables, and throwing them at the perverted soldier. The perverted soldier was covered in blood, and kept dodging, staring at Ji Jiuxiu more and more persistently. The white smoke became heavier, and Ji Jiuxiu's eyes were blurred, supporting his body weight with his mechanical legs. This perverted soldier was really strong. If she hadn't been weak now, 2 punches would have sent it to the west. It was too late. It was too late. She couldn't hold on any longer. A figure flashed in front of her. Fuso raised her foot and stepped on the chest of the perverted soldier, bending down and holding his ears with both hands. The perverted soldier looked at her infatuatedly. You are also so beautiful. Li. Fusong used both hands to twist its head 180 degrees, as easily as pulling a carrot from the ground. Ji Jiuxiu, shock. Her legs softened, and she finally fell to the ground. She lost control of her limbs, but her mind was still clear. She watched Fusong find the exit, holding the fresh body of the perverted soldier, and sweeping the iris to open the door, and then drag the cadets out 2 by 2. Breathing fresh air, her body recovered a little. She turned to look at Fusong, her eyes deep. How are you okay? Fusong, I picked up some potion on the table and drank it. I thought since it was okay, it must have medicine. Ji Jiuxiu smiled, really smart. The perverted soldier's problem was solved, and her eyes shifted to Qi Yunziu. There was no point in keeping him, so she might as well kick him out. Qi Yunziu met her gaze, saw her thoughts, and thought of ways to delay. We have been through hardships together, so why not cooperate? I can lurk in the 5 schools alliance and send you a message. Ji Jiuxiu thought about his suggestion seriously, but in the end, he felt that there were too many traitors to control. After a gunshot, Qi Yunziu, who claimed to be as good as Jiang Ju and Yusuin, was eliminated. Fusong put away his gun, took out everyone's weapons, and waited for them to recover. Someone said, "It's too slow to wait like this. What potion did you drink? Give it to us to drink too." Fusong played with the gun and refused. "My stomach is stronger than yours. What if I drink it and kill you?" The other party, "What's the difference between the stomach and the stomach? I have eaten everything since I was a child. The doctor said that my stomach function is strong. You should bring the potion quickly." Since the other party insisted, Fuso had to satisfy him and go get the colorful potion reagents. He drank the first bottle and smacked his lips. It feels okay, no taste, but the effect is not right. Next bottle. Drinking potions is as simple as drinking water. He drank the second bottle in one breath and began to look embarrassed. He frowned when he drank the third bottle and began to retch when he drank the fourth bottle. The fifth bottle. I couldn't drink the fifth bottle. If it were in the real world, he should be vomiting and diarrhea now, but in the virtual arena, he could only hold his stomach and retch painfully, and nothing could come out. His strength was not restored. He retched in waves, and he was completely convinced by Fuso's stomach. By the time his strength was restored, a day had passed. It was dark and suitable for action. Ji Jiuxiu asked Fuso to take off the clothes of the perverted soldier and throw them into the machine to wash them clean in advance. Although he was disgusted, he had no choice now, and could only barely endure it. She put on clothes representing the lustful camp, walked around the city alone for a few times, and brought back 14 sets of clothes for others to change into. She was already very skilled in wearing enemy clothes. It didn't matter if the routine was old, as long as it was effective. A new lustful team appeared and headed towards the location of the lustful leader. You need to be careful to cover your face along the way. Who knows if you will encounter a second perverted soldier. Before entering the palace, you need to be examined first. Darula stood at the front and showed her face. She talked with the lustful guards about the location of the lustful leader and delayed time for others to enter first. The process was smooth, and Ji Jiuxiu and others walked into the palace openly. "Stop, who led you in?" Not long after they walked, a scolding came from behind. The cadet at the end looked back, adjusted her mood and prepared to use her face to delay the newcomer, but found that the other party was not a lustful soldier. She reacted very quickly, pretending to be calm and said, "I have something to report to the leader." The Sardinian cadet sneered, pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand and fired a burst of shots. "You look so healthy, you are not our people at first glance. Which military school are you from?" The Theseus cadet reacted very quickly and scattered to avoid, but 2 of them were still hit and eliminated. The Sardinian cadet cursed and changed weapons while cursing. "I knew these soldiers were unreliable and let all kinds of messy people in." The weapon changed from firing 1 bullet at a time to firing 10 bullets at a time. She held a gun in each hand, and the bullets smashed the decorations in the palace and made countless dents on the wall. She sent a message to call people in the middle of using fire suppression. The people who came were all Sardinian cadets, and there was no lustful soldier. It was obvious that she knew the morals of these soldiers very well. Ji Jiuxiu, 1 soldier will go up to attract firepower, and the others will follow me to find the lustful leader. Their goal is to kill the lustful leader, and it is not appropriate to entangle with the Sardinian Military Academy students. The longer they delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Jiang Ju led 6 soldiers into the Mecca to contain the Sardinian Military Academy students, and the rest of the people scattered all over the palace. They didn't know where the lustful leader was, so they could only cast a wide net. As long as they didn't run into the Sardinian Military Academy, there would be no danger. Reports rang out in the earphones, all of which were news that no one was found. Ji Jiuxiu ran out instead of in, and while running, she took the wig with her, took off the combat uniform jacket, and put on the black shirt she had picked up before, and bit her lips with her teeth to make them red and swollen. There was a patrol of lustful soldiers in front, and she immediately rushed over, found a good posture and angle, and fell in front of the lustful guard in the front. She raised her head, her hair scattered behind her. Her skin was as crystal clear as snow against the black shirt. Her face was red lips and white teeth. Her eyes were tearful, and her lips were red and dripping. She didn't get into the film and television industry for nothing, and she had received professional guidance on how to dress, pose, and look the most seductively, so she was good at dealing with the lustful soldiers. Chapter 90. Ji Jioshu used a classic look. She was popular for a while, when she filmed the character promotional video. The angle and eyes were just right. The lust guards were stunned and stopped to look at her. Ji Jioshu, where is your leader? The lust guards all pointed in one direction. Ji Jioshu's eyes moved and she pinched her throat and said tactfully, "Can you help me kill it?" Even jealous soldiers can report to their superiors because of jealousy. It is not impossible for the lust guards to kill the lust leader. The lust guards did not move, not because they were loyal, but because their eyes were glued to Ji Jioshu's face and could not move away. Ji Jioshu's face was covered with a light gray haze, and the color gradually darkened. She pinched her thumb and index finger, and raised her orchid finger, very pretentiously covering half of her face. She said, "If I don't kill it, I will become ugly. Whoever saves me will get me. Lust guard A, I will kill it now. Lust guard B, wait for me, beauty. Lust guard C, D, E, kill, kill, kill." A group of lust guards rushed towards the lustful leader. Ji Jioshu adjusted her posture and sat down. It should be easier for them to attack than for her. The Sardinian Military Academy would not defend against lust guards. The black face representing the jealous camp faded on her face. She took off her wig and put it away, carefully following the lust guards. It is always more reassuring to do it yourself than for others to do it. She tidied up her lustful camp clothes, lowered her head and chased after them, following the last guard. They ran very fast and aggressively, and did not notice that there was one more person at the end of the team. She just rubbed past them all the way. There were not many Sardinian Military Academy students who walked in. Most of them were led away by Jiang Ju on the other side. After bypassing the complicated road, Ji Jioshu finally saw the figure of the lustful leader. The leader's face and clothes were more delicate than those of ordinary soldiers, and his figure was also taller. Beside the lustful leader were two Sardinian Military Academy students, one male and one female, with excellent looks. At first glance, it was obvious that they were the characters who specialized in blowing pillow talk, and they were similar to her, arranging people to keep an eye on the arrogant leader. The guard shouted and rushed, and one of the Sardinian Military Academy students scolded, "What are you doing?" The guard stopped and stared blankly at the girl who was talking. The leader standing in the front answered, "We want to kill the leader." The boy next to him said angrily, "Are you crazy?" The girl frowned, "Why do you want to kill the leader? Who did you meet?" The guard, "I met a very beautiful person, as beautiful as you. She asked me to kill the leader, and I couldn't bear to refuse her. This broken competition field, the people assigned to us are such brainless idiots. It's better to fight directly in the first competition field. What's the point of doing these?" The boy cursed. The live broadcast room barrage responded to his questions in real time. "Of course it's interesting. My whole family is watching the live broadcast. The competition system is fun because of its restrictions. Why don't I watch special effects movies just to watch fighting and killing? The lust camp is really the most outrageous of all the camps. Even Chiyunza, you was killed by a soldier. It can only be said that Sardin Military Academy is unlucky. Each camp has its own shortcomings. If Sardin Military Academy can spend more time on adjustment. If you teach the camp soldiers, they won't be so passive." "That's right, arrogant soldiers are useful, right? Theseus spent a lot of time and energy to adjust them. Taught. Anyway, Xiao Xiao is so beautiful. Thanks to the lust camp, I saw many very eye-friendly scenes. As the contact time gets longer, the driving force of beauty for the lust guards will weaken, and they will honestly follow the orders of the Sardinian Military Academy students and leave." The girl contacted others, strengthened patrols. "I suspect someone has sneaked in." Ji Jioshu lowered her head and hid behind a guard, trying to reduce her presence. When the guard who blocked her turned around, she rushed forward and fired the gun in her hand. Her target was the lust leader, but unfortunately the first shot did not hit the vital point, and the opponent was eliminated. The girl from the Sardinian Military Academy reacted the fastest and pushed the lust leader away. Her evasive action was very timely, but Ji Jioshu's next bullet had appeared in front of her. The bullet flew straight to the lust leader. She didn't have time to do more actions, so she could only step forward to block the flying bullet. A white light flashed on the spot, and the opponent was eliminated. The boy next to him pulled the lustful leader to the ground and pushed him behind the pillar, and hurriedly asked for help from his companions. The guards looked over angrily, with their guns raised, wanting to see who killed such a beautiful person, and when they saw Jijioshi's face. Oh, this is not unforgivable. The boy looked at Jijioshu approaching step by step, and cursed the lustful guards, "Come and protect me. Jijioshu, don't go over." The lustful guard looked at the boy and then at Jijioshu, unable to make a decision for a while, and the final result was to walk 2 steps towards the boy and then return, and repeat this way, and after walking for a long time, he was still in the same place. The boy's face turned green with anger. The lustful leader poked his head out from behind the pillar, and took a step forward after seeing Jijioshu's face. Jijioshu seized the opportunity to shoot. The bullets were empty. The boy quickly pulled the lustful leader away, his face turned from green to black. "Are you looking for death? Can't you see that she wants to kill you?" "Lustful leader, but she is really beautiful. Didn't you say you would listen to me? I asked you to hide behind and not move." The boy spoke very fast, and while giving instructions, he had to distract himself and shoot to force Jijioshu back. The lustful leader reasoned, "You are an old man, but she is a new color. From now on, I will listen to her." Boy, shock. Destroy the world. Jijioshu heard the conversation between the two and interrupted. "You are old and ugly, not as good looking as me. Let go and fulfill me, leader. I'm waiting for you here." Thanks to the training in the film and television industry, such a shameful line came out of her mouth, and her expression did not change at all, and she was very calm. "Boy, eh?" Hearing this, the lustful leader shouted "I'm coming" in his mouth, and wanted to go out as soon as his body moved. The boy held it tightly, and countless dirty words floated through his mind. If it weren't for the death of the leader, they would be eliminated. He wanted to shoot it more than Jijioshu. The lustful leader has hands and feet, is healthy, and is a normal adult, so it is difficult for the boy to hold it down. There is no guarantee that its head will not suddenly stick out of the pillar, and then be directly shot to death by Jijioshu. He took out the mecha, forcibly grabbed the lustful leader, pressed him on the passenger seat, and tied him up with a rope. "I know you can't bear to part with me, and I feel the same way, but we won't be together for long, so let's let go as soon as possible." The lustful leader kept on nagging. The boy could no longer bear it, and punched the lustful leader in the face. "Your brain is not even as big as a walnut, shut up." The lustful leader could not be silenced by force. He sighed, "I didn't expect you to love me so deeply." A ball of rag was stuffed into its mouth, and the world was finally quiet. The mecha was too high to move flexibly indoors, so the boy controlled the mecha to sit cross-legged on the ground, and used the weapon on his arm to shoot at Jijioshu. Jijioshu changed the gun, took out the Rongshinjiang brand green sticky glue and sprayed it on the cockpit. The flying bullet hit the glue, and the glue splashed everywhere, and dots fell on the surface of the cockpit. She continued to work hard, constantly changing positions to shoot, trying to pace the cockpit. The boy climbed out of the cockpit to touch a handful of glue, looked at Jijioshu in confusion, and went back to take out a spray bottle to spray on the glass of the cockpit. The condensed glue was melted and dripped down. "Are you a mechanic?" Jijioshu was surprised. "They actually sent you to guard the lustful leader. Do you have no one left?" The person who carries liquid that melts glue is 99% likely to be a mechanic. "You killed the individual." The boy was annoyed at the thought and cursed. "Why don't you eliminate me first and leave me to protect this disgusting thing? If I hadn't been unlucky to draw this job, who would want to see its disgusting face every day?" "Jijioshu, then let me eliminate you now, so that everyone can achieve a win-win situation." "Boy, bah! If I surrender voluntarily, how can I survive in the future? Then I can only kick you out myself." Jijioshu raised his gun and fired again. The boy was talking a lot like a chatterbox. "What do you want to do by spraying glue? Are you trying to stick me? Don't you see it's useless?" Jijioshu raised his eyebrows. "Who said it's useless?" The stickiness of the glue was dissolved, but the green color remained on the glass, slightly obstructing the vision. This was the effect she wanted. She turned to the lustful guards and said, "Go over and kill them both now." The mottled green blocked the people in the cockpit. There was no other face to compare with. The lustful guards followed Jijioshu's orders and moved in the direction of the mecha. The boy's eyes widened. What a vicious plan. He climbed out of the cockpit and showed his face back. A real bullet landed where his head was originally. He immediately hid back in the cockpit, still in fear. If he had been a little slower, he would have been finished. Her shooting skills were terrifying. As soon as he showed up, Jijioshu would shoot. If he didn't show up, the Lust guards would come over. He was completely caught in a dilemma, and had to control the mecha to bend over and rush towards the door. The Lust guards fired metal ropes, and all 10 ropes were wrapped around the left foot of the mecha. The boy was pulled down and fell headfirst. When the Lust guards were not crazy, their combat effectiveness was still very good. The boy struggled hard, but the metal ropes wrapped him tighter. His companions hadn't arrived yet, and Ji-Joshio was already in front of him. Seeing that he was about to die, he made up his mind, turned on the mecha's strong defense mode, and then threw a bomb outside. Bomb. Bomb. The bullet was so powerful that a loud bang was heard, and the nearest palace pillar cracked and began to collapse. After the first pillar broke, it was like a bongo, and a series of reactions occurred. The entire palace was collapsing, and the dust was so thick that she couldn't see the direction clearly. Everything happened very quickly. Before Ji-Joshio could run away, she was pushed down from behind by a figure. She was hit by the impact and her eyes went black. Her ribs ached slightly. Her first thought was whether her face was covered, causing the lustful guard to suddenly wake up and turn against her. The dust was so thick that it flew into her eyes. She couldn't move. She felt like a mountain was pressing on her body. She had to close her eyes and wait for the palace to collapse as soon as possible. She didn't know if she could survive. If a stone fell from the sky, her life would be here. The shock lasted for a long time, and the dust gradually fell. Ji-Joshio let go of her hand covering her mouth and nose. She coughed twice because of the dust. There was darkness in front of her eyes. She should be buried under the building. She pushed the person behind her away with difficulty and fumbled to find the light button to open it. The light drove away the darkness, and she looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. It was not one person who held her down, but 2 lust guards. The remaining 8 stood in a circle to support a space. They were all dead, and only one of the remaining 2 guards survived. The only living lust guard stared at Ji-Joshio's face. "You are so beautiful. Can I kiss the back of your hand?" Ji-Joshio stretched out his hand, and the lust guard trembled and raised his dusty hand, and fell down powerlessly when it was about to touch Ji-Joshio. She had no expression on her face, and shot its head. When she had strength, the lust guards respected her, but if she could not protect herself, the lust guards would imprison her like a perverted soldier. She was very grateful to the lust guards for saving her life, so she mourned for them for a minute. "Thank you, but you still have to die." A ray of light came from above, the stone was moved away, revealing Jiangju's face, and he reached out to Ji-Joshio. Ji-Joshio grabbed Jiangju's hand, and he pulled her up and left this narrow space. The bomb of the Sardinian Military Academy. The bomb was powerful, and the main hall was completely collapsed, and the wreckage was everywhere. "Ji-Joshio, where is the lustful leader?" "Killed him." Jiangju pointed to the corpse beside him. "I killed him." Ji-Joshio patted the dust off his body and said with satisfaction, "The mission is successfully completed." It wasn't long since Chiyunzi was eliminated. After all, they were people who had been in the perverted soldier cell together. Seeing how considerate she was afraid that he would be lonely outside the field, so she sent everyone from their school out to accompany him. Sardinian Military Academy was the first to be eliminated, which was beyond the expectations of all the audience outside the field. In the past, they were evenly matched with Theseus Military Academy, but they were eliminated early in 2 consecutive games. The situation is unpredictable, and no one can guess which military academy will be eliminated next. The Lust camp was taken down, and half of the Lust soldiers will belong to the Jealous camp. With their joining, the current predicament can be greatly alleviated. The 5 schools alliance lost 1 school, and another one is a spy. Now the situation is equivalent to 3-3, and Theseus Military Academy has a great chance of winning. Ji-Joshio took a step forward, and the pain in her ankle made her feet go weak and fall down. Jiangju quickly supported her arm. "What's wrong?" "It seems that I twisted it when the palace collapsed." Ji-Joshio tried to move her feet, and it hurt when she moved a little. She looked at Jiangju, Jiangju looked at her, and the 2 looked at each other. Jiangju reacted, walked in front of her, bent down and carried her on his back. This time they traveled light, without even bringing a medical kit, so they had to go back for treatment. Lying on Jiangju's back, she relaxed. This time, not only her ankle hurt, but she felt pain everywhere on her body. The wig she had worn before was a bit uncomfortable to put in her arms, so she took it out and put it on Jiangju's head, hiding his silver hair, and combed it slowly and patiently. They returned with a great victory, and they were in a good mood. When the others came to rescue, Ji-Joshio had already fallen asleep on Jiangju's back. Jiangju's long silver hair and black wig were mixed together, messy and funny. Rong Tianjiang, is Ji Jioxia dead? Why didn't she get out? Jiangju, He endured and lowered his voice. She was just too tired and fell asleep. A military school student said, "You take a rest first, I carry her." Jiangju didn't have time to put his clothes in order, and the dust and blood on his face were stuck together. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce battle, and his face was tired. "No, it will wake her up." Jiangju shook his head. "I do it." The group walked out. All the Sardinian military cadets were eliminated, and the surrendered lustful soldiers stood outside the city gate, shouting in unison, "Hello, new leader." The words of greeting were very simple. If they were not all wearing a listless appearance, perhaps the voices would sound more powerful. The voice woke Ji Jioxia up, and she said vaguely in a half-awake state, "My dear ministers, please stand up." After saying that, her mind gradually became clear, and she was excited after seeing the soldiers in front of her. "Look, this is the country we have conquered." Darla was disgusted. "Can we not have these people?" Rong Tianjiang agreed. "I get angry when I see them." Ji Jioxia, don't waste it. If you are afraid that you can't control them, just blind their eyes, and send them to the front line. At least they can be counted as combat power. Everyone, Humans have always loved compromise. When Ji Jioxia said that they would blind all their eyes, everyone thought about the horrible scene and finally rejected this suggestion and chose to manage the soldiers well. After conquering the Lust camp, the only territory they needed to protect was the original Jealous camp. Ji Jioxia packed up all the soldiers and took them back. How to manage these lustful soldiers is a problem. Ji Jioxia brainstormed and collected and summarized, and came up with a brilliant idea. All the mechanics worked overtime to create a special headset and glasses. The headset can turn everyone's voice into electronic sound without desire, and the glasses will distort vision. When the picture is projected into the human eye, it will flatten and stretch the human body. Through physical means to isolate the thoughts of the lustful soldiers, and then strengthen the management system, requiring them not to take off their glasses and headphones, and supervise and manage at all times. Pull out 1 or 2 disobedient soldiers to kill the chickens and monkeys, and the other soldiers will be honest. After a set of silky small combos, the lustful soldiers are much more honest. Even if there are still dishonest ones, they will be killed. 1 or 2 less is not a problem. The next target, Ji Jioxia, is eyeing the angry camp that has been entangled with them for a long time. Previously, Yu Suyin was stimulated to attack Beifu Military Academy, but he failed to defeat it after 2 days of fighting. But it can't be blamed that the Dixing Military Academy is too weak. The other 5 schools jointly resisted, and they were lucky not to be defeated. Now the 5-school alliance has lost 1 school, and Ji Jioxia contacted Rog. "Ji Jioxia, how about it? You chose to cooperate with me, right? It's easy to kill the Sardinian Military Academy." Rog's attitude was much better than before, and his speech speed slowed down. "I know you can win. Now I am much less stressed. Before, the Sardinian Military Academy was the most suspicious of me. Next, it depends on your performance. As long as you can get rid of 1 military academy, the rest can be easily dealt with," Ji Jioxia said with a smile. Rog waved his hand. "I'm not good at it. I just survive in the cracks between the big guys. Whatever you say, I will definitely cooperate. Cooperation requires sincerity from both sides. I have shown my sincerity at the risk of my life. Don't think of eating and lying down." Ji Jioxia sat on the chair, swinging his bandaged feet back and forth. "It's come to this point. It doesn't matter if you are exposed. If you encounter difficulties, at most everyone will go together." Rog frowned. "Okay, let me think about it." Ji Jioxia called Ayashamu over, and the 3 of them discussed the next plan together. There was a knock on the door. Ji Jioxia got up to open the door. When he saw the people outside, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What brings you here today?" "I want to know your deployment." Yu Suyin stood outside the door. He couldn't continue to be led by the nose. The cooperation was a foregone conclusion. Even if he didn't admit it, others would think so. It's better to turn the passive into the active. "Come in." Ji Jioxia stepped back to let him in. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Do you need me to call Jiangju for you?" Yu Suyin glared at Ji Jioxia, said nothing, walked straight forward, pulled out a chair and sat down. Ji Jioxia was confused and couldn't tell the difference between his 3 parts of sarcasm, 3 parts of disdain, and 4 parts of slight anger. What does the look mean? Doesn't he like being with Jiangju? The meeting continued, and Rog greeted Yu Suyin with a smile. "Welcome, welcome. I'm not here to listen to you wasting time talking nonsense," Yu Suyin said indifferently. Rog's words were stuck for a moment, And he changed the subject as if nothing had happened and got back to business. The next day, the action against Beifu Military Academy was carried out as planned. First, the Huihai Military Academy where Rog was located entered the angry camp and cooperated with Ji Jioshio and others to take down Beifu Military Academy. Yu Suin led the Imperial Star Military Academy students to intercept the aid of Beifu Military Academy. He still couldn't get along with the arrogant soldiers, so Ji Jioshio assigned a group of lustful soldiers to him. It doesn't matter if the lustful soldiers lose their glasses or headphones in the middle of the battle. Yu Suin's face can control them. I just don't know if Yu Suin will be angry. He always likes to get angry for no reason. The plan went smoothly. The aid from Beifu Military Academy was cut off. They were isolated and besieged by 3 military academies. Nada knew the situation and said, "How about I join your team, and we kill the other military academies together first? It is better to die than to die. The one who can survive to the end is the right way." Ji Jioshio, not so good. She admired Nada's flexible character, but the fruits of victory were in front of her. Why bother to seek far away? She could eliminate other military academies one by one. Then, there is no room for negotiation. Nada sighed and changed the subject. Why don't we decide on the alliance for the next game first? I am better than Rog, right? Rog, I'm right here. Isn't it bad for you to poach my people in front of me? Nada, traitors have no right to speak. But history is written by the victors. Rog shot at her. Nada controlled the mecha to dodge. It's a pity that history has live records, and traitors can't wash their hands. It's just a game. Don't take it too seriously. Rog smiled. He waved his hand, and 5 mechanics moved a heavy laser cannon over and bombarded Nada's direction. It didn't matter if they couldn't hit Nada, because a shell could kill a group of angry soldiers. The mecha was wrapped in mental power. Nada blocked the shell with her bare hands, and a little sweat oozed from her forehead. She turned back and smiled at Ji Jioshio. Cooperate with me, you won't suffer. Ji Jioshio, hey, let's see. She was a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming so popular. Nada shrugged and threw the shell back. The shock of mental power set off a storm, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She reached out and wiped it off carelessly. Her strength is beyond doubt, and she is on par with Xinghe of Menxai Military Academy, but her chaotic mental power shows that she is already at the end of her strength. She clapped her hands, then we talk next time. A cluster of fireworks exploded in the sky, the ground shook, and the angry red-faced soldiers launched heavy weapons, and the artillery fire flew all over the sky, blasting big holes in the ground. The ammunition had a wide range, and Ji Jioshio was almost blown up. The ankle that had just been healed was sprained again. Jiangju pulled her and brought her into the mecha. The sound of artillery continued to sound, like fireworks on the ground, as bright as Nada's smile. She said, "Please go and attack other military academies first." Rog was stunned. You actually have so many weapons hidden in private. You have to leave yourself a way out. I have already played my last trump card. Nada grabbed the flying hair in the wind and pressed it under the brim of her hat. She said this frankly, not afraid that they would know that this was the result of her desperate attempt. As long as these artillery defenses were broken, Beifu Military Academy would no longer be able to fight back. Rog regretted. No wonder I said why they were so weak before. If it weren't for the help of other military academies, they would have been finished. I thought they were originally so strong. I didn't expect that they were secretly forging weapons by pulling people. Our 4 schools also provided them with a lot of energy. Ji Jioshio said calmly, "We can't fight anymore. This kind of large-scale lethal weapon is not friendly to the soldiers. A blind shot can kill more than a dozen people." Rog was unwilling to give up. "We can exhaust their energy, but I don't believe that their energy is endless." Ji Jioshio shook his head. Beifu Military Academy is fighting a desperate battle. It's not easy to fight. We spend a lot of time and energy to consume a military academy. Even if we finally take them down, it will be a miserable victory. There are still 2 military academies behind, which is not conducive to long-term operations. Rog, then we can only give up. Yes. Ji Jioshio nodded. First see what cards the other 2 military academies have, and then find a way to defeat them one by one. Beifu Military Academy is now in trouble, and can't help others. When Theseus Military Academy withdrew its troops, Ji Jioshio received a message from Yufuzi. "Come and save me. I can't stand it anymore. Yu Suin won't let me ask you for help. I really can't stand him.